Shieling. Damn it, we were ambushed. A member of the Xia Special Investigation Institute gritted his teeth and roared, and chopped the werewolf in front of him with an axe. The people around him quickly retreated together, back to back, looking around warily. There were about 30 or 40 people. A fat man smelled the smell on our bodies. Something was done to us. Damn it! No wonder. I said, we haven't started yet. How come these beasts chased us first? The thin member next to him also cursed. When I looked over, the werewolves on the opposite side looked extremely hungry after seeing delicious food. Now is not the time to talk about this. Find a way to break through and report to the headquarters. I tried to communicate, but the signal here has been blocked. Hold on, at most 20 minutes, our people will come. As he spoke, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A werewolf monster nearly 2 meters tall had rushed to the front and chopped down fiercely with the bone stick in his hand. Unlike ordinary werewolves, this werewolf monster was not only tall, but also sturdy and powerful. The fat member raised his shield to block it. Although he blocked the club, he was still shaken back by the huge force. Be careful. This beast is incredibly powerful. The fat man shouted hurriedly. Everyone was awed. The teammate next to him chopped with an axe, and it hit the bone club. After experiencing it personally, he realized how difficult the opponent was. Soon, screams rang out. I don't know how many werewolf monsters rushed out of the bushes. The smoke and dust were raised, and all the reconnaissance personnel of this Special Investigation Institute were immediately caught up in it. Dodge! Be careful to dodge. The axe-wielding team member shouted loudly, standing in the front. The fat man followed him with a shield to resist. The thin man next to him held a submachine gun and kept shooting. However, these bullets could only force back some weak werewolf monsters. For those strong werewolves, these bullets are not fatal to them. Don't fight too long. The axeman hurriedly reminded them. The gang cooperated with each other, fighting and retreating. As time went by, everyone's physical strength became weaker and weaker, and they would die sooner or later if they continued like this. Puff. A broken arm was thrown away, and a member of the Special Investigation Office screamed, and his arm was torn off, and the pain of flesh and blood tearing completely enveloped him. The next second, before the crowd could pull him back, he was dragged into the huge group of werewolves. Puff. Puff. The sound of flesh being eaten continued to ring out. The axe-wielding team saw the scene clearly, but they were powerless. Once his defense was breached, more than one person would die. If the entire defense line was breached, the result would be the annihilation of their entire team. Retreat, let retreat quickly, there are more and more werewolves here. A member with a bloody face was trembling in his voice. He was already afraid. He had to be afraid. These werewolves seemed to have learned how to ambush. Once this idea came into being, it was extremely scary to think about it. And it made people feel terrified. There were many people who had the same idea as him. Retreat! The axe-wielding member shouted, Fatty Joe. You will cover me, and run as far as you can. No problem. The fat man holding the shield also shouted, and the shield blade cut towards the werewolf that was rushing over, a single step. And the head was cut off. A puff sound suddenly came. The headless werewolf body spurted out hot blood. Come on! You bastards! No matter how many you come, I cut them off. The fat man yelled at the werewolves who were staring at him. The leading team behind him was retreating. Bang, the member running in front suddenly fell to the ground with a plop. When he fell, there was a crossbow arrow on the back of his head. A man in camouflage clothes appeared on a high slope not far away, staring at them coldly. The members of 081 stagnated their breathing, and then became angry. The fat man's eyes turned red, and he used the shield in his hand to fiercely cut the werewolf in front of him in half, and his eyes were fixed on the figure on the high slope. The other party arrogantly made a throat-slitting gesture. He said the word kill in a very obvious neighboring language. Then, from all directions, several poisonous arrows shot at him. This group of black-clad killers did not use hot weapons, obviously not wanting to attract the attention of those werewolves. Damn it! It him Amiya. These bastards. The axe-wielding member also growled, holding the axe tightly with both hands, and rushed towards the werewolf in front of him, wishing he could rush in front of him right now and give him an axe. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The werewolves along the way were constantly hit by the axes, and some of them dodged in fear. The remaining 081 members were like crazy, running wildly and fighting at the same time. Arrows were constantly fired from the woods. Some members of the Xia country of 081 who failed to dodge in time would be hit by these cold arrows. Either they were seriously injured and had to avoid the werewolves' attacks, or they were dragged away by the werewolves. Han Bin, find a way to rush over. The fat man holding the shield shouted loudly. Han Bin was the axe holder, the most powerful person among these people. I try my best. As soon as the voice fell, Han Bin fought 1 against 3, and snatched his team members back from the werewolves. But there were too many cold arrows. It hard to guard against. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the distance. A black-clad assassin who was shooting arrows from a high place fell down from a high place on the spot. Gunshots rang out immediately afterwards. The leaves were torn apart by countless bullets. This scene stunned Han Bin and others. When they looked over, Li Yin figure rushed over first. Seeing the corpses of the teammates, who were hunted in the forest, her eyes suddenly turned red. Kill Jigong gang of bastards. The dozen figures behind her also rushed out immediately joined the battle. During this period of time, under Pei Jinya training, everyone's strength has improved rapidly. In addition, they caught Jigong and his gang off guard, and the situation quickly turned around. In the melee, when the fat man saw them appear, he was finally relieved. Especially Li Yin and the others showed strong strength, which suddenly reduced the pressure on the field. Soon, the werewolf, who originally had the upper hand, was scared away and fled in panic in the mountains and forests. In a blink of an eye, the three-way melee, only the last 2 groups of people were left to confront each other. But the tragic situation at the scene was beyond imagination. 081 originally had more than 40 members, but now only the last 7 were left. Li Yin and her group also lost nearly half of their people. As for Jigong group, they were still able to emerge from the forest continuously at this moment. Obviously, they came prepared. It seems that you Xia country people haven't experienced actual combat for a long time, so you forget yourself and think you are very strong. A man walked out slowly from the crowd of Jigong. He was tall and had a huge sword on his back. Such an outfit was somewhat shocking in modern society, but no one could ignore his existence at the moment. Murakami Immune, one of the 12-star generals of Jigong. Li Yin slowly said the other party name. The 12-star generals of Jigong. Each of them was a quasi-level 3 strong man. Just standing there, the other party could give people a great sense of oppression. Don't waste my time. Murakami Ing's own voice was very calm. But until the last few words came out, it was like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. For a moment, his voice echoed in the mountains and forests. This is the territory of my Xia country. You broke in privately and killed our people. Do you really think you can? A strong man from 081 gritted his teeth and said, how many brothers have been killed by the other side? He wanted to chop all the bastards of Murakami Ingzong into meat sauce. Xia country? Very strong? Murakami Ingzong grinned. It was a sneer. There was a loud bang. The ground shook. Murakami Ingzong figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. Only a straight white line was left from a corner of the forest, rushing in front of Li Yin and her group. The trees along the way were like being uprooted by a giant hand under this strong gale. The mountains along the way were shattered like tofu. Almost in the blink of an eye, a sonic boom that was about to shatter the eardrum sounded. Murakami Ingzong had already appeared in front of Han Bin and the others. Bang! The fat man, who was the first to be attacked, raised his huge shield to meet the attack. But when he touched the opponent, his eyes suddenly widened. The terrifying power that erupted from Murakami Ingzong's single hand was just like a high-speed train passing by. The fat man had no room to resist. He flew out in the midst of blood, knocking over 3 big trees along the way, and then rolled down from midair. Life or death is unknown. This power, this speed, not to mention Han Bin, even Li Yin and other geniuses who have trained with Pei Jinya, are also twitching their eyelids under the strong wind at this moment. At this moment, they seem to be able to hear the sound of their hearts beating wildly. Is this a quasi-level 3 strong man? At such a short distance, the attack of this strong man is simply crushing. Han Bin, who knows the fat man best, can be said to have his scalp tingling. The fat man's shield was made of fine iron. It was no exaggeration to say that it could not be penetrated by a cannonball. But it was destroyed on the spot by Murakami Ingzong punch. At a certain moment, Han Bin and Li Yin looked at each other. Both of them were talents carefully cultivated by Xiagua. How could they miss any chance to counterattack? In such a crisis, this group of people showed the most excellent martial arts skills. Especially Han Bin and Li Yin. The idea of tacitly giving up the small defense. The fat man is the lesson learned from the past. Obviously, with their current strength, defending in front of Murakami Ingzong is a joke. It is better to just attack regardless of everything. Now! The two of them seized the moment when Murakami Ingzong paused in knocking the fat man away, and immediately rushed forward. A sharp whistle sounded in the air. The two of them used all their strength, and the group of Xia country members behind them also attacked. But for Murakami Ingzong, he sneered, "You are overestimating yourself." No matter the expression, the tone of his voice, even the words he said at this moment, were extremely sarcastic. It was extremely dazzling in the eyes of Li Yin, Han Bin and other members of the Xia country. The next second, several people seemed to have missed a beat. They saw Murakami Ingzong rushing over, not even willing to use the giant sword behind him, just using his flesh and blood body, and clenched his fist to hit him. The power exploded. The dust waves around were rolled up, and a large area of mountains and forests shook. Jigong assassins all stretched out their hands to block. Indistinctly, in the blurred vision, it seemed as if they saw countless earth dragons rolling, trying to fly out. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of bones breaking was heard. This sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. Han Bin felt that his axe had clearly hit the opponent, but it seemed to have hit something indestructible iron, and the fierce force rebounded, making his two arms numb. He almost couldn't hold the axe. Li Yin was also puzzled. The blade she slashed across even curled up. How could it be? However, before the two could react, Murakami Ingzong had already stretched out his hand and pressed on the two people. He pressed the two figures rushing towards him back. Puff! Puff! The two people vomited blood, like two fallen leaves, flew backwards with the strong wind, and fell heavily into the nearby bushes. Han Bin! Li Yin! The members of Xia country around were shocked and speechless, and rushed to the place where the two fell. Han Bin fell in a pool of blood, struggled for a long time, and couldn't stand up. However, when he saw Li Yin standing up with help, his expression was slightly stunned. Huh? Murakami Ingzong also looked at Li Yin with some surprise, as if he didn't expect that this little girl could stand up after his blow. Are you interested? Li Yin's mouth was bloody, staring at him coldly. You haven't met Master Pei. Otherwise 10 of you wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Funny. No matter if you are from the Special Investigation Office or those people from Wuxing Mountain. How many of you are enough for me to kill? How many of those old guys in your Xia country can still move? Murakami Ingzong sneered. With an arrogant attitude, he walked forward as if he was strolling in the garden, as if this was his home court. Maybe you think that you can deal with me with your strength. But unfortunately, for you little guys who only know the world from a narrow perspective, you have no idea how powerful the real power is. Murakami Izo seemed to be mocking, and there was some emotion in his tone, looking at Li Yin and others with pity. You are really pitiful. Now that the world has changed so much, you are still clinging to the power of ignorance, not knowing how to adapt, and you know nothing about the real power. Suddenly, behind the Jigong killers, a shrill muffled sound came. He interrupted Murakami Ingzong's next words. He was stunned. He turned his head to look. One of his members flew down from the high slope like a cannonball. He fell hard on the ground. He plowed 5 or 6 meters along the way, and then rolled down at the entrance of the forest. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes fell on the miserable figure of the killer. There was no sign of broken skin on his body, but countless blood was spilling out, which was a sign of ruptured internal organs. The deep pit beside him was quickly filled with blood. Someone entered. The killer opened his mouth, looking at Murakami Ingzong helplessly, trying to say something with great difficulty, but he didn't even have time to utter the last complete sentence. Murakami Ingzong's expression changed instantly. His eyes were almost about to spit fire. There were actually Xia warriors around him that he hadn't noticed. Who was it? Who could escape his perception? Just when Murakami Ingzong was just beginning to feel shocked, the killer, who was still struggling to say something, suddenly screamed. A pair of Xiagua official combat boots appeared in everyone's sight. Crack. The killer neck was stepped on, and everyone's eyelids were twitching. And it broke on the spot. Then a calm voice came. Jamia bastards, why are you here again? He turned his head to look at Murakami Ingzong, and even before Li Yin and the others shouted, he raised his hand. Shua. And a bright light flashed. Everyone's sight was taken away, and they only felt the last glimpse in their vision, like a flash of sword light. Then, with a loud bang, the earth shook. Pei Jinya had no intention of gossiping with Murakami Ingzong. The moment the figure disappeared from the spot, countless cracks appeared on the ground under their feet, as if it was hit by a huge force. And it collapsed suddenly. The Jigong assassins along the way felt that the air nearby was sucked away. As Pei Jinya rushed forward, the rolling airflow made a violent explosion. The mountains and forests on both sides made a sound of being overwhelmed and shook violently. In the void where the air was emptied, countless lights and shadows seemed to be suppressed by a flash of sword light. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The moment Murakami Ingzong saw this scene, his hair stood up all of a sudden. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that this was actually a sword technique that the Xia country warriors could perform. When an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in his heart, he no longer cared to guess anything. The enlarged sword light in front of him and the whistling wind in his ears reminded him that this sword was very strong. Very strong. With a shout, Murakami Ingzong roared. And he had no time to dodge the sword. He rushed forward. He had no time to draw out the giant sword behind him, so he could only go ahead. Bang! Murakami Ingzong's figure was chopped away by the sword like a cannonball. In midair, he roared, finally found an opportunity, and drew out the giant sword. Get out of my way! He drew out the sword, from top to bottom. The rumbling sound made a terrifying explosion, exploding in everyone's ears, like thunder. At this moment, Murakami Ingzong's face was fierce, full of ferocity. The energy bursting out of his body was extremely huge, and the muscles in his arms swelled, like tangled tree roots, and it seemed that the color of blood could be seen flowing under the skin. Almost at the moment of confronting Pei Jinya, Murakami Ingzong knew that he had met his lifelong rival. He raised his momentum to the peak. His fighting spirit, and will also climb to the peak infinitely. Dang sound. He blocked Pei Jinya's sword. But what caught Murakami Ingzong off guard was that he thought he was stronger than Pei Jinya. However, bang bang bang. The ground under his feet exploded one after another. As if plowing the land, his body was constantly pushed back. Get out of the way! Murakami Ingzong roared. His swordsmanship was known for its fierceness and trickiness. He immediately changed his moves, with a murderous intent. The robe on his body fluttered. There was a sound of tearing and exploding. He was like an arrow shot from a crossbow, with a sharp explosion in every move. Pei Jinya seemed to be able to accurately judge all his moves. He used a particle shield to block Murakami Ingzong's sword. At the same time, his shoulders sank suddenly. He deflected Murakami Ingzong's sword, then took a half-step sideways, and rushed forward from the side. Murakami Ingzong's eyes widened. He seemed to have never expected that his sword would not leave any scars on Pei Jinya's body, as if it was blocked by something in the air. He also didn't expect Pei Jinya to collide with him in close combat in an instant. It was even trickier than his martial arts. Crack! The sound of bone cracking came. It was extremely harsh. Bull charge. This close-range attack caused the sound of flesh and bones bursting from Murakami Ingzong's half-body. In an instant, his entire arm was blown up by Pei Jinya. For masters, the slightest detail will determine life and death. Similarly, for them, they can control their own flesh and blood and even the flow rate of blood. Murakami Ingzong saw Pei Jinya's strength. This kind of physical strength is simply not human. At close range, he could sense the terrifying physical strength of Pei Jinya more clearly than anyone else. This was simply beyond the reach of most warriors, and the sword just now became close-fitting. The control of every muscle in the body was so precise that even Murakami Haidian was amazed. He even felt that if there was a mountain in front of him at this moment, it would be destroyed by the warrior from Xia country in front of him. The other party was already chasing him viciously. There was no time to regret this action, nor to speak out what was in his heart. Just when his arm had been blasted into pieces of white bones, the expression on Murakami Ingzong's face was almost twisted together. The huge pain of blood and flesh was simply not something a human could bear. What was even more insane was that, facing this situation, Murakami Ingzong did not run away, but bit his back teeth hard, and stabbed the bone spur into Pei Jinya's eyes. This kind of tolerance for pain, and the handling of the on-the-spot change of tactics, undoubtedly proves Murakami Ingzong's cruelty and brutality. Even if his arm was broken, it could not stop his killing intent at this moment. As if he was more courageous after each setback, he rushed towards Pei Jinya even more desperately. His right arm became a spike, and stabbed Pei Jinya's eyeball. The 5 fingers of the other hand became hooks, as if they could tear the air apart. This cruelty and sharpness made Li Yin, and others, who came to their senses, hold their breath. This level of power was enough to tear each of them to pieces. Just when Murakami Ingzong unleashed such a fierce move, the sword light in front of Pei Jinya surged, and he pushed forward directly. Faster than Murakami Ingzong? More domineering. Boom! In the center of the two people fight, the air instantly rippled like the surface of water. At the same time, the ground under the feet of the two people continued to explode, and countless spider-like cracks quickly spread around. As Murakami Ingzong's body flew backwards, blood was spilt. Bang! The earth shook. Murakami Ingzong's body fell into the distant forest like a cannonball, hit the mountain beside him, and exploded into countless smoke and dust. Under the eyes of the crowd, Murakami Ingzong, one of the 12-star generals of the G Palace, was blown away dozens of meters by a sword. I don't know when it started, the people around didn't dare to breathe, all stared at the young figure in the center of the ruins like a demon, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How powerful is Murakami Ingzong? He is one of the 12-star generals of the G Palace, a quasi-level 3 martial arts expert. He had fought 10 people at once before, and was able to suppress Li Yin and the others with one hand. How could such a strong and sturdy expert be defeated by a young man with an unknown background? Not to mention the assassins of Jigong, even 081 member Han Bin stared at Pei Jinya with wide eyes, with a very wonderful expression, shocked, and even more excited. Such a peerless expert is actually from my Xia country. This senior is really amazing. Li Yin and other people from the Five Elements Mountain looked at Pei Jinya excitedly. Most of them had never seen Pei Jinya take action. Pei Jinya taught breathing techniques, guiding the sense of qi. Now that they had witnessed the power of Pei Jinya, the awe and yearning in everyone's hearts became even more intense. Pei Jinya ignored the gazes from the outside world, but looked at the cracked mountain wall in the distance. For the warriors in this world, the power of the physical body is not comparable to that of the warriors in the Federation reality, but unfortunately, the people in this world cannot master the extraordinary. Otherwise, even if Pei Jinya broke through to the 7th level of the extraordinary, he would not be able to fight against a quasi-3rd level warrior. Thinking of his sword just now, he knew very well how powerful his sword was just now, but the final effect was far less than he expected. This guy has another trick? There was a noise. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the collapsed mountain wall passage. Murakami Ingzong appeared at the entrance with a broken arm, covered in dust. The clothes were all blown up, and they looked tattered. But the fighting spirit that the whole person had gathered at this moment seemed to be unusual. A pair of eyebrows seemed to be burned half, and only the left eyebrow was left. The whole person showed an extreme cruelty. Very good. You are really strong to force me to use forbidden techniques. But if it just like this, Murakami Ingzong has already changed into the language of his own country, speaking word by word. And the calm voice at this moment is like a cold wind blowing in the cold winter. It makes people feel shuddering. Some kind of terrifying will seems to be reviving from him. He slowly raised his head and looked at Pei Jinya, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Have you thought about it? How do you want to leave this world? I can help you. So much nonsense. The air suddenly exploded, interrupting the pretentious words of Murakami Ingzong. Countless sword shadows surged in front of Pei Jinya. He stretched out his hand and threw it. In an instant, it seemed to turn into thousands of swords and leapt. The terrifying sound of the air being crushed was like thunder that could not be heard in succession. You are looking for death. At the moment when Pei Jinya made his move, Murakami Ingzong sneered and shouted angrily. The energy bursting out from his feet suddenly took on a spiral shape, rushing all the way to the sky above his head, stirring up the sea of clouds. Knocked away the strong wind in front of him, and rushed forward. Bang! The sword shadow chopped on Murakami Ingzong's head, and the terrifying sound it emitted was like a cannonball being detonated. A roar was mixed with the sound of the air rising and exploding. Crash! The ground within 10 meters of Murakami Ingzong was like tofu, exploding rapidly without any hindrance. The explosion site was very close to the killers of Jigong. Countless broken stones were shot like hidden weapons, and soon screams were heard. Li Yin and others also dodged. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What a terrifying power this must be, only then could it destroy everything like this. Get out of the way! Murakami Ingzong shouted, and the whole person rushed forward instantly. The distance of more than 10 meters seemed to be just a blink of an eye for him, and the whole person had already pounced in front of him. Even though one arm was broken. But it didn't seem to have much impact on him at this moment. Forbidden technique Tianrenjieshan. As Murakami Ingzong roared, there was a sudden roar in his body, and it seemed to have the same effect as Pei Jinya furnace. In an instant, Blood and energy surged like a great river. The air around him suddenly became hot. The whole person was like a furnace, and even more like a comet, crashing towards Pagenia. Pagenia had no expression on his face. He pinched his 5 fingers. In midair, 10,000 swords merged into one. Straight down. Bang! It was like thunder exploding in midair. The hot air flow was like real dust, surging wildly around. The ground collapsed again. Unintentionally, the ground where the 2 people were standing had changed from a high slope to a basin, and was still collapsing. Your forbidden technique is very powerful, but unfortunately it can't kill me, it's still weak after all. Pagenia was able to remain calm at this moment. Murakami Ingzong had blood between his teeth, and glared at him. Pagenia's words were like a knife stabbing directly into his heart. This feeling of humiliation of being mocked made him roar again. Instantly, the air in front of him was torn apart. Murakami Ingzong rushed towards Pagenia ferociously. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing. He only had one arm left. Pagenia's eyes were calm. The sword intent that had just been condensed had dissipated. It was too late to condense it now. But there was no need to condense it. Pagenia stood in place. There was not even any extra movement. The ground began to collapse in all directions without warning. The airflow around him also began to change suddenly, becoming more ferocious, and even began to reverse the spiral airflow triggered by Murakami Ingzong. Only one punch was used. That was the only one punch. It was simple, without any fancy moves. With the purest violence, he crushed past directly. The air immediately became half solid, like a tide that was constantly surging, and a punch was pressed down. In an instant, this punch suppressed Murakami Imon's claw that was digging out his heart. A huge force came. Murakami Imon's whole body shook slightly, but then his spine began to shake, and his whole aura began to show signs of collapse. He roared again, recondensing this temperament. The rolling airflow emanating from his body, like blood, the bloody smell was even a little hot. As the 2 wrestled, he stared at Pagenia viciously, and wanted to say something, but Pagenia said word by word, "Is this all your strength? It's too weak." He was furious. Blood gushed out from the corner of Murakami Ingzong's mouth. "Take this opportunity." Pagenia blocked the space, the activated particles, and the blood and wind blade surged towards Murakami Ingzong. Life and death moment. Murakami Ingzong's expression began to become painful. For some reason, he felt as if his body was being stabbed by countless sharp knives. What was even more strange was that he gradually began to feel a sense of powerlessness due to blood loss. "Damn it, you devil!" Murakami Ingzong's expression finally changed, staring at Pagenia in horror, as if he knew what happened to him. Pagenia had no expression on his face. He stepped forward without any pause, stirring up countless dust and carrying Murakami Ingzong, and crashed into the mountain. Bang! The mountain over 30 meters high collapsed and exploded. A rolling wave of air rose. The whole fight lasted no more than 5 breaths. And it was completely quiet in an instant. Whether it was the assassins of Jigong, Han Bin, or Li Yin, they all held their breath, feeling overwhelmed and frightened. Everything disappeared. Pagenia and Murakami Ingzong disappeared. Disappeared right in front of him. A large hole was blown open in the mountain not far away, and billowing smoke and dust were splashing out of it. In the silence, everyone looked nervous, staring closely at the hole where the smoke and dust kept surging. "So, is it over? I don't know how long it has been." Suddenly there was a sound. Step. 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 Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Pagenia walked out step by step. His clothes became tattered. But he dragged Murakami Ingzong along with him, leaving only blood. Swoosh. He threw him casually. Murakami Ingzong's body, which was like mud, was thrown into a deep pit, rolling all the way, lying on his back in the blood pit, with his eyes wide open. In the astonishment of everyone, Pagenia looked at the killers of Jigong slowly. "Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy?" "Dead? Dead? Murakami Ingzong is actually dead. This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible." Jigong's 7th rank 12-star general, a quasi-level 3 master, was beaten to death alive, and was beaten to death with fists. It was at this time Master Zhao finally arrived with a group of people to support. Jigong killer had no time to commit suicide by taking poison, and his jaw had been removed, becoming a fish on the chopping board. "Are you okay?" Master Zhao looked at Pagenia. Pagenia coughed up blood, but he waved his hand. "It okay." Master Zhao's face changed. "You vomited blood." And you still say you're fine. Go back quickly, where the doctor? Quick! Li Yin and others also gathered around. Pei Genius said, I know my body best. I take Li Yin and the others to heal their wounds first. I won't go to the report later. I need to stay in seclusion to deal with my injuries. Master Zhao was still a little worried. But seeing Pei Genius' serious look, he nodded and stopped arguing. If you really feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Don't be stubborn. I know the severity of the situation. Inside the room, Pei Genius announced that he was in seclusion. In fact, he was sorting out the memories he got from Murakami Ingzong. Without the means of blocking memories by the judgment office, Murakami Ingzong was completely exposed to Pei Genius. Meticulous. The traces of the werewolf found this time were actually the work of Murakami Ingzong, deliberately set up an ambush, wanting to deal a heavy blow to Xia State. But unfortunately, hit a wall. Failed at the last hurdle. Pei Genius was not very interested in Jigong conspiracies. Speak out at the right time, and give Xia State a heads up. What he was really interested in was Murakami Ingzong memory. This quasi-level 3 warrior, who had lived for more than 50 years, brought a huge amount of memory. From being taken to the killer training camp when he was young, fighting all the way, to practicing martial arts when he was 7 or 8 years old. Whether it was Jigong's secret method of practice, it was the martial arts skills that Murakami Ingzong had realized himself, which was helpful to Pei Genius. On the attribute panel, a lot of information was updated. A total of 4 new martial arts were added. The fist and kick techniques that Murakami Ingzong practiced were integrated into one. 1 mental method, Xiaoi Golden Snake Ju. 1 sword technique, Golden Mountain Mad Sword. However, this sword technique is not as good as the sword technique that Pei Genius practiced. So it was also integrated, serving as a nutrient to strengthen his own sword technique and enrich the sword intention. There is another new martial art, that is the forbidden technique that Murakami Ingzong used in his dying counterattack. Tianren Jieshan. According to Murakami Ingzong memory, this forbidden technique was taught by Jigong. It is a terrifying technique that burns blood. Once activated, it is irreversible. After activation, you will feel painless for 1 minute, and your all-round strength will increase. But the price is also huge. The loss of blood is irreversible, and your cultivation will naturally fall. Pei Genius thought about it. But he still didn't use it. 1 minute of irreversible process. The damage is not small. In addition to these, Pei Genius also mastered a lot of assassination techniques. It took Pei Genius a lot of time to completely consume these memories. When he came to his senses again, 4 or 5 hours had passed, and the sky outside the window was not very bright. The room was not lit, and it seemed a little dim. Pei Genius suddenly felt lucky. If Murakami Ingzong mastered the extraordinary, things would become tricky. This time, his previous guess was verified again. The warriors in this world are stronger in martial arts than the warriors in the Federation. The training environment is here. Although the martial arts training here seems a bit simple, it is complete. These skills can be practiced to the highest level, and they can naturally grow to the final realm. Unlike the Federation, the upper 3 realms have completely become a restricted area. Those who want to enter cannot enter, and those who enter cannot have a good end. The most terrifying thing is that Pei Genius is now the first level of the furnace in the upper 3 realms, to fight against the quasi-level 3 warriors in this world. One must use the extraordinary. That means the furnace probably only corresponds to the 4th level of this world. What about the 2 levels of the manifestation of Saint and Martial Saint behind the furnace? Does it only correspond to the 3rd level? The 2nd level? Pei Genius couldn't tell exactly. After all, every step forward now is like crossing a chasm. In other words, if the energy accumulated by the great perfection of the middle 3 realms is 1, then the energy accumulated by the furnace is 100, the level of the manifestation saint might be 10,000. He couldn't imagine the level of the martial saint at all. The future is long. Pei Genius thought of Murakami Hagnin again, relying on martial arts alone. He thought he was no match. And this guy is only ranked 7th among the 12-star generals. What if it's the first 6? How strong are they? I almost forgot about this. Pei Genius suddenly thought of something. He didn't disturb Master Zhao and the others. From the memories obtained, it can be clearly confirmed that Jigong is studying werewolves. Although it is not known whether they are ahead of Xia country in studying werewolves. But at present, Jigong Gang has made effective progress in genetics. This is also known by Murakami Ingzong memory, which belongs to the top level of Jigong. Moreover, Jigong uses the bones of werewolves to grind into special secret powder. which can be used to attract werewolves and achieve the state of driving. This is why Murakami and Zone can set up such a net in the territory of Xia this time. Pei Jinya thought for a while. Master Zhao and his team had already captured some members of the Ji Palace. They would probably get the news soon, so he didn't need to take the initiative to tell them. There were so many people watching at the scene, he didn't have time to interrogate anything. So if he took the initiative to confess, it would only make people suspicious. There was no need to cause trouble for himself. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Master Zhao found him. The interrogation yielded the result. These guys are simply, they can actually make a special secret powder with werewolf bones. It can drive werewolves. But at present, we are not sure about the materials of this special secret powder. The higher-ups are very shocked. The other party research speed on werewolves is obviously faster than ours. Master Zhao was worried. Pei Jinya couldn't say it directly. So he took the initiative to say, how about this? Give me the address, and I will personally take Li Yin and others to grab the prescription. Ah? This is the fastest way. But what? You are so slow. Soon the Ji Palace will know that we have captured their people. If we delay any longer, we will be left with nothing. I will go and ask for instructions. Wait for me for a minute. No. 30 seconds. Pei Jinya shook his head as he watched Master Zhao leave in a hurry. There was a bird hovering outside the window, chirping something. Pei Jinya nodded. Expand the range. Search for more traces of monsters. As he spoke, a stream of spiritual energy in his hand flowed into the bird body. The bird was immediately excited, surrounding Pei Jinya. They jumped up and down happily, and unconsciously became faster and faster. In a flash, they received the order and flew out of the house. In a short time, Master Zhao rushed back and said, the superiors agreed, but they are worried about your health. They sent other strongmen out. And these things. The cabinet said that if it weren't for you to turn the tide this time, our losses would definitely be more than the current amount. This time, we were ambushed by Ji Gong, and we sacrificed 68 members. Ji Gong and his gang. This blood feud must be avenged. Pei Jinya expressed his understanding. He also felt sorry for those who sacrificed. They were all young lives. After Master Zhao left, Pei Jinya began to practice. After midnight, his figure disappeared in the room. Find the werewolf. Kill the werewolf. Grind the werewolf. Puff. The last werewolf fell at Pei Jinya's feet. With a wave of his hand, the flesh and blood of this corpse were separated. A large number of bones were packed and taken away to make secret powder. Pei Jinya did not even look back. Moving to the next battlefield. Qi and blood plus 12. Qi and blood plus 14. Qi and blood plus 11. Qi and blood plus 12. Qi and blood plus 77. After a fierce fight, it was very satisfying. The gods have collected the genes of these werewolves. Pei Jinya regarded the development of this werewolf gene as a pleasant surprise. Editing takes 15 days. The power contained in this gene will be enhanced. Not only the werewolf brain, but also the forelimbs can become stronger, and their speed can be greatly improved. After Pei Jinya obtained the information from the gods, he tilted his head and thought about it. Maybe a group of werewolf troops will be developed in the future, just like in the chaotic world. It seems not impossible. The next few days passed. Pei Jinya occasionally took Li Yin and the others out for training. Master Pei, his name is Han Bin. He is a good seedling of the Special Investigation Office. I don't know if you still remember him. He was there when he fought with Murakami and Zone last time. When Han Bin saw Pei Jinya again, he was very excited. When he returned to the Special Investigation Office, he always thought of the fight between Pei Jinya and Murakami and Zone. The kind of hearty and exciting fight between the strong, it always makes him excited for a long time. He envied this kind of power, and yearned for it even more. He thought he would never meet Pei Jinya again in this life, but unexpectedly, one day, a man named Master Zhao appeared beside him, and said to him, do you want to become stronger? So he came here. Pei Jinya nodded. I will teach you a mental method, and practice with them. Where is your axe? Seeing that Pei Jinya still remembered him, Han Bin had a flattered expression on his face. When we fought before, the axe has been stewed, and is being refined now. Pei Jinya nodded. You have good strength. After you digest this mental method, I will help you improve your strength skills. Han Bin was overjoyed, and thanked him immediately. Pei Jinya shook his head. He was tired of hearing these words. But he also knew that this was the other party intention. He just smiled and turned his head and said, "Li Yin." He suddenly shouted, "Master Pei." "I'm here." Li Yin responded quickly. "If there is any problem, you can guide him." "Yes." After a while, Pei Jinya left. Hanbin looked at Li Yin cautiously. Li Yin also regarded herself as the senior sister. In fact, it was true. She was the first one in this group to cultivate the sense of qi. "Don't worry, since you can come here, it means that the higher-ups recognize you. Although Master Pei doesn't talk much, you must listen carefully. Every word he says makes sense. If you want to become stronger, you'd better listen to Master Pei." "Yes, I will." Hanbin nodded heavily. If this had happened in the past, he would have definitely thought that he had entered some pyramid scheme organization. But after seeing the skills of Pei Jinya and his friends, he only hated himself for coming in too late. Another 3 days passed. Pei Jinya found Master Zhao. "I have also been studying the secret powder these days. I tried it this morning. It should be effective." Master Zhao was stunned when he heard this. So many of their elites were still testing and exploring. But they didn't expect Pei Jinya to have found a solution. Pei Jinya ignored the shock on his face, pointed to a bag of yellowish powder in his hand, and handed it to Li Yin. "Do as I told you before." "Yes, Master Pei." Li Yin left with her people. Master Zhao suddenly began to have some expectations. "Old Pei, can you really succeed?" During this period of time together, he often brought things to Pei Jinya. And after a few visits, the two of them naturally became more familiar with each other. "It can succeed, but the success rate needs to be verified," Pei Jinya said. He mainly saw that the research here in Xiagua did not find the right way. So he simply provided an idea, which could also save time. Not long after, the ground rumbled. The figure of the werewolf really appeared. It appeared. It really appeared. Master Zhao widened his eyes, dancing with joy. "Oh my god, it really worked." He turned his head to look at Pei Jinya. "Seriously, do you know what this means?" "Old Pei, you are really our Xia country national treasure. Really. You have done a great job. Wait for me." Pei Jinya called him. "Don't worry." Then Li Yin trotted over, with a camera in her hand. Pei Jinya took it from her and handed it to Master Zhao. "The 2 successful cases have been recorded. You can show it to the people above. There is also a prescription. I am the only one who knows it at present. This is also to ensure the risk." I understand everything." Master Zhao was very surprised. "Old Pei, wait for me. After this is done, it is time for us to teach Qigong and his gang a lesson." Master Zhao took the camera and got in the car carefully, as if he was carrying a treasure. He rushed out of the mountain. Pei Jinya led the team to rush towards the werewolves. Qi and blood plus 11. Qi and blood plus 9. Qi and blood plus 12. The battle will end in 3 minutes. Pei Jinya wiped the blood off the back of his hand with a tissue. On the other side, Li Yin looked at him, with awe in her eyes, and some other emotions. "Master Pei, Hanbin just sent a message, saying that he found the Qi sense." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. "It also 3 days, the same as you?" Li Yin lowered her head. "So Master Pei still remembers." Pei Jinya looked over in confusion. "Tell him to come to me." Not long after, Hanbin appeared with a look of surprise. When he saw Pei Jinya, he was very reserved and respectful. "Master Pei, put aside all distracting thoughts, and practice the mind method," Pei Jinya said concisely. Hanbin nodded, and also became serious. As he practiced the mind method, Pei Jinya keenly sensed the gas flowing slowly from the other person's body. "Not bad, you succeeded." Pei Jinya congratulated. Hanbin was a little embarrassed. Pei Jinya added, "In the future, practice according to this feeling. When this energy can fill the entire dantian, you can use this energy at will. The techniques and martial arts I teach can be used in combination. So don't worry. These gases can defend the body, and can also enhance the lethality when using martial arts." Hanbin gradually opened his mouth, and he seemed to have opened a window to a new world, completely redefining his understanding of martial arts. "It's actually possible. Starting tomorrow, follow us in actual combat training. This is the fastest way to become stronger." "Yes." Hanbin looked excited, and couldn't wait any longer. As he was talking, suddenly, gunshots were heard in the distance. Pei Jinya looked up. Li Yin hurried over. "It bad. Master Pei. Just now, we received a notice that our people encountered a group of foreign warriors while searching in the mountains, and are now confronting each other. Go and have a look." Pei Jinya stood up and said, I said, put the things down. The man who spoke was called Xia Hai, and he was also one of the first members of the Five Elements Mountain to follow Pei Jinya in training. Across from him, there were a dozen foreign warriors, who looked different from those from Xia country. Each of them was carrying a package, which seemed to contain weapons. The leading white-haired foreign warrior looked disdainful. Just because you have a gun in your hand, that doesn't mean you have a reason to make me put the things down, unless you beat me. Xia Hai looked fierce. You have come to my Xia country territory. No matter who you are, behave yourself. I say it again, the ore you took away, according to our country's special items protection law, is a key protected ore. You have crossed the bottom line by mining without a license. You just injured our people. Do you believe it or not? Even if I shoot you to death, it's okay. The foreign warriors on the opposite side started to stir. They were not afraid. But they were ready to move. In terms of numbers, they had the advantage. So it seems that he wants to silence them. Xia Hai obviously saw something, and pointed his gun at these people. Don't move. I say it again, don't move. The white-haired foreign warrior had a faint smile on his face. Maybe you don't know who I am? Let me introduce myself. One of the heirs of the Eisen family, Eisen to say. Xia Hai frowned. When the companion next to him heard the surname, his face changed slightly, and he leaned in and whispered, the Eisen family. One of the Empire wealthy families, engaged in the biological field, controls 1/3 of the Empire pharmaceutical market. I just checked this person, he is indeed one of the heirs of the Eisen family. Eisen Desai also heard their conversation, smiled slightly, spread his hands and said, so there is no need for us to make such a mess. In fact, this time I came to your Xia country, I was invited by your local people, otherwise I would not have flown 12 hours to come here. And all the procedures for our trip are formal and legal. As for the ore you mentioned, I don't know anything about it. I just think it looks good and want to take it back as a decoration, that all. Xia Hai put away his gun, put down the things, you can leave if you want. Dice frowned. You should win my friendship, instead of angering me, which will not benefit you or any of you. Friendship is honesty, and those who play tricks behind the scenes are villains. I will give you the same words. Put down your things and accept the friendship of our Xia country. Xia Hai said coldly, without giving in. The aura of Eisen Diesel slowly changed, seemingly much colder. A strong man beside him looked at him. The next second, suddenly he started. Bang! The first Xia country warrior, who was hit, didn't have time to react at all, and there was a crisp sound on his shoulder. Broken! Xia Hai's face changed, and he rushed over. The two groups of people immediately started fighting. However, what he didn't expect was that they were not even the opponents of these people. In a blink of an eye, the warriors of Xia country fell to the ground. Xia Hai's face was solemn. The strength of these people was only level 6, and the group on the opposite side actually had level 4 warriors. Eisen Diesel stood there, motionless, and let the people around him knock down all the warriors of Xia country. It a pity, you didn't win my friendship. Suddenly he frowned. Biren, I said, just destroy them, don't kill anyone. The 4th level warrior shrugged and said, sorry, I didn't control the strength well just now, I didn't think too much, these guys are so weak. Xia Hai's eyes were red. These guys are so lawless that they kill their people. Just as he rushed over, he was knocked away by a punch from the 4th level warrior named Biren. Xia Hai felt that his internal organs were displaced, blood was flowing out of his mouth uncontrollably. You? Biren stretched out his hand, and his fist stopped in front of Xia Hai's face. The strong wind was like a knife scraping on Xia Hai's face. His eyes were blazing with anger. Biren patted his face mockingly. What a pity. If this happened in our territory, you would be a corpse now. Cherish your chance to live. You waste. We should go. Someone is approaching. They should be from Xia country. Someone reminded him. Essen Desai nodded, and shouted, Biren, it's time to go, stop making trouble. It really troublesome. After what you did, I can't come here for at least 3 years, I really deserve it. Sorry. Boss, they are too weak. Biren's apology was not convincing enough. But Essen Desai didn't want to say anything more. Let go. Bang. Suddenly, the oncoming group of people flew backwards. Biren's face changed, he turned around and kicked with a whip kick, with amazing force, creating a surging wave of air, and kicked at the head of the person who came. However, the punch of the person who came, which was so ordinary that there was no fancy at all, made Biren's heart suddenly tense. Damn it! Who is he? Why is there such a terrifying guy here? It only took a moment for his inner defense to break. Biren roared in his heart, and was extremely panicked. In this instant, he had already sensed the horror of the person who came. The blood color on his face instantly disappeared, and he was no longer calm as before, as if he was playing cat and mouse. The tragic death of his teammates on the spot had frightened him out of his wits. Escape. Must escape. What escort mission? Who would consider these things when their lives are gone? Just as he was retreating, Pei Jinya followed him expressionlessly, and the terrifying energy that burst out from his powerful body squeezed the air around him fiercely. His fist swung out, as if it was so fast that even the soft eyes could not detect it. It had already fallen on Baron. Crack! The sound of the bones bursting was more chilling than any other sound. His body seemed to be sunken, and no matter how hard the bones were, they were useless at this moment. The skin on the outside cracked, and then the blood and flesh splattered, and the internal organs were crushed by the huge force and exploded. This moment happened too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Baron flew backwards, and hit the trunk of an ancient tree that 7 or 8 people hugged. With his head drooping, he spewed blood and foam, and was embedded in the tree trunk. With this little strength, you dare to come here and act so arrogantly? Pei Jinya slowly turned his head, and looked at Eisen Diesel opposite him. A glance frightened him so much that he staggered back a few steps. I am? Alan. Bang! He punched and his figure flew backwards. Advisor Pei. Someone shouted quickly, stopping Pei Jinya's next move. Pei Jinya turned his head, and saw that the person who came was the person in charge nearby. His last name was Gu, but he didn't remember his first name. The middle-aged man walked over quickly, and when he saw the tragic scene, his scalp suddenly went numb. It over. There were only these 2 words in his mind. Someone was killed. Which meant that the matter had become difficult. Advisor Pei. Leave the scene to me. Pei Jinya glanced at him, and motioned to Li Yin next to him. Call Master Zhao. Check this white-haired man. Whether to kill him or not. Anyway, everyone present is our own people. No one will gossip about others. Li Yin did as she was told. But the person in charge named Gu next to her was so scared that he was sweating profusely. No. Consultant Pei really can't do that. This man was born in the Empire, and his family background is prominent. He can't be killed rashly. There are many first-level and second-level strongmen behind him. Even if you want to kill him, you have to wait a while. You can't let him die on our territory. Pei Jinya looked at him. What you said makes sense. But his men killed my people. We can't just let this go. No matter what the man surnamed Gu thought. He walked straight to Eisen Desai. Stepped on him in front of him. Crack. The huge pain from the broken calf made Eisen Desai scream. And he fainted from the pain. Everyone was frightened, and they didn't dare to speak for a while. Even the person in charge surnamed Gu was stunned, and his brain completely shut down. There were only 2 words flashing wildly in his heart at overgo. Pei Jinya pulled Xiao Hai up, and led the remaining members to collect the bodies of their own people. He did not even look at the man surnamed Gu. He left quickly. 2 pieces of news. When Master Zhao reappeared in front of Pei Jinya, he had a bitter smile on his face, and was also relieved. Which one do you want to hear first? Pei Jinya glanced at him and said, It up to you. For me, no matter what the news is, it's actually the same. After that, he continued to write down the skills that each member needs to pay attention to. Master Zhao looked at him like this, smiled helplessly, pulled a bench over, and sat next to him. Putting down the bag in his hand, he said, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. Don't think it too little. He then opened another bottle of wine. I asked my master for this. This is a century-old wine. It was only by using your name that he could get it. Otherwise, he would not be willing to give me this wine. Then he poured 2 glasses of wine for Pei Jinya and himself. He looked at Pei Jinya. He pondered for a while before saying, Then let's talk about the secret powder first. This is indeed exciting news. The experts have tried many times, and have given an optimization plan. In order to thank you, they will give these 2 packs to your group first. After confirmation, they will give priority to you in the future. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. The speed of optimization was much faster than expected. He accepted 2 packets of secret powder. Then he looked. This time, Master Zhao was silent for a long time. When Pei Jinya looked at him, he smiled bitterly. Don't worry, no one means to blame you. On the contrary, some people above agree with your approach. After all, this is Xiao country, it is our territory. They can't come, kill people, and leave without a care in the world. Otherwise, It will trample on our personal dignity and national dignity. Pei Jinya simply said, "Oh." Master Zhao smiled bitterly. "Do you know the other party identity? Whether you know or not, it will not affect my judgment. If you think it is troublesome, I will withdraw." Before Pei Jinya finished speaking, Master Zhao stood up excitedly. "What are you talking about? What do you mean you withdraw? Bullshit. What the point of being an heir? We still have responsibilities for this matter. I just hate it. I left too early. Otherwise, I will help you kill 2 more. After saying that, he looked at Pei Jinya. "Heaven and earth can bear witness. What I said is true." Pei Jinya looked at him, smiled, raised his glass. Master Zhao also smiled, and the two clinked their glasses. "But to be honest, you are really decisive. It a pity that guy has left Xia country, said he was driven out, but those who understand will understand. There is no way. Several first-level warriors came from the Empire, and used some resources to exchange him, the brother who sacrificed. All arrangements have been given, and they will not be treated unfairly. Also, you must be careful next time. The Eisen family is collecting information about you." Pei Jinya heard this and smiled faintly. "Collecting information about me? Are you dissatisfied?" Master Zhao took a sip of wine, and shook his head and said, "It should be someone from the Ji Palace who sold your information. After several consecutive attacks, you have a nickname outside now." "What nickname?" "Pei. Listening to your words is like listening to your words." Ahem. The other side, Empire. The gloomy sky soon reigned. The ancient castle in the night, like the noble court of the legendary vampire. A stretched luxury car stopped. At the door, a group of people were waiting with umbrellas. Not long. Essen Diesel sat in a wheelchair. The middle-aged man in the lead walked forward, leaning down, greeting with a close face. "You've worked hard along the way." Essen Desai looked over numbly. "Where the information I want?" "Unfortunately, we know almost nothing about that person now. We only know that he and Ji Gong have fought," the middle-aged butler said apologetically. Essen Desai eyes turned, looking at the middle-aged butler. The middle-aged butler whispered, "We have invited the most famous intelligence personnel. Maybe we will be able to get the information we want soon. In addition, the head of the family is waiting for you upstairs." Essen Diesel was sitting in a wheelchair, and was pushed away. "Father, you are not to blame for what happened in Xiagua. But I want revenge. Of course, no one in this world can provoke us and get away unscathed. Let's talk about the crystal first. Have you confirmed the information?" "It has been confirmed, but it may be troublesome to take over that piece of land." "It must be taken. These crystals are very important to our family. You should stay at home and recover first. Let your brother be responsible for this matter." Essen Desai was a little unwilling, but facing his father's unquestionable eyes, he could only swallow all the words in his heart. That guy should be a quasi-level 3, but he is still a lot worse than Uncle Enk, Essen Desai said in a deep voice. His father looked at him, and said nothing. At this time, a phone call came in. Essen Desai watched his father answer the phone, and hung up the phone without saying a few words. "I don't know why I have a bad feeling in my heart." "Father, what wrong?" "Xiagua arranged someone to talk to us. They came for the man who hurt you." "I can't believe Xiagua actually protects him so much." "Father, then we—" Essen Diesel looked a little nervous. "He broke my leg and caused me so much harm. Don't he have to bear any punishment?" "I don't accept it. I can't accept it." The head of the Eisen family said slowly, "Of course I have to avenge you. But not now. Everything should be based on the overall situation. The overall situation is important." Eisen Diesel left the study with a sneer on his face. As if he was sneering. The night sky was full of stars. Pei Jinya had just finished practicing. Suddenly Li Yin came over and said, "Master Pei, please watch the news." Pei Jinya turned on the TV and found out that some netizens had taken a werewolf video from abroad. At present, this video has been exposed in China. The number of confirmed cases is increasing. It like a window paper has been punctured. What did the higher-ups say? Pei Jinya looked over. The method adopted by Xiagua before was to cover it up, not wanting the public to worry about it. But obviously, now this matter has been completely detonated. Li Yin shook her head. She didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. But now she felt a little palpitated for some reason. The frequency of werewolves appearing is increasing. Some people have already started saying that the end of the world is coming. Is it really the end of the world? Pei Jinya looked at her and smiled softly. So what if at the end of the world? It's nothing more than a few more mouths competing with us for food. If you become stronger, naturally no one can compete with you. Li Yin was startled. She had never thought about it this way. But now that Pei Jinya had pointed it out, she suddenly felt that it made sense. Someone hurried over to the corridor and walked up to Pei Jinya. Advisor Pei. There is a temporary notice from above. There is an emergency meeting. Li Yin looked at Pei Jinya and had some guesses in her mind. Pei Jinya looked at her and took out a booklet from his hand. The names are written on it, you distribute it, and practice according to the above in the next 2 days, and if you don't understand anything, wait for me to come back. After that, he left. When he reached the corner, Master Zhao called. Then he heard Pei Jinya's voice. Just found out, I'm on my way. In the meeting room. In addition to Master Zhao and Pei Jinya, the representatives of Wuxing Mountain also had a square-faced middle-aged man. I heard from Master Zhao that this square-faced person is a second-level expert, and his hard qigong is extremely strong. I didn't have the chance to meet him before. This time, Pei Jinya chatted with him for a while. Probably because he protected his teammates and killed the people of the Eisen family. The square-faced person admired Pei Jinya very much. Brother Fong is almost 60 years old. I really can't tell at all. Master Zhao, who was sitting next to him, heard Pei Jinyu addressing Fong as Director Fong, and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Strictly speaking, he had to call Director Fong Uncle Master. Sometimes, how come I lose face when we are talking about seniority? Director Fong looked at Pei Jinya and said with a smile, come visit me when you have time. I couldn't ask for more. 2 representatives from the Special Investigation Office came over. After they came in, they greeted Director Fong first. And then when they looked at Pei Jinya, they were quite polite. It was obvious that everyone was very polite to Pei Jinya. This was not only because of Pei Jinya's contribution, this is also due to his reputation for fighting his way through, which is enough to gain everyone respect. Soon, the minister who presided over the meeting appeared, and the meeting officially began. The fact that werewolves exist has now been made public. After consultation with the cabinet, the adjustment strategy has been determined. The next thing is the real purpose of our call for you. Xiaoang, play the VCR. The young man next to him tapped a few times on the computer. The picture began to appear on the projection. In the shaking camera, a group of people were running away frantically. A rough glance showed that there were about 7 or 8 people, with different skin colors. At first glance, you couldn't see anything at all. But then, a terrifying roar came from behind. The camera turned around. In the canyon 20 meters away, there was a huge body moving quickly, and 2 figures rushed over to the side. Every fight was earth-shattering. At the end of the shot, blood flowed like a river. A figure slowly appeared in the corner, where the camera was fixed, wolf head and human body. Crack. The other party crushed the camera. The picture stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the minister, including Pei Jinya. In several time periods in the video, the werewolf strength was shown. A 30-meter-high mountain was torn in half by a palm. Such combat power is already shocking. The minister slowly said, this is a video that happened in the non-Sageti grassland. It has been confirmed. It happened 3 days ago. The people in the picture are from a mercenary organization called Vulcan Cannon. The werewolf you saw has also been confirmed to be August, one of the strong candidates for the Wolf King. Competing for the Wolf King? Someone in the meeting room couldn't help but speak out. The minister on the first seat nodded and said, currently. In addition to August, there are Vera and Des. These 3 are the strongest under the Wolf King. We have also received accurate information. The old Wolf King is about to abdicate, and in the future, these 3 strongest men of the new generation will experience a 3-month battle. In the above video, Vulcan Cannon lost 2 level 2 warriors, and if nothing unexpected happens, August already has quasi-level 1 strength. As the minister spoke, everyone's face became solemn. According to reliable information, not only werewolves, some beasts have already shown signs of evolution. Another video was played. The minister voice continued, what you are seeing now is a quasi-level 3 warrior attacking a mutant marine creature. Considering the impact of seawater on our mobility, the combat power of this warrior can be considered as level 4 or quasi-level 4, but it also shows the strength of this mutant marine creature. Everyone, don't forget, on this planet, the area of the ocean is far greater than that of the land. If the overlord of the ocean mutates and has the ability to land, then the living space for us humans will become even smaller. Pei Jinya looked at the megalodon in the picture, and inexplicably thought of those beasts in the real world. Don't say it, they really look a bit like each other. After the meeting, Master Zhao looked at Pei Jinya. Let go to your place and sit down. Pei Jinya nodded. After exchanging contact information with Director Fong, The two left together. It seems that things are getting uneasy outside. What do you think? What do you think? Even some beasts that eat people without blinking and I have begun to become stronger. If they really compete with us humans for territory in the future, it will be a headache. Petunia suddenly asked, when did you start to discover werewolves? That was a long time ago. It seems to be the last century. Master Zhao pondered for a while and said, at that time, a corresponding expert group was established, which was also the predecessor of the Special Investigation Institute. But it was not as common as it is now. Most of the time, the news was heard from abroad. When did they become more common in the country? Petunia asked. It seems that they have increased in number in the past few days. Master Zhao thought for a while. The Wolf King is a first-class strongman. I remember that he has not appeared for many years. I didn't expect that when I heard about him again. The old Wolf King was about to abdicate. I watched the video, and August was very cruel. Have you heard about the other two? No. This is the first time I have heard of these three names. Master Zhao suddenly remembered something. How is the training of Li Yan and the other little guys going now? Petunia didn't mean to hide it. There are currently 3 levels. The first level where Li Yan can officially practice real magic in 2 days. The other 2 levels still need to continue practicing. Oh, right. Petunia remembered 5 animal play. I will finalize the final version and give it to you tomorrow. What? Master Zhao was stunned. He didn't understand. I have completely forgotten about this matter. Petunia explained. It is a physical skill that can be popularized. Master Zhao suddenly realized, but smiled bitterly. I may not be free tomorrow. The Foreign Affairs Office and the Eisen family are going to talk. They have been making big moves in the country recently. We need to warn them. Do you want me to go over and help? No. Master Zhao refused decisively. He didn't dare to let Petunia go. If they started fighting, then it's not just as simple as the current negotiation. The attitude of the Eisen family is a bit ambiguous now. The higher-ups are preparing to put pressure on us. After all, this is Xia country, not their empire territory. We can't ignore our master when we do anything. When Petunia heard that he didn't let him go, he lost interest. Then we talk about it when you come back. I heard that you take them to trials every day now. Master Zhao laughed. Too cruel. The higher-ups joked that. If this goes on, I guess all the werewolves in the country will be killed by you guys soon. Petunia shook his head and laughed. The next morning, on the Xia side, the negotiators led by Master Zhao had followed the convoy to the state guest house, where a banquet was held. The Eisen family also personally sent an heir, who was also Eisen to say brother, regarding what happened in Xiling. There is no point in saying more. Everyone present here is a wise person. There is no need to make some things so ugly. The past can be put behind us. You should also stop your recent intelligence work. If you continue, it will not look good on either of you. Master Zhao got straight to the point. I already know what Mr. Zhao means. You are really worrying too much. The person who spoke was Eisen Diesel brother. Eisen Dylan. I already know the whole story. It was indeed my disappointing brother who made the mistake first. I never thought of doing anything to Petunia. Master Zhao looked at him. His eyes calm. He didn't believe a word of what the other party said. Eisen Dylan smiled, his blue eyes like a gorgeous flower. But an old man next to him said hoarsely, Petunia injured to say so badly, which inevitably surprised some elders in the family. They are quite interested in your strong man and want to meet him. It's not a big deal. Right? Master Zhao narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man next to Eisen Dylan. The aura emanating from the other party is definitely not that of a weakling. Level 2? Or quasi-level 2? The old man chin is very sharp, and his voice is hoarse and uncomfortable to listen to. Mr. Zhao, why are you so worried? I heard that Mr. Pei is also a martial arts expert who can kill a level 3 expert. Why is he hiding behind? We just want to get to know each other. Don't you even give us this face? Master Zhao frowned. He sneered in his heart. No one would believe you. At this time, the phone vibrated. He gestured to the people of the Eisen family. Excuse me. He walked to the side and looked at the text message on the phone. The message said that a large number of werewolves appeared not far from the capital, and Petunia had led the team there. Master Zhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This thing that happened was too coincidental. Just after the negotiation here, there was a big mess over there. He looked suspiciously at the foreigners not far away. He pondered for a moment. He sent a message to Director Feng. Uncle Master, can you arrange some experts to help Petunia? I'm worried about a problem. No matter if it's just a guess or not. The werewolf suddenly moved. There must be something going on. We must send more people over. I go there in person. Thank you, Uncle Master. Master Zhao felt relieved when he saw this. It was also at this time. Dylan looked at him. Let's stop the negotiation for now. I think you need time to consider our conditions. Master Zhao looked at the other party suspiciously as he left. He felt uneasy for some reason. He boarded the helicopter alone. Pei Jinya made a gesture, and then, under the escort of the pilot, he headed to the scene of the incident. Li Yan and others were in the key of cultivation. There was no need to participate in the war, so he left them at the base. More than 70 kilometers away from the base. Suddenly, the helicopter sounded an alarm. Something suddenly appeared in the clouds ahead. Attack! Not good, there is an attack! The pilot suddenly shouted. Pei Jinya's face also changed. He untied his seatbelt. A figure jumped out and rushed to the cockpit. Boom! A huge fire mushroom bloomed in the air. Alarm! Alarm! The ground monitoring base discovered this emergency. And everyone's face changed. Our plane was bombarded by artillery. Soon, everyone reacted. Send all the frontline personnel to me. We must find the murderer, kill him without mercy. Also send more personnel to search for the crew members, and make sure to keep the scene. The motorcade downstairs of the state guest house began to leave. In the car, a satellite phone was handed to Dylan. We successfully detonated the helicopter. So he dead? Dylan asked calmly. Definitely dead. No one can survive such an explosion, not to mention that it was more than 4,000 meters high. Leave Xia country now, someone will pick you up. Your bounty will not be less. The phone was hung up. The old man next to him looked at him. Xia country has indeed blocked Xiling. Although they don't know what it is estimated that they can't hide it for long. The crystal ore must be obtained. Unfortunately, I was ambushed, and the helicopter was blown up. Pei Jinya contacted Master Zhao immediately. Master Zhao's face changed. What? Where are you now? In the mountain stream 50 kilometers west of the base. The other party has heavy weapons. I think you should check what this means. Master Zhao's face turned pale when he heard this. I will say hello to Director Fong. You be careful, keep in touch. Yes. Pei Jinya hung up the phone, looking at the dying pilot. Can you hear me? Pei Jinya looked at him. The pilot looked only 23 or 24 years old. His face was covered in blood. And he nodded with difficulty. Don't worry. You won't die. Take this phone. And Master Zhao will contact you at any time. Pei Jinya comforted him. He patted the pilot's shoulder. What are you going to do? The pilot said with difficulty. Don't worry about me. They should be here soon. If Master Zhao and the others ask about me, just say I went out to relax. Without waiting for the pilot to say anything else, Pei Jinya went into the jungle. Then he started to escape and disappeared from the spot. Inside the state guest house. After calling Director Fong, Master Zhao was furious. These guys are really lawless. He quickly called Dylan again and said coldly, Dylan, you are playing with fire by doing this. Dylan's tone was very calm. Mr. Zhao, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. If you anger us, you will suffer. Master Zhao said grimly. Dylan whispered, what fruit are you eating? I really don't understand what you are saying. Master Zhao hung up the phone. There is no point in saying more. In the car, Dylan put down his phone, looked at the sky outside the French window, which was the direction where the helicopter exploded. No matter how strong a warrior is, he is still a human being, and he is ultimately fragile. You are not dead. Somewhere in the forest, there was a voice of surprise and anger. Fira's face was full of horror. Several pieces of flesh on his arm had been cut off, and it looked bloody. The shock and astonishment in his eyes were almost instantly filled with the fear rising in his heart. The other party killed their people as soon as they appeared. If it weren't for his strong sixth sense, he would probably have become a corpse, like his companions on the ground. But even so, you can't survive. You will never know what it means to offend the Aizen family. Get out of here. Virus scolded Pei Jinya, enduring the severe pain in his body, and rushed forward fiercely. But just as he was approaching, he suddenly turned his feet. He rushed towards the waterfall. If he wants to live, he must escape. Ah! Suddenly, a scream sounded. Virus' back was pierced. He fluttered in the air. His eyes were full of horror, but also a flash of doubt. For some reason, the air in front of him seemed to have turned into a swamp. And he couldn't move at all. Damn. What going on? Pei Jinya figure instantly appeared in front of him. And a whip kick fell down. With great force. Virus hurriedly raised his arms to block it. Crack. The sound of bones breaking came from his arms immediately. Followed by a scream. Virus flew backwards from midair and slammed into the ground in the bushes. Damn it! The power was really strong. After hitting the ground, it bounced up quickly. Swoosh. However, Pei Jinya was faster. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. From top to bottom, he stabbed down with an extremely domineering sword, and went straight through the top of Phyla's head. Ah! The scream stopped abruptly. Pei Jinya other hand also touched it at the same time. Into a dream. Endless darkness descended, and rolling memories came to his face. 300 million. I want him dead. But you have to know. That is Xia territory after all. It is very difficult to kill him. 500 million. If you can't even do that, then I can only change people. 500 million. We Vulcan Cannon will give you a satisfactory answer. Camp. Aizen gave a deposit of 100 million. It seems that they can't wait to kill that Xia warrior. Have you found out the details of Pei? So far, we only know that he has fought with Ji Gong, and his strength is not weak. Is there no information about Pei identity? He can't have just popped out of a crack in the stone. Right? This is absolutely impossible. Yes. So we guess. There are only two possibilities. Either his identity has been completely kept secret by Xiaogua, or this Pei has just appeared. There is very little information about him in the outside world. And this kind of investigation is also the most difficult. We are like looking for a needle in a haystack. Do the people of the Aizen family hate that Xia country warrior so much? I made 10 calls in one day, all asking about the progress. Of course they hate it. Aizen Diesel legs are completely useless. In the future, he can only use prosthetic limbs or sit in a wheelchair. This is such a heavy blow to him. I heard that his brother Aizen Dylan has taken over his power. It ready. Aizen Dylan has gone there first. His negotiation with the Xia kingdom will attract most of the attention. This is our chance. Check the powder. When attracting, everyone be on guard. New skill. Shui Golden Snake Technique Proficiency plus 50%. Beside the mountain stream. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. Aizen. He sneered. Sure enough. The people of the rich are used to being domineering. They killed our people, but they think they are the victims. Do you just rely on the fact that your family has a first-class expert? He lowered his gaze. Now that he has offended the Aizen family, it will definitely be troublesome next time. But Pei Jinya is not under such great pressure. There are more and more traces of monsters, which is an opportunity for him. It is only a matter of time to become a first-class expert in this world. Besides, he can return to reality. When the extraordinary gene is synthesized and advanced, one day he will crush the experts in this world. Sitting on a pile of corpses, Pei Jinya took a photo and saved it. After dealing with all the members of Vulcan Cannon, Pei Jinya finished searching the corpses and did not waste any more time. He turned around and went back into the jungle, chasing after the remaining werewolves. Without the restraint of the Vulcan Cannon members, Pei Jinya killed even faster. Health plus 11. Health plus 9. Health plus 14. 20 minutes. Except for the group of werewolves that completely ran away, the werewolves that were slaughtered by Pei Jinya brought him more than 600 attribute points in total. It was considered a small supplement to his strength. Pei Jinya suddenly raised his eyebrows. He got the information that a heritage place called Tianzong Ruins had quietly appeared in the world. It was also thanks to the memory of so many strong people that he was able to know that Tianzong and Tianzong Ruins was the peak existence among the first-level strong people at that time, and it was said that he lived for a full 800 years. 800 years is quite explosive even in the Federation world. Although there are some. They are extraordinary after all. And there are very few of them. The fact that Master Tianzong can live so long in this world by his own strength is enough to prove his extraordinariness. Combined with the memories in my mind, it is said that this Master Tianzong has a way to prolong his lifespan. And he is a powerful martial artist. He passed away 20 years ago. There has always been a saying that Tianzong ruins, but no one could find him. Until today. 20 years later, he actually appeared. When Pei Jinya returned to the pilot leaned against the tree, and seemed to be able to move. He turned his head and saw Pei Jinya, and was a little surprised. Consultant Pei. Aren't they here yet? Pei Jinya glanced at the time. It had been so long, why hadn't anyone shown up yet? The signal here is a little bad. The pilot handed Pei Jinya phone over. Fortunately, it didn't take long. The search and rescue team showed up. Pei Jinya talked to Master Zhao on the phone. Didn't you see Director Fong? No. What the situation on your side? Master Zhao was also a little anxious. It was obvious that the Eisen family had made full arrangements, otherwise they wouldn't be so confident. Now the explosion of the plane has been known by many intelligence organizations, especially when it comes to Pei Jinya. Many people think he is dead. Even someone from the top of the Xia country called to ask about it personally. Pei Jinya stood on the top of the mountain and noticed a dozen black spots approaching in the distance. It was the support team from Xia country. I'm fine. The pilot was injured. I bandaged him temporarily. But he still needs treatment. Don't worry. I have contacted the ground command center. They replied that they have located your whereabouts. The crew, including the doctor, will bandage him as soon as possible. After Master Zhao finished speaking, he quickly asked, "Where are the people chasing you? All dead? Dead?" Master Zhao was stunned. How did they die? I killed them. Ah, no one is left alive. No need. It has been confirmed that they are members of the Vulcan Cannon. It turned out to be these guys. Master Zhao was immediately furious. So many people died on the non-Saigeti grassland, and they still have the capital to come here to cause trouble. I will report to the cabinet right now. They can wait to die. One more thing. Without waiting for Pei Jinya to speak, Master Zhao told him about the Tianzong ruins. If it weren't for the geological disaster that revealed the ruins behind, we wouldn't have found it at all. Now everyone is rushing over there. If nothing unexpected happens, more and more people will be eyeing that place. I go. In that area of Southeast Asia. I personally suggest that you don't go there. The people from the Eisen family and the Ji Palace must be eyeing you. The situation will be extremely complicated by then. I understand. Master Zhao understood what he meant after hearing these 3 words. We will also have strong people going there. Do you want to follow the plane? No, I will act alone, so as not to cause any more trouble. Those, keep in touch at any time. When the rescue team appeared, only the pilot was left. Where is Consultant Pei? He went out to relax. A group of crew members were full of questions. The news that Pei Jinya died on the plane quickly spread back to the Eisen family. Eisen Desai laughed extremely harshly in the room alone. Suddenly the housekeeper phone vibrated. He saw the body of Phyrus, and then saw Pei Jinya, and his face changed instantly. He is not dead. Eisen Desai laughter stopped abruptly. His ferocious expression was almost twisted on his face, and he looked over in astonishment. He snatched the phone from the butler. He swore he had been dreaming about this face these days. Even if it turns to ashes, I will remember this face. But his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the butler and said word by word, "Didn't you tell me that he was dead?" Master, please wait for me to make a phone call to ask about the details. The butler made a phone call in front of Eisen Diesel. His face became uglier and uglier. Eisen Diesel watched him hang up the phone and walked over, as if he was suppressing his anger. He asked, "So why didn't he die?" The housekeeper wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said helplessly, "I heard that he was not on the plane." "How is that possible? Didn't the Vulcan Cannon people take photos to prove that he was on the plane?" Eisen Diesel wanted to kill all the guys from the Vulcan Cannon right now. The housekeeper smiled bitterly and said, "It's just a trick. We were all deceived by Xiaogua. These cunning guys, they saw through our plan long ago. Waste. A bunch of waste." Eisen Diesel was furious on the spot. His handsome face was now livid and twisted. The housekeeper didn't dare to say anything else. He knew that the second young master in front of him was in a rage, and was afraid of being taken out on. But he looked at the secretary. Suddenly, he had an inexplicable thought. The photo was uploaded suddenly. Why does it feel like it was sent to him by Pei Jinya? Is it fake? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How dare the guy provoke their Eisen family in this way? He really deserves to die. Eisen Desai roared. I really couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. This guy posted such a photo, it clearly a provocation. Find him, I want him dead. The housekeeper hurriedly called the Vulcan Cannon. Vulcan Cannon base. It a pity that we were fooled by a Xia country warrior this time. A burly man sat in the boss chair, turned around and said, "The Eisen family is very angry. This matter cannot be leaked. Otherwise it will have a great impact on our reputation. What should we do now? The headquarters will send 2 level 2 experts to go out in person. Even if the guy named Pei is a level 3 expert, he will die. We should have done this long ago. There is a problem with the intelligence. All bonuses of everyone in the intelligence team this month will be deducted. Okay. But I need to explain that. At present, we have lost Pei whereabouts. Don't worry. He will eventually show his tail. The man suddenly said, by the way, there seems to be a treasure in Southeast Asia. Go and check what's going on. You can contact Pilot Pao when necessary. Understood. Empire. In the castle of the Eisen family. The butler looked at Eisen Diesel. Master. It has been arranged. In order to make up for the mistakes they made, the Vulcan Cannon is willing to reduce the reward by 100 million. You should know, I don't want to hear this. As for saving 100 million in rewards, Essen Desai didn't care at all. This money, to him, was just a number. The housekeeper lowered his head and said respectfully, they will send 2 level 2 warriors this time, but it will take some time. Xia Country has now hidden Pei whereabouts. It will be difficult to find him. Xia Country again, can you lure him out? Essen Desai frowned and said, it will take some time. Where is my brother? The eldest young master is still in Xia Country. The other party has no direct evidence, so they can't do anything to him. It's really difficult for him. The housekeeper looked at Eisen Diesel cold expression, hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up the courage to say, in fact, the eldest young master has always been concerned about your affairs. How hypocritical. He just cares whether this matter can attract my father praise. Don't think I don't know. Eisen Diesel didn't listen at all, and roared coldly. Seeing this, the butler didn't dare to say anything. He went to Southeast Asia alone. After using the flash escape, the time cost was greatly saved. However, in order not to cause the warning of satellite monitoring, Pei Jinya was very careful. The journey that originally took half a day, he only took more than half an hour. However, it consumed some attribute points. The Tianzong ruins were found in Yejin Kingdom, which is located in the southern part of Southeast Asia. Yejin Kingdom is a country composed of many islands. The main island is very large. Even 7 to 8 times larger than the country where Jigong is located. After arriving in Yejin country, Pei Jinya has already changed the appearance of the locals. As for the dialect here, the train station is full of people. And the alley is full of people. After cleaning up the scene skillfully, even if the official intelligence personnel of Yejin country stood in front of Pei Jinya, they would never think of the truth. It seems that the troubles encountered by this country are even bigger than those of Xia country. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, combined with the scenes in memory, many of the ferocious beasts in Yejin country have evolved and become extremely ferocious. Werewolves also appear here quite frequently. In the evening, Pei Jinya killed more than a dozen werewolves along the way, and was hunted down by the officials of Yejin country for this, and had to change several identities. I solved the trouble for them, but they still hunted me down? I really don't understand. Didn't I just blow up 2 of his buildings? You are so stingy. Master Zhao finally got in touch with Pei Jinya. After receiving the relevant information about Yejin country, Pei Jinya realized that there were people from Yejin country here. After the code was matched, Pei Jinya was taken to a secret safe house in Yejin country of Xia country. Rest for the next 2 days. Rest? Won't more and more people know about it? Pei Jinya looked over and expressed his incomprehension. The person in charge of the safe house was also named Zhao. He could vaguely hear people calling him doctor. Dr. Zhao looked at Pei Jinya and shook his head. The situation is more complicated than we thought. What do you mean? Come with me. There is a secret room in the safe house. After Dr. Zhao passed the iris test, he took Pei Jinya in. He handed over a file. This is the latest information we have obtained. The paper is still warm. When Pei Jinya took the file and read it, Dr. Zhao also explained sympathetically, we had planned to go today, as soon as we received you, but man proposes. God disposes. Now this quasi-level werewolf named Des has led a large number of werewolves to land near the ruins. If nothing unexpected happens, they are still fighting. Are werewolves also interested in this ruins? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Dr. Zhao nodded. At present, a lot of data has shown that the werewolf organization has a strict hierarchy. Above level 3, they all have a certain level of intelligence. Especially for candidates like Des, who are competing for the Wolf King. Their IQ may not be lower than that of us humans. So we can't think of them with the intelligence of wild beasts. Pei Jinya saw the intelligence saying that hundreds of warriors had died in the ruins in just half a day. He looked at Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence. Not only werewolves, some of all beasts also appeared near the ruins, trying to get involved. The fighting near the ruins was more intense than imagined. The images taken by the satellite showed that the river around the ruins had been stained red with blood. Ordinary thermal weapons are useless against them. If we use advanced thermal weapons, the consequences of the destruction on the scene may be something that we humans cannot afford. Moreover, Dr. Zhao sighed. In the non-Saigiti grassland, the Empire used nuclear weapons once to attack the Agu. But the result was, it was still alive. Pei Jinya pondered. How many people did we sacrifice? During the retreat, more than 20 elites were sacrificed. Dr. Zhao sighed. The werewolf's perception of the ruins is far beyond our imagination. I even suspect that the appearance of the ruins is related to them. It does sound a bit weird. But when you think about it, even nuclear weapons can't cause substantial damage to a quasi-level 1 werewolf like August. It seems that some things are weird and reasonable. At present, the headquarters is still sending experts here, but there may be some troubles on the surface. So for a while, we can only find a way ourselves. Seeing this, Pei Jinya asked, how many experts do we have here? Including me, there are only 4 warriors above level 2. So few? Standing with Dr. Zhao, Pei Jinya could feel the difference in his temperament. He is definitely a master. Pei Jinya was not surprised to hear him admit it. Now he is thinking more about. More and more masters are heading here. Yi Jin country itself has first and second level martial arts masters. According to the current difficulty, it is really difficult to take over the Tianzong ruins. The werewolf tribe currently has the greatest advantage, after our major human organizations have withdrawn. Other beast tribes have borne the brunt of the impact. Everyone is counting on these beast tribes to consume more werewolf tribes. Dr. Zhao gestured to Pei Jinya to look at the 7th report. At present, we have received accurate information that Tianzong ruins has a large number of mechanisms. Even if there are no werewolves to clear the way, we will not be able to enter for a while. Mechanism? Pei Jinya looked over. Dr. Zhao nodded. These mechanisms are very powerful. We have experienced this when we were on the periphery. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been left behind. I am very curious. What exactly is the Tianzong ruins? Pei Jinya asked. Dr. Zhao pondered and said, 20 years ago, before Master Tianzong passed away, he once said that he would leave all his life learning in a secret place, waiting for the destined person to open it. You may have heard of Master Tianzong. He created a breathing method. Extremely powerful. I'm afraid he came here for this breathing method. After the introduction, Dr. Zhao took out another file. This is the list of masters we collected and sorted out. These people have arrived. These lists will be added later. Pei Jinya opened the file. Dr. Zhao explained. This is the first level warrior Yinyafu of Yejin Kingdom. He is now 87 years old and rarely comes out. But he still appeared near the ruins today. 87 years old. Not young, but still in peak condition? Pei Jinya looked over. Dr. Zhao shook his head. I took a look today. He should have started to decline. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and this is his territory. Few people dare not give him face. He is the only first-level strongman in Yejin Kingdom. The other 18 are called his 18 guards, and they are all declared to be second-level strongmen. But according to our intelligence, half of them have only quasi-level 2 strength. These people are members of Vulcan Cannon. So far only one quasi-level 2 warrior has come, codenamed Thunder Cannon. In addition to these human warriors, there are also some beasts that have shown strength above quasi-level 2, such as this big black bird, and a leopard, and even snakes. Dr. Zhao has been doing intelligence work outside for many years, so he knows a lot of things. Through him, Pei Jinya heard a lot of things. It's strange to say. It like many beasts have evolved all of a sudden. But if you say that their size has grown 3 or 5 times overnight, is this possible? And our satellites couldn't track them before, which is outrageous. Pei Jinya understood what he meant. Do you think that these beasts have actually existed for a long time? But now the environment has changed. So they appear on their own initiative? Yes, I do suspect that. Dr. Zhao said another fact that Pei Jinya didn't know. The real Tianzong ruins is not on that island, but under the sea. We roughly judged at the time that the space is very large. There are many secret passages in the Grand Palace above. We tried to search with drones, but the magnetic field there is very strange, and all electronic equipment is ineffective. It a magical place? Could it be that all this was done by Master Tianzong? We can't be sure. After all, this master is too mysterious. I'm curious, have our people ever had contact with him? Pei Jinya used we, instead of you. This kind of rhetoric can easily deepen the relationship between each other. Dr. Zhao nodded. Yes, Master Tianzong has an uncertain life. No one knows his true background. His appearance is more like our Asia, yellow skin, and he is proficient in languages and customs from all over the world. 25 years ago, I had the honor to meet this senior. Have you met him in person? Pei Jinya asked in surprise. Dr. Zhao nodded and smiled. I am 48 years old this year. Unexpectedly? Pei Jinya shook his head. I thought you were about the same age as Master Zhao, at most 30. Ha ha ha. Dr. Zhao laughed heartily. I was already in college when he was born. It was also a coincidence that I met Master Tianzong that year. We were trapped in the Arctic, and it was Master Tianzong who rescued us. Breaking out of the sea. That kind of ability is really... I will never forget it. After listening to his description, Pei Jinya suddenly thought of magicians. However, this world knows too little about magicians. When Pei Jinya admitted it himself, he thought he could get to know a few from Xia country. But he was told that there was only one. So Master Tianzong is a magician? No. He is a swordsman. But he should have studied magic as well. But it seems that his moves are different from those of magicians. I didn't see him use hand seals at that time. He was galloping on the waves. And with one sword. The surrounding environment changed. Pei Jinya became interested when he heard this. Soon, night fell. Lightning flashed across the night sky, and soon illuminated the entire ruins island. Did you see it? Dr. Zhao asked in a low voice. Pei Jinya nodded, his eyes solemn. In the night, Pei Jinya and Dr. Zhao both looked very solemn. Just now, in the northwest corner of the island, a group of human warriors tried to sneak into the ruins, but dozens of falcons with a body of 1 or 2 meters were as fast as lightning. If it were daytime, these huge falcons would naturally not be able to hide their actions. But now, under the cover of the night, the trajectory was completely unclear. But in almost the blink of an eye, those human warriors didn't even have time to react, and they lost their heads. With Pei Jinya eyesight, he could completely catch that these people were beheaded by the falcons in an instant. Boom! The thunder exploded. It seemed as if the whole island was shaken by the thunder. Dr. Zhao suddenly exclaimed. He saw something. Pei Jinya looked up at the sky. It going to thunder. Maybe. He can use the thunder to strengthen himself. Anyway, a group of top masters are fighting in the ruins. He didn't have a chance. So he might as well hurry up and refine it. So strong. A first-level warrior has joined the battle. Dr. Zhao's face changed slightly. Pei Jinya looked up. Boom boom boom, the air in the distance made an explosion. Pei Jinya was on full alert. In his perception, this kind of power far exceeded most 9th-level warriors in the Federation world. Let alone other things. Just talking about the 9-Light Blackwing Envoy. The fighting power that this old guy burst out at the time was completely inferior to the other party. His eyes were solemn. Who was the man who just rushed in? One of the 3 kings of Southeast Asia Biden in the past. He had a peak duel with the leader of Yejin Kingdom Yenyafu, and was defeated in half a move. Now it seems that his strength has improved a lot. Dr. Zhao suddenly exclaimed. The one who fought with him was the werewolf Des. Biden didn't get any advantage. Could it be that Des has entered the first level? Dr. Zhao exclaimed directly. The next second, the night seemed to be torn apart suddenly. A terrifying air current rushed up into the sky. The storm that had been condensed finally vanished because of this level of battle. Pei Jinya suddenly felt sorry. It gone. He cursed inwardly. Just at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky again. Many people raised their heads and looked, but when they looked over, their faces suddenly changed. They saw a huge figure coming rapidly from a distance, extremely terrifying, and when it swooped down, the dark clouds in the sky, cracking everywhere. This is... Pei Jinya's face changed. Run. Dr. Zhao also reacted in time, and ran away. Immediately afterwards, the entire ruins was filled with explosions, like countless shells falling. A series of vibrations directly ignited the emotions of this night battle. The 2 survivors looked at each other. Dr. Zhao was in doubt. What was that just now? Did you see it? Pei Jinya nodded. It a bat. It more than 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary bat, densely packed, forming a bat army. There must be thousands of them. Right? Probably more than that. Crazy, all crazy, for a human heritage. Is that necessary? Pei Jinya heard what Dr. Zhao said, looked at him, and fell silent. He suddenly remembered that in the Federation world, He had also encountered the madness of strange beasts. Wasn't the original Huashan pill as crazy as it is now? So, perhaps in the things left by Master Tianzong, there are things these strange beasts need. Not necessarily a technique, but a magic pill or elixir. Is there such a thing? Dr. Zhao was stunned, but he felt that it made sense. Your words are really possible. From the beginning, no one knew what Master Tianzong had left behind. Even the werewolf death has already been dispatched. If it is said that it came from Master Tianzong technique, it is a bit far-fetched. For non-humans like them, it is another matter whether they can practice. It can make them fight so hard. I don't think it is as simple as the technique. Pei Jinya looked at the center of the battle in the distance again. Perhaps, for these guys, they already know what's down there. After a while, Pei Jinya left. Dr. Zhao and his men continued to stay at the position to monitor. Not far away, Pei Jinya used some tricks to finally bewitched a pangolin. The false bewitching is the spiritual meat and wine handed over. The real bewitching is to beat him up severely. If he doesn't cooperate, he will continue to beat until it obeys. So there really is a spiritual medicine down there. Everyone is fighting for it. Can you become an immortal if you eat this spiritual medicine? 1 or 2 of you are fighting so hard. If you are like this, I will be serious. Besides the spiritual medicine, what else is there? Who is this Master Tianzong? He actually has more than one spiritual medicine. Pei Jinya finally let the pangolin go, but before letting it go, he took out a piece of dried spiritual meat. The pangolin had never eaten such delicious food in its life, and it didn't want to leave immediately. It stared at Pei Jinya blankly, hugged his legs, and refused to let go. Go and call more of your little brothers. I give you 1 piece for every 10 of them. After the pangolin understood, it disappeared quickly. Not long after, there was a sound of breaking ground. More than 20 pangolins stared at Pei Jinya with burning eyes. They were all tricked by the original pangolin with delicious food. Don't say anything from now on. We are all family. As long as I have something to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Let's dig the ground first. After digging, I will give you more spirit meat. In fact, these pangolins can't really get close to the ground. On the one hand, there are other ferocious beasts watching covetously. On the other hand, Master Tianzong left a lot of tricks in this ruins. They are also afraid. From what it said, Master Tianzong swept the entire world of strange beasts. Now that he is dead, everyone gradually became active. It happened to be the time when spiritual energy was revived. Without the restraint of the strongest human, 1 or 2 of them would inevitably become domineering. But now, Pei Jinya found another way. Don't take the main road from the side. I give you a blueprint, dig along this line, once something approaches, stop, dig quietly. Watch these pangolins leave. There were more rumbles not far away, almost attracting the attention of the whole audience. Pei Jinya looked up and saw that one of the 3 kings, Bai Tan, was fighting against the werewolf Des. With his vision, the night had no effect at all, and he could really see the fight between the 2 strong men. Bai Tan was a young man who looked only in his 30s. But according to Dr. Zhao, he was already 60 years old, and was still at the peak of his energy and blood. So he looked very young. It was like a flame wrapped around his fist, and the blazing light was very dazzling in the night. But Pei Jinya was more surprised by this relic. In the outside world, the punch that Vitam had just thrown was so powerful that it could have shattered the mountain in front of him. But it didn't. It seemed that everything on this island was protected by a certain force, so that everyone's destructive power was reduced by at least 70%. This place is very strange, Pei Jinya pondered. Very interested. But now the people gathered there are basically the most advanced combat forces. He would be easily caught. Besides, the trap left by Master Tianzong had not been broken. It would be useless for him to go. The battle continued, and it was a huge crowd, and soon they circled behind the mountain. Pei Jinya didn't know whether Dr. Zhao had moved, but he had left anyway. It would be a shame for me not to use this time to practice. It wasn't until the second half of the night that the fighting finally showed signs of ending, and the roars of the beasts didn't know when they began to end. Pei Jinya finished his training. A few hours of training seemed to pass by in the blink of an eye. When he found Dr. Zhao was yawning, a little tired. You're here. How was the battle last night? Pei Jinya asked. When he talked about this, Dr. Zhao's face showed a little more expression. It was very heroic. According to statistics, at least half of the people brought by Vitam died. 4 of the 18 guards of Yejin Kingdom died. However, Vitam and the werewolf Des still couldn't decide the winner. An hour ago, Baitan and his men had already retreated. Des was guarding the ruins, and was unwilling to chase them. There is a high probability that he will take action today. Pejinia was a little surprised. So many people died? Those beasts were completely crazy. 90% of the bats died last night. Most of them were killed by hawks. Now everyone is on their own. Dr. Zhao said with some gloating. Animals are animals. If they work together, we humans will definitely have no chance of winning now. Pejinia thought. I'm just curious, the werewolf guarded the ruins and didn't let others get close. Could it have a way to open the ruins? Dr. Zhao was stunned. Yes, why is it doing this? Is there really a way? Now that I think about it, it seems that it was really the first to appear. When we fought, if it wanted, we would have suffered greater losses, but at that time it was focused on entering the ruins, so it also gave us time to retreat. Seeing this, Pejinia, shaking his head, he said, the appearance of the Tianzong ruins itself is a bit abrupt. Before this, did anyone know that Des was here? I really didn't know. It last appeared 7 days ago. In the grassland area more than 400 kilometers away from here. No one knew it would appear here quietly. Listening to the movement coming from afar from time to time, Pejinia said faintly, these guys don't feel tired. To be honest, werewolves have the strongest physical strength. Dr. Zhao was also somewhat envious. Nature choice, the only good news is that their lifespan is not as good as ours, otherwise they will rule the planet sooner or later. Soon, the war that broke out last night lasted until the early morning of the next day. It finally ended, no sound, dead silence. But the pungent smell of blood could be smelled from a long distance. Haven't people from the country come yet? Pejinia asked with his eyes back. Dr. Zhao shook his head. The Yejin kingdom has blocked the border, not only our Xia country, but also more than a dozen countries outside have sent representatives, and are now negotiating with Yejin country. But I feel that Yejin country intends to delay until the ruins are opened. They want to take the treasures in the ruins as soon as possible. Pejinia raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Does that mean that even if we get the treasures, we may not be able to leave Yejin country? Dr. Zhao shrugged. In theory, it is true. So I am just glad that we are a big country at that time. The country will put pressure on us. In terms of economy, Yejin country still relies on us in many places. I hope so. Pejinia looked out the window again. Without the help of domestic experts, the advantage will be greatly reduced. Now it depends on whether the Pangolin brothers can bring more good news. Several waves of fighting continued during the day. On the Vulcan cannon side, the strongman codenamed Thunderbolt Cannon led the team to try to rush in, but was blocked by Des. Half of the people were killed, and he himself was almost left behind. In the evening, one of the three kings, Vimalakirti, appeared again, as one of the three strongest kings in Southeast Asia. He was also the youngest first-level strongman. After a day of rest, he still couldn't decide the winner with Des. Until the early morning, the pangolins brought news that they had dug underground. According to the news they conveyed, sure enough, there was a huge palace underground, which was even larger than the palace on the ground. Contains very terrifying power. They can no longer go deeper. Pejinia gave these pangolins some spiritual meat. The spiritual meat that can enhance the power made these pangolins forget the treasures in the ruins. In themselves, they just want to drink some soup. But the current battle is so fierce, it is enough to make them die here. Heavy rain fell. Pejinia looked over. The heavy rain splashed the entire Yejin kingdom. It was at this time that Dr. Zhao suddenly contacted him. The curtain is about to fall. Des didn't show up. It is suspected that he has entered the ruins. Now a large number of people have rushed in. Where are you? Should I wait for you? If I go over now, it will delay things. I will act according to the situation. If I can't win, I will withdraw. Okay, be careful. Remember to collect the flares. Electronic equipment cannot be used in the ruins. I understand. Pejinia did not take the main road with those people, although the ruins have been opened, but the fighting continued. He took the small path, much faster than outsiders. In more than 10 minutes, he reached the end of the tunnel that the pangolin had dug for so long. Looking at the patterned iron wall emerging on it, Pejinia stretched out his hand and felt the power on it. The power of elements. It was very surprising that the place left by Master Tianzong actually had such a strong power of elements. If it was any other power, he might not be able to break it. But the power of elements. Pejinia took out the magic staff. Fight elements with elements. Detonate. Boom. In an instant, this huge island shook like a cradle, and the waves around the island were stirred up to a height of 1,000 meters. In an instant, the human warriors, and even the fierce beasts who were originally thinking of rushing it all stopped, and lay on the ground, avoiding this sudden change. What happened? Is Master Tianzong still alive? Impossible. More and more people noticed the changes in the ruins. Under the rain and fog, something seemed to appear in the air. There were human figures all over the sky. What is that? A mirage? It seems that the opportunity is really here. Go. In the depths of the ruins, Bai Tan and Werewolf Des were also in doubt, and were on guard against each other. What did you do? Bai Tan asked. Werewolf Des' eyes also flashed with suspicion. Hua la la. Pei Jinya forcibly pulled himself out of the mountain wall. Came out. He himself did not expect it. The effect after the detonation was so terrifying. The impact force just now directly sent him flying dozens of meters away, and he crashed through the geological layer behind him. Fortunately, he had enough defenses stacked on his body, otherwise, if he was replaced by an ordinary extraordinary level 7, he would be hit by the impact force just now, and he would end up with a broken body and a broken mind. Who is this Master Tianzong? He can't be an alien. Right? After breaking the iron wall, Pei Jinya went in. Unbelievable. What he saw was a vast world. The top of the 100-meter-high building was inlaid with countless nightlight pearls. It was totally unimaginable that the scene of mountains was actually underground. A magnificent aura stimulated Pei Jinya 5 senses. He did not waste time. Dr. Zhao had already said that the ruins were open, so those people above must have started to rush, and he had to hurry. With the help of the light, Pei Jinya's speed was incredibly fast. As he went deeper, white mist emerged. The deeper he went, the heavier the mist became. Such mist can be produced in such a deep place underground. If this is really the work of Master Tianzong, how strong is he? He ran all the way. Soon, Pei Jinya came to the edge of the cliff. Not far away, rosy clouds flowed, and a huge ball of light different from ordinary night pearls, like a small sun, hung in the air. The light emitted from the surrounding mountain walls, forming a rolling down of rays of light. The place in sight was like an ancient battlefield, with broken walls and ruins, and a vicissitude of life. What is that? Pei Jinya's sight passed through the light mist, and saw a mural on the opposite mountain wall. The ice wings spread. Pei Jinya flew over. At least hundreds of huge murals appeared in front of him. He saw a figure on the mural. He glanced over. All the murals fell into his field of vision, and in the blink of an eye, the hundreds of murals were successfully analyzed. What surprised Pei Jinya was that this was actually a technique. A line of small words appeared on the attribute panel, and an instant new skill 1, Tiandi Shouzi Ju practice technique. Can increase lifespan. Upper limit 999 years. Pei Jinya opened his eyes wide. Wow! After practicing this Tiandi Shouzi Ju, you can actually increase your lifespan by 999 years. Legend has it that Master Tianzong lived for 800 years. This is quite consistent. It seems that this person is not just a legend, but has really lived for a very long time. Even the rumors that he lived for 800 years may be a bit conservative. Pei Jinya's heart was already filled with turmoil. Being able to live for 1,000 years, even among the human powerhouses in the Federation, is definitely a rare existence. Live for thousands of years? Pei Jinya never asked for it. But now, there is really a chance. When he entered the other world, he consumed his lifespan. For those people in the Federation world, it may be just one day. But for him, it may have been several months, or even decades. In principle, his body functions are already at the level of a few dozen years old. Thanks to his continuous refinement of physical skills, he has always maintained the peak of qi in blood. Otherwise, in another 10 or 20 years, he would have completely lost the opportunity to enter the high level. Pei Jinya couldn't hide the joy on his face. For him, once his body functions decline from the peak state, it means that his potential is completely exhausted. And now that he has a technique that can increase his lifespan, he has more confidence to venture into the other world. His eyes became fierce. He urged the power of elements, used the magic staff, cut all the murals in front of him, and put them into the storage space. Such a treasure, how could it be easily discovered by others? Although cutting these murals was a bit exhausting, it was nothing to Pei Jinya. After finishing all this, Pei Jinya retracted his ice wings and stood on the opposite high slope. There was the sound of a waterfall falling beside him. And the sound was so exciting that some timid people dared not approach. He vaguely sensed something and walked forward. Then he saw a big tree. This huge tree must have lived for a very long time. The root alone was 30 to 50 square meters. Peijinha stretched out his hand and approached tentatively. After all, in the Federation world, he had seen the horror of Brother Delu, and he did not want to offend such an old monster easily. After confirming it, he felt relieved. This huge ancient tree could not give birth to its own will like Brother Delu. But it is so lush. It is definitely not ordinary. After searching around the tree, Peijinha finally found that the soil at the roots of the tree seemed a little unusual. He grabbed a handful and put it in his palm. He lowered his head and smelled it. He felt it. It's spiritual energy. Wow! How much spiritual soil is there? Peijinha's eyes lit up. If he could move all this spiritual soil away, I'm afraid his second generation and third generation spiritual creatures would become stronger. Remove some impurities from the soil. Peijinha dug out more than 30 kilograms of spiritual soil, which was more than he had obtained before. And the spiritual energy contained in this spiritual soil was the most concentrated he had ever seen. I think, with these, the speed of planting spiritual objects can be greatly accelerated. Just then, suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. Almost at the moment when the murderous intent emerged, Peijinha's figure disappeared from the spot. Instead, there was an arrow coated with poison. The power was so great that after the arrow hit the trunk of the ancient tree, it even made a tremor at the tail. When the man saw that he didn't hit the tree, his expression changed slightly. What? He actually dodged it? The moment his face changed slightly, a face suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, all the hair on his body stood up. He screamed in his heart. When did he appear? Before he could react, the iron fist hit. The head exploded. A headless corpse flew backwards heavily, hit the wall, and rolled all the way down. Peijinha wiped the blood on his fist expressionlessly. You sneak attack people, you are really filthy. He leaned over and began to search the body. What did you find? Just then, someone suddenly asked in a stern voice at the corner. It's none of your business. Peijinha didn't even turn his head, and unexpectedly found a freshly picked spiritual medicine on the corpse, and his face lit up with joy. It is spiritual medicine. The man behind him also noticed the spiritual medicine, and his eyes became fierce. The spear in his hand flew away. However, what he didn't expect was that the man opposite him turned around and directly grabbed the spear he threw. What? He actually caught it? Shocked, the man turned and ran. However, a hand had already pressed on his shoulder. The man twisted his body and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the bone on his shoulder suddenly hurt, and he groaned. Swoosh! Another sound of breaking through the air came from the side, and several arrows rushed towards Peijinha. The man was thrown away. He fell on the wall, and rolled down hard, and blood quickly spread out. Before Peijinha could even stand firm, two figures rushed over. He fought one against two. Before anyone could react, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. A bright light flashed between the three people without warning. Dang! Bang! Sizzle! The moment when almost everyone's vision was deprived, a burst of sound appeared, which was more thrilling than the firecrackers during the new year. Peijinha took a few steps back, and several cuts appeared on his clothes. If he hadn't worn armor underneath, he would have been ripped open by now. He looked at the man and woman opposite. The woman covered her neck. Puff, blood spurted out from between her fingers. Her eyes were filled with horror and unwillingness, and she fell straight down. The man's face changed. Saya? However, the woman had already died due to excessive blood loss. He immediately stared at Peijinha in shock and anger. After fighting for a long time and finally breaking in, he didn't even see a spiritual medicine, and was already facing a life and death issue. Nothing could be more despairing than this. Peijinha turned and left. He had no intention of continuing to tangle with the other party. His purpose of coming here was to get more good things. 30 kilograms of spiritual soil was already a surprise. And the heaven and earth longevity secret was even more exciting. Peijinha was originally just curious about the things left by Master Tianzong. But now, he really had an idea. I want to see what other good things there are here. He turned around. Suddenly he thought of something. Forget it, I'd better send you off. Space blocked. Light slashed down. The man was caught off guard and exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. In a life and death battle, you will lose your life if you lose your concentration. You don't even understand this principle. Pouting, Pagenia quickly left this troubled place. Then, he found an empty corner, released the god of heaven and the centipede. Before Pagenia gave the order, the centipede suddenly came to the god of heaven. It seemed a little unsure how the small thing had become so big. The four looked at each other. The god actually avoided his sight. Pagenia looked at it with a look of disappointment. In terms of size, 3 centipedes are only as big as the smallest version of the god. If it was in its full form, the centipede would be able to crush it to death with 1 foot. Right? But he was so cowardly. Don't tell anyone that he is my man. Feel it. Is there anything you need? Be quick. The centipede raised 1 foot and stepped on the body of the god. The god didn't even dare to look at it. Avoiding sight, its tentacles pushed the small stone on the ground. The centipede seemed to confirm that the big guy in front of it was the previous god, and it was a little unhappy. Luckily, Pagenia told it that there might be the last god-transforming pill in it, and whoever finds it will own it. The centipede kicked the god away, and quickly searched. The god turned over awkwardly. It looked at Pagenia, and then lowered its head, and rubbed Pagenia pants with its tentacles, showing intimacy, as if being kicked was natural. Pagenia did not continue to interfere with the 2 guys' way of getting along. Some classes cannot be broken just by his words. After releasing the 2 walking detectors, Pagenia got feedback soon. The god said that there are many spiritual medicines on the other side, but the magnetic field is very scary. They cannot be exposed, otherwise they will be injured. There are bloodstains on the centipede's sickle, and the corners of its mouth. I don't know how many creatures he killed on this trip. Although he was unwilling, it was still the same as what the god said. But he added one more sentence. Give me some more time, I'm not afraid at all. After saying that, he raised his foot and stepped on the body of the god. The god silently lowered his head and rolled the stone. Just now. After chatting with the god for a while, Pagenia now confirmed. In human society, the gods are slaves, and centipedes are members of the royal family, and centipedes are warlike, fearless, and if you are not careful, you may be exterminated by them. So the god instinctively feels afraid. Take the 2 away again. Pagenia chased after him without stopping. As soon as he arrived at a small palace, Pagenia felt a sharp breath, as if there were thousands of sword intents hidden inside. This level of sword intent, Pagenia felt inferior. His weapon sword supernatural gene has accumulated to LV7, but the condensed sword intent is still not as good as here. So naturally, he would not use the sword intent to resist the sword intent here. In a tit-for-tat confrontation, he would be the only one to get hurt. Thinking of the heaven and earth longevity art he had obtained earlier, he immediately activated it. After all, this was Master Tianzong territory, and perhaps these sword intentions could be touched by the scene and brought back emotions. Something unexpected happened to Pagenia. As soon as he activated the heaven and earth longevity art, then the sword intentions in this palace began to vibrate continuously like boiling water. Smash! Pagenia's clothes burst with a sound. Retreat? Absolutely impossible. More importantly, Pagenia did not detect any killing intent from these sword intentions. Countless sword intentions rushed to Pagenia, began to swirl, and then merged into his body. This is it. Under the operation of heaven and earth longevity art, Pagenia Dantian formed a vortex and began to absorb and contain this sword intention. A sword ball was quickly condensed. Pagenia was a little strange. The female sword fairy gave him 3 strands of sword intentions, and he only used the last one. Now these sword intentions have gradually worn away in the past 20 years. Although they are not as good as the peak state, but the quantity is too much. Quantity leads to qualitative change. Feel the sword ball condensed in the body. All the extraordinary things related to swordsmanship are running on their own at this moment, completely digested. A feeling like being full emerged. But Pagenia took advantage of the time of refining, looked at the attribute panel. Obviously the 3 attribute values did not increase at all, but he just had a feeling of getting stronger. My luck has been getting better and better recently. After absorbing the sword intent in this small palace, Pagenia didn't dare to waste time. Without the restraint of the sword, someone would appear here soon. He had to hurry up and pack up all the spiritual medicines here. In addition to the dried spiritual medicines, there are 17 spiritual medicines that can be taken. I didn't expect that he would collect so many jewels here. He said he couldn't understand, but he had to collect them. He reached out and touched them, and all the boxes were put into the storage space. There's not much space left. Pagenia took out a lot of instant spiritual objects and stuffed them into his mouth. His attribute value was still more than 10,000 points away from the peak. So it was not a bad thing to eat more to replenish his energy. Just then, a fierce murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Pei Jinya drew his sword instantly. Dang, the opponent blocked Pei Jinya's sword. Are you a swordsman too? A foreigner holding a spear stared at Pei Jinya in doubt. Pei Jinya's eyes were cold. And he said nothing. He suddenly rushed forward. His clothes made a sound like tearing silk, and the sword in his hand cut out a bright trajectory, with a sharp explosion that broke through the air. The foreign warrior face changed, and he hurriedly waved his spear to block. After blocking Pei Jinya's sword, he quickly changed his hand, twisted the spear head, and wanted to pierce Pei Jinya's throat. But what he didn't expect was that the space in front of him suddenly seemed to be imprisoned. He was a little uncomfortable, but he still used his energy to knock open the blocked space in front of him. Although he was knocked away, but the short blink of an eye gave Pei Jinya enough time. His left hand rose. He clenched his fist with 5 fingers. He struck the opponent with a fierce force. Crack! Ah! The foreign warrior face changed. The piercing pain on his shoulder made him scream in an instant. His whole arm was broken. Damn it! He hurried to escape. But Pei Jinya was faster than him. With one sword strike, the bright light on the blade slashed fiercely on the opponent back with a fierce scream. Puff. Blood was dripping. The foreign warrior flew backwards on the spot. Please don't kill me. Pei Jinya had no expression on his face. His toes touched the ground. The spear on the ground was stressed, and it screamed instantly, and disappeared from the spot. Puff. When he reappeared, the spear had already pierced the foreign warrior's throat, and was nailed directly to the mountain wall behind him. Pei Jinya walked forward, searched around for a while, took out 3 spiritual herbs from the other person's pocket. He stood up, and was about to leave. Footsteps were heard not far away. What a trouble. Pei Jinya quickly dodged away. Almost immediately, a group of more than a dozen foreign warriors appeared here, noticing the traces of fighting at the scene. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "It's Skeel. He was killed here. He is a level 4 warrior. To be able to kill him in such a short time, you must be a level 3 warrior or above. Everyone be careful," someone said as he stepped forward to search for Skeel's body. And then angrily cursed, "Damn it. Everything in his pocket is gone." After that, another group of people came. "Hand over the things. Kill." More than 20 people fought together. However, these had nothing to do with Pei Jinya. After he left, he felt a strong momentum nearby, and fell silent on the spot. Not long after, I saw the Vulcan Cannon Thunderbolt Cannon fighting a werewolf. Is this the pressure of a quasi-second level strongman? Pei Jinya knew he was invincible, and slowly retreated. "Get out of my way!" The Thunderbolt Cannon roared, but was blown away by the werewolf in an instant, and the 2 figures instantly entangled. After retreating to a safe area, Pei Jinya left quickly. The fog around him became thicker and thicker. He summoned the gods and centipedes again, and asked them to scan and detect around him. Both agreed to go deeper. There are treasures inside. Pei Jinya was excited when he heard this. He put away the 2 little guys, and rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he met a group of people from Xia country on the way. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at Pei Jinya, and said in surprise, "You are wandering here alone, and you are not afraid of getting into trouble. Do you want to join us next? I am Ji Hongli, the vice president of the Xia Merchants Alliance of Yejin country. Because they are all Xia people, he is willing to ensure Pei Jinya's safety." But Pei Jinya declined. Seeing this, Ji Hongli stopped trying to stop him, but kindly reminded him, "Go deeper. There are more level 1 and level 2 warriors there." The implication was obvious. If you go deeper, people will die. Pei Jinya thanked him, and continued to move forward. The thick fog made the magnetic field here completely chaotic. If you are not careful, you may step into the air and fall off a cliff. As time goes by, the number of humans or strange beasts that break into the ruins is increasing continuously. Pei Jinya is now being attacked by countless falcons. Hundreds of falcons form a black storm. These falcons are much larger than normal ones. Their wings are more than 2 meters long when spread out. The winds from the wings of hundreds of falcons are covering Pei Jinya. In the earth-shaking roar like a dragon or a tiger, the air explodes, and the black storm army composed of hundreds of falcons rushes over. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. I saw countless air currents boiling in an unprecedented way. He said nothing. He reached out and grabbed the sword. The sword ball in his body emitted light. It was a good time to try it. The flames rose, The void in front of him was filled with ruthless and domineering sword intent, and it swept away all the blockades in front of it like a rotten wood. Immediately afterwards, Pei Jinya's figure was like a huge red comet across the sky, dragging a red tail of dozens of meters behind him, and rushed towards the group of falcons fiercely. In the raging sand, accompanied by a sharp hissing sound, the two forces collided violently. Chi, the sword intent burst out. Driven by this new sword intent, Pei Jinya broke through the black torrent with an indomitable momentum. Large pieces of blood were scattered. Countless bodies of eagles and falcons exploded and fell to their deaths. Another sword. A red sword light slashed at the black torrent that had already collapsed in front of him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of falcons were submerged again. As the leading falcons were killed, the remaining falcons fled far away. Pei Jinya did not chase them, but rushed towards the broken palace in the distance. A club was swung towards him. There are werewolves here. Pei Jinya was just surprised, but he was not panicked at all. He had just tried his hand at it, and he had already understood the sword intent contained in the sword pill in his body. With this sword intent, the power of his swordsmanship at least doubled. Just as Pei Jinya rushed over. Not far from the palace, a group of people had just arrived. At the palace, everyone's eyes lit up. Before they rushed in, all of them widened their eyes, as if they had seen something horrible, and everyone's hair stood on end. What caught their eyes was countless bright and sharp sword energy. Each ray was full of majesty and domineering, and the meaning of extermination and ruthlessness. Everyone felt a sense of horror in their hearts. Puff. Blood splattered. The werewolf head rolled out with its eyes wide open. Before everyone could react, Pei Jinya's voice rang out, "Get lost." Everyone fled in a hurry. After killing dozens of werewolves guarding here, Pei Jinya gained more than 1,000 points of blood and energy, which was considered a snack. What made him most happy was the use of sword intent. It made his fighting power soar again. Entering the hall, just as the gods and centipede said, he found a strange flower here. There are 5 petals in total, each of which exudes an unusual aura. Pei Jinya summoned the god of heaven and the centipede. The god of heaven rubbed his hands excitedly. However, the moment he was stepped on, he calmed down and lowered his head to look for pebbles. "Is it useful to you?" The centipede came closer and sniffed, then nodded, conveying the message, "It a little useful to me." Pei Jinya looked at the god of heaven again. The god of heaven did not disappoint him. "It can be copied, and it is expected to take 30 days. Learn from others. Don't say you have to be valuable all the time." "Right." Pei Jinya reached out and tapped the centipede's little head. The centipede turned his head away, looking extremely proud. He glanced at the god again. It seemed to be thinking about something seriously. Then he sent a message to Pei Jinya again. "Its ability is so low-end, I can help you kill more people. As long as I become stronger, I can also copy their abilities." "Copy ability? Isn't this a bit similar to him?" Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. He immediately became interested. "Can you do it now?" "I need a little time now." "Really, just a little? Isn't it a little bit?" Pei Jinya looked at it suspiciously, and believed it for the time being. After all, in the circle of star creatures, centipedes are much higher than gods. According to the gods, centipedes belong to the king beasts. Their abilities should not be bad, otherwise they would not make the tribe of gods feel so scared. Take down the strange flower. Pei Jinya was also generous. He took out 2 petals and handed them to the centipede and the god. "Hurry up and refine them." The god rubbed his hands excitedly. The centipede looked at him coldly and looked useless, and did not delay any further. Before Pei Jinya ate the petals, he used thousands of threads to lay out, to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Time passed by minute. Different changes appeared on the centipede and the god. One of them released blood-red light, and the other released light blue light. Pei Jinya woke up the earliest, witnessing this scene. He was looking forward to the 2 bringing more abilities. Feeling the heat coming from his body, Pei Jinya ate another petal, leaving only the last one for future research. The huge power began to strengthen his whole body. The most intuitive thing was the change on the attribute panel. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 petals increased the 3 attribute values by more than 17,000 points respectively. This surprised Pei Jinya. Just 2 petals can bring such a huge attribute value bonus. What if there are hundreds or thousands of them? Very good, I'm good again. My eyes fell on the attribute panel. After coming here, the 3 attribute values have skyrocketed by nearly 50,000 points. If there are more mutant monsters, my chances of becoming stronger will be greatly enhanced. Pei mind became more and more excited. Although the flow rate of this world cannot be controlled, there is no perfect thing in this world. Being able to increase the attribute value is already a pleasant surprise. Moreover, the cultivation techniques of this world can also bring him a lot of insights. While he was thinking, the centipede woke up first. Pei saw that it was a little bigger, and became more interested. How does it feel? The centipede scraped a layer on its body with a sickle, and broke out of the shell. Responded, a little stronger. Just a little? Pei looked at it suspiciously. Is he being modest? He noticed that the color of the centipede outer armor had changed a little, and now there were blood-red lines on each section of its body. Especially at the tail. There is something similar to an airbag. Pei asked and found out that this little guy can give blood packs when killing other creatures. Is this blood pack for yourself? Or can you give it to others? Both are fine. When Pei heard it say this, he immediately smiled and said, Okay. You really didn't let me down. Let's try it later. The centipede nodded, a little arrogant, and couldn't wait to show its value in front of Pei Turning his head to look at the god, who was still in deep sleep, he suddenly conveyed his will. It is so troublesome. Why not kill it? I can do it for you. Why not use it to test the knife? It has a lot of blood. I will give it to you. Pei looked at it silently. After a while, he said, Do you really want to kill it? Waste does not deserve to live. There is something wrong with your thinking. Pei shook his head. It will be your teammate in the future. Don't hurt it. The centipede looked at Pei It was a little confused. Shouldn't teammates be strong? Why choose a loser as a teammate? However, noticing the unquestionable look in Pei eyes, it lowered its head, although it didn't understand. It showed respect. Moreover, it knew too well how terrifying this man was. Moreover, its life was in Pei hands, so naturally it didn't dare to resist. Anyway, it has finished absorbing, so let me wake it up, it asked. Pei nodded. The centipede came to the front of the god, without any courtesy, raised the sickle, but did not use the sharp edge. A violent beating. The god opened his eyes in a daze. It hurts. Woo-woo. The centipede snorted coldly. He raised one leg and pressed it on the god, and with one move, he suppressed all the words that the god said later. But soon, the centipede was carried away by the neck. Pei said with a smile, Okay, stop bullying me, after all. He is your brother. He is not. I am not, dare not. The two said in unison. Then you will become sworn brothers today. Pei pressed the heads of the two little guys, boom boom. Another sip of the wedding wine. Something seems to be wrong. It doesn't matter, you are brothers now. I witnessed this personally. You should help each other in the future and make progress together. You could only have a brighter future if you follow me. Do you understand? The two little heads were pressed down, forcing them to understand. Okay, let's get down to business, and continue to explore. There are more and more bad guys around here. We must speed up. I have found something. The centipede quickly gave clear information. The god timidly withdrew his gaze. However, after swallowing the strange flower, the two could actually climb onto Pei arm and transform into a pattern. Pei looked at his big flowered arm with a smile on his face. Others have tiger and leopard tattoos, but mine are two little bugs? Turn into dragons in the future. Did you hear me? Very soon. Pei reminded by the centipede, found a mountain wall. Sure enough, he found another strange flower, but it only had 3 petals. The god and the centipede both said that, after swallowing it just now, it would not have much effect to swallow this strange flower again. However, the god on the left hand said that it could be copied. 10 days will do. The centipede looked at it eagerly. Sundara snorted coldly. It is indeed lacking in gene editing ability, but when it becomes stronger, as long as it devours, it suddenly remembered, this is its younger brother, although not a biological one. So annoying, I don't want to recognize him. A lost werewolf appeared. The centipede volunteered to challenge this monster that was 20 times bigger than it. Luckily, the centipede has been strengthened now. Its body has grown to more than 70 centimeters, but compared with the 1.7 meter tall werewolf, it was not a little shorter. The werewolf obviously ignored it, and stared at Pei on the opposite side. Just the next second. Puff. The sickle instantly cut through the air, and rushed towards the werewolf, with great sharpness. Instant kill. End of the battle. Is this the little bit you mentioned? Pei picked the strange flower and ate 2 petals of it. The attribute value increased by more than 15,000 points. What surprised him even more was that a pattern appeared in a corner of the mountain wall. Are there murals? A slight exclamation. Pagenia was a little surprised. But he didn't waste any time. He stretched out his hand and pressed it. The rocky mountain wall fell down one after another. Soon, a mural more than 3 meters long was revealed. On the mural, a group of men, women, old and young knelt devoutly. A figure dressed as a bride sat on a lotus platform, wearing small flower shoes, and covered with a red head cover, looking up. This is a planet. On the periphery of the planet, a mysterious existence was looking down at everything. Even seeing this did not arouse Pagenia vigilance. Until he saw the mysterious man, with his arms outstretched, his 2 arms spewing endless flames, forming a circle, surrounding the planet. Behind him, there seemed to be floating white bones. Pagenia's expression changed completely. An indescribable shock was emerging in his heart. It was no wonder that he was shocked. After all, the flames on the periphery of the planet formed a circle. Isn't it the flowing fire layer surrounding the Federation world at this moment? However, the flowing fire layer on the mural is far from being as completely covered as the Federation world. So, is it the same thing? Or is it just a coincidence? Pagenia was shocked. Who is Master Tianzong? Who is the man on the mural? If it is the same thing, then Master Tianzong deliberately depicted all this, is it to warn future generations? Countless questions suddenly emerged in Pagenia's mind. It was at this moment. The air suddenly exploded. The surging air waves gushed out from a distance. In the rumbling of the ground, the rolling smoke and dust were swept up, and a bald man rushed in, looking at the traces of the strange flower that had been dug up on the ground. He attacked Pagenia without hesitation. Pagenia's speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was in his hand, dozens of sword chi were densely shot, and a shrill scream broke through the air. Ridiculous. The bald man had no intention of taking the sword energy seriously. The light on his body seemed to be similar to the golden bell. When the sword energy collided with it, a large amount of it was melted, as if it had no effect at all. However, the bald man didn't have time to maintain the ferocious sneer on his lips. Pagenia's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. The long sword stabbed down. The circular impact visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions, like a wave along the sword edge. The bald man noticed the movement behind him, and roared urgently, trying to resist. Bang! A huge force came from behind. The bald man's face instantly turned red, and he rushed forward. It seemed that his internal organs were displaced. He hit the wall hard, and suddenly, puff, spit out a mouthful of blood. You are looking for... Before the bald man could finish his roar, Pagenia had already raised his sword and slashed at him. The air was filled with thunderous muffled sounds. Under the power of the elements. This sword is extremely powerful. The bald man's eyes are spitting fire, and more of it is shock and anger. Who is this guy? This swordsmanship is so powerful. While roaring in his heart, the bald man punched out, and wherever the fist shadow went, there were chaotic cracks on the surrounding mountain walls, like lightning. A sword and a fist collided with each other. Under the collision of power, circular ripples visible to the naked eye were produced. As these ripples spread out at a very fast speed, the air around them made a thundering sound. If it weren't for the magnetic field power contained in the ruins protecting this place, the terrifying power emitted by these 2 people would probably be enough to destroy everything here. For a moment, the white air waves that were raised around them exploded in all directions with the 2 people as the center, as if they had clearly divided this space. But the next second, Pagenia stood up and moved forward. With an absolute advantage in strength, he quickly pressed towards the bald man. Almost at the same time, there was a sound of explosion from the bald man, and his golden body was about to break apart. But he roared, and the golden light on his body showed signs of condensation again. Puff! Just suddenly, a sickle slashed down from behind, and the golden light on the bald man's body broke apart on the spot. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and was extremely angry. Pagenia took advantage of the victory and pursued. Crack! The bones all over the bald man's body suddenly made a sound of explosion under the heavy load. The breaking of the golden body meant that his most powerful backing was gone. With a roar of anger, the bald man flew back to the side. He retreated more than 10 meters in a miserable state, until he reached the mountain wall. He looked over in doubt. He had no idea what the thing that broke his golden body was. It just felt very sharp. But when he looked over now, He could not see anyone else except the mysterious swordsman. What on earth happened? Before the bald man could think about it carefully, Pagenia had already rushed over. 3 swords. The bald man was constantly forced back, punching with both fists. The clothes on his arms were completely blown to pieces. Several fingers on his fists were broken. The capillaries on his arms were also broken. It looked bloody. It was horrible to see. Damn it! Damn it! The bald man yelled directly, forced himself to stand firm. But the ground in front of him, where he stepped on, was sunken, all his footprints. Who are you? Does it matter who I am? Pagenia rushed forward. The bald man felt a great sense of humiliation, looking at Pagenia in shock and anger. He had already tried his best, without showing any mercy. He was clearly a quasi-level 3 strongman, but he was beaten into this state. If this continued, he would surely die. He turned around and was about to run away, when he suddenly saw a figure standing in front of the mountain wall not far away, seemingly browsing the mural. The bald man recognized the other party instantly. His face changed drastically. How could he dare to run away from the other party? He was a real first-class strongman. If he dared to go over, he would surely die. He could only grit his teeth and rush towards Pagenia. At the moment when he moved, Pagenia had no intention of dodging at all. He held the sword in one hand and made a seal with the other hand. At the moment when the seal was formed, the bald man immediately felt the murderous intent bursting out from Pagenia. The hairs all over his body stood up without any hesitation. Swish! The bright sword light almost radiated in a terrifying state, enveloping it. In a flash of lightning, the bald man roared, his arms were blood red, and he slammed towards Pagenia fiercely under the airflow explosion. But before he could see clearly what happened, his arms were cut by the long sword, and then he was swept to the other side. Bang! Boom! The smoke and dust dispersed. No sound was heard for a long time. The last second the bald man spent in this world was witnessing the advent of countless darkness. In silence, undercurrents surged. New skill, Golden Light Shield Beginner. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Just when Pagenia was about to leave, the figure in front of the mountain wall appeared behind him at some point. This time, it was Pagenia's turn to have his hair stand on end. He turned his head and looked. The other person was standing there. A pair of eagle eyes are extremely sharp. Pagenia is very familiar with this pair of eyes, because he has seen it several times. What more deadly is that he knows who the man opposite is. Baitan, one of the 3 kings of Southeast Asia. A true first-class warrior. More powerful than the black-winged warrior in the Federation world. Pagenia's heart skipped a beat. Hello, senior. Was that man yours just now? You are very interesting. A warrior from Xia country? Or a warrior from Jigong? Baitan's sharp eyes fell on Pagenia. His condescending attitude was clearly revealed. But before Pagenia could answer, he coughed. It seemed that he was injured before. Pagenia's eyes flickered. He changed the subject and said, "Excuse me, senior, the painting on the wall seems to have a deeper meaning. I wonder if you understand it." Nonsense. Baitan said 4 words lightly. Pagenia looked at him after hearing it. Stupid. He said 2 words silently in his heart. Hand over the treasures on you, and I can keep your body intact. Baitan seemed a little impatient, looking at Pagenia. The look that was like looking at an ant did not bring any pressure to Pagenia's self-esteem. After all, he was not an ordinary person. The things he experienced were spread out, enough to be called legendary. This kind of emotional pressure to him was irrelevant. Throughout this journey, his heart was strong enough to completely ignore the other party indifference. Okay, I give it to you. Pagenia threw it out, and turned to run away. You're looking for death. Baitan snorted. In an instant, a dazzling fire burst out in the air. But the white light swallowed everything in an instant. A grenade. A flash bomb. It was his tribute to the world cutting-edge combat power. Too little? As he spoke, a click sound came from his body. More than a dozen grenades were thrown. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounded wildly. Boom. Suddenly, in a flash, Baitan rushed over. Pagenia cursed inwardly. The first-level warrior was indeed too strong. Even if he ran with his physical strength, it was faster than his extraordinary speed. Draw the sword. Cut! At this moment, Baitan raised one hand, and the terrifying force that burst out from top to bottom directly slammed down. This palm was like the 5-finger mountain, with great force and might. A terrifying force that could not be described in words almost distorted this space. He slapped Pei hard. Almost at the same time, Pei figure was knocked hundreds of meters away and smashed into the mountain. The ground around him was like crushed paper and became shattered, and countless broken stones were splashing all over the sky. Bai Tan stood in the ruins, and the ground under his feet had cracked. He did not chase him immediately. Instead, he raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and looked down at the cut on his arm, and blood flowed out quickly. This swordsmanship. Bai Tan muttered to himself. He felt that the sword intent in it was somewhat familiar. In doubt, he raised his head, stared at the smoke and dust in the distance, took a step, and disappeared in an instant. However, this cunning boy actually escaped. Puff. Running all the way. Pei didn't know how long he had been running. Just when he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying in an empty corner, he raised his bloody arm with difficulty. Just at that moment, he tried his best, and finally saved his life. The clothes on his body had exploded, and the diamond armor he was wearing had cracks at this moment. This treasure made by the Federation was declared scrapped. Pei felt very distressed. But it was mostly luck. He burned his blood and chi, and used the heavenly forbidden technique, and only then was he able to save his life. The first-level warriors in this world are so damn strong. Pei wiped the blood. With the rebirth of flesh and blood, his ruptured internal organs were rapidly recovering. He just took a palm from Vimla, and Pei 3 attribute values had already fallen below 10,000 points. This was simply a critical hit. What a loss. The centipede appeared at this time, passed the blood bag to Pei mouth. Eat it. Pei was not polite. He ate it in one gulp. Health plus 999 so much? I thought that a blood bag the size of a snack could only increase 1 or 200 calories, but I didn't expect it to be almost 1,000. I go out again, to accumulate more blood for you. The centipede crawled out of Pei arm. Be careful to hide. Pei reminded. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He began to devour the spiritual objects in the storage space in big mouthfuls. The god looked at him timidly. You won't die. Will you? Woo woo woo. Shut up. Woo woo. The centipede returned quickly. He provided Pei with another large blood pack. Seeing that the 3 attribute values on the attribute panel had all recovered to more than 50,000 points, Pei breathed a sigh of relief. It's getting more and more dangerous here now. You must be careful. Next you will be responsible for vigilance. Any movement must be warned. Pei has confirmed that. Bai Tan's strength is very strong. So strong that when he fought with the bald man, he didn't even notice the other party presence. At that time, he was holding the bald man and deliberately ran into the distance. He even ran several kilometers at that time, but he was still caught. Such ability is simply insane. I envy you so much. At this time, Centipede and Tianshan frantically warned. No way. Pei was about to run when he ran into the werewolf Des. This heir to the Wolf King who fought with Vitam on equal terms had a pair of heterochromatic eyes, with a blue left eye and a red right eye. The werewolf roared as soon as he saw Pei Des' indifferent eyes fell on Pei and he didn't even look at him. The strong werewolves around him rushed towards Pei Damn. Is my luck so bad? After fighting with Vitam, Pei was already aware of the gap between him and these strong men. If this happened again, he would have to kneel down. Fortunately, Des didn't focus on Pei He led the army to run away. The remaining dozens of werewolves stayed here to surround and kill Pei Pei fought and ran. Lure these werewolves away from the main force. After all, these werewolves are worth thousands of attribute points. Don't miss it. Health plus 18. Health plus 29. Health plus 11. Pei was having a good time killing. Suddenly, the werewolf army in front stopped. Pei saw Des looking over, and turned and ran. Des pointed at Pei back, and 2 figures beside him rushed over quickly. Dust waves rolled up as the 2 teams ran. Suddenly Des took action himself. Bang! Pei who was about to leave, was knocked back by a whip kick. A fishy and sweet taste suddenly surged in his throat, and Pei took a few steps back. At this time, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. A powerful werewolf pounced towards Pei and bit him. Get out of here! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He drew his sword and slashed down. The sword edge burst out with an extremely domineering sword intent. The air suddenly made a sharp explosion. The sword flashed with dazzling lightning. When the sword fell on the werewolf behind him, there was a smell of burning electricity. Peijinha rushed forward and instantly chopped off the werewolf head. Chi and blood +3. Swoosh. Des was shocked and angry, he roared. And the figures gathered. Peijinha tried to stop him. But the opponent was so powerful that he kicked him dozens of meters away, landing in the werewolf army. Hundreds of restless figures rushed over at once. Kill! Peijinha roared. Centipede and the gods joined the battle. The elements burst down. Centipede killed the werewolves below level 4, and took their blood and chi packs. The gods were not as tough as Centipede, but they killed them one by one. Centipede, add blood. Peijinha roared, throwing blood packs. Health +350. Health +380. Health +410. Far away. Baitan suddenly raised his head and looked. Dozens of powerful figures gathered around him. My lord. Everyone knelt on one knee. It Des. Baitan narrowed his eyes, and a very resentful light burst out from his eyes. If it wasn't for Des, he wouldn't have been so seriously injured. I won't let that kid escape. Don't pay attention to it. Continue to find that kid. He is what I need. Yes. Dozens of figures immediately dispersed. Baitan looked at the dust waves rising into the sky in the distance, narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a while, still didn't want to confront Des head-on at this time. Little did he know that Peijinha, who was being thought of by Baitan, was here at the moment. He was beaten up by Des. The blood and chi of being beaten were not good. The only good news is that this werewolf is not as good as humans in martial arts training. He has no rules and relies purely on his own strength. After a sudden sword attack, Peijinha fell to the ground, leaned down, and slid backwards for more than 10 meters, like a half-bow. He almost didn't stop. Peijinha figure disappeared on the spot. Des killed him. And he killed Des' men. Under the sudden double pressure, the airflow around him collapsed into countless chaotic airflows, like small swords after being crushed by different forces. Some weak werewolves couldn't resist at all, and had blood holes pierced through their bodies. They howled and dodged. But for Peijinha, this was good news for the harvest. Health +22. Health +21. Health +24 occasionally. The centipede would come with a few blood packs, which would increase the number by hundreds of points. Des didn't want to hurt his men, so this gave Peijinha an opportunity to take advantage of it. Suddenly it roared. Many werewolves dodged. Leave enough space for Des. Can't afford to play? Come on if you dare. Peijinha dropped 3 flash bombs, turned and fled. Des rushed over with a roar, with a murderous intent. The space seemed to be distorted. Countless fist shadows enveloped Peijinha. Peijinha moved with a golden light shield, elemental blessing, thunder flashed, and rushed with the sword light. Finally, when Des' body stiffened, he fled decisively. Let go! He shouted. The centipede and the god instantly turned into light and shadows and entangled his arms. This guy is afraid of thunder. It a pity that it not enough. Otherwise, if I kill it, my attribute value will soar by tens of thousands of points. Right? He secretly said it was a pity. Peijinha didn't want to tangle with this big guy anymore, and turned around and fled. Behind him, Des had already had the killing intention and rushed over quickly. He cursed again. Peijinha no longer hesitated. He directly took out 90% of his blood and chi, and began to burn. Once the forbidden technique of Tianren was used, the consumption is too great. There is no need to continue to fight Des head-on. So he directly used his huge blood and chi to exchange for luck. In the distance, Des looked at the corpses of his men all over the ground. His eyes were almost about to spit fire. But he also had doubts in his heart. What kind of creatures were those two just now? Why do I feel familiar? Boom! Suddenly, a mountain fell from the sky, like a giant sword falling straight down. The moment it fell, just separated Peijinha and Des. The huge vibration shook all the creatures within 100 meters away. Des' eyes fixed. He noticed the hill in front of him, which had a word engraved on it, and it was this word that made him frantically alert. Many werewolves chased after him. Des raised his hand to signal, and the army stopped. They were communicating something in their own language. It seemed that Des mentioned, remember the breath of that human. But for these, Peijinha didn't know anything anymore. After being blown away, he fell directly from the edge of the cliff. The heaven and earth longevity art in his body started to work invisibly, and his body, which had been in a state of severe pain, finally felt a little better. When falling down, Pagenia originally wanted to summon the Ice Wings, but he obviously found that the airflow around him became very annoying, as if there was a force holding him up. His body slowly fell down. The Heaven and Earth longevity art started to work on its own, and sent some kind of spirit in the surrounding space to the sky. Absorb all the properties. The 3 attribute values maintained a constant speed and rose rapidly. Pagenia stood still. The injuries on his body healed at a rapid speed. He knew his chance had come. But he felt a little puzzled about this small world with a different world. The spirits here are very strong. Stronger than outside. Pagenia walked around. It lived up to expectations. He saw a red forest. From a distance, it looked like a rising flame. At this moment, Pagenia's heart calmed down. It was as if he was in a mysterious world. There were gods preaching in the flames. And the sound of leaves rustling was like Sanskrit. Pagenia walked to the front of the forest and sat down. And began to practice. The Heaven and Earth longevity secret can greatly improve the spirituality here. And the proficiency is also constantly improving during practice. The fog gradually rose. I don't know how long it has been. Pagenia's ears suddenly moved. And when he heard the inaudible sound, his brows furrowed immediately. A creature is coming. Mobilizing energy secretly. Everything was quiet. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly the air trembled. A nimble figure suddenly rushed out from the forest on the side. It was a spotted leopard, with sharp claws, and a bloody mouth opened, revealing extremely sharp fangs. It had been waiting for a long time, just to reduce Pagenia's vigilance, so that it could kill Pagenia with one blow at this moment. Under the flashing cold wind, it had already pounced in front of Pagenia like lightning. A sword sound suddenly came from Pagenia's body. Like a bright lamp, a circle of sword energy surrounded him, and the light was blazing. With a squeak, it instantly soared into the sky. It just happened to hit the leopard that was rushing towards it. Bang! The leopard flew backwards on the spot, and blood was splattered. It wailed miserably, and turned around to flee. However, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The next second, the more than 2-meter-long leopard was pierced directly through the waist and abdomen by a long sword in midair. It was nailed to the mountain wall. Puff! Pagenia drew out his long sword. The leopard rolled down the wall, bleeding profusely, losing too much blood, and was twitching. The centipede was somewhat interested. Pagenia let it go, and signaled it to decide for itself. The centipede stepped forward, and covered the leopard body. Puff! The sickle fell. It stirred in the flesh and blood. Pagenia looked over silently. If the little guy hadn't dug out a black ball from the leopard body, he really thought that the centipede had the potential to become a tea-killing maniac. The centipede swallowed the ball by itself. But the next second, Pagenia picked it up. Is it delicious? The centipede shook his head innocently. Pagenia sneered. If you don't know how to share good things, you may be expelled from the Renren clan. The centipede begged for mercy. Fortunately, the gods also spoke for it. Pagenia was sure that this kind of demon pill was only good for them. But I've eaten it before. Why can't this kind of demon pill work? The god tentacles waved, expressing his incomprehension. This demon pill lacks human gene sequence fragments, and cannot provide enough energy. Perhaps the demon pill you took at the beginning was mutated. Maybe? Pagenia continued to sit outside the fire forest to practice. During this period, several more ferocious beasts came. The centipede was unable to defeat them, and asked the god for help. Every time the god fought, he could only draw his sword on the spot. The centipede was so angry that he wanted to cut it with his sword. Fortunately, Pagenia did not stand by and watch it die. By practicing here, in addition to improving his proficiency in the Heaven and Earth longevity art, the sword pill condensed in his lower dantian also continuously absorbed the sword intent here. What surprised Pagenia was that these sword intents were now ownerless. But they could be naturally absorbed by his sword pills and used. It is no exaggeration to say that here is his home ground. If he can mobilize all the sword intents here, perhaps. Pagenia narrowed his eyes. It possible to fight. Looking around. This place is very strange. Now I am absorbing all the time. I have made a breakthrough in sword intent. If I stay in these places more, I can absorb and refine these sword intent as much as possible. Then my combat power will be effectively increased. Not as simple as it is now. Now I can kill a quasi-level 3 warrior, and soon I can crush a level 3 warrior. Here, level 3 warriors are as useless as dogs. Pagenia looked away. But this is not enough. Des and Vitam, 2 first-level masters, were like a mountain that made Pagenia breathless. But strictly speaking, the pressure these two brought to Pei Jinya was not as great as Xinghuan. The road to go is still very long. Although Pei Jinya also had some worries, he was in a good mood. He knew very well what he needed. He also understood better what he needed to do at this stage. I hope everything will go well next. The red forest rustled. When Pei Jinya looked up, a faint floral scent filled the air. The tentacles of the god of heaven began to shake. However, the centipede was very calm, and seemed to be digesting the demon pill just now. You also sensed it? Pei Jinya looked at the god of heaven. The god of heaven nodded, and shook his tentacles. It a very powerful force. I suggest you find it, and swallow it as soon as possible. You don't want it? This kind of treasure will work better for you, of course. It would be even better if you could give me a little bit for research. My current ability has been strengthened. Even if I can't copy it now, I will have a chance in the future. Pei Jinya was very pleased to see it was so sensible. After a search, Pei Jinya finally sensed a strong vitality on the largest red ancient tree. The life pulse was strong. Pei Jinya stared at the flower bud. Is this it? It is it, but it is not fully mature yet. It will take some time. There are creatures approaching. The god of heaven and the centipede sent messages almost at the same time. Pei Jinya raised his hand. Several sword intentions gathered in front of him, and suddenly flew away. Bang! Bang! Two huge bodies flew backwards on the spot. The centipede also popped out of Pei Jinya body, quickly dug out two demon pills, and put them in its mouth, and returned skillfully. The god of heaven watched eagerly, but in front of the centipede, he dared not say anything. Pei Jinya stared at the flower buds on the tree. Suddenly the flower buds opened a crack. A stream of energy escaped. What surprised Pei Jinya even more was that, the moment the gap opened, a blazing glow of light burst out from it. Pei Jinya quickly made a hand seal, gathering all the energy that had escaped, forming a jelly bean-sized ball. The gods watched eagerly. Even the centipede looked up, but glanced and then retracted his gaze, although he was interested but not extravagant. Pei Jinya swallowed the ball of energy in one gulp. The three attribute values suddenly soared like a rocket. As time went by, one of the flower buds finally blossomed, and the second and third flowers beside it also slowly opened at almost the same time. More and more rays of light were released, creating a strange scene in the mountains and forests. The flames that shot up into the sky were like a ray of light in the night. When Pei Jinya saw this scene, his heart suddenly sank. As expected, the sound of fighting came from afar, and it was getting closer and closer. He did not dare to hesitate. He frantically formed seals, collected all the energy that had been scattered, and madly nourished himself. At this moment, Pei Jinya felt that his belly was full of fragrance, and he was almost lost in this elegant fragrance that made people unable to extricate themselves. From the mouth and nose to the bone marrow, even every cell seemed to be nourished by a mysterious force. In a blink of an eye, his attribute value, which had originally fallen, had already rushed back to above 80,000, and was still rising rapidly. Refreshing. As his proficiency in the heaven and earth longevity art increased, his control over the surrounding sword intent became more precise, and he was able to mobilize more and more sword intent. He burned tens of thousands of blood and energy in exchange for this opportunity. It can only be said to be very worthwhile. Pei Jinya was in a good mood, staring at the flower buds that were maturing in front of him, and immediately said to the gods and centipedes, "You stay here, and once they are ripe, pick them immediately." The gods and centipedes left together, guarding around the strange flower. At the same time, Vulcan Cannon and the Yejin Kingdom guards also appeared here. Here. Someone in the Vulcan Cannon team exclaimed, "The energy fluctuations here are huge. There must be a treasure coming. Be careful of the people from the Yejin Kingdom." Whispering, the leading Thunderbolt Cannon had a sharp look, intentionally or unintentionally looking at the group of people from the Yejin Kingdom. It seems that someone got there first. There was only one guard from the Yejin Kingdom team on the side. This man's name is Khalid, and he is Yunufu adopted son. Hearing this, Khalid looked at Pai Pao coldly. "You don't have to provoke me. Even without him, you are my opponent. Killing him is just a matter of convenience." Pai Pao narrowed his eyes. "Do you think you will be my opponent? If your adopted father was here, maybe I could still give him some mercy. As for you," Khalid attacked instantly. Pai Pao raised his arm to block it, smiled coldly, but before he could say anything suddenly, they caught a glimpse of a rosy glow. They both stopped. Pai Pao rushed to the rosy glow first, but his expression instantly became furious. "Stop! I told you to stop. Can't you hear me? Pai Lai Pao roared and rushed forward. Dozens of tornadoes rolled out of thin air in front of him, rushing forward like a wild dragon. In just the next second, the overwhelming sword intent instantly enveloped him. Kill all who stand in his way. Clang. The sound of a sword rang in everyone's ears. When they saw it, they could see the mighty and magnificent sword light, soaring into the sky, tearing the surrounding air apart. At this moment, the glow of the entire red forest was covered by this sword. The members of the Vulcan cannon behind the Thunderbolt cannon, and even Khalid and his men, all stopped in shock, and in their eyes, the mighty and fierce, the terrifying and ruthless sword light filled the sky. The Thunderbolt cannon was also stunned. He was the first to bear the brunt. He clearly sensed that thousands of sword energy marks visible to the naked eye suddenly rose from the originally quiet void, tearing the tornadoes surging in front of him into pieces. Extremely ruthless. Without even the time to blink, Pai Lai Pao's heart was alarmed, and his hair stood on end. Shoo! He roared in shock and anger. In a flash of lightning, Pai Lai Pao let out a long and shocking roar, and his whole body bled, and she suddenly burst out. I don't know what secret method he used. A bright fist light rose from his fist, and in an instant it slammed over fiercely. Bang! Pei Genia's body shook slightly. The sword light in front of him had dissipated. He raised his hand to feel it. This was the first time that he had really used the sword intent here. His terrifying martial arts talent was already in operation at this moment. He had already gained some insights. He remembered that the guy codenamed Thunderbolt Cannon was a quasi-second level warrior. Mobilizing these sword intents could force him back. It has been proved that his idea is correct. There is still a lot of sword intent in this forest that has not been used. If all of it is mobilized, will it be possible to fight at level 1? Opposite. The Thunderbolt Cannon was repelled and retreated continuously. Every time he stepped, a small pit would be blown out on the ground. Bang! The Thunderbolt Cannon hit the mountain 20 meters away fiercely. Countless gravel splashed out, he groaned, and was embedded in it. This scene fell into the eyes of others. Everyone was shocked. Retreat! Khalid was shocked, but he made a quick decision. He led his men to retreat quickly. General, are we not going up? Khalid said without turning his head. This man is very skilled in swordsmanship. You cannot defeat him. If you go up rashly, you will only die. Let those idiots of the Vulcan cannon continue to consume in front. Send a signal quickly, call for support, but make sure to contact secretly, so as not to attract Vimalakirti and the others. Yes. In the Red Forest, Pai Lai Pao was full of anger. You can actually hurt me. He couldn't understand. It was more of a humiliation. Let go together and kill him. As Pai Lai Pao gave orders, dozens of figures rushed forward. Pei Genia had no expression on his face. He raised his hand. The bright sword light rose again. He absorbed the infinite sword intent nearby. The layers of sword light instantly connected in a row. Pei Genia stared at the members of the Vulcan cannon with cold eyes. Reach out and press. Immediately, the sword lights flew out. They dragged a red tail several meters long in the air. Not good. When Pai Lai Pao saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. With his powerful perception, he clearly found that the sword intent of the man on the opposite side was even stronger than before. What was going on? He shouted hurriedly, trying to get his men to withdraw quickly. But unfortunately, he was too slow. The air was filled with the sound of chi-chi-chi. This was the sound of the terrifying sword intent tearing the air mercilessly after it was pushed across. It took less than a tenth of a breath. The endless red sword light enveloped the Vulcan cannon members in front of him. Swish. 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 This time it was the sound of flesh and bones being cut off. Several heads were thrown high. The headless corpse flew backwards on the spot. When the Thunderbolt cannon saw this scene, his eyes widened, bloodshot, and filled with shock and anger. You really deserve to die. Deserve to die. Seeing that 70% of his subordinates were killed by a single sword, Pai Lai Pao wished that he could tear Pei Genia to pieces. He leapt in shock and anger. His blazing fist was painstakingly cultivated and condensed for 20 years, and it was extremely powerful. He didn't use all his abilities just now, because he was arrogant. But this time, he will use all his strength. 5 fingers stretched out instantly and clenched into a fist. The same red light rose from the iron fist, with a hissing sound of breaking through the air, as fast as lightning. It went straight to Pei Genia's head. A burning smell like the air roasted by a raging fire reached Pei Genia's nose. He looked calm. He raised his hand. The sword whistled. The sword light surged and cut instantly. Bang! The two forces collided with each other. The thunder cannon roared, rushed forward, and the strength of the whole body continued to consume the sword intent. Damn it! He roared in his heart. The murderous intent in his whole body rose, and turned into dozens of murderous snakes, bypassing the sword intent and biting towards the back of Peijinya's head. Interesting. Peijinya recognized his use of the energy and used his particle ability. At a distance of more than 1 meter, these evil snakes were as fast as lightning. However, the particles formed a shield. The evil snakes collided with the particle shield and disintegrated. This, Pai Lai Pao eyes widened. Completely unimaginable. This is his trump card. And few people in the outside world know about it, because those who know about it are already dead. This kind of close combat bursts out the energy and kills from behind. It works every time. But this time, this trump card was ineffective. This guy. Is there an invisible wall in front of him? Pai Lai Pao was stunned for a moment. Peijinya raised his hand and swung his sword back at his chest and abdomen. The red sword light was faintly illuminated by lightning. Pai Lai Pao thought it was an illusion, but he didn't expect it was really lightning. He cursed inwardly. He hurriedly urged the fist light, trying to resist. But at this moment, in order to use his trump card, he kept a distance of only 1 meter from Peijinya. For him, this was the best way to use his trump card. But at the same time, this was also the best distance for Peijinya to use his trump card. Sizzle after being hit by the lightning. The thunderbolt cannon really thundered all over his body. Enduring his numb body, he dodged backwards suddenly, trying to avoid it. While his left hand was still conscious, he punched out. Large groups of air were constantly compressed and exploded, and the air currents on both sides were lifted, and the nearby red forest shook wildly. From a distance, it looks like a war zone. In a towering palace, the teams of Vitam and Werewolf Des met again. The two confronted each other, but this time neither of them took action easily. If you fight me, it will only benefit the people around here. You should be able to sense that those people from Xia will be here soon. Once they come, it will be a problem for us. Werewolf Des narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed. For it, all humans deserve to die. The next moment, it suddenly turned its head to look into the distance. The flames rising into the sky were extremely dazzling. Vitam had already noticed the flames at this moment, and said in a deep voice, "Let retreat." But the werewolf Des pressed on step by step. Vitam frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Des said nothing, but gave people a great threat. During the confrontation, far away in the red forest, the thunderbolt cannon roared, and his body jumped up. The whole person shot out, clenched his 10 fingers into fists, and the fist light burst out, pulling a huge net full of evil spirit in front of him, collecting all the sword intent in front of him. He stirred violently. He twisted the sword intent into pieces of light. This martial art made Peijinya eyes light up. Very good. He ignored the sword intent and rushed forward, striking forward. With a terrifying power that made people tremble with fear, he raised his hand. Hundreds of sword intents condensed again. A sword slashed down. Thunder materialized. Suddenly, it was as if lightning flashed in the air, and flashed in front of Pai Lai Pao without warning. The sound of the air being crushed was continuous. Pai Lai Pao breathing stagnated. He was already afraid of this kind of lightning, and he was very angry. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It brought a terrifying pressure of overbearing thunder. A sword slashed down. Thunder suddenly sounded. It actually had a sense of resurrection of all things, and a flash of death. Damn it! His heart skipped a beat. Thunderbolt Cannon had a bad feeling. The figure rushing forward was abruptly cut off. The first burst of energy, the second weakened, and the third exhausted. The unstoppable momentum was immediately cut off, and the figure began to fall. This time it was so fast that he didn't even have time to activate the fist light again. The sword energy that was previously torn apart now gathered from all directions, cutting the surrounding air. The remaining Vulcan Cannon members were cut on their faces and bodies. Some of them were unable to dodge, killed on the spot. The rapidly changing battle situation made the faces of the people present change in shock. Pai Lai Pao suddenly felt a pain on his cheek, and did not dare to be distracted, but the scars on his body became more and more. Peijinya fought with him. While being distracted, swallowing the essence, his body began to change, and he felt the evolution. The flesh, bones, organs, and even cells became stronger and stronger in the nourishment. Peijinya clearly felt that he was evolving. The surge in the 3 attribute values is the most obvious manifestation A sense of fear finally arose in Pilot Pal's heart. Just when his mind was shaken, suddenly, he lost track of Pagenia. When he saw a figure again, Pagenia had already appeared behind him. The sword ball vibrated. The bright sword light condensed out of thin air. The endless sword intent around him condensed crazily. He chopped down with a loud bang. Bang! Pilot Pal was chopped off by a sword. At the same time, a thunder-like sound exploded in this space. A large amount of drumming air rushed into the sky. Damn! What kind of swordsmanship is this? Pilot Pal felt that his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees at this moment. Bleeding began to flow from his 7 orifices. He struggled to get up. But with a roar, he was chopped off by a sword again. Hundreds of sword intentions blasted into his body. The huge pain at this moment was like someone wanted to torture him to death. But that was it. His original mental strength of more than 100,000 began to decline rapidly. Don't kill me! I beg you not to kill me. A hand suddenly clasped Pilot Pal's face. Instantly, his words stopped abruptly. Endless darkness descended. Memories rolled in madly. So far, Pagenia killed a quasi-second level warrior for the first time. New skill 1. Blazing Fist. Fist light can burst out when attacking, and can control the differentiation of fist light at will. New skill 2. Shiui Golden Snake Art 50% for beginners. There was a sudden explosion. The golden light shield opened, and an arrow landed in front of Pagenia. With a clang, the arrow that broke through the air did not even break through the space defense in front of Pagenia, but it had already broken the arrowhead and fell. In another place, a strongman nearly 2 meters tall flew over. They had been waiting for a long time, just for this moment. However, Pagenia terrifying physical strength. The powerful defense contained in it made the 2-meter strongman feel shocked and angry. Breaking through these sword lights had consumed 90% of his strength. The purpose was to fight in close combat. He thought he could kill the opponent with one punch, but the opponent defense was so strong. Damn it, this guy defense is higher than mine. I can't beat him. Retreat! A woman cry came from a distance. The 2-meter strongman hesitated. But what he didn't expect was that Pagenia figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he kicked the woman in the face. Bang! Like a cannonball, crashed into the red forest, the blood all over his body soaked into the earth, serving as nutrients. Genu! The 2-meter tall strongman shouted hurriedly. But the woman had already lost her breath. You? The 2-meter tall strongman just raised his head, countless sword intentions emerged in front of him, and pierced through him on the spot. Splashed into a ball of blood mist. Pagenia directly harvested the 2 ambushing guys, just as killing 2 little bugs who were seeking their own death. He looked at the strange flower. Now there is only the last petal left of the 7 petals, all will bloom. Time passed by. Pagenia waited quietly. Footsteps were heard outside the forest. Get lost, Pagenia said without turning his head. Some people were indignant. They scolded in the dialect of Ko State, and even greeted Pagenia 18 generations of ancestors. Pagenia raised his hand. A ray of sword intent instantly broke through the air. Puff. The young man who was still cursing just now had a blood hole in his forehead. The whole person was swept by a huge force, and was blown away. Everyone present felt cold all over. They looked at each other. The old man in the lead narrowed his eyes, and said in a cold voice, Your Excellency is too ruthless. Do you really think we are afraid of you? If you want to die, come in. Pagenia did not even turn his head. At this moment, the flower bloomed completely, and a large amount of energy emerged. Pagenia's face lit up. He quickly used the secret method to absorb all the energy to himself. In just 3 minutes, he set up a small spirit gathering array to maintain the essence as much as possible, so as not to dissipate it. Just as he was absorbing it, the warriors from Ko State rushed in one after another. In an instant, the sword intent surged. The group of Ko State warriors in the lead looked up and saw the overwhelming sword light. Run! Run! These Ko State warriors were as murderous as they were when they rushed in, and now they were as embarrassed as they were when they fled to the outside world. However, their escape speed was completely slower than these sword lights. Wherever the sword light went, no grass grew. Corpses fell one after another. Only the old man managed to escape back to the outside world with only a broken arm, looking at the sword intent behind him in shock and anger. Who are you? But no one responded for a long time. Pagenia sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit gathering array. He absorbed all the essence that was emitted into his body. Powerful power was poured into it. Almost instantly, The sword ball in Pei Jinya's body seemed to be resonated by some kind of magnetic field, and vibrated wildly. Countless sword intentions began to rotate around. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. More and more sword intentions gathered together, forming a huge sword intention storm. The old man guarding the outside world was stunned at this moment. This huge sword intention. Is it quasi-first level? Or is it the strength of a first-level warrior? This kind of lethality is simply unheard of. He was just glad that he escaped, otherwise with this kind of lethality, he would definitely die. There were many more footsteps behind him. More and more people gathered here. Looking at these violent sword intentions, the people were hesitant. Who is inside? I don't know. The old man of Ko State smiled bitterly, and shook his head. You don't know? The people who came here didn't believe it at all. The old man of Ko State was covered with wounds, which were obviously sword wounds, which meant that he was injured inside, but he said he didn't know. The old man of Ko State smiled bitterly and said, I didn't even see what the man inside looked like, and I was injured by him. Everyone's face changed when they heard this. With this kind of strength, could it be that a first-class expert has come? Such a terrifying sword intent, but I have never heard of it. Could it be that Master Tianzong is still alive? What? The person inside is Master Tianzong? When they heard this, the faces of everyone present changed. Pei Jinya was immersed in cultivation at this moment, and had no idea about what the outside world said, nor was he interested in knowing. After the refining of the essence was completed, he picked the petals and put them in his mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying energy far exceeding the essence burst out. The 3 attribute values began to surge at a rate of 5,000 per second. At this moment, Pei Jinya also felt his heart beating like a drum. And the sound became louder and louder, gradually like thunder. At the same time, the blood in his body began to rush, like a big river. And it lasted for a long time. The whole person began to become crystal clear. Outside, I was at the scene when Master Tianzong passed away. There is no way he is still alive, said a young man with pigtails in a cold voice. He didn't believe it at all. He pushed everyone aside, and led the team to rush in. Everyone was immediately ready to move. Who is he? Yi Deli, the adopted son of King Vimalakirti. Is it him? I heard that he entered the quasi-second level last month, and will be promoted to the second level within 5 years. It a pity. He is too young and energetic. When Yi Deli rushed in, he was dumbfounded. He saw a person with a crystal light all over his body, sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance. This scene reminded him of Master Tianzong back then. It really seemed like. He widened his eyes, and staggered a few steps. There seemed to be a voice echoing in his heart. Who are you? Aren't you dead? How can you still be alive? No, you are not Master Tianzong. You must be a liar. Yi Deli's face turned fierce. I don't believe it. You are definitely not Master Tianzong. Tell me, who are you? He grabbed the big knife suddenly. He rushed towards Pei Jinya. The magnificent and domineering knife light burst out. With a sharp whistle, it burst out with an extremely domineering light. At this moment, it was extremely dazzling. But the next moment, a bright light suddenly rose, and suddenly a sharp intention of tearing the sky and splitting the earth rose up in this mountain forest. It was the sword intention. An extremely terrifying sword intention. It is hard not to think of the sword intention of Master Tianzong. Yi Deli's heart trembled suddenly. Is it an illusion? He felt as if countless sword intentions were everywhere around him, becoming more and more solid under the control of the other party. Damn it! When did such a huge sword intention appear here? Yi Deli couldn't believe it. The alarm bells in his heart were trembling wildly. His thoughts began to waver. Master Tianzong? He really began to doubt this speculation. But seeing is believing. He saw Master Tianzong pass away with his own eyes. How could he appear here? In this world? Besides Master Tianzong, who else could perform such a powerful swordsmanship? He was shaken. He shouted hurriedly, begging for forgiveness, giving up the attack, trying to make the other party forgive his ignorance. However, the sword of justice was merciless, dropped from the sky, pierced through his forehead on the spot, and fell in a pool of blood. Pei Jinya didn't even look at him. The moment he withdrew his hand, he began to operate at full strength, absorbing the huge energy brought by the strange flower. The 3 attribute values quickly broke through the 170,000 mark. More importantly, the upper limits of these 3 attribute values were also broken. And they were still rising continuously. The physique was evolving rapidly, and he felt unprecedentedly refreshed. At this moment, Genia felt that the extraordinary genes in his body were all hot, rising in a mysterious state. Unprecedented changes are coming. Genia suddenly thought. If there is only one extraordinary gene in his body at this time, perhaps with the persistence of such a huge force, that extraordinary gene can be promoted? This strange flower is different from the previous one. Genia's heart suddenly jumped violently. It can make the extraordinary gene evolve. He quickly mobilized these energies, and began to carry out the next extraordinary evolution. Now he has entered the 7th level of extraordinary. This means that all the extraordinary genes in his body can be upgraded to LV7. On the attribute panel, only the weapon sword has been upgraded to LV7. I feel that a lot of energy has been consumed. Not enough to support the energy consumption of the next advancement. I simply continue to swallow a petal. The energy that burst out again is like a flood. In contrast, Genia's power seems too weak, so he can only control and guide this power as much as possible. He wants to open the life valve. The most important thing is the extraordinary physical skills. Only when the physical body is completely strengthened to the peak will there be a chance to open the life valve. Success? Feeling the body withdraw in the body. Getting this power infused. Genia was shocked. Countless cells seemed to be boiling. His heartbeat became more and more terrifying. If someone stood next to him at this moment, they would definitely be surprised and dislocated their jaws, because it was too scary. Unable to help himself, he roared. Advanced Extraordinary. Genia looked at the attribute panel. The original LV5 body King Kong really advanced to LV6. He felt that there was still a lot of power left. Genia continued to push. It was as if the cells were burning. However, this time the energy was not enough to fully advance to LV7, so Genia simply swallowed another petal. The energy surged again. Body King Kong finally advanced to LV7. This is the feeling of power. While feeling the body getting stronger, Genia also felt the rocket-like surge in his power. He didn't waste time now. The remaining power of the second petal was still there. Then he continued to work hard and advanced to the second extraordinary gene. Body Rage. A roar. The extraordinary gene advanced. On the attribute panel, Body Rage also successfully advanced to LV6. Take out the third petal. Body Rage successfully advanced to LV7. So far, Genia's 7th level extraordinary gene contained in his body has condensed into 3. Originally, he had already swept through the 7th order awakeners. Now his strength has increased again. Ordinary 8th orders are no longer his opponents. But against the old-fashioned 8th order, the opponent attributes are naturally stronger than his. Come again! Genia took the 4th petal. The power surged in his body again. However, at this time, some warriors outside the forest could no longer hold back, and began to move incautiously. Stop them. After Genia finished speaking, the centipede immediately turned into lightning, rushed over. Under the white mist, blood splattered. These warriors didn't even see what happened, and their lives were harvested. At the same time, Genia began to advance the synthesis of the 3rd extraordinary gene. In just 3 seconds, his mind had deduced tens of thousands of possibilities. Based on these possibilities, he selected the most advantageous extraordinary gene. Begin. His mind moved. Time. A strong wind was raised around him. The remaining energy poured in crazily. There was almost no pause. Physical martial arts advancing to LV5 is as easy as drinking water. But what surprised Genia was that the energy consumed by this extraordinary gene was even greater than the 2 LV7 extraordinary genes just now. Sure enough, every extraordinary gene has strengths and weaknesses, and it is really difficult to advance the extraordinary genes of the special system. The more this happened, Genia felt the more powerful the attribute light ball was. These differences can be completely ignored. 1 fragment every 2 days, unshakable. Only when the universal extraordinary fragments are used to synthesize and advance, can the gap between these extraordinary genes be felt. Martial arts talent advanced to LV5. Genia instantly felt that the speed of evolution became faster. Golden light burst out from his body. At this moment, he only felt comfortable all over. The 5th petal was swallowed. But what caught Genia off guard was that a whole petal could not advance the martial arts talent to LV6. The 6th petal was swallowed. The extraordinary gene of martial arts talent finally succeeded in advancing to the next second before the energy was exhausted. Boom! Golden light surged from Genia's body. 2 red flames were about to burst out of his eyes. The whole person was like a demon god. After the martial arts talent was advanced to LV6, Genia suddenly had a feeling. It was like living in a swamp, moving slowly, And now practicing is like drinking water, turning on fast forward, like a fish in water. As for the last pedal, Pei Jinya kept it, just to upgrade his martial arts talent by 1 level. He consumed 2 pedals. If it is to be synthesized to LV7, it will probably take at least 3 pedals. His pupils burst into a strange light. At a certain moment, Pei Jinya seemed to see something. His eyes became more and more focused. Is this the legendary inner vision? He saw his body. Every muscle and bone, every piece of flesh and blood were exposed in his vision. He saw his 3 dantians. He also saw the sword pill in the lower dantian continuously absorbing sword intent from the outside world, and then attached to the sword pill, condensed into a meaning with some kind of power, and was absorbed by Pei Jinya. What is this? Pei Jinya suddenly exclaimed. He saw a faint line on his dantian. As he focused his gaze, this line became clearer and clearer. Pei Jinya suddenly widened his eyes. This is not a line at all. It is a shackle. A very long shackle, which almost locked all his internal organs. Pei Jinya was stunned. He was a little absent-minded. So opening the life valve means opening the shackle. He always thought it was a valve. He also wondered where the valve in the human body could be opened. But now he saw it. As his eyes reached the limit, he saw the colorful nodes on the complex shackle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 in total. The remaining nodes are completely invisible. Pei Jinya was in doubt. There was a guess. Maybe because I reached the 7th level, so I have opened 7 nodes now? But Pei Jinya was surprised but also had some doubts. As far as his eyes could see, the 7 nodes he opened were not even 1/10 of the shackles. Is the 70th level the end? Or more? But you have to know that the Federation can only be rated as the 9th level of transcendence now. The last strange phenomenon dissipated. Pei Jinya, double pupils, also returned to normal. The observation field in the body slowly dissipated. But Pei Jinya was not disappointed at all. For him, he had always known the goal of life valve before, but no matter how hard he struggled, he didn't know what the result of the struggle would be. It was like swimming desperately forward in the endless sea. Although there would be an end to the hardship, I just don't know how boring the process is, which eats away at people's hearts. But now, he is clear. His efforts along the way have not been in vain. It really works. Pull out the attribute panel. Qi and blood, physical strength, spiritual strength. After a trip to Tianzong ruins, the attribute value doubled directly. Pei Jinya felt the power contained in his body. He only hated why he didn't burn Qi and blood earlier. Do you want to burn more blood? The attribute panel now shows the threshold attribute value of the extraordinary 8th level, 500,000. The attribute value of the 8th level is actually 500,000. No wonder he had to use all his strength before, to achieve a surprise victory through comprehensive amplification. The gap is indeed too big, and Pei Jinya used elements to fight back. But now, with an attribute value of 200,000 plus amplitude, who can be the opponent of an ordinary 8th level? If he fights against the Thunderbolt Cannon again now, he can completely get rid of the opponent at a faster speed. The joy brought by the sudden increase in strength is indescribable. Pei Jinya took advantage of the fact that no one was disturbing him. He carefully studied the changes in the supernatural abilities on the attribute panel. Body Vidra LV7. New ability 1. Unlock the Giant Blood Nightmare or Dharma body state. Strength and physical defense are plus. New ability 2. Vidra Furious Eyes. Eyes are intimidating. The effect of restraining the supernatural powers of the dark system is plus 100%. Body Rage LV7. New ability 1. Unlock the Giant Blood Nightmare or Dharma body state. Attack speed plus. New ability 2. In Anger, Gang Chi Lethality plus 100%. Physical Martial Arts LV6. New ability 1. 100,000 times Martial Arts Talent. New ability 2. Bloodiness becomes stronger when facing a strong opponent, and in the process of fighting, you can find the opponent flaws. The weaker the enemy, the more flaws you can find. These new abilities are all added on the original basis. Pei Jinya could hardly hide the smile on his lips. That is to say, whether it is burst speed, strength, or defense, I have been effectively strengthened. In addition, the 10,000 times increase in martial arts talent. Pei Jinya's eyes fell on his own skills. Almost all of them have gained at least a 10% bonus on the original basis. And some martial arts have even jumped 2 levels, directly entering the limit-breaking level. This is the power of 10,000 times martial arts talent. Take a deep breath. Suppress the surprise in your heart. Pei Jinya looked up and looked around. There were no similar flowers in this forest, which was a pity. You are really greedy. As for burning blood again, in exchange for luck. Pei Jinya thought about it, and decided to forget it. In his memory, Lin Mumu used this ability many times, and almost lost his life. It was his brother Lin Xiongqi who saved his life with all his efforts. The greater the luck, the easier it is to be backlash. And even seriously damage the extraordinary genes. To be on the safe side, Pei Jinya finally gave up this plan. It seems that the treasure here has fallen into your hands. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. With a faint sword intent, since you are also a swordsman. Let's see whose sword is harder. Before Pei Jinya could say anything, the other party slapped his waist and dodged in the air. The silver sword light in the air was connected into a piece, and gathered into a sword light. It looked dazzling. But it flew towards Pei Jinya with an extremely sharp aura. At the moment when the sword light burst out, the space in front of him seemed to be completely free of obstacles. In the blink of an eye, the sword light appeared in front of Pei Jinya. This sword light was very dazzling. It was so dazzling that ordinary people would shed tears involuntarily when they saw it. However, Pei Jinya was not an ordinary person. Almost at the moment when the opponent's sword intent rose, he mobilized the sword intent around him. In the center of the fight between the two, a crisscrossing strong wind airflow rose instantly, becoming particularly terrifying under the fierce collision. The ground was cracking in the continuous violent shock. This might was only the power that was released, and it was enough to easily kill those low-level warriors. Pei Jinya's face suddenly changed slightly. The sword spirit of this forest was actually disintegrating, and half of it disappeared in an instant. Was it because the strange flower was swallowed? This is not good news. Pei Jinya's face was not very good. The middle-aged man opposite seemed to have noticed this. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. So your strength is entirely due to the sword intent here. Although I don't know what means you use to control them. But now, without the blessing of sword intent, what can you use to fight me? He asked back, and was very happy. Buzz! Suddenly, a thin and long sword sound rang out, echoing over the mountains and forests. The middle-aged swordsman's sword suddenly turned into a blurry light and shadow, pulling up the wind, stirring the sword intent around and even making the flying trajectory messy. Zhung zhung zhung. Pei Jinya's sword intention was suppressed. The middle-aged swordsman roared wildly, the sword light pressed forward, 5 fingers swung wildly, and tapped Pei Jinya's chest one after another. I thought that Pei Jinya could be cut off. But what the middle-aged swordsman didn't expect was that the 5 fingers tapped on Pei Jinya, and didn't leave any trace. On the contrary, it gave Pei Jinya the opportunity to fight in close combat. Suddenly, the terrifying power burst out from Pei Jinya, and the tall figure like a demon god suddenly rose up, with both hands. The sword lights used by the middle-aged swordsman were easily caught. He didn't give him any chance at all. The sword lights were crushed on the spot by the terrifying force. The middle-aged swordsman had never expected it. His face was shocked and angry. His heart was even more shocked. Like a raging storm. In the blink of an eye, the sword light that made him famous was crushed by the purest power of the man in front of him. How could this be possible? His face changed. He said 2 words to Pei Jinya on the opposite side. Waste. Before the middle-aged swordsman could continue to say anything, Pei Jinya's eyes seemed to flash with thunder. In a tenth of a second, he stretched out the 5 fingers of his left hand, forming a huge palm, ignoring the distance, like a lotus in full bloom, and then clenched his fingers into a fist. With a grasp and a squeeze, a large amount of air was torn apart and exploded with this fist as the center. Then, he punched out. Boom! The sound of the explosion, like a thunder explosion, rang in the ears of the middle-aged swordsman. On the trajectory of the punch, layers of visible ripples continued to spread out rapidly. This was the first time Pei Jinya used all his strength after entering the 7th level of physical skills. What was even more terrifying was that the middle-aged swordsman had not even heard the sound. And Pei Jinya's punch had already appeared in front of him, pushing away all the air, making him feel short of breath. The moment he saw Pei Jinya pressing down with his physical body, he only had one thought in his mind. Isn't the swordsman you brewed specially for me? How can you have such a strong body? You? The middle-aged swordsman's face was shaking. He was hit by a punch in shock. Instantly, his huge body was thrown high up like a feather. While flying all the way, blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and the terrifying force crushed all the bones in his body. A series of bowstring breaking sounds were heard, until he hit the mountain wall in the distance hard, breaking the rocks on the mountain wall, and large pieces of broken rock splashed out. He rolled down. Even though he fell to the ground, his whole body was shaking and blood was still gushing out. In the blink of an eye, Pei-Jinya power crushed his body like a rotten wood. Who are you? The middle-aged swordsman kept spitting blood, and did not forget to ask Pei-Jinya true identity. However, Pei-Jinya said nothing, and reached out and clasped his face. Enter the dream. The gods and centipede blocked behind him. The people who broke in from the opposite side were stunned. After a while, Pei-Jinya stood up and left, and the people who were around came forward one after another. Seeing the body on the ground, everyone's face changed. Gu Jian. Isn't he a quasi-second level swordsman? He was beaten to death. So how strong was that man just now? Such a strong swordsmanship. He knows swordsmanship, and his body is so strong. Why are there so many terrifying beings in this world? Almost within 3 breaths of Pei-Jinya departure, Werewolf Des and Vitam appeared at the same time. The two groups confronted each other. Those who were still sighing did not dare to fight with these two groups, and hurriedly withdrew. You again? Vitam narrowed his eyes. His gaze was sharp. Khalid hurried over. Father. Vitam's eyes slowly moved away from Des' face, and looked at him. His eyes were very cold. Gnashing his teeth. Waste. Khalid hurriedly lowered his head. It's my son who is not doing a good job. But that person's strength is really terrible. Even the lone sword has been buried here. Don't make excuses for yourself. You are wrong. You are wrong, Vitam said coldly. Khalid's heart tightened, and he dared not say anything. Opposite. The werewolf Des walked to the place where the strange flower originally grew. It stretched out its hand, touched the giant tree, and closed its eyes as if feeling something. But soon, when it opened its eyes again, the strong killing intent burst out from its eyes, without any disguise at all. What it wanted was taken by someone else first. He said word by word in the language of the werewolves. Kill them all. The next second, all the werewolves rushed to the surroundings. Vitam was immediately shocked and angry. Des, you are looking for death. The fight started instantly, and corpses were everywhere. At the same time, Pei-Jinya was leading the gods and centipedes to eliminate the beasts in the mountains and forests. Every time the centipedes killed one, they would eat their demon pills. The gods secretly hid 2 for themselves. I don't know if the centipedes saw it, anyway. He ignored them. Pei-Jinya left them alone. Sitting on one side, he took spiritual objects to recover. He used the last sword power to wear down some of Gu Jian's strength, and finally used the powerful spirit of the 7th level to finally make this quasi-second level warrior die in the mountains. My strength has clearly improved now. Pei-Jinya felt the power in his body. It was probably between the quasi-second and 3rd levels. If he seized the opportunity, he could fight against the quasi-second level just like he killed Gu Jian. At least he won't run away again. Gu Jian's swordsmanship was integrated into Pei-Jinya's own swordsmanship system, serving as nourishment. I have to admit that this guy's swordsmanship is indeed very strong. This also provides him with a lot of swordsmanship experience. Buzz. The moment he mastered it, the swordsmanship broke through, and became even sharper. Unconsciously, the fog gradually dissipated. After Pei-Jinya's sword power broke through, his lethality was effectively improved, and he became more and more adept at killing both ferocious beasts and werewolves. There was a sound of fighting in front. Pei-Jinya approached quietly. After swallowing the memory of the Thunderbolt cannon, he knew all the members of the Vulcan cannon. There were 2 groups of people on the opposite side. One was the members of the Vulcan cannon, and the other was an unknown force on the side of the Yejin kingdom. What were the 2 sides fighting for? Obviously, the Vulcan cannon has the upper hand, and the unknown forces on the opposite side are being beaten back step by step. Very strong taste, very suitable for research. A SOSO supplement, but if I eat it, I can become stronger. Pei-Jinya looked at the 2 little guys. The speaking styles are indeed completely different. But he cares more about the fruit not far away, which is similar to grapes. But each oval fruit is crystal clear. After a rough sweep, at least 10. Seeing the Vulcan cannon members approaching, a visible sword energy suddenly surged out, as if under the sharp sword intent, anything would be cut. Swish. The man was cut in half by a sword. The gushing blood startled everyone present. This is it. The next moment, Pei-Jinya appeared under the glass fruit tree, and reached out to pick it. The Vulcan cannon group widened their eyes. The leader yelled in shock and anger, "Let go!" He rushed forward almost as he spoke. A force burst out from him. Instantly, he hit Pei Jinya's body with his thunderous fist. But as he hit him, the man was shocked to find that his fist did not hit the other person at all. Instead, it seemed that there was some kind of substance blocking his fist out of thin air. This feeling is not good. Almost at the same time, a huge force rebounded. The man felt as if his arms had shaken 1,000 times in an instant, and he lost consciousness on the spot. How could this happen? He roared in his heart. His expression was also extremely horrified. This punch was already his full strength, even if it was burst out in a hurry. But even a piece of iron would be pierced on the spot. But how could this happen? No reaction like now. In his perception, the object of his punch at this moment was not a human at all, but a demon god with raging demonic flames. He felt like an ant, weak and vulnerable, resisting the majestic demon alone. What kind of skills did he practice? At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the man's mind was full of memories. His face still had that incredible horror. Then Pei Jinya's big hand pressed hard on his face. Boom! His facial muscles trembled wildly. The man's body was like a javelin being hit hard into the ground. Only half of his body was exposed. His face was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Pei Jinya raised his head and looked at the two groups of people opposite him, and said calmly, "Get lost." The people of the Vulcan cannon looked at each other. They gritted their teeth. They rushed over one after another. Pei Jinya's eyes did not change. He raised his hand. He pressed the air. A sword light rose in front of him. The whole person disappeared from the spot, and it seemed that there was a bright light flickering among the people. When Pei Jinya reappeared, the members of the Vulcan cannon covered their necks and fell down. The faces of the unknown forces on the opposite side changed slightly, and everyone looked at each other. Pei Jinya didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, and stretched out his hand to cover the head of the man on the ground again. Enter the dream. In less than 3 breaths, the physical skills and martial arts were integrated. When he was about to open his eyes, the group on the opposite side had already rushed in front of him. The 3 people in the lead had ferocious faces and slashed at Pei Jinya. "Ah! A sigh. I didn't kill you, which is the greatest favor I have done to you. But you want to kill me. You really don't know what's going on." The next second, there was a loud bang. The ground shook. The faces of the group of people suddenly changed. They all thought that Pei Jinya had just attacked repeatedly, and his strength had been greatly consumed. But they didn't expect that he was still so terrifying. The body that rushed forward seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and the speed of moving forward became extremely slow. Everyone's face changed in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Everyone struggled with all their might, begging for mercy with tears in their eyes, trying to escape the scene. The wind blades that emerged from this space enveloped them, and everyone felt that their blood and chi were rapidly declining. This was too unbelievable. A bright light suddenly appeared in the solidified space. Everyone's vision was deprived. The next second, hot blood splattered on everyone's face. 7 or 8 bodies flew backwards. Pei Jinya looked up. 10 meters away, there were still 3 people on the other side who stayed where they were. Their slow reaction saved their lives. At this moment, they looked at a pool of blood not far away in shock and confusion. Unbelievable. The companions who had been with each other day and night had become corpses in just a moment of fighting. This was too horrifying. When they noticed Pei Jinya looking at them, the 3 people felt that their hair stood up involuntarily, their legs became weak, and the swords in their hands fell out of their hands uncontrollably. The 3 men fell to the ground one after another, kneeling and begging for mercy. Puff! The sword flashed. 3 heads fell to the ground. Pei Jinya's eyes did not change at all, searching all the bodies. The 2 groups provided him with 3 medicinal herbs and a 3-petal exotic flower. The centipede glanced at them. Rubbish. The god rubbed his hands, wanted to study. Pei Jinya gave it a petal, ate one himself, and left one. The centipede watched eagerly. Pei Jinya ignored him. "Aren't you disgusted?" "Disgust is not given." The god quietly poked his head out from Pei Jinya's arm, glanced at the centipede, and was instantly captured by the centipede. "Come out, fight." The god quickly retracted his head. Soon after, Pei Jinya left with the 2 little guys. A group of people appeared here. "Did you get rid of it?" "Director Zhao, we are safe now. I really don't know what Des is crazy about. Why did they suddenly attack everyone without regard for their own safety?" The leader was Dr. Zhao. The smell of blood filled their noses. and everyone's faces changed slightly. When they rushed to the front of the forest, looking at the traces of food on the ground, everyone's faces suddenly became solemn. So many people died. A young man with a crew cut walked forward, checked, and suddenly raised his head and said, "Director, it's the Vulcan Cannon people." Vulcan Cannon? The others were also surprised. It's a good thing that these guys died. We haven't settled the score with them yet for the ambush they set with the Thunderbolt cannon, Dr. Zhao said. Search the bodies to see if they're anything useful. Then he squatted in front of the body next to him, opened the collar, and saw the wounds on it. The young man with a buzz cut next to him whispered, "I saw. They're all sword wounds. And there's no sign of a second sword. Director, this swordsmanship is probably very strong." "Right. Very strong." Even Dr. Zhao couldn't help but admire. This time even a swordsman like Gu Jian has come out. It's not surprising that such a master has appeared. Be careful next time. He saw the swordsmanship on the corpse, and thought of the information about Pei Jinya. He also practiced swordsmanship. However, he had never seen Pei Jinya take action, so he didn't know his true strength. He couldn't help but worry about Pei Jinya. He only regretted why he didn't be more stubborn and wait for Pei Jinya. He turned his head and asked, "Has the signal been sent?" "It has been sent." The crew-haired young man looked at Dr. Zhao, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, "You said, it's been so long, and there is still no response from Consultant Pei, would he?" He didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but it was self-evident. "No." Dr. Zhao took a deep breath. At this time, the other team members also returned, shaking their heads and saying, "Everything has been searched out." The young man with a buzz cut next to Dr. Zhao couldn't help but gasp. "This is too cruel, they won't leave any." Seeing this, Dr. Zhao made a prompt decision. "We can't stay here for long, let retreat." Just less than 3 miles away, they ran into people from Yejin country. People from Xia country. The leader was one of the 18 guards, Halil Dek. Dr. Zhao narrowed his eyes. The other party was Yi Nufu biological son, and a true level 2 warrior among the 18 guards. Harry Deke walked like a dragon, and dozens of figures behind him formed a circle, blocking the way for Dr. Zhao and his men. He looked at Dr. Zhao with a scrutinizing gaze. He quickly determined that Dr. Zhao was injured. This made the expression on his face even more ferocious. "I heard that your Xia country gained a lot this time. But this is our Yejin country territory after all. I won't make it difficult for you. Hand over the things, and I won't hurt your lives." Dr. Zhao stared at Harry Deke. Having been in Yejin Kingdom for many years, he knew too well who Harry Deke was. How could someone who could kill his own uncle be someone who abides by the contract? According to the agreement between the two countries, your country has no right to interfere with anything in the ruins. Harry Deke, I also advise you not to make mistakes. Before Dr. Zhao could continue to say anything, Harry Deke's wild voice had already sounded. "Ha ha, make mistakes? Ha ha ha." The unbridled laughter directly drowned out the voice behind Dr. Zhao. He landed hard with his spear in hand, and said in an extremely domineering manner, "Your Xia kingdom is just a little bigger. Do you warriors really take yourselves seriously? In Yejin Kingdom, no matter you are a dragon or a tiger, you have to kneel down." Dr. Zhao put his hands behind his back and gestured. Now that Harry Deke has revealed his true intentions, he can only take a risky move. "Kill them!" Harry Deke shouted suddenly and attacked instantly. The spear in his hand swung in the air, and the bluish-white spear light instantly gathered into a blue lotus in the air, stabbed towards Dr. Zhao. The 13 blue lotus spears, yet a famous spear technique, was only taught to the 18 guards. Harry Deke can now easily perform the blue lotus, which is enough to prove his strength. Dr. Zhao rushed out with fists in both hands. The wind stirred. The airflow around became violent. He didn't fight head-on, because he was injured by the werewolf deaths before, and suffered some internal injuries, so he could only use the force of the werewolf to fight back. Mainly dodge and consume. In the air, a bunch of blue lotuses bloomed. The trajectory of each petal was almost precisely covering Dr. Zhao's vital points. When the tip of the gun shook, it could block Dr. Zhao's move. But Dr. Zhao was not a pushover. Whenever his body was about to be touched by the gun, it was like a lotus flower growing under his feet, and he could easily dodge to a safe place. It gave people an illusion, as if he was being forced away directly by Harry Deke's gun. But Harry Deke knew that not the case at all. This cunning Xiao warrior is as hard to catch as a catfish. Not far away, the battlefield of the crowd has been separated from Dr. Zhao, Harry Deke, and the others by dozens of meters. The fight between these strong men is like tearing the sky and splitting the earth, and they can be easily injured. When the young man with a crew cut fought with others, he glanced at the fierce battle on the opposite side, which was somewhat thrilling. After the companion next to him stabbed the warrior of Yejin to death, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Sheng, is Director Zhao from Yejin Kingdom a match? It not good." The young man with a crew cut looked a little ugly, and said quickly, "Kill them as soon as possible, and we will go to support the director." "Understood. Understood." At a certain moment, just when Harry Decker was dissatisfied, he accidentally revealed a flaw. It was this flaw that was seized by Dr. Zhao, who had been dormant. A fierce roar of a dragon roar suddenly sounded from him, under Harry Deck's gaze. Dr. Zhao aura suddenly rose, and he suddenly became terrifying. His hands turned into a shadow. The sound of wind was raised, and it became a dragon roar. He blasted forward in a domineering way. Harry Deck narrowed his eyes, without any fear at all, and rushed forward fiercely. The air between the two of them suddenly twisted in a way that was difficult to see with the naked eye. This time, the green lotus in front of Harry Deck began to show signs of disorder. In the close wrestling, Harry Deck looked at Dr. Zhao fiercely. "It a pity that you are injured. Otherwise I might not be able to kill you." A fishy and sweet taste came from Dr. Zhao's mouth. As Harry Deck said, if he had not been injured by the werewolf deaths, he would not be so aggressive at this moment. Suddenly, Harry Deck seized the opportunity, howled wildly, and stabbed out with his spear. In an instant, a green lotus larger than the original one was condensed. A series of collisions. Harry Deck found Dr. Zhao's injured left arm. He approached fiercely. Dr. Zhao's face suddenly changed. Not good. Boom! Haldeek seized the opportunity, clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and slammed it hard on Dr. Zhao's left arm. Crack! The sound of broken bones came, and a stream of hot blood came out of his mouth, and he flew backwards like a rag doll, and rolled down for more than 10 meters. "Director?" The exclamation of the young man with a buzz cut came from a distance. Dr. Zhao felt that his throat was full of blood at this moment, unable to make any sound, with bloodshot eyes. He looked at the crew-cut youth, trying to get them to retreat quickly. At this time, Haldeck sneered and rushed forward. The crew-cut youth members resolutely abandoned their opponents and rushed over, trying to block Haldeck's shot. "You are worthy of interfering in my battle?" Haldeck looked at him with contempt, and turned his body suddenly, and threw out his war spear. With a bang, he swept away the incoming knife. The spear flew in the air, as if it had flown back into Harry Deck's hands, and swept across again. The swords in front of him made a shrill sound, as if they could not bear the weight. The free hand pressed down on the man's chest. Bang! Shattered into pieces. The young man with a buzz cut flew backwards on the spot, bleeding profusely. All the Xiao warriors present were silent when they saw this scene. They naturally knew Harry Deck. They also knew his fighting ability. But when they really started fighting, that feeling of powerlessness was really suffocating and uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, Harry Deck, holding a war gun, shocked the whole audience with his invincible attitude. Step, step, step. Just when the atmosphere was frozen, Harry Deck walked towards Dr. Zhao in a pool of blood step by step. "You are really good. No wonder you were able to survive in Death's hands, but unfortunately you met me. Maybe this is fate." Harry Deck looked down at him, although there were 2 bloody wounds on his body, but at the moment he didn't pay any attention to it, just enjoying the pleasure of the moment as a winner. Dr. Zhao wiped the blood from his mouth, and the left half of his body was completely unable to move at this time. Being in a desperate situation, he had no intention of begging for mercy, but looked at Harry Decker and said calmly, "I am not as skilled as others. I accept it. But you will die if you kill me. I will wait for you in the underground." Dr. Zhao originally planned to commit suicide, but was stopped by Harry Decker's shot. "Want to die? Now your life belongs to me. I let you die, you can die." The strong man of Xia country became his trophy. Harry Deck couldn't wait to see the expressions of envy and hatred of other brothers. "Let go of the director." The warrior of Xia country beside him roared. Harry Deck looked arrogant, disdainful, looking down at Dr. Zhao. Humiliation? Ha ha ha, what about Xia country? What I hate most in my life is you guys who rely on your status as a member of a big country threaten us. Threat? When you lick the empire, don't you feel it a threat? Dr. Zhao sneered, and gave up resistance. He just said calmly and sarcastically, "People who are extremely inferior often can't tell whether the people around them are human or ghost. You are willing to be the running dogs of the empire, and you blame others for not obeying the empire. Ignorant, And there is no hope. Haldecker's self-esteem was hurt all of a sudden. He stabbed Dr. Zhao fiercely with a gun, blood spurted, he roared. Shut up. Dr. Zhao coughed up blood, but a mocking smile appeared on his face. Trash. Haldeck narrowed his eyes. Just when he was boiling with murderous intent. Tap, 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 a light sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the forest. Following Pei Jinya appeared at the bottom of the forest. Looking at the Yejin warriors, who were gathered in a circle. I seem to have heard the word Xiaogua, excuse me. What kind of trash are you? The moment he said this, the warriors of Yejin State all showed astonished looks. Waste, waste? These two words almost made all the warriors of Yejin State present turn their heads to look. Nearly 100 eyes gathered on Pei Jinya at once. Even Harrydeck couldn't help but shift his attention to Pei Jinya at this moment. Who are you? Pei Jinya walked forward without paying attention. Is it Brother Yao? I think I heard your voice. Seeing that he was ignored, Harrydeck's eyes flashed with anger. The warriors of Xia State, who were surrounded by the members of Yejin State, couldn't see Pei Jinya at all, but after hearing this voice, they suddenly reacted. Someone from the Xia country warrior side hurriedly shouted, Advisor Pei. Director Zhao and Brother Sheng were injured by them. However, just after this person finished speaking, he suddenly reacted and hurriedly shouted again, Advisor Pei. Run. Call for support. Harry Deek is a second-level warrior. Dr. Zhao also shouted, Run. Harry Deek stepped down hard, interrupting Dr. Zhao's next words. He slowly turned his head. His eyes moved to Pei Jinya, and he looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. He said slowly, Where did this blind thing come from? He shouted angrily. With a flip of his hand, the war spear pointed at Pei Jinya, and the whole space was rippled with visible waves. The war spear spanned a distance of dozens of meters, and stabbed at Pei Jinya's head. With his quasi-second-level cultivation, even if he suffered some internal injuries when fighting with Dr. Zhao, it was enough to deal with this young man he had never met. The spear light was very strong. It was so fierce that it made people tremble with fear. Dr. Zhao released the last of his accumulated strength, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, blocked the way forward. The warriors of the Xia kingdom around him also took action. The second before the chaos broke out. Suddenly, clang. A sword sound like thunder and lightning instantly rang in everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, the fierce sword intent was generated out of thin air, and it grew at the fastest speed. If Gu Jian was here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Because the sword Pei Jinya used at this moment contained the core essence of his swordsmanship. Ignoring the distance, he instantly slashed at the spear of Harrydeck. Almost instantly, 2 forces exploded. With a sizzling sound, a large amount of airflow tore the leaves all over the sky, and the shockwave caused people around to fly backwards. Pei Jinya's figure was like a torrent. Approaching instantly, the long sword slashed at his face. Harrydeck was shocked and angry, and grabbed the spear with his backhand to block it. Although he blocked Pei Jinya's powerful sword, Dr. Zhao had already fallen into Pei Jinya's hands. He narrowed his eyes immediately. A strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. Pei. Dr. Zhao was also amazed by the sword just now, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head. I'm a step late, sorry. No, you came just in time. Dr. Zhao lowered his voice, suppressed the fishy sweetness in his throat, and whispered, Be careful of his gun, his weakness is. Pei Jinya nodded. At this moment, Harry Deek snorted coldly. The figure flew away suddenly. With his body as the center, the space several meters away seemed to collapse, and a lot of hissing sounds were like a series of muffled thunder. The black light emitted from the tip of the gun seemed to become an invisible black hole. The space passing by seemed to be distorted. Be careful, Dr. Zhao hurriedly reminded, but it affected his injuries. Fortunately, he was supported by the Xia country warrior next to him, so he avoided falling down. Director, is Consultant Pei so strong? The young warrior who supported him asked in shock. When Dr. Zhao looked up, Pei Jinya had just finished his second fight with Harrydecker, and the sword intent that burst out from all around broke a nearby tree trunk. What a strong sword intent! Boom! Under the thunderbolt, the sword light that flew out of Pei Jinya's hand swept across, stirring up layers of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye, and it was also emitting lightning, spreading towards the group of people from Yi Jingguo like lightning. Whether it was this kind of explosive power, or this kind of power, it had already exceeded the imagination of these warriors. They were not second-level warriors like Harrydeck, and some of them even had no time to react, and were hit by the lightning first, and were taken away by the sword-like shockwave directly when their bodies went numb. You really deserve to die. Heredik saw his subordinates being ruthlessly killed like this, and he roared immediately, grabbed the war spear and threw it out, and his anger made him ignore the wound on his shoulder. The air pierced by the spear had a faint sense of collapse and distortion. This guy was furious, and he really came for it. Dr. Zhao noticed the changes in the space not far away, and his face changed slightly. The Xiao warrior beside him hurriedly handed over a red pill. Director, take the heart-saving pill first. Dr. Zhao's face was nervous. Call for support. Quick! The middle-aged man next to him looked nervous. You are not suitable to take action now. The effect of the heart-saving pill only lasts for 3 minutes every time you use it. The effect of the medicine will decrease, and it may even endanger your life. Now is not the time to talk about this. Go and call for support. Dr. Zhao stuffed the red heart-saving pill into his mouth. The powerful medicine made him lose the pain for a while. After saying this, he stood up and rushed over. A dull roar sounded as a punch was thrown. This punch instantly pushed away the air and approached Heredik. You? Heredik saw that Dr. Zhao could still burst out such a powerful punch. Suddenly, he was a little shocked and angry. At the same time, Pei Jinya's sword also fell on his spear. He had no way to retreat, and could only take the punch. Bang! His huge body was thrown out, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Heredik roared, and stabbed his spear into the ground fiercely, and dragged on the ground, and only then did he stop his body. Very good. You are very. Before Heredik even finished the last word, Pei Jinya's sword had already roared, cut it down again. More blood spurted out of Heredik's mouth, and he slammed into the nearby mountain wall, like a heavy object falling to the ground, making a dull sound. Damn it! He roared. Almost at the same time, Pei Jinya rushed over with his sword again. Even Dr. Zhao's scalp was numb. Too brutal. He didn't know for a moment whether it was because he was seriously injured, or because Pei Jinya's explosive power was so strong. This series of moves was completely aimed at killing him while he's sick. It was so fast that the figure was blurred, and only the continuous explosion sounded. The next moment, Heredik's body flew backwards again, passing over the crowd, like a meteorite across the sky, hitting the nearby forest hard, and directly knocking down a piece of forest. This scene almost shocked everyone. Such a serious injury. How much force could cause it? In the dead silence, everyone thinking seemed to be a beat slower, and no one reacted for a while. A lot of blood appeared on Heredik's body. He fell into the ruins, looking up with hatred. He suddenly raised his hand, and fiercely blocked Pei Jinya's sword. The ground beneath him suddenly exploded with a puff of smoke and dust, and there were countless spider-like cracks spreading out. In the wrestling, blood spurted out from between Heredik's teeth. He looked even more ferocious. One-on-one. You are not my opponent. If you have the guts, challenge me. Pei Jinya looked at him. A smile appeared on his lips. Okay. Haldecker was delighted, and secretly laughed at this guy for being so easy to fool. If there was no interference from Dr. Zhao, with his strength, he would not be able to crush him, but at least he would not be so embarrassed. And he could use this opportunity to save his energy. But the next second, his expression was stunned. Pei Jinya gave way. Haldecker thought Pei Jinya had really fallen into his trap, and wanted to have a one-on-one fight. But Dr. Zhao fist rushed over out of nowhere. At the same time, Pei Jinya retreated to advance, and cooperated with Dr. Zhao, and the two merged into one. Damn it, you lied to me. Heredik was immediately furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew backwards again. The bones all over his body made a broken sound, and fell to the ground like a cannonball. Damn it! Really damn it! Falling in a pool of blood, Heredik spit out large mouthfuls of blood, and he wanted to kill Pei Jinya. He barely raised his head, and stared at the vague figure in the distance. With all his strength, he stood up shakily. Coincidentally, Pei Jinya rushed into his field of vision. One sword. One punch. The spear raised by Haldeck was thrown directly out. He himself tried his best this time, but couldn't stand up. He could only lie in the ruins, and shouted at the top of his lungs, You lied to me. You are a warrior without courage. Pei Jinya stood in front of him expressionlessly. A battle of life and death, only the winners win, and the losers lose. As for the means, it's not important at all. Do you understand? Heredik roared unwillingly. Pei Jinya grabbed his face, and lifted him up in the air. Darkness fell, and memories came rolling in. Dr. Zhao, and the others stared blankly at Pei Jinya lifting Harry Decker up. At this moment, they all seemed to have forgotten to speak, especially the warriors of Yijin Kingdom. Their faces were pale with horror. When they came to their senses, in addition to the shock of the storm, I felt more absurd. Who is Harry Deck? He is the son of Lord Yinufu, and he is his biological son. He has received the best training in the country since he was young, otherwise, he would not have broken through 2 levels at the age of 18, and entered the 2nd level at the age of less than 30. There is no doubt that he is strong, and he is definitely a strong candidate for the future Yijin Kingdom to compete for the 1st level warrior. However, it is such a rare genius, the existence of the blazing sun was now killed by a passerby-like existence that they had never heard of, in a crushing manner. This is too bizarre. Young master. The warriors of Yejin Kingdom suddenly became agitated. Pei Jinya was still immersed in his memories, and ignored them. Dr. Zhao stood behind Pei Jinya, looking at these warriors of Yejin Kingdom with cold eyes, and said word by word, "Kill them all." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. The Xiao warriors around rushed forward. The knife fell. Old Pei. Dr. Zhao looked at Pei Jinya, but just as he finished speaking, he felt a tearing sensation in his heart. The effect of the drug ended, and his whole face turned pale. Director. Someone next to him changed his face in shock, and hurried forward to support him. Dr. Zhao was already seriously injured, and he attacked twice with his exhausted body, and he was already fragile. At this time, Pei Jinya handed the spiritual fruit over. "Eat it." Dr. Zhao was startled. The young man next to him hurriedly and carefully put the spiritual fruit into Dr. Zhao's mouth. Dr. Zhao did not expect that the spiritual fruit would melt in his mouth, and the abundant energy flowed into his body, which continuously made up for his injuries. In just 3 breaths, Dr. Zhao's originally pale face gradually turned rosy. He was a little shocked. "What is this?" He raised his head and looked at Pei Jinya. "Unexpectedly," Pei Jinya said concisely, "an unexpected gain. Brother Sheng." "Hold on." Just then, there was a cry from the side. Pei Jinya immediately walked over and handed over a spiritual fruit. "Feed it to him." This spiritual fruit is the 3rd generation cultivated in the Wantua Kingdom. It has a strong medicinal effect. Pei Jinya was not sure before, but now that he saw Dr. Zhao recovery from his injuries, he was a little clear in his mind. It has roughly 50% of the effect of the 1st stage of flesh and blood rebirth. In other words, if Pei Jinya had not arrived in time, even if he had given Dr. Zhao 10 life fruits, it would have been useless. Before he was injured, the heart pills kept him alive, which gave the life fruits a chance to turn the tide. The young man with the buzz cut who was crying Brother Sheng was finally able to speak. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not dead yet, Brother Sheng." Several young men nearby hurried over, their faces full of surprise. Brother Sheng moved his body with difficulty, but just as he moved, he heard a voice from behind him. "Don't move. Your bones are healing. It takes time." Brother Sheng was startled. He turned around. The person who spoke. Consultant Pei? He was stunned. He had fallen into a coma before. He had no idea what happened. He subconsciously looked for Dr. Zhao. The young man next to him quickly described the whole story. In a word, Consultant Pei and Director Zhao teamed up to kill Harry Deck, and Consultant Pei also used a magical fruit to save him. When Brother Sheng heard this, he immediately looked at Pei Jinya with gratitude. "Consultant Pei saved my life. I Zhao Changsheng will never forget it. From now on, even if I have to climb mountains of swords and cross seas of fire, I will do whatever you say." As soon as the voice fell, Pei Jinya pierced several silver needles in his waist and abdomen, and the cold feeling made Brother Sheng's voice tremble on the spot, destroying the solemn atmosphere in an instant. It became a little funny. Zhao Changsheng blushed a little. "Do you feel the heat in your waist and abdomen?" Pei Jinya asked beside him. "Yes." Zhao Changsheng quickly tightened his mind, and did not dare to neglect it. Pei Jinya urged the power of elements and blessed the silver needle. Zhao Changsheng immediately felt a warm air flow along his body, like an ant moving through his flesh and blood through his skin. It was really uncomfortable. "It hurts a little. And it itches a little." He grinned for a long time. Pei Jinya took back his hand. "Can you try to move it?" Zhao Changsheng tried it, and the pain in his waist and abdomen was not as bad as before. He looked over with surprise. "It can move." The young warriors beside him were also a little surprised. What a magical medical skill. Consultant Pei medical skills are as powerful as his swordsmanship. Just as he walked to Dr. Zhao's side, he heard Dr. Zhao whisper, "You also know medical skills." Seeing Pei Jinya looking over, Dr. Zhao changed his words, to be honest, shocked. "What is the origin of your mountain sect? An all-rounder?" Slightly involved. Pei Jinya shook his head. Suddenly he shouted. The Xiao warriors nearby looked over. "Advisor Pei, what do you want me to do?" At this moment, Pei Jinya's status in everyone's mind has been infinitely elevated. Pei Jinya pointed to a cloth bag in his hand. "One spiritual fruit per person, come and take it." Everyone was stunned. The young warrior closest to Pei Jinya hadn't even reacted yet. A life fruit was stuffed into his hand. He stared blankly, somewhat flattered. Dr. Zhao laughed and scolded, "Why don't you thank Consultant Pei quickly? You are usually so smart, but you are so dumb now?" "Thank you, Consultant Pei. Long live Consultant Pei." Everyone reacted. The solemn atmosphere collapsed instantly, and everyone thanked loudly, which attracted Dr. Zhao scolding again. "Keep your voice down." Everyone lowered their voices and thanked again. Pei Jinya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After distributing the food to everyone, he gestured, "Don't just stand there, eat quickly, recover your strength as soon as possible. It will also be good for those who are not injured." When he finished speaking, everyone stopped hesitating. After they reacted one by one, they wolfed it down. "It melts in your mouth. It's much more delicious than I thought. Haha. I feel itchy. Hey, my injuries are really recovering. How magical." Seeing this, some warriors who were originally tasting in small bites, I couldn't hold it back any longer, and hurriedly ate with big mouthfuls. I immediately had the same feeling. Many people looked at Pei Jinya after eating, and thanked him again, from the bottom of their hearts. "Thank you, Consultant Pei. Thank you, Consultant Pei." Pei Jinya nodded and smiled. "Don't thank me in a hurry. Just feel it. This fruit has plenty of energy. It can heal wounds, but it can also fight fatigue and restore physical strength. There is still time, so I will activate the skills. Maybe there will be a surprise." Everyone was delighted, and hurriedly did not dare to delay. Pei Jinya returned to Dr. Zhao. "Do you feel better?" "Much better." Dr. Zhao stared at the fruit core in his hand, and said with a burning gaze, "Oh Pei, I be honest, if we use this fruit core to plant, do you think we can grow it?" "Maybe." Pei Jinya nodded without comment. This spiritual fruit is not as good as his flesh and blood rebirth, so he didn't think much of it. But it could be used to exchange for resources. Dr. Zhao looked surprised. "If this fruit can be mass-produced, then we will be really secure in the future. Then let those experts take a look and see if they can continue to optimize it." Pei Jinya did not object. The optimization speed of those experts in Xia country can be seen from the secret powder that lures werewolves. These experts are very capable. So much so that Pei Jinya doubts, did they open up some extraordinary abilities? 10 minutes later, many people woke up from their practice. Some were surprised that their cultivation had improved. Others were disappointed that they were still a little short of it. Dr. Zhao called them all together. "Keep all the fruit cores." Everyone understood what this meant, and they were inevitably a little happy, and had many more expectations. Dr. Zhao came to Pei Jinya, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Are there any more?" "The last 3. Let me lend you one. I want to keep one for the experts to study." "What are you borrowing?" "I give it to you." Pei Jinya stuffed it into Dr. Zhao's hands without saying anything, which touched him a lot. "Let retreat, someone is coming." Dr. Zhao nodded, and everyone set off. On the way, Pei Jinya and Dr. Zhao kept talking about the Tianzong ruins. "How many places did you mark?" 13. "So many?" Pei Jinya was a little surprised. He only found 3 after a lot of effort. Dr. Zhao shook his head. "Although we have been to many places, most of them are very competitive. We have also been driven away. It really unlucky. There was a werewolf rushing in front." Pei Jinya stood up and said, "I will kill it. You take a detour and be careful of deaths." Dr. Zhao originally wanted to help him, but he was also afraid of deaths. So he followed Pei Jinya's advice. When Zhao Changsheng looked back, he saw a flash of light in Pei Jinya's hand, and the werewolves that surrounded him had their heads blown off on the spot. He was stunned by this method. When Pei Jinya came back, he couldn't help but approached him and asked with a shameless face, "Advisor Pei, I saw you make a move just now, and the light was shining. This method is so powerful. Interested?" Pei Jinya asked with a smile while walking. Zhao Changsheng nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Pei Jinya shook his head and said, "This is magic." "Magic?" Xiao Changsheng said carefully. "I heard that magic requires a medium like talisman paper." He was stunned as soon as he finished speaking. Because Pei Jinya had an extra talisman paper in his hand. "Are you talking about this?" "I have one too. But I used it before. But I don't need it now." Xiao Changsheng gradually opened his mouth. The main reason was that the amount of information contained in Pei Jinya words was too much. "What do you mean by used it before? What do you mean by not using it now?" In other words, Consultant Pei attainment in magic has now gotten rid of the medium? How powerful is that? He looked at Pei Jinya with awe. The jungle shook. A spotted cheetah appeared, with a weak aura. Pei Jinya threw out a talisman paper, and at the moment it burned in the air. A flash of lightning flashed instantly, and hit the cheetah body. This scene scared the Xiao warriors around him. Even Dr. Zhao rolled his throat. "This talisman?" Pei Jinya took back his hand. "When I was young, I just drew it for fun." Dr. Zhao looked at it dimly. "Drawing it for fun? I really believed your lies. It a bit like the lightning talisman. But it very fast." Dr. Zhao was thoughtful. In fact, Pei Jinya didn't lie much. In order to improve his proficiency in talisman techniques, he wrote and drew a lot. And these talisman papers are basically the leftovers from the past. Now that his elemental power is strong, he has also studied the magic of Tianshu sect and Pyamyo Valley. The medium has been eliminated by handprints. And the power is far greater than that of talisman paper, so talisman paper is used less. "Advisor Pei, you are really strong." Xiao Changsheng was really moved and envious. He had heard more about magic than seen. He never thought that one day he would be able to see it with his own eyes. Pei Jinya gave him a talisman paper. "Try it." "Try it?" Xiao Changsheng was a little embarrassed. "I don't know how to do it." "Light it and throw it out, and it will trigger. Have you ever set off firecrackers when you were a kid?" "That the idea." Dr. Zhao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard Pei Jinya words. This explanation was too down to earth. Those who didn't know would think that magic was really easy to practice. But he knew that there might not be one person in 10,000 who could practice magic. This path was not prepared for normal people at all. When he thought that Pei Jinya knew magic, swordsmanship, and martial arts, Dr. Zhao was completely relieved. Luckily, Pei Jinya was his own. If this, Dr. Zhao thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud bang. He looked up. A werewolf was knocked to the ground by the electric shock. Pei Jinya stepped forward to finish him off. Health plus 14. Did it really work? Xiao Changsheng stared at his hands blankly, and there was a windproof lighter in his left hand. The warriors beside him also looked over in amazement. A few people chattered around Pei Jinya. Dr. Zhao suddenly thought, if this could be popularized, each person will have a stack. And when the time comes, they will be caught off guard. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was very clever. However, when he told Pei Jinya about it, Pei Jinya's face was full of black lines. "Did you forget one thing? Drawing talismans is very energy consuming. Not to mention that each person has one. Even 100 copies is difficult. And this kind of power is used against warriors above level 4. The effect will be greatly reduced." He handed over a stack of talisman paper. "I only have this much left. And it is accumulated over the years." Dr. Zhao knew that his idea was a bit naive. He smiled awkwardly. "Then you should keep it." Pei Jinya still stuffed it in. "Forget it. You keep it. I don't use it much now. It does consume mental energy. But it's hard to draw 100 copies. Which is an excuse. Pei Jinya just doesn't want to treat himself as a work machine. After all, he has more important things to do." But his action of stuffing the talisman paper and without saying anything touched Dr. Zhao again. "Advisor Pei, you are truly a great man of the country. You are too kind." Pei Jinya did not care how they were going to use the talismans. The group moved forward. Dr. Zhao calculated the time. "It has been almost a day since we left. I don't know what is happening in the outside world. It is now basically confirmed that the werewolf death has a great advantage, followed by the people of the wild gold country, and one of the 3 kings. Vimalakirti has also moved in strongly. I guess the other first-level warriors are stuck somewhere. By the way," he thought of something and looked at Pei Jinya. "Jigong and the Vulcan Cannon are also here. And the Eisen family." He had heard Master Zhao talk about this on the phone before. So he knew the feud between Pei Jinya and the Eisen family. A few people ran over in a panic. Dr. Zhao and the others were on guard. But Pei Jinya walked over. "Old Pei. Do you know him?" I met him once before. He a nice guy. You don't have to worry about this, I will go there myself. Pei Jinya rushed over. However, how could Dr. Zhao not care? Your business is the brother's business. Let fight together, and make a quick decision. Xiao Changsheng and others also followed. Pei Jinya nodded when he saw this. When Pei Jinya was going to go deep into the depths alone, he encountered a group of Xia people. The leader claimed to be Ji Hongli from the Xiaoshan Alliance, who had escorted him all the way. Now, he would naturally not stand by and watch him die. A group of people rushed in. The situation has reversed. Ji Hongli was protected in the crowd, his body was covered with blood, he didn't know whether it was his own or someone else, and he was rolling in the mud, looking very embarrassed. Kill! Suddenly there was a noise in the distance. The formation of the Jigong assassins who surrounded him suddenly became chaotic, several heads flew high. Ji Hongli looked up, and saw Pei Jinya, and was obviously stunned. He still remembered this young man. But he never expected Pei Jinya's strength to be so high. More than 30 people rushed in. Jigong people were caught off guard, more than half of them were killed or injured, and the remaining dozen people fled in panic. Ji Hongli remembered Pei Jinya, but he didn't know him, but he recognized Dr. Zhao, and they had dealt with each other before. Director Zhao. Dr. Zhao was also stunned. It turned out to be Boss Ji. Thank you, Director Zhao, for your help. Ji Hongli hurriedly thanked him. Dr. Zhao waved his hand. No need to thank me, if you want to thank someone. Thank my brother Pei Jinya. Did you know each other before? We just met once. Pei Jinya said calmly. It was as if he had done something trivial. Ji Hongli was shocked. Originally, he thought Pei Jinya was just a subordinate of Director Zhao, but from what he said, Pei Jinya's status was not lower than Director Zhao. He was shocked. Ji Hongli hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Pei Jinya, to make up for his neglect just now. Pei Jinya didn't care much. Didn't you say it was dangerous inside? Why did you bring people here again? Ji Hongli smiled bitterly. This is not my intention, but I had a grudge with Jigong people before, and they chased me all the way. Look at the people around me, there are 2/3 fewer than before. Jigong again! Dr. Zhao's eyes were angry. These guys have become more and more unscrupulous recently. I see you later, and kill one by one. Pei Jinya said lightly. Ji Hongli looked at him after hearing this, then he quickly looked away. It felt like not long after he left, but his temperament seemed to have changed drastically. Are you going to continue to go inside, or go out? Dr. Zhao looked at Ji Hongli. Ji Hongli smiled bitterly and said, No, if we go on, it's uncertain whether my brothers and I can survive. The two groups said goodbye. He watched Dr. Zhao and others leave. Ji Hongli was stunned. Uncle, that person looks about the same age as me. But he is so strong. A young man came to Ji Hongli, his eyes looking longingly. Ji Hongli retracted his gaze. No one in Wishing Mountain is simple. That person. He shook his head. I can't see through him. He must be a master. The young man muttered to himself. And nodded again. He must be a master. He walked into the ruins alone at that time. And the sword intent he just displayed was really strong. I even had the urge to kneel down. He paused for a while. Uncle, when we get out, I want to worship in the Five Elements Mountain. It's not that easy to enter the Five Elements Mountain. I can endure hardships. Then, asked Director Zhao later. Uncle, when I take off, I will definitely take you flying. Boss Ji has a good relationship with us. Dr. Zhao whispered. When we were doing missions here before, we walked through his path. Pei Jinya nodded. He also recognized this person. Now a day has passed. Most of the spiritual medicines outside have been snatched away. I guess, there must be a lot of people outside now, and once they go out, there will be fighting again. Dr. Zhao whispered. Pei Jinya shook his head after hearing this. Don't worry about the things above. There are still many places that have not been excavated. There will be killing if you go up, and there will be killing inside. Moreover, are you willing to go back now? Dr. Zhao shook his head. The main force has not arrived yet. I must stay here all the time. Just as he was about to say it, suddenly, a roar came from afar. It a werewolf. A lot of werewolves. The faces of the warriors of Xia country changed slightly. Xiao Changsheng got the instruction and left quickly. Dr. Zhao took everyone to hide in the mountains and forests. He looked at Pei Jinya and whispered, I'm afraid we have encountered a large army of werewolves. Pei Jinya was not panicked at all. Let's wait and see what happens. Soon, Xiao Changsheng returned. His face was serious. The situation is not good. There are indeed many werewolves ahead, who are being surrounded and killed by many ferocious beasts. I'm not sure if I'm dazzled. There is a green light emerging from the mountain wall. It a rare treasure. Dr. Zhao's face became serious. Someone is coming, Pei Jinya whispered. At least dozens of warriors surrounded them. At this moment, suddenly, the earth and the sky exploded, and a terrifying figure approached from a distance. Werewolf Des, someone exclaimed. The dark army of werewolves was like a god that could kill any obstacle, and the human warrior organization of nearly 100 people was scattered on the spot. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The air exploded. Ripples spread out. Invisible wind swirled and howled. And the bloody smell rising into the sky was hard to ignore. Looking around, there was blood and densely packed corpses. In the horrified eyes of everyone, dozens of red and purple lights entangled in the air continued to rush upwards, and suddenly exploded. Countless flying flames surged in all directions, forming a sky full of brilliance. A gradually clear, angry roar sounded. The figure of the werewolf Des rushed over. The sky was full of light and formed a giant hand, whistling and rolling up the raging airflow, suppressing it. Director Xiao Changsheng came over with a dusty face. He looked at the giant hand in the sky in the distance, exclaimed, "Even Vimalakirti is here. When did he come? We didn't even notice it. It difficult, retreat as much as possible." Dr. Zhao's heart sank. The relationship between their Xia country and Vimalakirti is not friendly. And it a blood feud. Old Pei, let go! Dr. Zhao shouted, but his face changed slightly the next second. The giant palm came down. It took in their location. Obviously, Bai Tan had recognized Dr. Zhao and his friends from the beginning, and showed no mercy. Boom! The wind howled, like thunder in everyone's ears. Under everyone's horrified eyes, it seemed as if there were flames flying all over the sky. All Fong Fu attacks were in vain at this moment. Bang! A huge storm, like a storm tearing apart all the ships on the sea, some dead, some injured. The werewolf Des also burst out with amazing power. It was like two planets collided with each other. The horrible power that erupted swept everyone away on the spot. The battle that lasted for 10 minutes had already made the scene fragmented. Pei Jinya lost contact with the main force. Director, will Consultant Pei? Zhao Changsheng was really worried. He looked over with worry. The power that the two first-level warriors had just unleashed was really powerless. The despair of a person being caught in a raging wave was too clear. If it weren't for Pei Jinya talisman paper, he might have really died just now. You retreat first. I'd be there soon. After Dr. Zhao finished speaking, he rushed back to the forest. Director? Zhao Changsheng lowered his voice and shouted hurriedly. But seeing that Dr. Zhao had already left, he could only secretly hate himself for being too weak. He looked at the other members, who gathered around him. Let retreat first, and clear the necessary targets. Yes. 10 minutes later. The fight between the werewolves Des and Vidam had gradually intensified, and a large number of werewolves were dispatched. Even the outermost areas were full of dangers. Dr. Zhao risked his life to search for Pei Jinya, but could not find him. But when he saw the secret code mark left by Pei Jinya, he understood it in his heart. Director? When Zhao Changsheng saw Dr. Zhao appear, his face lit up. But when he noticed that there was no trace of Pei Jinya behind Dr. Zhao, his face changed instantly. Director? Did you find him? The other members also looked at him nervously. Dr. Zhao shook his head. I didn't find him. Everyone's face changed. However, Dr. Zhao said, but we saw the mark he left. And it is estimated that he was also blown away by the airflow. What should we do then? Should we go find him now? No need. Dr. Zhao shook his head and said. He said he could handle it alone. And everything would go according to plan. Everyone felt a little relieved. Zhao Changsheng walked to Dr. Zhao and lowered his voice. Director, Bai Tan and Des have fought to this point. Is there really no problem with Consultant Pei? Dr. Zhao shook his head. I'm not worried about him now. With his skills, I don't know how many cards he has left. He smiled bitterly and asked, do you still have the talisman paper he left for us? Yes. Consultant Pei gave us a lot at that time. And there are more than 20 pieces left. Keep them ready, just in case. Dr. Zhao just witnessed the power of those talismans. The damage caused by a single talisman may be limited to level 4 or below. But the power of 5 or 6 talismans combined is amazing. I still have to talk to Old Pei later. How can I get him to draw more talismans? The wind blades enveloped them. This was the first time Pei Jinya tried to activate the sword spirit in the sword ball, and merge it into these wind blades. The killing power was indeed amazing. These low-level werewolves were simply unable to resist, and their necks were easily cut off. Pei Jinya's figure kept moving. The turbulent airflow gave him the conditions to accelerate. Every time the magic staff was swung, information would continue to appear on the attribute panel. Chi and blood +9. Chi and blood +11. Chi and blood +8. Chi and blood +12. Some seriously injured werewolves could not be killed immediately. Pei Jinya would step forward to make another sword attack. Health +22. Health +19. Boom. The air suddenly exploded. A sound of air explosion came from behind Pei Jinya. The particle shield blocked it. The air shook violently. Pei Jinya swung his sword back and slashed in front of the opponent. The two forces collided, and they all flew backwards. The young man with dreadlocks had an evil smile on his face and said in a stiff Esperanto, "It turns out that there is a stink bug from Xia country here." 3 figures fell behind him. The young man with dreadlocks glanced at him and snorted coldly, "Don't worry about me, I can deal with this guy." His face suddenly changed. "Why is the blood in Chi weakening? What happened?" He looked up suddenly. A sword instantly pierced through his throat. Pei Jinya drew out his sword, without even looking at the corpse, turned around, and continued to hunt the werewolves in the chaos. Him? The 3 figures not far away were stunned. Luke is dead? Just one sword? Who is that man? The swordsman from Xia country. The 3 people looked solemn. The king is still fighting with the werewolf leader. What should we do now? We can't let go of the swordsman from Xia country. He is so good at swordsmanship. He must have a lot of good things. If we can kill him, we can give him to the king. The young woman in the middle, who was dressed in an exotic way, had a lip stud on her lower lip. But before she could finish her words, the tip of a sword suddenly pierced through her heart. The 2 subordinates of Biden, who were present, showed surprised expressions. No one expected that the sudden change would happen so quickly. Even more unexpectedly, that Xia country warrior would kill people so openly in their home field. Looking for death. The man with a white tiger tattoo on his left arm roared. The air in front of him made a crackling sound. The whole person was like a volcanic eruption. The air was hot. However, when he rushed to Pei Jinya, he saw a scene that he would never forget. In the overwhelming violent airflow, a figure stood in the air, grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and slashed down fiercely with an extremely brutal attitude. Bang! When his arms blocked the sword, with him as the center, large areas of the ground suddenly broke. This was not from him. It came from the sword on his arm. This power. Almost instantly, the sound of the wind roaring like thousands of angry dragons poured into his mouth and nose. Hundreds of sword intentions directly penetrated his body. The man exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. The remaining man had already realized that the situation was not right, and turned around to flee. But he didn't have time to run far. There was a thunderous sound behind him, and the sword energy was long and almost broke the sound barrier, and suddenly pierced out from the man's heart. "You?" The power of the long sword forced the man to turn around. He looked at Pei Jinya unwillingly with his eyes wide open. He didn't have time to say anything. A white light flashed, and the man's head fell to the ground. After searching his body and taking away 3 spiritual herbs, Pei Jinya left quickly without looking back. He enveloped the wind blade and swept it towards the werewolf. Health +8, +11, +12, +23. 10 seconds passed. There was a sound of breaking air, and several level 2 and quasi-level 2 warriors descended. Seeing the corpses at the scene, their faces changed in shock. It the people of Vimalakirti. They acted without hesitation, almost crushing them. Pei Jinya left all the way, but he didn't go too far. Baitan and Des both fought for the treasure here, but he didn't know what the treasure was. But in a sense, the treasure that could make these 2 first-level strongmen fight, how could it be an ordinary thing? Hanging in the periphery, Pei Jinya continued to harvest the lives of werewolves. But this also attracted the covetousness of many people. Simply mutated directly into a werewolf, killing secretly all the way. Suddenly, a strong and burly werewolf stopped Pei Jinya, and came over to sniff him up and down. Before he could say anything, Pei Jinya's short blade had already pierced through his head. Health +85. The sudden scene made the werewolves around stunned, and they were in a commotion, not knowing what was going on. Pei Jinya imitated the werewolf roar, and before the more powerful werewolves noticed this place, he roared in a similar way and abducted a werewolf team. Number of team members, 36. 5 minutes later, Pei Jinya returned, and quietly. Kidnapped? a werewolf team member. As time went by, the werewolf Des, who was fighting with Vimlakurti, noticed something was wrong, turned his head and roared, and his general left quickly. Not long after, a warning whistle sounded in the distance. Des was immediately angry. His eyes were almost about to burst into anger, staring fiercely at Vimlakurti, obviously thinking that all this was done by Vimlakurti. On the other side, Pagenia, Centipede and Tianshan were harvesting the beasts that were in the way. He had no idea that he had just diverted the blame, and successfully made the old man Baitan take the blame, and was attacked by Des. Baitan was also a little overwhelmed. He led his men to retreat. Suddenly, he raised his eyes, and sensed a familiar sword in tint. It that Xia country swordsman. He turned his head and said, "Have you found out? Luke and the other 3 died under the sword. As expected, it should be the person we were looking for earlier." Baitan's face was grim. He lost 3 powerful helpers, which put him at a disadvantage in the next fight with Des. "King, there is one more thing. The number of werewolves has dropped sharply." Baitan raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. "Is that person planning something again? Find out where those werewolves have gone." "This, I haven't found out yet. It like they disappeared out of thin air." "Disappeared out of thin air?" Baitam's heart sank. Des has never been a person who does things without purpose. "Pass it on. Everyone must be careful. What tricks is this guy playing again? A beast, where is the dirty trick?" Baitam couldn't figure it out. The subordinates around him couldn't figure it out either. On the other side, the people of Yejin Kingdom have retreated to the periphery. Someone saw Khalid's body, and Khalidek is also dead. We suffered heavy losses, and the higher-ups asked us to withdraw. "Withdraw? Are you willing?" The purple-haired young woman looked unwilling. "Maya, it's not a question of willingness or unwillingness, but we are powerless now. Father can't come in. Here, it's the world of Vimlakurti and Des, and there are those masters in the dark. If we go in rashly, there will only be death. But if we get the elixir here, we can break through. Don't you want to break through? As long as we break through, who will be our opponent in the future?" Maya said loudly. She plunged in again without caring. The others looked at each other. "I quit. Maya and I." The group split into 2 teams, and went their separate ways. Pagenia calculated that 24 hours had passed since he sacrificed his blood in exchange for luck. He made a prompt decision, and consumed another 50,000 blood. Then he said, "Centipede. Blood bag." The centipede handed over the blood bag accumulated during this period. Chi and blood plus 55,000. The chi and blood he lost surged wildly again. Pagenia suddenly felt happy all over, and full of strength. Let go, and take a gamble. He knew that Des had already led his team to occupy the top of the mountain. But he just wanted to take a gamble. He bet that these 50,000 points of blood and blood could be exchanged for an opportunity. He didn't know where his opportunity was, so he just walked forward. He soon reached the edge of the cliff. "Will it not be under the cliff again?" he said and jumped. The ice wings spread out, sliding down rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a green lake. Almost instantly, a bloody mouth opened in the green lake, swallowing Pagenia in one gulp. Wrapped in mucus, Pagenia hurriedly urged the power of elements to avoid getting hurt, avoiding the fangs of this behemoth and falling into its stomach. It was like a fuzzy plastic bag wrapped around him, fishing in a deep void. Pagenia approached, feeling that this layer of mucus was extremely corrosive. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been festering all over by now. Only he had some means of self-protection. Chance? Was it swallowed? Just when Pagenia didn't understand, there was a sudden jolt. The hanging bag kept shaking. Pagenia almost felt that he was going to fall down completely. But the hanging bag was very elastic. Suddenly, a huge suction force came. Pagenia was vomited out. He quickly dodged and hid in the shadows. A huge monster sneezed. Each sound was like thunder. Deafening. Pagenia saw it clearly. This was a crocodile dragon. A crocodile dragon that was 20 times bigger than the werewolf Des. Pagenia couldn't help but take a breath. If this crocodile dragon came out of the mountain, Des, Vimlakurti, would probably not be enough to swallow in one bite. As for him, if it weren't for the good fortune, he would have to reopen now. The crocodile dragon shook his body, walked out slowly, and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Pagenia remained still, hiding in the shadows. After a while, 2 dark red eyes larger than the French windows emerged from the shadows on the opposite side. silently watching this place roar under the sound waves. The air exploded. Pei Jinya gritted his teeth and persisted. It was visible to the naked eye that the 3 attribute values were rapidly declining. Damn it! What the hell is this? He cursed in his heart. Just when Pei Jinya overall attribute values were about to fall below 10,000, the crocodile dragon stopped roaring, and after confirming that it was correct, it slowly dived into the sea with its huge body, and disappeared again. Pei Jinya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he survived the catastrophe. But out of caution, he stopped for a long time. Only after he really confirmed that the evil dragon had really disappeared, did he move. But he still soaked in the shadow. Although he didn't know why that huge and terrifying guy appeared there, Pei Jinya confirmed one thing. The place where he was spitting was definitely not where the big guy lived. Because this was a cave where humans lived and practiced, and it didn't look big. A stone table, 2 stone benches, and a chessboard on the stone table, with just the right number of black and white pieces. No one could tell the winner. There was a scroll of calligraphy and painting on the side, open to 1/10 of the position. But Pei Jinya couldn't see the content of the painting clearly. Very strange. It like it'd been abandoned for a long time. He tried to open the painting on the shelf, but found a force blocking him. If this is an opportunity, then what should the opportunity be? While thinking, his eyes fell on the chessboard involuntarily. It was as if 2 black and white dragons were fighting. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He stepped forward. He took out a piece. With the federal LV6 level of intelligence, he devoured a lot of data. And it was not an exaggeration to call him an AI chess master. The 2 dragons fighting on the chessboard were indeed evenly matched, but for him, it was still a pity that the dragon was swimming in shallow water. In that case, I will give you a hand. First, point to 3-3. The black piece fell by itself. Pei Jinya's eyes did not change, as if he had guessed this move. Seeing the black piece blocking below, Pei Jinya took the white piece again. In a blink of an eye, a dozen moves were made. The white pieces fell to occupy the 4 corners. And the white flying dragon on the chessboard seemed to have divine help. And its strength increased greatly. In a flash, the black piece fell. And it took the 2 white pieces in the corner. Pei Jinya's eyes did not change. Shallow water cannot support a true dragon. With the help of flying again, the white dragon turned a disaster into a blessing, and ate 3 black pieces. In a flash, the disadvantage of the black pieces became greater and greater. Until 50 moves later, Pei Jinya did not drop this piece, because the victory and defeat had been decided. He looked across the chessboard. A shadow of an old man slowly condensed. Put down the black piece. He stood up and bowed to Pei Jinya. He seemed to be saying something, but the sound could not be conveyed at all. However, Pei Jinya recognized the lip shape and said thank you for your guidance, Senior. Pei Jinya also returned the greeting. The old man stretched out his hand and beckoned. The picture album on the side slowly opened. It was like a world was exposed to Pei Jinya vision. An extremely real world. The voices were bustling, as if you were there. What kind of method is this? Pei Jinya was surprised. The moment the scroll was opened, he seemed to see a world slowly unfolding in front of him. But he could only witness it as a bystander. This is a vast world. Over the years, he witnessed the growth of mankind and the evolution of civilization. What is that? He seemed to see his senior sister Lin Xiaowei. But he was not sure. In the picture, a female emperor unified the country. Continuously expanding, however. One day a meteorite fell from the sky, completely destroying the vitality of this country. Pei Jinya looked. He followed the trajectory of the meteorite, and saw that, in the distance, a spaceship hidden in the universe was like a silent giant beast, monitoring this planet. Suddenly seeing a spaceship in a strange world, this visual impact makes people feel absurd. He continued, watching aliens from the mysterious galaxy. It attracted more and more meteorites, and attacked the planet recklessly. A civilization that was originally on the rise was interrupted, and it seemed to be the end of the world. Natural disasters caused hundreds of millions of innocent people to lose their lives. More and more people went to live underground. I don't know how long it has been. One day, a large number of spaceships gathered outside the planet. That day, it was as if the eternal night had fallen, and the world lost its light. A mysterious man appeared from another world wearing a space suit, with weapons in hand. They began to plunder the world. Humans became their experiments. Livestock. Slaves. From then on, this world became a colony of aliens. Humans gradually forgot what they were like. Various electronic products appeared. The civilization of this world was like turning on 10 times the speed, accelerating the process. After the resources of this world were mined, the colonized aliens set off to return. A wicked guy pressed a red button. The explosion started from the center of the Earth. The planet was completely destroyed. The terrifying power tore the planet apart. Instantly, fires burst out from countless cracks. A large number of planetary fragments were like countless meteorites splashing in all directions of the universe. At this point, a new civilized world disappeared. The silent universe seemed to have lost time from this moment. The broken planet drifted farther and farther. Until one day, the dead and silent universe suddenly flashed a ray of light. A mysterious man wearing a mask appeared on the incomplete and wandering planet, merging the broken world, covering the planet with flames, and recondensing it. For some reason, Pagenia suddenly thought of the flowing fire layer in the Federation world. It was so similar to this scene. The picture stopped here. Pagenia was shocked. He looked at the old man. The old man's eyes were deep, as if he was looking at him through the ages. It collapsed bit by bit. Pagenia reached out and grabbed it. He grabbed nothing. But he could hear a voice coming faintly. Eternal. Beginning and end. This is cause and effect. Destiny. Pagenia did not fully understand the meaning behind this sentence. But it is undeniable that the scenes he saw were enough to shock him. At the same time, Werewolf Des was ready to touch the blue light, looking for the entrance. But suddenly the blue light disappeared, and a force bounced it back. Seeing the leader fall to the ground, the werewolf warriors nearby were stunned, and some were restless. Des had no idea what was going on. He rushed over again, pounding on the entrance, trying to get in. But the moment the green light disappeared, it meant that this opportunity had nothing to do with him. Roar! At the foot of the mountain, Baitan, who was arranging the battle plan, suddenly raised his head, frowned slightly, and felt uneasy for some reason. What the hell is this guy yelling about? Above the ruins, the army of Yejin has surrounded the island. The old general stood beside Yenifu, with a respectful look. Saint, we are ready. It's just that the outside world is putting pressure on us now. The Empire has sent warships, which will arrive tonight, and the strong men from Xia have boarded the plane and come here in person. The king asked me to convey his concerns. I know. Yenifu said slowly. My son has lost his life in this struggle. As a father, I will not turn a blind eye. Before the arrival of the Imperial warships, I will be stationed here. After that, it is my personal business, and has nothing to do with Yejin Kingdom. Saint. The old general face changed. Obviously, he understood what Yenifu meant. For Yejin Kingdom, Yenifu is a saint, the guardian god of war of Yejin Kingdom. In fact, when he was young, Yenifu did use his iron fist to repel the hungry wolves around him. It is also because of Yenifu's existence, it is rare that their Yejin Kingdom has enjoyed peace for these 15 years. These 15 years are too precious for everyone in their Yejin Kingdom. Not only him, even the king, even for the more than 100 million citizens, Yenifu must not get into trouble. Have you found the murderer? Yenifu stood alone, with no expression on his face. Behind him, a middle-aged man lowered his head and said, I saw with my own eyes a swordsman from Xia Kingdom kill Khalid. There are also people from Biden, who are also chasing us. Yenifu looked away. How many people from Xia country came this time? 3 level 2 warriors, but we only know Dr. Zhao from Xia country. We don't know where the other 2 are, as if they have evaporated from the face of the earth, or perhaps, they are already dead. The middle-aged man whispered. Yenifu said nothing when he heard this. But the murderous intent in his body gradually boiled. Boom! The island suddenly shook. The sea was surging. Before anyone could react, cracks appeared on the ground, and a large amount of seawater rushed into the ruins. The faces of the people on the ground changed. What happened? The ruins collapsed, and the protective energy was lost. The battle below must have been very large, which emptied the bottom of the ruins, so that after the protective power dissipated, this place collapsed directly. I heard that Vimalakirti came in person, and the other 2 kings did not show up. But the werewolf Des was able to fight on equal terms with Vimalakirti. Has Des also entered the first level? It seems that werewolves are naturally stronger than us humans. Damn it, why are they the ones who have evolved? Swish. Lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. Is it going to rain? Some human warriors couldn't help but look up. A huge gap appeared above the ruins. A large number of night-shining pearls exploded. The moment the light almost disappeared, a bright light appeared in the sky. The range of the light was getting larger and larger. The faces of the people in the ruins changed. What is that? Someone looked up at the sky. The huge rocks that fell from the sky were like huge swords, and the people who failed to dodge in time were crushed into meat paste in an instant. And those who survived the disaster had no time to celebrate, because more and more things fell from the sky. There's a landslide here. A landslide. A horrified voice suddenly sounded. Everyone fled in all directions. In the canyon, Death's eyes were like torches, and his aura seemed to be extremely powerful. He looked up at the boulders falling from the sky. A beam of light flashed at his pupils. He instantly destroyed everything in front of him, and forcibly opened up a path. A large number of werewolves behind him fled along the path he had opened up. You are hiding here. Venom accidentally bumped into Pagenia. Pagenia didn't seem surprised. When luck is exhausted, there will be disasters. This old guy is really haunting. I'm curious. Who taught you the swordsmanship? Why does it give me a sense of ambiguous? Vimalakirti approached. Pagenia also said nothing. And the long sword in his hand was unsheathed instantly. Clang sound. It was as if a red cloud emerged from the scabbard. And the dazzling sword light instantly gathered into a piece, covering Vimalakirti. Vimalakirti narrowed his eyes immediately. This kid's swordsmanship has improved a lot. So, during this period, what opportunities did he experience? It a pity. It a pity that you are injured, otherwise I have to be more careful. With a ferocious smile, Vimalakirti rushed forward. It took less than a tenth of a breath. The two fought, and the powerful forces collided with each other. Pagenia's figure flew backwards, but it seemed more like he himself disappeared with the force. Countless rocks fell from the sky. Vimalakirti narrowed his eyes. His face was fierce. I let you escape last time. Do you think you can escape this time? He rushed forward. In midair, he raised his hands. Under the blazing flames, countless strange and cold undercurrents distorted the light and formed a huge palm. It slammed forward fiercely like a god who could kill any obstacle. Everything was unable to resist under this giant palm, and was crushed into powder one after another. This scene shocked the warriors, who were fleeing around. I dare not approach the exit at all. That is the moment. Suddenly, a cruel and sharp sword intent appeared in this space, and each ray carried a terrifying killing intent that could destroy everything. In an instant, thousands of sword marks visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, as if they had life, and were faster than thunder. The surging sword intent, vast and surging. Under this sword, the void seemed to be collapsing and disintegrating. This sword. Baitan narrowed his eyes suddenly, and a brilliant light burst out. Damn it! He reacted immediately. This kid's first sword strike was just pretending to be weak, letting him relax his guard. The real killer move was this sword strike. Damn it! This cunning Xiao warrior. In a flash of lightning, there was no way to retreat. Baitan roared. The airflow in front of him suddenly looked like a burning flame. At the same time, the bright sword light had already reflected on his whole body. Pagenia's sword strike was reflected very clearly in Baitan's eyes that were about to spit out anger. No, it was not one sword. It was thousands of sword lights, overlapping each other. It was clearly one sword, but it could be countless sword lights. He almost didn't stop, and crushed the giant palm of light and shadow that he had just condensed, rushing towards him like a whirlwind. In his eyes, there was a brilliant silver light. In a hurry, Vimalakirti's pupils shrank, and he snorted coldly. After all, he was a first-level warrior, even though he had just experienced a great battle with death. He was the king of the three kings in Southeast Asia, who was at the peak of his youth. Baitan had enough confidence. He gathered the energy in his hands. It was like a flame emerging. Countless red lights turned into chains, and he took them with both hands, as fast as lightning. Thousands of threads became evil. The moment the thought came to him, the two forces collided with each other. Large groups of red air waves were constantly compressed and exploded. In the midst of the wind and thunder, the two figures did not break apart, but continued to close in and explode. Pagenia's swordsmanship was superb, and now the sword intent absorbed and refined in the sword pill was extraordinary. With one sword, the sword that soared into the sky was thrilling. Vimalakirti shouted, his face was ferocious. If I give you another 10 years, I may not be your opponent, but now. Boom! The thunderous sound from Pagenia's hand suddenly drowned out Vimalakirti's next words. Just as Pagenia's move was decisive, his sword intention was also domineering and decisive, and merciless. Swish! The sword light swept away. Dozens of red chains that appeared in front of Vimalakirti were cut off. A huge gap was formed. Before everyone could even react, Pagenia suddenly stretched out his left arm, pointing to the sky. At this moment, no one understood what he was going to do, but until the purple light burst out from the afterglow instantly surged onto Pagenia. Everyone exclaimed, "He is actually attracting lightning. Is he going to die together?" Everyone dropped their jaws in shock. Lightning descended. Thunder rolled like a pillar. The power of heaven and earth that tears everything apart is the most domineering. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the thunder? Baitan was furious. After all, he was not extraordinary, only had a strong body. Compared to the power of heaven and earth, his power was really small. "Sorry, I'm really not afraid." Pagenia grinned. The curve of his mouth was like a killing knife. The next second, Baitan figure, which had just risen up, suddenly fell down. He desperately urged his chi, trying to stop the thunder column falling from the sky. But it seemed to no avail. Bang! The terrifying explosion instantly echoed in the cracked valley. The mountain walls on both sides were broken in half. A large amount of broken stones exploded like meteors. The screams of those subordinates of Vitam were not known whether they were alive or dead. From Vitam attack to here, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. There was not even a breath of time. Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, the entire valley was shredded by the omnipresent lightning snakes. Ruins were everywhere. This instantaneous change was really frightening. Not to mention the members of other organizations who were unwilling to join the war. Even those subordinates of Baitan, looking at the valley that had become a ruin, were shocked. "Wang," someone spoke subconsciously. But in an instant, they were smashed into the ground by the huge rocks that fell from the sky, leaving only the gushing blood splattering 3 to 5 meters away. Bang! A large number of rocks fell from the sky. Pagenia figure had disappeared on the spot. And in the deep pit, the hazy red light quickly retracted, then he shot out. The figure of Vitam reappeared in front of the world. But the clothes on his body had been torn into pieces, the flesh on his arms was exposed, and blood was flowing wildly. Looking for death, soared into the sky. Vitam was boiling with murderous intent at this moment. "King, we can't stay here any longer. The seawater is flooding here. It will reach here in a minute." Someone shouted hurriedly. "You go first. That person must die, otherwise it will be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain." Now filled with hatred, Biden left his men behind and rushed out quickly. Almost at the same time, two figures rushed out of the ground one after the other. 1,000 meters away, a large number of weapons were aimed at them. "Shoot!" A cold voice sounded. Countless flames suddenly splashed, enveloping the two figures in the air. "Looking for death," Biden roared. He was even more angry that the boy figure disappeared again. Is he a ghost? He disappeared just like that. However, he still caught a wave of air flow, rushed forward quickly, raised his leg and kicked. And Pagenia was forced out. But the next second, the sword light burst down. Baitan raised his hand hurriedly, forming a giant palm of light and shadow. However, the flying bullets were really a hindrance, and he appeared with a strong energy around him, blocking these bullets. Seeing this scene, the group of people in the distance suddenly looked nervous. "It Baitan." The general looked at Yinufu. Yinufu narrowed his eyes. "Fire." The old general nodded, and gave the order again. Boom boom boom. The sound of dozens of shells being fired was shocking. Baitan roared, "Do Yi Jin country want to die?" The giant palm abandoned Pagenia, and slapped it hard. The shells exploded in midair. But his face suddenly changed. There were countless faster sounds of breaking through the air. What happened? He only had this thought in his mind, and he saw a large number of bullets appearing in front of the young swordsman of Xia country. These bullets burst out at a faster speed, rushing towards him one after another. Damn it! How could Vimalakirti know Pagenia ability to control metal? Originally, those bullets that should have fallen on Pagenia were gathered by him, and with his blessing, they were blasted towards Vimalakirti. Bang! 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 Fires burst out in the air. Vimalakirti's body was blasted away. Pagenia didn't want to fight for a long time. After all, this guy was a first-level strongman. Although he was injured, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. And without the Sea of Thunder in the sky, he would lose another trump card, and he would not be a match for this guy at all. He turned and left. Suddenly, he felt a sense of crisis. He saw Yinufa pointing at him, and countless shells were fired at him. Dr. Zhao and others who had just come out saw this scene, and their faces suddenly changed. Yi Nufu, do Yi Jin country want to go to war with our Xia country? There were thousands of soldiers with live ammunition around Yi Nufu, but they turned a blind eye. The one who killed my son must die. Dr. Zhao was furious, and was about to rush over. At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the dark clouds above Pei Jinya head in the sky. Under the surging wind, it was as if Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, and pulled out a giant sword of the gods wrapped in lightning. Without thinking, he swung the sword and slashed. Dozens of shells exploded in the air, and countless flames connected in the air, like a sea of fire, with clouds and mist rising, and a lot of rain falling. Countless people explained immediately afterwards. Dr. Zhao also stopped, and hurriedly led his men to retreat. Dodge! Because in midair, Pei Jinya grabbed the giant sword of the god wrapped in lightning with both hands, and slashed at the thousands of figures on the ground. The airflow exploded. The lightning flashed. Boom! A gully hundreds of meters long exploded from the surface. In an instant, half of the figures on the ground were gone. In the midst of the earth shaking, Pei Jinya was like a demon god who controlled lightning. Kill! The explosion caused by the crushing airflow is no less than the detonation of an intercontinental missile. The ruins themselves contain a large number of elements. Pei Jinya used lightning to detonate this place, just like an open flame encountering a large amount of natural gas, which completely caused an explosion. This has to be said about the tacit understanding between Pei Jinya and Dr. Zhao. The two looked at each other. Dr. Zhao understood what he meant. Otherwise, he would not have led people to retreat immediately, when everyone was still in a daze. But Dr. Zhao was still shocked by this level of explosion. At this moment, he really thought Pei Jinya was determined to die, and wanted to perish together with Bai Tan. Old Pei he rushed forward, and was shocked. The original island was now in pieces. He could only stand on the edge of a cliff several dozen meters deep. His eyes dull. The scene had completely become a ruin. The ruins themselves had completely collapsed. Under the thunder explosion this time, the area within a radius of 10 kilometers had become a collapsed area. The entire island was torn into pieces. Countless seawater poured in, and the floating corpses were horrible. Both the human warriors and the ferocious beasts suffered a great blow from the explosion just now. The surviving human warriors stood on the edge of the ruins, looking at everything in front of them in panic. Zhao Changsheng was full of relief. Fortunately, he ran far enough just now. Otherwise, he would have been affected by this level of explosion. But when he thought of Pei Jinya, director, as soon as the voice fell, suddenly, there was a loud bang. He interrupted Zhao Changsheng's next words. His face changed slightly. Then he saw Yi Nufu holding a sword and fighting with Pei Jinya, and the two figures flew across the sea at a high speed. Advisor Pei is still alive. Zhao Changsheng was full of surprise. Even Dr. Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. I knew he must have a backup plan. Noticing that the warriors of Yi Jin Kingdom were ready to move, Dr. Zhao gave a look. Zhao Changsheng understood, and led his men to sneak over. Dr. Zhao rushed forward, trying to help Pei Jinya. However, Qigong Killer suddenly jumped up. The scene was in chaos again. On the sea, Pei Jinya and Yi Nufu drew their swords at the same time, and the surrounding sea surface was constantly exploded by the strong energy, stirring up dozens of waves. Pei Jinya's figure was pushed back by a sword, and slid on the sea surface for more than 10 meters. Yi Nufu rushed over with a sword, but the sea surface under his feet suddenly tore open, like a bloody mouth swallowing him in one bite. Bang! The water ball exploded. Yi Nufu rushed out, but before he could make the next move, a fierce sword light flashed in front of him. In the bright light, there was a sense of destruction like spring thunder, which flashed and disappeared. At this moment, Yi Nufu's face finally changed, with a tone of doubt and uncertainty. Is this Tianzong's sword intention? What is your relationship with Master Tianzong? Naturally, he would not think that Pei Jinya had. You can learn such profound swordsmanship from the Tianzong ruins. I don't think Pei Jinya can cultivate the Tianzong sword to such a peak in just one day. How could he believe that there is such a monster in the world? He tried to find a trace of Tianzong on Pei Jinya's face with his eyes wide open. But unfortunately, Pei Jinya didn't want to pay attention at all. He attacked. The strong wind within 10 meters seemed to have changed. Dozens of wind dragons broke through the air. Roaring crazily, he rushed towards Yi Nufu with his sword. Yi Nufu changed his moves quickly in a hurry. The blood and chi were poured into the sword. The blue-white sword light shot up into the sky, and slashed down in an instant. At this moment, his qualities, as a former top swordsman were revealed. Both the amount of blood and chi, and the timing of the attack were enough to make many people despair. Swish. Only Pei Jinya was different from ordinary people. The lightning in the sky was pulled down again. He fiercely slammed into Yunufu. Pei Jinya flew backwards, hit by a sword in front of him, just 1 millimeter away. The arrow just now could have broken his heart. Is this the strength of a veteran top powerhouse? Pei Jinya activated his ability to regenerate flesh and blood, and the wounds on his body began to heal. Yunufu looked at the piece of flesh and blood on his arm that had been charred. His face darkened, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. But when he saw that the wounds on Pei Jinya's body were healing continuously, the murderous intent on his face suddenly stopped, somewhat stunned, more horrified. He clearly saw Pei Jinya injured, and he was very clear about the power of his sword just now. It was with this sword that he successfully repelled Vimalakirti. Even now, Vimalakirti did not dare to say that he was completely sure that he could deal with this move. However, this unknown Xia swordsman in front of him was so seriously injured, and he was still alive and well? This ability to heal wounds. Is it a method that human warriors can possess? Who are you? Yunufu's tone finally changed. Pei Jinya caught the moment when his mind changed, and burst out again. The sword ball was spinning wildly. Countless sword intentions were like the long-dormant Qianlong, and suddenly soared into the sky. The wind and thunder were surging, and the power of elements was surging. Weapon amplification, activated. Physical amplification, activated. Cut with a sword. Boom! Amid the huge roar, the overwhelming sword intentions enveloped Yunufu. Looking for death. Yunufu snorted coldly. He swung his sword back with his backhand. 2 sword intentions burst out. In an instant, countless dark red fire clouds exploded, turning into thousands of strands of light that splashed all over the sky. Swoosh! A huge palm appeared out of thin air. It attacked Pei Jinya from behind. A first-level warrior actually wants to attack, how shameful. Pei Jinya snorted coldly. Particle cutting. He reached out and grabbed a ray of lightning. He avoided Vimalakirti, but this time he failed to avoid Yunufu. Pei Jinya flew backwards fiercely. Bai Tan was just about to rush over. But he never expected that. A lightning spear went around from behind and pierced through his shoulder. Puff. Bai Tan's face changed in shock. His left shoulder suddenly hurt, and blood spurted out. He staggered and fell into the sea. Damn, how many cards does this kid have? Bai Tan's murderous intent boiled in his heart, and he wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when Yunufu injured Pei Jinya, and strike with all his strength. However, at this moment, the werewolf Des came. He directly threw Vitam away. Vitam's face was full of shock and anger. Damn it! He wished he could kill Des. The idiot. Right now. Get out of the way. Just after cursing, Des threw himself at him again. At the same time, Pei Jinya was entangled by Nuyev. The 4 figures immediately fought in a melee. Amidst the huge roar, Vitam's huge palm was crushed by countless sword intentions. The rolling sea of thunder spread. Except for Pei Jinya, no one on the scene could completely ignore the damage of lightning. The people at the edge of the field dodged one after another. Some people screamed in panic, and desperately avoided the aftermath of the lightning. Even though the giant palm of Vimalakirti was chopped off, the terrifying power caused by the werewolf's death, and Yunufu still left the ground on the square with broken and sunken ruins. The scattered sand and soil reflected a bright and scorching luster in the lightning. In the countless scattered red flames, Pei Jinya's figure dragged his sword and knocked away the flying dust waves. With a rolling explosion, he slashed at Vimalakirti with his sword. Vimalakirti roared. Even the werewolf Des didn't expect Pei Jinya to help him at this time. But he roared at him subconsciously. It wants to be the king of the werewolves. It will never rely on human help to take all this. In just a blink of an eye, Pei Jinya was attacked by Yunufu again. When the two fought, Des suddenly grabbed Yunufu with a claw. Des, you and I have no grudges. Yunufu shouted in shock and anger. But Des didn't care about that, he just attacked. Thunder rumbled, the sea of clouds was swept away, and heavy rain poured down. The air of nearly 100 meters seemed to be squeezed out of the leveraged economy under the scorching collision of these 4 energies. I underestimated you. Otherwise, the dark clouds in the sky will soon disperse. Without thunder, what can you use to fight me? Yunufu laughed grimly, and after the sword in his hand was blocked, the left hand, which was dry and withered and looked old, suddenly slammed into Pei Jinya's face, as if it was made of metal. Pei Jinya bit his fingers and pointed. The light slashed away. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull noises merged into one, and dark clouds rolled over the sky. Lightning and thunder roared, as loud as the sound of a bell. The warriors with low cultivation were directly shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Under the flying push, Yinufu flew back more than 10 steps, his eyes fixed on Pei Jinya standing in the air. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How is it possible? How is this possible? Even though his blood and chi had declined from the peak, he was still a first-level warrior after all, with a huge base, and he was also a first-level warrior who was proficient in swordsmanship. However, when he confronted the young swordsman in front of him, his proud swordsmanship was broken at this moment. In midair, Pei Jinya figure stopped. He was also injured, however, with the rebirth of flesh and blood. These wounds can completely heal themselves. He lowered his eyes. He looked at Yinufu. Unlike this top warrior with a shocked expression, Pei Jinya had no expression on his face at this moment. He had to admit it. After fighting with the first-level warriors of this world one after another, he could clearly feel the gap. If it weren't for the fact that the warriors of this world could not awaken the extraordinary, he would have died today. The extraordinary gave him a small advantage in this world. But from the perspective of martial arts alone, a first-level warrior is stronger than a 9th-level physical warrior. He really took advantage of it. The supernatural power itself is the trump card. Add to that the thunder condensed in the sky. As Yinufu said, once the thunder disappears, then he will have no capital to fight these first-level warriors. Without the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, he can't fight against a warrior with a combat power of 100 with a full combat power of 50. Time is running out. Pei Jinya grabbed the thunder again, crazy output. At this moment, not to mention the soldiers of Yejin Kingdom, even Dr. Zhao, and even the werewolves looked at Pei Jinya huge figure like Thor, and fell into an extreme shock and stagnation. Director, is Consultant Pei the reincarnation of a god? Is he? Xiao Chongsheng stuttered. He could not imagine, nor dare to imagine, that a human warrior could control thunder, and the huge light and shadow that was nearly 100 meters high between heaven and earth. Is this really something a human can do? Dr. Zhao was dumbfounded. His mind was in a mess. No matter what you are, you must die today. Yin's face was distorted by extreme shock. No extra nonsense. He seemed to have made up his mind. He broke the first joint of the little finger of his left hand. He shouted loudly. The chi in front of him suddenly began to surge. The red light around him seemed to turn into a swimming dragon. They quickly surrounded him. And in just a moment, everyone around him felt a sense of fear. This is the dragon taming technique. The dragon taming technique has seen the light of day again. Seeing Yinufu use this move, Bai Tan in the distance also showed a fearful expression on his face. Back then, he pushed Yinufu to that point, and the other party was reluctant to use this move. Dragon taming technique, Yinufu unique skill, it requires extremely high blood and chi. It was once rumored that every movement caused great damage to Yinufu. Why did Yinufu fall from his peak so quickly? In addition to the old illness in his body, the fundamental reason was the dragon taming technique. Bai Tan narrowed his eyes. Looking at Pei Jinya, fear flashed in his eyes. Humans, after all, are full of fear of unknown existence. He didn't know what kind of existence Pei Jinya was, but there was only one thought in his mind. Such an existence must die before the Xia country masters arrive. Kill him as soon as possible. Yinufu, you are so brave to kill my Xia country warriors. At this moment, a mighty and angry voice suddenly came from the sea. The moment the remaining Ayu sounded, a fierce light seemed to come from the corner of the sky, trying to intercept this attack before Yinufu hurt Pei Jinya with all his strength. Bang! The bursting light turned into countless fragments. A quarter of the huge dragon shadow was cut off, but the remaining huge body still rushed towards Pei Jinya. Under the gaze of everyone, Pei Jinya's eyes were like torches. Without any worries or fears, with the body of the demon god, he made a strange handprint. His right hand was wrapped around his left hand, and his little finger hooked the index finger of his left hand. With a loud shout, the elements around him surged wildly. He was like a huge mountain, crushing over fiercely. Bang! When the huge dragon head knocked Pei Jinya away 50 meters, it came to an abrupt end. Everyone watched this scene, and gradually opened their mouths. Then, they saw Pei Jinya holding the dragon head, and threw it hard. Bang! The sea was hit by a huge wave of 100 meters. With a shocking sound, Yinufu's body was also cut by the knife light, and fell to the ground like a cannonball, smashing the ground that had already become a ruin for more than 10 meters. He did not stop at all, and rushed to the sea. He was completely determined to kill Pei Jinya. Boom! Boom! The sea was boiling, and thunder was falling from the sky. It isolated everyone. Vitam wanted to escape from here, but was entangled by the werewolf Des, and had no choice but to survive in the cracks of thunder. He suddenly raised his head. The corners of Pei Jinya's mouth were bloody, and he looked at him fiercely, and then pressed forward. Vitam was immediately shocked and angry. He hadn't planned to make trouble for Pei Jinya, but this kid was still thinking about his life? It was so rampant. A roar was heard from afar. The first-level warrior of Xia country came, and then joined the battle. It lasted for 10 minutes. Until the second before the thunder dissipated, the most terrifying lightning column was pulled down. Boom! All buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters were crushed. Even the first-level warrior of Xia country was smashed into the mountain wall, his face full of surprise. Everyone was shocked. They had no idea what was going on. Then they saw Pei Jinya's figure falling into the deep sea 1,000 meters away. On the reef near the shore, Yi Nifu's heart was pierced by his own sword, and there were claw marks left by Des on his neck. He fell face up on the blood-stained reef, and died with his eyes open. Uncle Fong. Dr. Zhao hurried forward. The square-faced man had a sharp gaze. Pei Jinya and the werewolf Des disappeared. He looked shocked and angry. Suddenly, he heard some noise, and saw Vimalakirti crawling out from the shore. He whispered something to Dr. Zhao, and his figure disappeared, rushing to the sea, trying to find Pei Jinya whereabouts. The cabinet ordered, even if we return empty-handed from the ruins, we must not let Pei Jinya get into trouble. Bai Tan was injured. His arms were covered in blood, and his whole body was soaked in sea water. He looked like a ghost. He wanted to go ashore, but was stopped by the soldiers of Yijin. The saint was killed, and the people of Yijin began to act crazy. At this moment, Bai Tan was like a lone lion king who was being provoked, roaring, but the people of Yejin Kingdom are getting closer and closer. Director? Zhao Changsheng stared at Vimalakirti, and then looked at Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao whispered, Master Fong is a veteran first-class warrior. He went to find Lao Pei in person. Even Des is not a match for Master Fong. As for Vimalakirti, just at this moment, Vimalakirti's subordinates arrived in time. They killed the warriors of Yejin Kingdom, who tried to provoke them in a domineering way, and then escorted Vimalakirti away. Dr. Zhao looked at the scene with cold eyes. Then he took out his cell phone. Yinyifu is dead. Director Fong has not been seen for a long time. Notify them and execute Plan B. In addition, kill Bai Tan and avenge Pei Jinya. The people of Yejin Kingdom have been almost dealt with by Bai Tan's subordinates. The members of other organizations around have almost dispersed. Most of them stayed under the ruins. So it is clear to see which direction Bai Tan group is retreating. 1. We have informed the headquarters, and the large army is coming to meet us. But it will take time. Now Yejin Kingdom has blocked the coastline. The middle-aged guard whispered. Bai Tan swallowed the potion, and gritted his teeth and said, I will settle this account with Yejin Kingdom and Xia Kingdom when I return. This time he suffered heavy losses. Compared with these losses, what he got was nothing. So the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even more shocked and angry was the Xia Kingdom swordsman. He still didn't know what kind of cultivation Pei Jinya had. It's simply inhuman. He called his men. Go check this man. Just saying. The next second, the assassination came. The sound of the explosion spread in all directions, and swallowed up Vitam men in an instant. People and horses fell off. Dr. Zhao descended from the sky, and stabbed Vitam's shoulder with a sword. Old dog, I kill you for old Pei. You guys again. Bai Tan's face was filled with shock and anger. He really didn't expect that the warriors of Xia country would dare to attack him in Yejin country. The tearing feeling of his shoulder being pierced by a sword made him feel more real. In shock and anger, he directly grabbed the sword with his right hand and roared. Crack! At the moment when the long sword was broken, Bai Tan left palm slapped it again at an extremely strange and tricky angle. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. Dr. Zhao slapped him. It was also very powerful. But he is only a second-level warrior, and there is a natural gap between him and strong men like Bai Tan. However, the only good news is that Bai Tan is seriously injured and his strength is less than 1/3. There is still a chance to kill him. Dr. Zhao flew backwards without any panic, stepped on the mountain wall, and quickly released the force. He is not a rookie. As a Xia country agent responsible for intelligence and assassination, His skills are honed through real practice. He has rich combat experience. He immediately twisted his feet. He was like an arrow in an instant. The broken sword suddenly rushed towards Bai Tan left eye. You are looking for death. The fierce wind was approaching. And Bai Tan was also frightened. He hurriedly resisted. In fact, he himself knew that his current ability was not enough to fight against Dr. Zhao. This strong man from Xia country was much more difficult to deal with than the intelligence said. Hateful. If he had not been seriously injured just now, how could he be forced into such a situation? I only regret that I shouldn't have let him go when I first entered the ruins. Swish. Fire splashed. Bai Tan guards fought to the death to protect him. They were courageous. But they were no match for Dr. Zhao. Easily, the armor on his body was cut open, blood mist exploded in front of him, and while he was flying backwards, a figure approached Bai Tan with a vicious look. Bang! Bang! Bai Tan flew backwards, tumbling all the way, in a very embarrassed state. He felt very cold in his heart. Just now, it was only 1 centimeter away. Just 1 centimeter away, this broken sword could have passed through his left eye, and pierced his entire head. He woke up in shock. Cold sweat broke out on his back. If he hadn't been the top powerhouse in this world, ignoring the sword wound on his palm, he would have been a corpse now. The whole left hand, bleeding. He looked over in shock and anger. Across the way, Dr. Zhao gnashed his teeth. Just a little bit. Really just a little bit. A streak of light suddenly condensed and appeared between the two. Baitam rushed forward angrily. Dr. Zhao held the broken sword and attacked continuously. Being exposed by Baitam, he lost the initiative. Bang! The two flew backwards one after another. In the smoke and dust, Baitam's hair was disheveled. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His face, which was already somewhat ruddy, turned white again, and the resentful eyes staring at him at this moment, the whole person looked like a ghost. I remember this account. He retreated to the back, gradually disappearing in the mist. The subordinates, who came to rescue him, rushed to him one after another. Dr. Zhao grabbed a sword from the ground and rushed over again. 10 minutes later, the scene was in a mess, blood mixed with mud, and there were countless small pits, all filled with corpses. Director, except for Vimalakirti who escaped, the rest of the targets have been killed. The blood on Zhao Chongsheng's face had dried. But it was all from Vimalakirti's subordinates. I was careless. Dr. Zhao hated it secretly. Such a good opportunity. But Vimalakirti still escaped. The other party must have planned all the possibilities before coming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so smoothly. Take control of the Yejin kingdom as soon as possible before the imperial people arrive. And stabilize the situation. In addition, at all costs, find consultant pay. After contacting the headquarters, Dr. Zhao quickly reported everything that happened before and after. Director Fong has gone there in person. Considering that this is the home ground of Yejin country, I applied to mobilize all possible resources. Approved. Dusk falls. On the edge of an island along the coast, Werewolf Des stands alone on the reef. His eyes are full of violence. Behind him gathers a group of silent and strong subordinates, all of whom are elites and obey orders at any time and anywhere. A sturdy werewolf, like a small hill, appears next to Des, whispering something. Des sneered, Vera, don't be afraid. As for that human, it thought of Pei Jinya. Even it felt a palpitation when they fought each other. When did humans master this kind of power? If it was me who gained this power, how could Agu be my opponent? It raised its head and looked at the sky. The dark clouds had long since dispersed. That kind of power. The crescent moon on its neck suddenly emitted a faint light. The hot touch brought Des back to his senses. He frowned. The crescent moon was warning there was danger nearby. As expected, he left. Let go! At the same time, in the deep sea next to him, a huge body was swimming. All creatures were fleeing frantically. Those who didn't have time to escape would be swallowed up by this angry huge creature. When the dragon crocodile returned to its lair, it found that someone had stolen its things. Angry, Vidam fled all the way. He didn't even know where he had fled to. He just ran away. He killed several local residents of Yejin country and robbed them of their money and vehicles. He stopped at a remote forest after his car ran out of gas, and then abandoned the car and fled. Yejin country had been completely blocked. His subordinates had been killed by Dr. Zhao and his team. When they fought, their belongings had been lost. He had to contact people in his country as soon as possible. Yi Nufu is dead. If nothing unexpected happens, Yijin country will soon fall into national alert. Based on his understanding of Yijin country, these guys will definitely go on a killing spree. He is from Tanmu country. He entered the first level of warrior 3 years ago, and was successfully crowned king. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is responsible for all national affairs, and he holds the power of life and death. This time he came to Yijin country in person, just for the things left by Master Tianzong. It all that damn guy fault. Thinking of Pei Jinya, Vitam wanted to tear him apart right now. Although he got what he wanted, but unfortunately he was too badly injured now, he had to contact his people as soon as possible. He took out the stolen cell phone. The tearing sensation on his body made him groan. Damn it. It hurt so much. After sending the secret signal, Vitam saw more and more blood flowing out of the wound. He quickly bandaged himself again, with the bandage he had stolen from the pharmacy. Damn it, they really deserve to die. With every drop of blood he shed, his hatred for Pei Jinya accumulated a little more. He had never experienced such an injury before. If those enemies knew about it, I'm afraid there would be no shortage of assassinations, like the Xia Kingdom warriors. After waiting for an hour and a half, no one came. Bai Tan was also a little anxious. Why haven't you come yet? He looked at his phone. To prevent being detected by the people from Yijin Kingdom, he did not continue to send messages, but continued to wait. Another hour passed. Finally someone appeared in front of the forest. Appeared along the mark. Took out a whistle, 3 short and 1 long. This was also the agreed signal. On a high slope, the bandage Bai Tan slowly appeared, frowned and said, "Why are you alone?" While speaking, he did not forget to look behind the person carefully. From the angle he chose, he had a clear view of the outside world. He confirmed that there was no tail. But he was a little surprised that only one person came. He obviously left a lot of people here. The remaining group must be at least 10 to 20 people. We were ambushed. Lord Bogu was killed by the masters of Yejin Kingdom in order to protect us. When he heard this, the anger flashing in Bai Tan eyes could not be concealed at all. These guys. When I go back, I will definitely kill them. King, what should we do next? Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? Although Bai Tan was angry, he also understood his current situation. If it was at its peak, who would dare to stop me from Yejin, let alone kill my men? But now, a tiger in trouble is bullied by a dog. I brought it. The man handed over a bottle of medicine in his hand. Bai Tan's face changed slightly. Why is it just this little? Didn't I leave a lot? The man hurriedly said, King, we were blocked. Many medicines were lost or robbed during the fight. This bottle was forced to me by Lord Bogu. Damn it! Bai Tan's face was once again filled with anger. A kind of humiliated anger emerged in his heart. Yejin Kingdom. We must have revenge. Revenge. He staggered. The blood color on Bitten face faded a little, and he was quickly supported by the visitor. King, take the medicine first. Bai Tan took the medicine bottle, and there was still blood on the bottle that had not been wiped clean. He couldn't care less at the moment, and took out the cork, and the bloody smell on the bottle was a bit strong. Vimalakirti frowned. A thought suddenly came to his mind. Will it break? He stopped the action of preparing to drink it in one gulp, and looked at the glass bottle suspiciously. Is this really the only bottle? I dare not deceive the king. There is really only one bottle. Okay. Vimalakirti endured the disgusting taste, and drank the potion in the bottle in one gulp. Protect the Dharma for me, Vimalakirti said. He sat down cross-legged on the ground. He carefully selected this place. Any disturbance in the outside world could not be hidden from his eyes. Yejin Kingdom. Xia Kingdom. I remember this account. The moment when the afterglow shone in the sky. Suddenly, something strange happened. A sword pierced into Vimalakirti's heart. The moment the sound of flesh being pierced rang out, Vimalakirti made a sound of shock and anger, and the chi in front of him formed a giant palm and slapped it hard. Amidst the horrible sound waves, Vimalakirti flew backwards. It hit the mountain wall hard, creating a blood pit. It continued to fall to the ground, and Vimalakirti was trembling visibly. Traitor. When he said these 2 words, he almost bit his teeth to pieces, and couldn't help spitting out blood. His eyes were full of shock, astonishment, and extreme resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the sword rang out. The sound of the wind was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The light and shadows flickered. This sword intent. Bai Tan hesitated for a moment. For some reason, it gave him a familiar feeling. He was even more puzzled. When did this traitor have such a strong swordsmanship? The two fought hard. The space between them was constantly rippled. If it was a normal time, Bai Tan would not worry about anything. But now, he suffered heavy blows one after another, his strength declined sharply, he had to be careful. The stirred airflow gradually made his attack deviate. The giant palm formed by the energized energy he had gathered also began to look weird. Clang, clang, clang. With a roar, Vimalakirti forced himself to fight for a chance to survive. His hands were like dragons. His fingertips kept snapping under the sword light. This caused a series of light spitting sounds. But suddenly Vimalakirti's face changed. The opponent's sword intent suddenly burst out. He thought it was the opponent's ultimate move. But he never expected that. The opponent's freed left hand would turn into a palm, equally powerful, pressed his chest with an indomitable momentum. Bang! Everything changed in an instant. The sound of ribs breaking rang out, and Bai Tan flew backwards. Damn it! Bai Tan endured the pain of a large area of his body breaking, and stood up with all his strength, staggering, staring at Pei Jinya with anger in his eyes. Why? Why betray me? Just as he finished speaking, the figure opposite him suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already descended in front of him, and slashed with his sword. Vitam flew backwards. Before he could get up, the man attacked again. Vitam flew out like a sandbag. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Vitam stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's calf, roaring and throwing him away. However, what he didn't expect was that when the other party was flying backwards in the air, he suddenly rushed over again, as if defying gravity. Sword light enveloped. The wounds on Vitam's body were getting more and more. The strong are different from ordinary people. Their wills are forged through thousands of trials and tribulations. If it were ordinary people, they would have been beaten into mud by now. But Vitam staggered. The mental power value above his head was still above 130,000, although it had dropped a lot, but he was still struggling to hold on. Give me a reason. Who told you to do this? Vitam roared in his throat. Clang! Amid the deafening sound of metal clashing, the merciless sword light, under the infusion of powerful sword intent, suddenly poured down. Bai Tan stared blankly, and the bright light that caught his eyes was layer upon layer. In a trance, he seemed to see a face that he would recognize even if it turned into ashes. Pei Jinya, the hideous swordsman from the Xia kingdom. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. It was really Pei Jinya. You? Why is it you? Watching the other person's face, his body shape suddenly changed. From one person to another. This method can be called the art of ghosts and gods. Under the huge impact, the value above Vitam's head dropped rapidly. He fought desperately. However, he was already a strong crossbow arrow. How could he be his opponent? He was dragged all the way by Pei Jinya holding his face. His back hit the mountain wall. Finally stopped. The pain in his whole body almost tore him apart. No matter how much Vitam could endure, he finally couldn't bear it at this moment. He groaned in pain, and used up his last bit of strength to fight Pei Jinya in close combat. Bang! Bai Tan's jaw was hit hard, and he flew backwards. But before he could even get off the ground, he was violently pulled back by Pei Jinya, and pressed against the mountain wall and hammered. The value above his head dropped from 130,000 to 120,000 in an instant, and then fell below 100,000. Who are you? Bai Tan was weak, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Pei Jinya, who was so close. Is it important? Pei Jinya said expressionlessly. He grabbed him, and then punched him into the ground. I want bang! Before Vitam could finish his words, he was punched into the ground again. We bang! We can talk. Bang! Vitam roared, finally seized the opportunity to block Pei Jinya punch. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at him. I will give you endless wealth, give you a platform to become stronger, you can have whatever you want, don't kill me. Pei Jinya clamped him with his backhand, his eyes were cold. He reached out and grabbed. No doubt. Enter the dream. Ah! The ferocious roar stopped abruptly. Endless darkness rushed over. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. This was the first time he devoured the memory of a first-level warrior. The torrent of memory was far beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he had been exerting pressure all the way, and suppressed the old man's mental power to less than 50,000. Otherwise, if this guy resisted, it would be harder to hold him down than a wild boar. He looked at the body of Vimalakirti. Pei Jinya answered his previous condition. I can still get it even if you die. When he finished saying this, Pei Jinya's face had already turned into that of Vimalakirti. The entire territory of Yejin Kingdom was blocked. When Dr. Zhao saw Master Fong, his face was tense. Master, Where is Pei Jinya? What do you mean? Have you found him? The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head. His eyes were solemn. I looked for all possible places, but I couldn't find his whereabouts. This? Dr. Zhao's face changed slightly. He can't get into trouble. Dr. Zhao told the story of Pei Jinya rescuing everyone, and the square-faced middle-aged man was also slightly moved. His identity has always been very mysterious, but along the way, all his actions for our Xia country can be called selfless and righteous. Uncle Master, Pei Jinya must not get into trouble. I know that. More strong people from the country will arrive here one after another. I will leave the security work to you, and I will lead them to continue searching. The square-faced middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Dr. Zhao nodded. Yinyafu is dead. Now Yejin Kingdom has a strong attitude. I am worried that they will secretly make trouble. Don't worry about them. The square-faced middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Without Yinyafu, they are now meat on the chopping board. I will talk to them in person. Compared with the Empire, we can offer more generous conditions, not to mention. We are so close to them. If they don't obey, then change to an obedient one. Dr. Zhao agreed. I got the news that the Empire warships encountered problems when they arrived. And 2 warships were damaged. The square-faced middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at them. Smiling, it's rare to see these guys make a fool of themselves. But what the situation at sea? We are also confirming it now. This is the picture taken by the satellite. Dr. Zhao handed over a piece of intelligence. A huge whirlpool appeared in the deep sea, and it was pitch black all around. It was as if there was some terrifying creature below, but this shadow was too huge. Is it a sea creature? The square-faced middle-aged man looked over. Dr. Zhao shook his head. It's not clear yet. Affected by the Tianzong ruins, the monitoring equipment at sea has all failed, and it will take a long time to confirm. Paused. Uncle Master, do you think Pei Jinya's disappearance is related to this thing below? The square-faced middle-aged man looked solemn. Maybe, but before we find him, everything is speculation. The cabinet said, save him at all costs. I understand. Boom. After nightfall, a storm came. There were hardly any pedestrians on the road. In the palace of Yejin Kingdom, several figures hurried over. What going on? You're so late? I ran into deaths. What? It's still in the country? Many people in the room made angry noises. My father is dead, but it's not dead yet. It's so unfair. Kill it, I'm going to kill it. When the crowd was angry, the white-haired old man on the first seat said in a deep voice, what lies before us now is not death, but the 2 giants of Xia and Empire. The life and death crisis is right in front of us. Everyone, are you really not afraid of the destruction of the country? The entire conference room fell silent in an instant. After 13 seconds of silence, someone finally spoke up. General, has the situation come to this point? The white-haired old man looked at him, nodded slowly, and admitted, just 10 minutes ago, I have received a call from the Empire. They are very confident. They say they want to help us change our current predicament. But they want their troops to be stationed there, and only open air routes to them. Damn it! The Empire has always been harboring evil intentions. What should we do then? What did the Xia Kingdom say? The white-haired old man said slowly, Mr. Fong from the Xia Kingdom came to see me in person. They do not require the stationing of troops, but their personnel safety must be guaranteed. Guarantee? They killed the saint. Do they still want to leave alive? A middle-aged man, with bandages wrapped around his arm, said in a deep voice. Many people present had been taken care of by Yinufu. This is indeed a blood debt. But the white-haired old man looked over slowly. Let me tell you a fact. Currently, Xia country has dispatched 17 first-level warriors. Our defense line is simply a joke to them. If it weren't for their warriors setting up obstacles outside, I am afraid that more and more foreign forces have already entered here at this moment. It is unknown whether you and I can survive. The faces of everyone present changed. Angry. Fortunately. All kinds of complexions. What should we say now? It's nothing more than mutual use. If Xiaobo wants to evacuate safely, let them evacuate. But we also need them to stand in front and block the pressure from other countries for us. Okay, I agree. But what happens when the Xia people leave? Will we still be watched by those evil wolves? Of course not. Then, we say that the Xia people took the treasure away. Sizzle. A thunderclap exploded in the sky, covering the discussion of everyone in the conference room. On the sea, a yacht left quickly. Zhao Chongsheng and his men chased to the shore, cursing inwardly. He made a phone call. Director, I saw Vimalakirti. His people took him away. They went to the west coast. No people from other organizations. Only 2 of his subordinates were caught. Yes, I understand. Hang up the phone. Zhao Changsheng said coldly. Retreat. Looking at the yacht with hatred. It quickly disappeared in the night. But before leaving, Zhao Changsheng suddenly stopped. Hurried to the shore. A string of numbers was engraved on the guardrail. This was their code of the 5 Elements Mountain. When he saw the last number, there was a surprise on his face. He hurriedly looked in the direction where the yacht disappeared. Director, is this the code left by Consultant Pei? It must be him. Right. Only the 3 of us know this last string of numbers. Zhao Changsheng looked over nervously, trying to get a positive answer from Dr. Zhao. Finally, Dr. Zhao came back to his senses, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "It's the message left by old Pei, this guy. I knew he was still alive." Dr. Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat excited. Thinking of something, he looked up. "Are you sure you didn't see Pei Jinya on the yacht?" Zhao Changsheng was a little confused by the question. "It was too dark, and it was raining. I was only focused on chasing Vimlakurti." He hesitated for a moment. "I didn't notice the figure of Consultant Pei." He said this with some annoyance. "I should have noticed it earlier." He is not sure now whether Pei Jinya was captured, or whether he intentionally approached Vimlakurti. Dr. Zhao looked around, and then whispered, "Have you told anyone else about this?" "No. After I collect the evidence, I will cross out all these numbers." "Well done." Dr. Zhao quickly reported the matter to the square-faced middle-aged man. "This kid is not dead after all." The square-faced middle-aged man finally smiled a little more. The disappearance of Pei Jinya has always cast a shadow over their hearts. Now he sent a message in person. He said that he was fine, but he couldn't show up for some reason. "Master, do you think he went to the Sandalwood country?" "It possible." The square-faced middle-aged man thought, "It possible that he was abducted by Vimlakurti." But if he was abducted, why would Vimlakurti leave him a secret time? "Master." What wrong?" The square-faced middle-aged man looked over when he heard the voice, his eyes puzzled. Dr. Zhao whispered, "Maybe there is a possibility Pei Jinya was not kidnapped, but he concealed his identity and mixed with Vimlakurti?" "Huh?" The square-faced middle-aged man was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened. "Can you play it like this?" Dr. Zhao said faintly, "Uncle Master, have you read the report I sent? Old Pei has always been a bold and careful person. I now feel more and more that he is very likely to do this." The square-faced middle-aged man walked back and forth. He fell into deep thought. He muttered something, but he still looked over hesitantly, a little uncertain. "Do you think he really dares to do this? That Vimlakurti? Even I didn't dare to provoke him at his peak." Dr. Zhao said softly, "But Vimlakurti is seriously injured now. Even I almost killed him, not to mention Pei Jinya. You have seen his methods. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. To be honest, I see Pei Jinya now. I thought of the god of art Songzi back then. He was a powerful and unrivaled leader. Is this the time when our Xia country will finally have such a strong man? God of art Songzi?" The square-faced middle-aged man was a little dazed. He was a real big shot who could compete with Master Tianzong Qiming. However, he looked at Dr. Zhao. "I even think that Pei Jinya achievements may not be inferior to God of art Songzi. Not to mention his huge body of nearly 100 meters. And his terrifying thunder method." The square-faced middle-aged man now recalled the afternoon battle, and felt shocked. If such fighting power was placed on any first-level warrior, it would definitely be a crushing level. Master Tianzong and the magic god Songzi in those days were not like this. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Changsheng came to report that a strong man from the empire was approaching. "Report this matter to the cabinet quickly, and let them decide. I will go to deal with the empire affairs." "Understood." The 2 groups of people quickly set out. Pei Jinya had forgotten about the affairs of Yejin Kingdom. He now appeared in Tanmu Kingdom as Baitan King. When hundreds of figures saw him appear, they all knelt down to welcome him. The king. After devouring Baitan memory, he realized that this legendary figure in Tanmu Kingdom was no different from Yi Nufu being called a saint in Yejin Kingdom. The difference was that Baitan methods were quite ruthless. He was the king of Tanmu Kingdom, completely enjoying the treatment of being above 10,000 people. Unlike Yi Nufu, who was loyal to the royal family of Eugene, he was restrained in doing things. The black-armored warriors escorted him in the crowd, and the people on the street knelt down and kowtowed to him. After returning to the palace, Pei Jinya sat on a large bed inlaid with gold, surrounded by a group of kneeling doctors, all carefully diagnosing him. Although I have felt the luxurious life of this old man, Baitan, in my memory, but when I really felt it, I have to say, this old man really knows how to enjoy himself. It is even more luxurious than in the Jiang family. The level of technology is not as good as that of the Federation, but in terms of luxury, it is really not ordinary. This old man has at least 10 young and beautiful women sleeping with him at the same time every day. No matter how busy he is, he has to make time. In order not to arouse suspicion, Pei Jinya can only enjoy the intimate massage of 10 stunning women. Each of them has a very exquisite technique, obviously. They have been asked by Vimalakirti to learn. Relaxing his mind, Pei Jinya was thinking about what to do next. Tanmu Kingdom and Yejin Kingdom are actually small countries in Southeast Asia. Even the territory of Tanmu Kingdom is not as large as Yejin Kingdom. But with Baitan, one of the 3 kings of Southeast Asia, no one dares to be presumptuous. Tanmu Kingdom, which is defending one side, is rich in raw materials for smelting. So foreign trade accounts for 2/3 of the local GDP, and tourism accounts for 1/5. These are all learned by Baitan through the data provided by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After Vitam ascended to power, he quickly ended the warlords' melee in the Tanmu Kingdom. Of the 7 warlords, only 1 survived. This man was called Cunard. Before Vitam ascended to power, they had been in secret contact and provided a lot of resources. After Vitam ascended to power, he did not abandon the donkey after it had done its work. Of course, this was also inseparable from Cunard flattery. In the early morning, Pei Jinya had just finished his training. Cunard knelt in front of him and kissed the upper of his shoes. Your Majesty, as soon as I heard about Yi Jingua, I immediately bought a ticket and ended the interview with Mo Jingua. I arrived last night. I was just worried that it would affect your news, so I have been waiting outside. Pei Jinya arrested him and scolded him in the way of Vimalakirti. Don't give me that. Hurry up. Have you found the news I asked you to find? When Cunard heard this powerful voice, he quickly filled his body with strength. Your Majesty, I knew you must be the son of God blessed by God, victory in every battle. Of course, I have already found the information you want. Not interested in listening to his nonsense, Pei Jinya asked him to speak as soon as possible. This is also the secret mission that Vitam entrusted to Cunard. In terms of practice, Vitam's understanding of the outer training of Gongqi far exceeds 90% of the warriors in this world. So he commissioned Cunard to secretly find a substance that can completely transform Gongqi into weapons. Pei Jinya himself has particularization, and Vitam's practice of the outer training of Gongqi has been mastered by him. King, I did find a clue. I think you must need it. And I am now sure that this information is true and valid. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. I heard that there was a strange tree called Golden Mother God Tree in Shengyuan Village in the southern Majin Kingdom. Its leaves can upgrade weapons. It is said that the boots of the magic god Songzi, that can travel 1,000 miles a day, and Tianzong's sword have been upgraded by the Golden Mother God Tree, became a spiritual object. Golden Mother God Tree. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. Regarding this memory, both Vimalakirti and Jigong had mentioned it. But these were just guesses. Have you confirmed the news? Cunard was very sure. At first, I was not sure either. Later, I bribed the natives in Majin country. He had a half-leaf of the Golden Mother God Tree in his hand. Where is the leaf? Pei Jinya asked. Cunard held up the small silver box with both hands. And after opening it, half of a leaf that looked like it had rusted was revealed. This is it. I checked the information, and it said that the Golden Mother God Tree would undergo such changes if it was not used for a long time. I really couldn't imagine that this little thing could forge a unique weapon. Pei Jinya took the rusty leaf in his hand, and indeed felt an unusual breath. King! Before Cunard could express his guess, Pei Jinya used some unknown method to make the rusty half of the leaf fade away, revealing its original golden appearance. Cunard opened his mouth wide on the spot, looking at this scene in surprise. Noticing Pei Jinya looking over, he hurriedly began to flatter him. Wang is indeed a man of great luck chosen by God. I have tried countless methods, but I can't make this leaf return to its original appearance. You actually restored it in an instant. When he spoke, Cunard was also trembling in his heart. The stronger Vitam was, the more afraid he would be. But he was more surprised. King, you have turned a disaster into a blessing this time. Maybe it won't be long. We can become the strongest country in Southeast Asia. Pei Jinya looked at him. He knew that both Vitam and he had ambitions. So he didn't say anything. Feel the golden leaf in his hand again. The record says that, You only need to touch the weapon with a leaf. You can upgrade and refine it by yourself? Cunard nodded hesitantly. That what he said. But it not confirmed yet. Otherwise, King, you try it. Pejinia took out the broken diamond armor and pressed down the broken leaves with his right hand. The golden light instantly spread on the diamond armor. Cunard looked at this scene in surprise. Gone? He looked at the diamond armor uncertainly, and then looked at Pejinia. He was not a weapon refiner, so he naturally didn't know what happened to the armor. At this moment, he was also in shock, so he did not notice that he had never seen the king wearing this armor. But it was normal. There were so many rare treasures in Baitan hands. How could he have seen them all? Too few. Pejinia felt a little sorry. He examined this diamond armor as a refiner, and some of the patterns had changed slightly. At least 2/3 of the places that were previously smashed by Baitan and his men had been effectively repaired. And this was just a broken leaf. If we find the Golden Mother Sacred Tree. Even Pejinia, his breathing became rapid at this moment. Without further delay, we will go to Majin Kingdom now. Now? Cunard was stunned. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Doesn't the king usually get up early to exercise? But thinking of the importance of the Golden Mother Sacred Tree, he nodded hurriedly. I will arrange a special plane here. No, don't expose my whereabouts. Continue to approach Majin Kingdom in the name of academic visit. My target is too big, and it is easy to attract the attention of other organizations. Pejinia knew how big Baitan target was. There might be people from Xia country trying to assassinate him in Tamu country. I hope the secret code I left behind can make them a little more rational. King, I have killed the people who knew about it. And now we have secretly controlled this place. Cunard looked honest. But he did things neatly. Pejinia looked at him, and said nothing more. Cunard lowered his head, not thinking of asking Pejinia for credit. He just wanted to let the king know he was loyal. That man said he found the remaining leaves of the Golden Mother Goddess tree here, and never saw it again. Pejinia exuded elemental power upon hearing this, and quickly sensed the land here. Cunard thought he was in deep thought, and did not dare to disturb him. Let go this way, Pejinia suddenly said, and Cunard led the team to follow. They walked around the mountain for more than 10 minutes. Pejinia punched the mountain. The mountain wall in front of him shattered, revealing a huge gap. Cunard was even stunned. Didn't the outside world say that Wang was seriously injured? Is this a sign of serious injury? I understand. Wang must have done this on purpose, in order to show weakness, and then catch those people in one fell swoop. Wang is worthy of being the king. He has such a deep mind. You stay here. Cunard followed Pejinia into the underground gap. They walked for half an hour. King, this is actually an underground palace. Cunard was shocked. It was unbelievable that there were traces of human beings here. Pejinia looked at the excavated environment around him. It was obvious that someone deliberately hid the Golden Mother Goddess tree here. Although he didn't know who it was a miracle that it could be hidden for so many years without being discovered. Break open the door. The golden light instantly shone out from inside. Cunard was a little nervous. Wang. Pejinia ignored him, and went in first. In the distance, he saw a giant tree more than 10 meters high, which seemed to have grown for many years, and was glowing with a red glow. Cunard was stunned. When Pejinia walked in, he immediately felt a strong energy in the air, and an unquestionable will was slowly awakening. Pejinia's heart tightened. This giant tree was different from the giant tree in the ruins of Master Tianzong. The giant tree in front of him clearly had its own will. What year is it tonight? The giant tree spoke slowly. The leaves rustled. The hazy will contained extremely vigorous life energy. Cunard, who rushed in, was stunned and stopped where he was. It was so exciting. The tree could actually talk? Pejinia stared at the giant tree, but his eyes gradually brightened. It would be best if they could communicate. Not long after, he took out the sword box, various knives, protective gear. Almost all the weapons that were originally treasures were taken out one after another. The giant tree couldn't help but interrupt. Can I ask, how many treasures do you have left? The last one? I really won't lie to you this time. If I lie to you, I'm a dog. The sword box contains 27 swords. These 27 swords are all famous and good swords. Pejinia either took them from the hands of the strong, obtained them from the ruins, or they were given by others. The quality of each sword is among the best swords. And now it has been evolved again by the Golden Mother Divine Tree. The energy it has exploded is extremely huge. Pejinia stretched out his hand. The 27 peerless divine swords were affected by him, and they soared into the sky one after another. Each divine sword contains a vague will of life. Is this the birth of their will? The golden mother god tree shook its body, and a large number of leaves fell like golden light all over the sky. The voice came slowly. They are already very powerful. With your ability, you will have the opportunity to let them give birth to their will within 3 years. I just accelerated the process. They have already recognized you as their master. You just need to nurture them well on weekdays. They will gradually evolve on their own. Pei Jinya eyes lit up. Isn't this equivalent to the spirit of the fairy world? 27 swords gave birth to weapon spirits. If tens of thousands of swords gave birth to weapon spirits, wouldn't they be able to kill through these 2 worlds? At this moment, Pei Jinya wanted to collect all the swords in the world and refine and evolve all the swords. However, the Golden Mother Divine Tree shook, obviously understanding Pei Jinya's intention. Pei Jinya also understood its intention. Don't panic, Senior. I'm just thinking about it. The premise of everything is naturally to protect yourself. The Golden Mother Divine Tree probably never thought that it would encounter such a thing on the first day of seeing the light of day again. Then, Pei Jinya refined and evolved the boxing gloves, but unfortunately they could not give birth to life like the 27 swords. According to the Golden Mother Divine Tree, these objects are of different natures, and it is difficult for some objects to give birth to will. Although this answer is somewhat unsatisfactory, Pei Jinya is not greedy. The Vidra armor originally used half a broken leaf to restore part of the broken parts, and now asked the Golden Mother Divine Tree to evolve it. 2 leaves fell. 2 golden lights fell from the Vidra armor. It seemed as if there was a Vidra standing with angry eyes. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Wearing it, invoking the Dharma body to descend. The hardness of the Vidra armor was obviously increased tenfold. What is the principle? Pei Jinya asked humbly. The production of this armor is very interesting. It has the characteristics of a living thing. This forging method is the first time I have seen it. Even the Golden Mother God Tree showed great interest in Pei Jinya Vidra armor. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Biological characteristics? Of course he knew that this armor was designed by the Star Ring. In that world full of extraordinary things, there are naturally some things that cannot be directly guessed by common sense. After communicating with the Golden Mother Divine Tree, he finally understood that the biological characteristics mentioned by the Golden Mother Divine Tree referred to biological genes. A piece of armor is rich in genes. Pei Jinya asked the gods to appear and conducted a genetic test. Sure enough, it is an ape. Male, the vitality contained is extremely strong. It was killed at its strongest. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. This Vidra armor can actually contain biological genes. This method, I feel a sense of pressure for no reason. How many mysterious methods do Xinguan and the others have mastered? Reach out and touch this Vidra armor. Now with the evolution of the Golden Mother Divine Tree, if he activates his Dharma body and uses it, he can get the Vidra blessing. The Golden Mother Divine Tree is quite interested in the sudden appearance of the god. This life form is very strange. I think I have seen it somewhere. When Pei Jinya heard it, he thought of the murals before. Do you know Master Tianzong? I know. He once asked me to evolve his sword, but unfortunately his path was narrowed. The Golden Mother God Tree looked at Pei Jinya. I felt his sword intent from you, but it was a little different. Not long ago, I just came into contact with Master Tianzong's sword intent, and I was fortunate to study it. Pei Jinya spoke the truth. The Golden Mother God Tree was not surprised. But the sword intent in you is very powerful, but it is still a little short of the strongest sword intent I have ever seen. I don't understand the practice of you humans. You give me a very different feeling. There is still a chance. Pei Jinya listened quietly. The Golden Mother God Tree talked about some things about the masters of human swordsmanship. He was fascinated by what he heard. These experiences were good opportunities for him to enrich his own swordsmanship. This is the power of 10,000 times talent. For other people, listening to the Golden Mother Divine Tree tell so much is nothing more than listening to a story. But for Pei Jinya, some details in what the Golden Mother Divine Tree told him were enough to improve his sword intention. After the enlightenment, Pei Jinya expressed his gratitude to the Golden Mother Divine Tree. But for the Golden Mother Divine Tree, it was a bit shocking. You are indeed not an ordinary person. You could understand your sword intention just by listening to my description. This is the first time I have seen such talent. Pei Jinya just smiled. Then he waved his hand. The god of heaven came over with a cute look. Pei Jinya took the initiative to introduce this little thing to the Golden Mother God tree. This is a strange beast that I accidentally captured. It can detect any problems that may exist in any creature. If you trust me, let it help you check it. This is also where I can help you to the best of my ability. The Golden Mother God tree was reluctant at first. But when Pei Jinya mentioned that he could help this little thing, the opportunity to evolve made the Golden Mother Divine Tree interested. Especially after Pei Jinya took out the spiritual creatures that the Heavenly God had evolved and transformed before. The Golden Mother Divine Tree was really moved after a comparison. It really evolved. It unbelievable. There are such strange things in the world. Hearing the shock of the Golden Mother Divine Tree, Pei Jinya signaled with his eyes. The Heavenly God walked forward obediently. Even if he became 2 meters tall, he was still in front of the Golden Mother Divine Tree. It was still just a tiny thing, looking up with a cute look. The huge aura made it feel as if it was seeing some old monster. Under Pei Jinya instruction, it stretched out its tentacles tremblingly. For some reason, it suddenly felt like it had eaten it. The god was not sure about this feeling, and looked up at the Golden Mother God tree again. It couldn't explain the feeling in its heart. It turned around and looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya gave it a questioning look. The god shook his head, then stretched out his sickle, and gently cut a line under the golden night sky handed by the Golden Mother God tree. The golden light fell into the god body. The vigorous vitality suddenly burst out from the god, rolling up the dust around. When it slowly dispersed, the god opened his eyes again. You have lived for a long time. It looked at it cutely. But after saying that, it was obviously stunned for a moment, and lowered its head to look at the ground. Seems to have grown taller? The Golden Mother God tree trembled, and looked suspiciously. It could not understand the mutterings of the God of Heaven. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. The leaves of the Golden Mother God tree could also help the God of Heaven evolve. Just one leaf made the God of Heaven grow 10 centimeters taller. What if he ate all of them? The God of Heaven looked at Pei Jinya at this time, and conveyed his will. It has lived in a harsh environment for too long, causing some genes to mutate. In a year, it will shrink by 20 centimeters, and the effect of these leaves will be greatly reduced. Pei Jinya's face became serious. Are you sure? The God of Heaven nodded. It needs too much energy, and this place is very dry. The energy from the outside world may help it. Pei Jinya conveyed the God of Heaven intention, and did not forget to ask, why have you been here for so many years? The Golden Mother God tree slowly said, I was trapped here. Who did it? Pei Jinya was stunned. There was actually someone who could trap the Golden Mother God tree here. Thinking of the human traces in the underground palace before. Songzi. He said his name is Songzi. The Golden Mother God tree shook its body, looking very angry. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Songzi. The god of magic? I didn't expect there was such a connection here. Senior, I help you check it first. The elemental power surged all the way down. The roots of the Golden Mother God tree were actually 100 meters deep underground. When Pei Jinya elemental power probed to the bottom, suddenly, the sound of many metals colliding with each other came. The resonance caused by the connection also caused an impact on Pei Jinya. He immediately put out a light shield. With a bang, he was still forced back 3 meters by the impact. The ground seemed to be plowed. The smoke and dust dispersed. Pei Jinya's eyes were solemn. What a strong ability. The Golden Mother God tree was also trembling all over, as if it was experiencing some great damage. He endured it, and said, don't do useless work anymore. It useless. For so many years, I have been trying to break the restrictions he left behind. But it was all in vain. That guy wanted me to refine his weapon, but he didn't want a stronger human warrior than him to appear in the outside world, so he designed me and trapped me here. What a sinister guy. Pei Jinya looked over with sympathy. I heard the guy is dead. Give me some time, I will rescue you. He won't die. Jin Mushinshu words made Pei Jinya raise his head suddenly. Will not die. Could it be that he practiced the heaven and earth longevity art like Master Tianzong? I actually forged 2 weapons for him back then, in addition to the gem inlaid on the staff. There is also a heart. The Golden Mother Divine Tree said slowly, although this heart cannot make him immortal, it can make him live another 500 years. Now only more than 100 years have passed. If he practices Tianzong's skills, it means that he can live more than 1,000 years. A despicable person like him will definitely live cautiously. The words of the Golden Mother Divine Tree shocked Pei Jinya. A heart that can live another 500 years. Is this guy called Songzi so capable? He is too bold, even thinking about transforming the heart. He pondered for a while. He said, according to the information I know now, Master Tianzong passed away 20 years ago, and before that, this magic god called Songzi had disappeared, and since then everyone has assumed that he is dead. I dealt with him that time, and I know him. He is a very cunning human being, and he cherishes his life very much, so he must not die. Maybe he has been hiding there, and controlling the situation secretly. He has a lifespan of at least 400 years, which is enough for him to build a huge family power. Pei Jinya was curious. Why do you help humans refine weapons? According to you humans, this is my way of cultivation. I talked a lot with the Golden Mother God tree. It will take at least a year for the consumed leaves to recover. Although the loss is huge, but for the Golden Mother Divine tree, it finally began to improve after 100 years of cultivation. This feeling of a dead tree coming back to life is a long time coming. Just tell me if you need anything. Perhaps this spiritual soil can help you too. Pei Jinya originally kept this soil with spiritual substances to plant spiritual creatures, but it's not a bad thing to give some of it to the Golden Mother Divine tree. The stronger the Golden Mother Divine tree is, the more it will be strengthened. As for the spiritual creatures, at the current level, he is not impatient. When the relationship with the Golden Mother God tree is officially established, the benefits Pei Jinya will get will be much more powerful than these spiritual soils. Pei Jinya efforts really move the Golden Mother God tree. After seeing that villain Songzi, I thought you humans were all cunning. How could that be? You have to believe in me, just like believing in light. Cunard woke up with his head covered. As soon as he came to his senses, he hurriedly looked for the whereabouts of the king. Until he saw a figure standing not far away, his heart was relieved, his face changed slightly. And he hurriedly chased after him. King, have we been attacked? Are you okay? He seemed to hear some sound at the end of his memory. But he was not sure if it was an illusion. But what made him feel a little scared was that he actually lost consciousness after that. You know, he is a second-level martial arts master. How could he faint so easily? The more he thought about it, the more worried he was about what happened at that time. Pei Jinya turned around, looked at him calmly. Don't think too much. He reached out from the side and grabbed, and threw an axe over. For your loyalty, this is a magic weapon rewarded to you. Cunard has been stuck at the level of a second-level warrior for many years, and has no hope of entering the first level for life. This time Pei Jinya gave him an evolved axe, although he could not immediately enter the first-level ranks. His combat power was definitely improved. Cunard was flattered and thanked. Kneeling in front of Pei Jinya, and took it with both hands. The moment he took it in his hands, he immediately realized the power of this axe. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he was incoherent. King! Did we succeed? Really succeed? Oh my god! I can't believe it. Pei Jinya nodded slowly. This made Cunard very excited. Where is the tree? Should we arrange for someone to cut it down and bring it back? He was most worried that the Golden Mother tree would be discovered by others. Pei Jinya shook his head and said, the Golden Mother tree cannot be moved, but I have sealed it again. Ah? Cunard was stunned. This was a little different from what he imagined. He didn't dare to waste time, and what he was most worried about at the moment was the Golden Mother tree. So he knelt on the ground, and carefully raised his legs and asked, do we need to station people here? Yes, Pei Jinya affirmed. But we need to wait a little longer. He thought of Songzi. This shameless old man might be hiding in the dark. And he might also be monitoring every move here. No. If he was really monitoring, the villager would not be able to get even a single leaf. That right. It has been 100 years since Songzi trapped the Golden Mother tree. Who would stare at it all the time if they had nothing to do? For 100 years, the world only regarded the Golden Mother tree as a myth. Who would have thought of the truth? This old man's heart is too dirty. Cunard looked over immediately. What wrong, Wang? Don't be too obvious. It's best to arrange local people, bribe them. Don't tell them the truth. Our people hide among them and monitor. I understand. Although I don't understand what Wang means. But Wang must have his reasons. Cunard has always believed in everything Wang does without question. So he quickly arranged it. Without anyone interruption, Pei Jinya continued to practice. With the blessing of his super martial arts talent, his attribute values began to increase rapidly. This time, 9/10 of the supplies brought from the Federation world have been consumed, and they are about to be consumed. I'm afraid it's time to go back. Night fell. The young women appeared again in gauze. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and hypnotized the young women who served him in bed. It was difficult for young people with vigor and blood to resist such temptation. But when he thought of what happened to these women, he lost interest. Under hypnosis, no one noticed him. Without anyone's interference, Peijinya's practice was like a fish in water. The golden lotus surged. The sword intent around him was divided into very small parts, and penetrated into these golden lotuses little by little. After a series of large and small actual battles recently, Peijinya had a lot of excellent insights. He began to try to combine the golden lotus and sword intent. Both of them belonged to his ultimate killer. The energy released by the combination of the two is extremely huge. He had tried it before when fighting with Vitam, Des and others. The moment the golden lotus exploded, the sword intent contained in it could be more like a rain of pear blossom needles, bursting out with extraordinary lethality. And the karma fire of the golden lotus is very fierce. Karma fire is one of Peijinya's ultimate killer moves. Once touched, let alone the first level, even the 9th level awakeners in the Federation world would find it difficult to resist. The karma fire has been integrated into the golden lotus, which proves that the characteristics of the karma fire can be continuously incorporated into other trump cards. At present, the integration of the sword intent, the karma fire, and the golden lotus is actually a huge project. If Peijinya's mental power had not been greatly improved, he would not have been able to achieve such a delicate integration. In the previous actual combat, he had already experienced the difficulty of this integration. Now when trying to completely add the sword intent, he has discovered that the flame contained in the golden lotus will be attracted out, and the sword will be consumed during the release process. This will greatly weaken the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2 that he originally thought of, or even worse than 1. This is not what Peijinya wants. So he needs to find a proper balance. It can keep the power of the fire lotus at its peak, and it will not affect the sword. After trying for more than 5 hours and tens of thousands of times, with the full power of the LV6 intelligent brain, he finally found this balance. Peijinya was only thankful that his brain had been upgraded to LV6. This was how he won the battle of mental power. Let's call this move Sword Lotus, the lotus of 10,000 swords. When combined, it becomes a lotus. When dispersed, it becomes 10,000 swords. Boom! A mountaintop was broken apart by the sword lotus, and in an instant, a group of sword intent suddenly appeared and shot out, with great power. The effect is not bad. Peijinya raised his hand, looking at the golden lotus emerging in his palm, smiled with satisfaction. According to the agreement with the Golden Mother Tree, during this period, Peijinya will arrange for people to secretly guard it. The most important thing is the talisman paper he left behind, which will have a stronger effect of protection. The birds in the surrounding mountains and forests all bowed to salute, respectfully bidding farewell to this powerful man. With the blessing of the spiritual soil, the aging process of the Golden Mother Tree can be delayed. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Peijinya had been compressing the sword intent and adding it to the golden lotus for 3 days. The more it is compressed, the stronger it is. This is good news. 1. Something seems to have happened in Shengyuan. Cunard appeared overnight. Strange faces have appeared in the vicinity to scout the area, and one of our people is missing. The Golden Mother's sacred tree is of great importance, and it should not be lost. Peijinya stood up and walked out of the room. Cunard hurriedly followed. King, do you want to send more people? It's not appropriate to alert the enemy. And keep a low profile. You take your people to guard the defense line. Yes. Peijinya didn't expect the opponent to be so fast. He had just arrived at the Holy Abyss. Before he reached the entrance, he was ambushed by a group of assassins. This was Peijinya, first time using the Sword Lotus in actual combat. 1 Sword Lotus, 32 sword intentions. Almost instantly eliminated 2/3 of the assassins who rushed over. Peijinya tilted his head, feeling it carefully. The killing power is enough, but the distance needs to be improved. Just in this world, the remaining killers rushed over again. Peijinya raised his head and looked over. Obviously you don't know who I am. If you knew, you would not rashly come to kill me. After saying that, he rushed forward. The chi condensed into a giant palm and pressed hard. Boom! The crowd collapsed, and the blood mist exploded. The dead died, wounded, until the smoke and dust dispersed. Peijinya grabbed a killer head in his hand, raising it in the air, like a demon, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body made everyone around him tremble with fear. King! A group of elite Tamu warriors quickly rushed to Peijinya, knelt on one knee, fearing that they were too late to save him. Pa! Peijinya let go of his hand, and the killer body fell in a pool of blood. He lowered his eyes. He digested the memory he had just swallowed. The other party is a member of the G Palace. By chance? He came here to perform combat missions, received a notice unexpectedly, went to the Holy Abyss to investigate, and accidentally bumped into the people of the Tamu Kingdom. That's how the following happened. He found a mobile phone from the corpse. Pagenia wrote a message. Solved. Under the monitoring of brain waves. 3 breaths later. The other party replied, return to the team. Caught. At the moment, when the other party replied to the message, Pagenia had already accurately located the other party whereabouts through brain waves. The network technology of this world was at most LV5 in front of him, and the network technology mastered by Ji Gong and others was less than LV4. So it was like a blank sheet of paper in front of him. However, Pagenia still went to the Golden Mother Divine Tree first. What happened? The Golden Mother Divine Tree asked. I suspect it was Songzi people, but I'm not sure yet, so I'm going to arrange someone to investigate. Pagenia said calmly. No. The Golden Mother God Tree suddenly said, he is very strong. I suggest you let him investigate in person. This will also avoid you from meeting him face to face now. You mean I am in the dark, and he is in the light? Pagenia looked at him. The Golden Mother God Tree agreed with him. Of course, I hope Songzi can die. If you can help me get revenge, I can promise you to serve you for 30 years. 30 years. Pagenia nodded in agreement. Then follow your plan. At the entrance of the underground palace, Cunard led his men to guard, and there was some blood on the axe beside him. When he saw Pagenia appear, he hurriedly said, King, what should we do next? Evacuate all the people here. Pagenia said and looked around. He decided to have a good chat with the mountain birds here. People were still too big a target, and it was easy to be detected by surveillance. Evacuate? Cunard was stunned. Pagenia said again, also, find some clothes from Yejin country. The night fell. The moonlight in the sky became a little thinner. Several bodies appeared in an alley in Mojin country. The 2 Jigong members looked at each other. One of them asked, what should we do? Report to the headquarters. Have we been exposed? Notify the transfer, and find out who killed our people. 10 minutes later. In a safe house somewhere. Have you found out? The other party is very cautious, but I still found out. Which organization did it? Yi Jingguo. Yi Jingguo? These guys are really crazy now. They hunted down many of us in the country, but we didn't kill Yi Nu Fu, these idiots. It's useless to say more now. What should we do next? I have notified the headquarters. We will move first and see what happens. Have you checked Xingyuan? We have checked it. It's just a group of guys who broke in accidentally. What exactly is hidden in Xingyuan? Why are the higher-ups so cautious this time? Don't get involved in things that are not our business. King, the things you asked have been done. Cunard appeared beside Pagenia and whispered, King, there is one more thing. When you said you wanted to assassinate the Xiao warriors, now we have all the personnel ready. The plan against Xiao, cancel. Pagenia said slowly. Bai Tan is a vengeful person. He was bullied by the strongmen of Xia, so he wanted to take revenge secretly. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Cancel? Cunard was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. King, you are indeed wise and brave. This move is really wonderful. The Empire is wrestling with Xia recently, and we can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, watching the fire from the other side of the river. Pagenia suddenly asked again, didn't you capture a group of Xiao warriors some time ago? Cunard nodded, and said bitterly, yes. These guys are really stubborn. No matter how we deal with them, they refuse to reveal their base. Release them. Cunard suddenly heard Wang words, opened his mouth, and seemed a little unsure of what he heard. Release? These? Until Pagenia looked at him. He hurriedly bowed his head and said yes. The iron door opened. 3 bloodstained Xiao warriors wearing black hoods were stuffed into the car. Not long after, at the port, 3 Xiao warriors were tied up and thrown down. Who? Healing pills are here. I have informed Dr. Zhao. The route map is with you. Take care of yourself. The rope on the wrist broke. When the 3 Xiao warriors struggled to get rid of the ropes and took off the hoods, except for a bag beside them, there was no one else in sight. Boss. The disheveled young man looked over. The middle-aged man picked up the bag and found 3 spiritual fruits in it. He sniffed and didn't smell any strange smell. No poison. There was also a route map on it. The young man whispered, can you really believe it? There is no reason for the Tanmu Kingdom to let us go for no reason, and leave such a good thing behind. The direction of the route above is not the escape route we originally designed. Boss, hear a cell phone. At this time, the cell phone rang. The three people instantly became nervous. The middle-aged man answered the phone, and after hearing Dr. Zhao's voice, he was stunned. We came out. I don't know, we were left here for no reason. But someone appeared during this time, and gave us 3 fruits. You asked me to describe the fruits? Yes, this is what you know? Dr. Zhao put down the phone and looked at the square-faced middle-aged man. He said excitedly, "It really old pay, he is in the sandalwood country." The square-faced middle-aged man asked curiously, "Why doesn't this kid come back? Maybe he has some difficulties." Dr. Zhao said, Pei Jinya did not reveal his identity when he contacted them, but he left some things, and a string of numbers, which is also the secret code we set up temporarily. What did he say? I'm translating. The square-faced middle-aged man urged him to hurry up. Dr. Zhao finished the translation in less than 3 minutes. Just as I guessed, old Pei was brought to the Tanmu Kingdom by mistake, but Vimalakirti has not found him yet. Now the Tanmu Kingdom is also in a state of complete blockade. He is still recovering from his injuries, and cannot force his way in. He will find a way to come back later. Let us not try to rescue him. He has ways to protect himself. This I'm not sure. I need to ask the cabinet for its opinion. The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head and said, You should also know how important Pei Jinya is to us. I understand. Old Pei also said one thing. He found a base suspected to be Jigong in our Xia Kingdom and Empire. Dr. Zhao whispered. What? The square-faced middle-aged man was stunned on the spot, with an exaggerated expression. How did he know? This? Maybe he traced it from the Tanmu Kingdom? The specific location needs to be verified. Dr. Zhao also admired. Old Pei is really amazing. He can fight and collect intelligence. Our Xia Kingdom luck is really rising. Just as Dr. Zhao finished speaking, Xiao Chansheng reported at the door, saying that people from Yejin Kingdom had arrived. Yejin Kingdom intention is very clear. The Empire has put pressure on them again. And now we need to step in. These guys are putting pressure on us in disguise. But, the square-faced middle-aged man sneered. Have the items been moved away? Just received news that the materials have arrived in the country. And relevant experts are on the way to negotiate. If Yejin Kingdom doesn't obey, then let the Empire deal with them. How about the Empire negotiations with us? They hope we can loosen our control over Yejin country, and let their people in. What their bargaining chip? Acknowledge us as friends. Bullshit. Do you really think others are idiots? How much can his friends in the Empire be worth? Give them a chance to reorganize their words. So we didn't agree. Unless they could offer substantial benefits. What a trouble. Tanmu country. I don't understand. Why did you release those 3 Xia country warriors? I don't understand. But I respect it. I vaguely heard that it was under pressure. What pressure? You talk too much nonsense, shut up. Wang, the people of the Eisen family are here, and they want to meet you. The Eisen family is really a long-lost surname. The smile on Pei Jinya's mouth was somewhat cold. Turning around, go up to the throne. Let them come. A moment. A group of Eisen family members from the Empire appeared in the hall. They showed enough respect to Bai Tan, a first-level strongman. Pei Jinya looked down on him. The leader of the Eisen family was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were sharp. But at this moment, a bit of a flattering smile appeared on his face. The king of the Tanmu Kingdom, I am Eisen Powell. It has been 3.5 years since we last met. I hope our friendship has not disappeared. This time, I brought some specialties from our Eisen family. I hope you like them. Eisen Powell raised his hand. And the family guards beside him immediately handed him a box with both hands. Pei Jinya stood on the throne on the high step, looking down at him, with a little laziness in his eyes. Watching him open the box, revealing the sparkling ore inside. But before Eisen Powell stepped forward, he was stopped by the black armored guards under the throne, stopping him from approaching the holy chariot. These two were both quasi-first-level warriors, so the aura they revealed was naturally very strong. Eisen Powell looked at Pei Jinya innocently. He was only a quasi-first-level warrior, even though it was rumored that Vimalakirti had been injured in the Battle of Yejin Kingdom, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction at this moment. Pei Jinya said nothing but waved his hand, and the 2 black armored guards blocking the stairs completely obeyed his wishes. Make way. Cunard on the side took the initiative to step forward, and walked to the bottom of the stairs. You are thoughtful, the king will remember your friendship, considering the recent unrest. I will be in charge of the treasure donation, you don't mind. Do you? Of course not, thank you. Eisen Powell readily agreed. That evening, a piece of news was sent back to the Empire. In the huge castle of the Eisen family. After hearing the news, Eisen Dies was shocked on the spot. Are the people in Jigong crazy? Why would they kill people from our Eisen family? Has the news been confirmed? His face was still a little pale at this moment. Ever since Pei Jinya broke one of his legs, he could no longer stand up, which has always been the biggest pain in his heart. It has been confirmed, but we don't know their purpose yet. The housekeeper hesitated for a while, and said, according to the information we have, Powell and his team have left the Sandalwood country, and were ambushed by the Jigong assassins after leaving. Damn it, really damn it, do they all think that our Eisen family is not as good as their Jigong? Eisen Diesel said with a ferocious expression, I will kill them. The housekeeper hurriedly said, young master, there must be something we don't know. Logically speaking, we have cooperated with Himamiya before, so we shouldn't have fallen out to this extent. Moreover, Powell's skills are not weak. It is impossible for an ordinary person to deal with him. I am more inclined to believe that it was the Sandalwood country who did it. Sandalwood country? Eisen Diesel's expression suddenly changed. You mean the one from the Sandalwood country rejected our friendship? So he killed our people? But as far as I know, he is an extremely proud guy. If they really wanted to kill Powell and the others, why didn't they kill them on the spot? Why did they have to do it when they left the Sandalwood country? Could it be that someone deliberately framed the Sandalwood country? Their purpose was to make us deal with that person? He was a first-class strongman. One of the 3 kings in Southeast Asia. Essen Desai didn't say the rest of the words. But the meaning was already very clear. To deal with such a strongman, a first-class strongman at his peak, is definitely not an easy task. Their Eisen family does have the strength to compete with Vimlakurti. But this is not in the interests of the 2 huge forces. If the Eisen family really hates Vimlakurti and the Tanmu kingdom behind him, then only these 2 behemoths will be consumed. What the young master said makes sense. I'm afraid that Ji Gong wants to put the blame on the Tanmu kingdom so that we can consume each other and take this opportunity to benefit. What a deep thought. 2 nights later, Ji Palace is located in the empire. The 3 strongholds of Xia Kingdom were all devastated. For a time, there was a panic. Tanmu Kingdom. The night is like flowing water. Pei Jinya sat quietly in the palace, looking at the stars. That day, he personally took action, killed the people of the Eisen family, and devoured the memory of Eisen Powell. It was because he devoured the other party memory that he learned that the Eisen family wanted to cooperate. And this cooperation happened to be related to Master Tianzong. Heaven and Earth Longevity Art. It seems that the people of the Eisen family also know this technique. Master Tianzong's sword is in the forbidden area of the Eisen family. This is the strongest sword evolved by the Golden Mother God tree. Slowly narrowed his eyes. Pei Jinya fell into thought. Master Tianzong's sword must be taken back. But what he was more curious about was, why are the people of the Eisen family so sure that Heaven and Earth Longevity Art has appeared in the world? Does the other party have any means to confirm this? If it is really as he guessed, will he be locked in and practice the Heaven and Earth Longevity Art as soon as he appears in the other party place? While the intelligent brain is running, Pei Jinya has listed all the possibilities. And the most beneficial action for him at the moment is to collect the resources of the Tanmu country and practice as soon as possible. Yinzi, how long can your current energy last? At most 1 year. 1 year. That enough? Pei Jinya immediately ordered the king to. The whole country began to secretly plant 3 generations of spiritual creatures. It blooms and bears fruit twice a year. The manpower and material resources required are extremely huge. Only Vimlakurti has such a strong appeal. The entire Tanmu kingdom spontaneously began to follow the will of his king. Rebels, secretly killed. 3 months later, Ji Gong was hunted by various forces, and began to seek peace everywhere. They come to seek peace again. What does the cabinet mean? This is a group of wild dogs that can't be tamed. Dr. Zhao told the truth. And the square-faced middle-aged man nodded and understood what he meant. But just when he was about to leave, Dr. Zhao suddenly said, Uncle Master. What? Is there anything else? The square-faced middle-aged man stopped for no reason and looked back. Has there been any news from old Pei? Dr. Zhao whispered. 3 months have passed. And I still don't have any news. The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head. I don't know either. He won't. Dr. Zhao's face changed slightly. The square-faced middle-aged man laughed and scolded. Why are you panicking? It was you who told me not to worry at the beginning. How come you are worried now? Don't worry about it. Although I don't know his current situation, the cabinet attitude is obvious. That kid must be alive and well. Dr. Zhao was slightly stunned, and then laughed. I knew that this guy must be fine. The square-faced middle-aged man patted him on the shoulder. You are still in charge of Yejin Kingdom. What about the Sandalwood Country? Dr. Zhao was stunned. Didn't you say I was responsible for it before? The situation is getting more and more complicated now. We got the news that the Eisen family wants revenge. The Vulcan Cannon organization, which has been working closely with them, suddenly turned against them. There was a lot of fighting. Southeast Asia has now become a battlefield. Yejin Country is also one of the battlefields. You have to focus on your responsibilities. Dr. Zhao nodded slowly. I understand. In addition, we got the news that the leader of Jigong has fled. Maybe he went to Yejin Country. Or maybe he went to Tamu Country. I did find the whereabouts of the members of the Himamiya organization, but not their leader Sabujinsuk. Maybe he went to find Vimalakirti. This is the current guess. Sabujinsuk and Vimalakirti had a relationship in the past. Be careful of their counterattack. Understood. After the square-faced middle-aged man left, Dr. Zhao began to issue urgent instructions. The young man, with a crew cut, hurried over. Director, just intercepted a group of signals. Yennefu adopted son is contacting the Eisen family. These crazy people don't take our warning seriously at all. The crew cut youth looked over and said, Director, what should we do? Execute the additional plan. Dr. Zhao said grimly. Understood. Tamu Country. Zabu Shinsuke ran away quickly, with no way of disguising the horror on his face. Vitamin is not vitamin. If this gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. He firmly believed that his judgment was correct. No matter how much a person pretends, he can't pretend that kind of emotion. The emotion shown by the fake Vitam made him instinctively feel something strange, so he began to doubt. Let him directly confirm that Vitam is not Vitam, but those women. There is a hidden player he arranged. The hidden player has a poisonous goo in his body. The real Vitam will definitely not be able to stand the erosion of the love goo, and will definitely do something. But the goo in the hidden player body is not nourished at all. Regardless of whether his guess was true or not, Zabu Shinsuke planned to evacuate this dangerous place immediately. He never doubted his sixth sense. He was able to escape from the Eisen family and Xiaogua because of his sixth sense. Zheng! There was a sudden tremor in the void. Zabu Shinsuke's face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look. Dozens of red gilded sword lights were flying in the air with a sharp aura. Almost instantly, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Damn it! Zabu Shinsuke cursed inwardly. He was being chased again. Who could it be? Without time to think about it, Zabu Shinsuke did not take the attack head-on, but dodged in a hurry. But what he could not have imagined was that the sword lights in the air seemed to come alive, and no matter how Zabu Shinsuke changed his shape, he would always be covered by them. Each sword light blocked his change of moves. In the cold murderous intent, Zabu Shinsuke was already at a disadvantage. With a roar, Zabu Shinsuke's bones seemed to soften as the sword light enveloped him. His chest and shoulders collapsed in a strange way, forcibly removing the sword intent. But he still felt the pain from being stabbed. In an instant, someone arrived. Zabu Shinsuke had no time to look at the other person's face, and he kept attacking in a hurry. The fierce collisions formed countless fierce and roaring air currents, which were comparable to sharp blades, and easily cut marks on the ground. Suddenly, a stream of flame soared up. I don't know why. When he saw this stream of flames, Zabu Shinsuke felt tears in his eyes unconsciously, and vaguely seemed to see a lotus blossoming. Is it an illusion? No. The moment the thought came to his mind, Zabu Shinsuke's heart could not help but feel a chill. He dodged in a hurry. He raised his arms and shook them, generating aura, forcibly protecting his body, and his feet kept moving, and as his body changed, deep footprints were imprinted on the ground. As he retreated, the air exploded. Who told you to kill me? Who? The last word was drowned in the thunder. As the sword lotus surged, the long and distant sound of a dragon roar suddenly sounded between the two. The man pressed down fiercely with both hands. The light and shadow that were pulled out were accompanied by the sound of the wind, like a dragon roar and a tiger roar. In an instant, a golden lotus blossomed. Zabu Shinju's face suddenly changed wildly. Bang! 50 sword intentions fiercely shattered the aura shield in front of him, and instantly exploded on his chest. Boom! The bright light instantly occupied all vision. You? Before Zwabu Shinju could utter a word, blood spurted out of his mouth. The bones in front of his chest were broken by the sword, and his internal organs were greatly impacted. He flew backwards like a dead dog, spilling blood all over the ground in the air, and rolled into the jungle. The newcomer rushed over immediately. Zwabu Shinju's face was covered with blood. He looked like a blood demon, with violent eyes, and with both hands he blocked Pei Jinya's sword. "You really deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant palm condensed out of thin air and fiercely pressed on his chest. Crack! The bones broke again. Zwabu Shinju flew backwards with blood spurting out. This time, his face was full of shock, because he recognized this move. Because this is Vimalakirti's specialty. At this moment, it was actually performed by the mysterious man in front of him wearing a mask. This? How is it possible? Who are you? Who are you? In the jungle, Sabu Shinsuke roared. The masked man walked in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, for sword lights pierced through, fixing Sabu Shinsuke limbs to the ground. Blood was mottled. The man was like a dead dog. Only faint roars of unwillingness remained. Who are you? The man took off his mask, revealing a face he had never seen before. In Sabu Shinsuke's wide eyes, he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Centipede, get on him. Leader. Leader. Two people rushed out from the forest. When they saw Zwabu Shinju twitching on the ground, their faces suddenly changed. They all rushed out, and rushed to the back of Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand. Two sword intentions flew out directly. Puff. The head fell to the ground. Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head, and threw a mask to the ground. It time to go. On the ground, Sabu Shinsuke staggered to his feet, holding the mask in his hand, and slowly put it on his face. His forward movement was still a little stiff, as if he had just taken control of this body, and was getting familiar with it. A figure rushed out of the jungle again. But before he could rush over, in a flash, Sabu Shinsuke had already stretched out his hand, with the mighty power of a god or demon, and pressed his big hand on the other person's face, pressing it hard on the ground. Bang! Bloody and bloody. Deader than dead. Chief! Chief! Not far away, three figures saw the scene in front of them, and were stunned in their places. They looked at Zwabu Shinju in disbelief. He turned his head and looked over. The indifference and cruelty in his eyes made him look like a different person. Swoosh, the figure disappeared. Zwabu Shinju disappeared in the place where he was. And when he reappeared, there were two heads in his hands. The remaining men fell to the ground in horror, and shouted loudly to the leader, trying to awaken his conscience. But unfortunately, puff! The head fell to the ground. Zwabu Shinju grabbed the headless body of the other party, and drank the blood. Let go! Pei Jinya's voice came from a distance. Zwabu Shinju left quickly. In the palace, Cunard was slightly stunned when he saw the reappearance of Zwabu Shinju. If he remembered correctly, this person left in a hurry 2 hours ago. Why is he back again? He carefully shifted his gaze to the king, thinking that the king had persuaded this person to come back with earnest words. What the matter? Pei Jinya said lightly while sitting on the throne. The news of the plantation may have been leaked. At present, many forces in Southeast Asia are curious about what we are doing. There are also intelligence dealers in the empire who are secretly contacting us. Cunard said carefully, I have personally executed the person who leaked the news. Don't pay attention to these organizations. Announce to the public that we will make rational use of local advantages and develop agriculture. Pei Jinya said lightly. Even Cunard didn't know why he built the plantation. Modern machines basically don't need manual control. Just someone to guard and change the water for the machine is enough. The main hub of monitoring is in the hands of Pei Jinya alone. This system is also a local area network designed by him. It is easy to detect what happened in nearly 100 plantations. The news that Zwabu Shinju appeared in the Sandalwood country was quickly spread. But more intelligence organizations received news that Zwabu Shinju fled the Sandalwood country overnight, suspected to be rejected by the king of the Sandalwood country. Didn't they say that Zwabu Shinju was the brother-in-law of Vimalakirti back then? Didn't he care about this little bit of friendship? For Vimalakirti, Zwabu Shinju, who has lost all his value, is a time bomb. If I were Vimalakirti, I wouldn't let him in. All parties are discussing this. But these have nothing to do with Pei Jinya. Half a year later, the first batch of third-generation spiritual creatures finally bore fruit. Since Pei Jinya used up all his supplies 2 months ago, His cultivation speed has completely slowed down. Now that the first batch of fruits has been produced, he has finally put his mind at ease. He swiped out the attribute panel. 300,000 is the threshold for the 8th level, which is even less than I thought. Pagenia lowered his eyes. After closing the attribute panel, he began to practice. The attribute values brought by the 3 generations of spiritual objects start at 200 points, and the more powerful spiritual objects can even bring thousands of attribute values. With multiple tasks. The 12 lotuses of the mixed origin. The secret of longevity of heaven and earth. And the great sun lotus absorption technique are all running at the same time. This also means that he needs a lot of energy to maintain. After 2 months of retreat, Pagenia 3 attribute values have been raised to 200,000. But the bad news is that this batch of supplies has been used up. In theory, this batch of supplies is enough to support me for half a year. But now it has been used up in just 2 months. The improvement of martial arts talent has made my cultivation speed change qualitatively. He fell into deep thought. Pagenia slowly stretched out his hand. The golden lotus emerged. The sword intent contained in it has now reached 88. I just don't know why. No matter how he blesses, no matter what means he uses, the golden lotus could no longer contain a larger sword intent. There must be something wrong. Under the golden lotus urging, the sword balls were running at the same time. It took 3 days. After tens of thousands of experiments, Pagenia finally found the root of the problem. The sword intent contained in the golden lotus must be the purest sword intent. I have absolute control over it. I can condense hundreds of such sword intents. However, when the value exceeds 88, it will break the balance. Because I am too weak, the control of the golden lotus has not yet been developed to the point where it can be truly controlled at will. It a pity. But Pagenia has more motivation. Perhaps I can improve the practice of Guanri to make the golden lotus more solid. But before that, the distance of the sword lotus can also be further improved. The most abundant thing in this world is air. With the help of the power of elements, promote the evolution of the sword lotus. After the distance is extended, the quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Pagenia thoughts at this moment are extremely clear. Just at this time, suddenly, Cunard urgently asked for a meeting. King, something happened. Cunard, this is not your sandalwood country, don't make a mistake. Someone shouted. Cunard swung his axe with an expressionless face, and directly chopped off the opponent's head. He was a real warlord, who had experienced the warlord's melee. Even if he was servile in front of Imlakurti, playing the role of a flatterer without bottom line, it is undeniable that he was a warlord who fought his way out. How could such a person be a good person? Turning his head to look, Cunard looked at the soldiers of the Majin country who tried to resist. He took a few steps forward, and chopped down with his axe. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. All the bodies should be finished off, Cunard said coldly. Figures from all around jumped out. The sound of flesh being pierced came. Cunard took out his satellite phone. King, it'd been solved. Got it. Underground. When he saw the golden mother god tree again, the aura of this person was stronger than the last time he saw it. After the gods checked its body, then he left obediently. Pagenia then slowly told what happened in the outside world. Perhaps Songzi has already discovered that there are variables here. This is a matter of time. I am not surprised. After the golden mother divine tree evolved all the weapons that Pagenia took out. It slowly said, little friend Pei, you don't need to worry about me. With his means, he can't kill me directly. And I am still useful to him. So this series of actions is likely just a test. You don't have to show up. I think you should hide more behind the scenes. And wait until you really grow up. Then kill him. That's what I meant. Songzi controlled Jigong. But now, he was solved by Pagenia's plan. For Songzi, this is like breaking an arm. Next, keep trying to find out the other party details, and constantly bring him trouble from the side. This is just to delay time, so that he won't have to worry about the golden mother tree for the time being. However, the thinking shown by the golden mother tree has gradually become more sophisticated. Pagenia was secretly alert. But he was not overly nervous. For now, he and the golden mother tree had a mutually beneficial relationship. The safest way was to control the golden mother tree. After all, it was a sacred tree that could continuously refine weapons. One must be on guard against others. Especially against an old monster that had lived for who knows how many years. Pagenia also hoped that the golden mother tree would be as sincere as himself. After leaving the underground palace, Pagenia stood at the foot of the mountain. He did not follow Cunard and leave first. but let them go first, leaving him at the end. He looked around. He stretched out his hand and moved the power of the elements. The trees around him shook, forming a maze. After doing all this, he disappeared in a flash. In the palace of King Moken. What are you doing, Cunard? Have you forgotten the oath between our two countries? How dare you? Puff! The head fell to the ground. Cunard's eyes were cold. When he turned around, he quickly restrained his facial expression and looked at the figure on the throne opposite him in a flattering manner. King, we have already captured the key points of the Majin Kingdom. Let's start. Peijinha announced the death penalty for the Majin Kingdom in one sentence. The Majin Kingdom itself relies on the Sandalwood Kingdom, which is basically a consensus in the outside world. Now Peijinha, in the name of Bai Tan, entered the Majin Kingdom in a blitzkrieg manner. It was not his intention to control this country, but he sent troops to station there, and announced that he had stationed there. But in fact, he was secretly controlling the area where the Golden Mother Goddess tree was. Peijinha wanted to achieve success quickly. He was not sure how many times he could stay in this world, so everything should be done as soon as possible. The owner of Majin Kingdom changed, and an obedient king was chosen. Jigong had become a lost dog. Peijinha was not idle either. In terms of hacking technology, the hackers in this world were just a group of younger brothers, unraveling the mystery of Shuozi whereabouts, slightly exposing the forces secretly controlled by the other party. Don't expect that these intelligences will bring a devastating blow to Shuozi, just harass the other party from time to time, and confuse the vision. Peijinha knew that what he needed most was time. King, these are the medicinal materials just collected from Majin Kingdom, a total of 571 types, up to 13 tons. 3 days later, Cunard arrived with the supplies. After Peijinha encouraged him, he took the supplies and went into seclusion. In fact, he summoned the gods to identify the herbs. The evolved gods were extremely efficient. All the tests were completed in just over an hour. There are 404 herbs that can be evolved to the second generation, and only 49 of them can be evolved to the third generation. 404. This number is a bit unlucky. Peijinha shook his head. Forget it. Let's optimize the third generation first. These second generation creatures will wait a little longer. The effect of the second generation creatures is not as good as that of the third generation creatures. And there are only a few days left. After being stationed in Majin Kingdom for less than 7 days, the Empire sent a group of people to conduct diplomacy, trying to win over the new king of Majin Kingdom. The result is obvious. The Empire, friendship, was rejected. Although there was no expression, according to Peijinha Intelligence Network, there was some unrest on the border. The assassins came. Bang! The sword lotus exploded in midair, and the bright light instantly engulfed everyone's vision. Bang! 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 The blood mist exploded. Several figures flew backwards. Your empire is too arrogant. You want to overthrow the new power of Majin Kingdom with just such a small number of people? Peijinha straightened the mask on his face. He searched every corpse, and then a ball of hellfire burned them all. Not long after Peijinha left, a group of Empire warriors in camouflage uniforms approached quietly. Seeing the traces of battle at the scene, his face was extremely ugly. Notify the headquarters. All members of Group A were attacked, and all were wiped out. What should we do now? Retreat. Majin country is suspected to have a level 1 strongman. Wait for the intelligence team to investigate. Federation Dragon City. A drizzle of rain fell. A smell of renewed soil drifted out in the air. The young man opened his eyes and let out a breath. 7 days have passed in reality this time. He stayed longer. He fumbled for his cell phone. It had been turned off because of power exhaustion. It turned on automatically after charging for 1 minute. There were many missed calls popping up, at least hundreds of them. Well, the big problem is coming. Peijinha waited for a while, and called Lin Xiuxian. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xiuxian scolded him. Suddenly, a student was lost. This is a big deal. If Peijinha had not had the experience of retreat cultivation before, he really thought that this guy was secretly killed by some organization. Peijinha also looked apologetic, and apologized repeatedly. I suddenly felt an epiphany. But I really can't spare the time. Lin Xiuxian also knew that this opportunity for epiphany was hard to come by, and he might miss it if he hesitated for a second. So he didn't say anything else. Have you made a breakthrough? I have made some small gains in martial arts. That fine. Where are you now? Remember to come to class in the afternoon. He sent messages to other people one after another, reported safety. A moment. Steaming mist drifted out of the bathtub. Pei Jinya closed his eyes and rested, soaking in the hot water, and there was still a drizzle outside the window, and his heart was extremely peaceful. This trip to the other world had yielded a huge harvest. The attribute value increased by more than 100,000, and the upper limit had reached more than 200,000, and it was only 100,000 away from the 300,000 threshold of the 8th level of transcendence. For him, it was nothing more than digesting the new batch of supplies. So, I will definitely enter the 8th level of transcendence in 3 months. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Pei Jinya took a deep breath. It's too early to be happy. Xinghuan has never given up on me from beginning to end. Besides, I have a label of the Old God Society. Pei Jinya always maintains the greatest vigilance against Xinghuan. After all, this is an old monster that has existed for thousands of years. It is undoubtedly a strong man in the spiritual realm. What makes Pei Jinya even more vigilant is that, after so many years, many organizations, including the old gods, have launched clearing operations against the Star Ring. But without exception, they all failed. There are many geniuses among them, but they all failed. What this shows is self-evident. Pei Jinya's attitude towards the Star Ring is different from these people. What he wants to do is not to resist the control of the world by intelligence. It doesn't matter who controls it, as long as it doesn't hinder him. Unfortunately, the Star Ring wants too many things. From the beginning, its control of resources has doomed many things. Although he was promoted very quickly, Pei Jinya still didn't want to fight Xinghuan so quickly. At least, he had to open the life valve to have a better chance. For him, there were many organizations in this world that would attack Xinghuan. It would be better to let these enthusiastic people who maintain world peace consume them in many aspects in the front. Compared with killing Xinghuan, cultivation was Pei Jinya's top priority at the moment. The extraordinary genes that the real world could bring were also very important. Xing Tian. I am here. He suddenly disappeared for 7 days. Xing Tian couldn't express his worry. But the logic of the communication was all about Pei Jinya's safety. This also made the conversation warmer. Afternoon. It was sunny after the rain. As soon as Pei Jinya appeared under the Jingja building, Ji Wutian and the others surrounded him. I haven't been here for 7 days. I miss you so much. Lu Liming rushed over first. Pei Jinya shook his head and smiled. When he looked up, he saw Ji Yuyan and the others looking at him. He smiled and said, I'm fine. I made you worry. Ji Wutian hugged him and lowered his voice. Is it the 4th level? No. It only the 7th level. Pei Jinya shook his head, but he didn't lie. Ji Wutian was stunned. Before he could continue to say anything, Lin Xiuxian had already appeared. Class. The ordinary life continued. The old gods also contacted Pei Jinya within 7 days. When Pei Jinya replied, Elder Wuji said faintly, Fortunately you replied, otherwise. I really thought that he was detained by the Federation. I suddenly realized something. What happened in the outside world? Why are you calling me so urgently? We had a fight with the Federation before. I wanted you to lead the team. But unfortunately Hui Yuan got the upper hand. But it doesn't matter. I will find a way to arrange some things for you, and let you lead the team. No need to worry. I have some realizations recently. I may not be able to go out in a short time. Pei Jinya said thoughtfully. There was no possibility of performance in his words. But after hearing him say this, Elder Wuji immediately became interested. You have broken through again? Lucky. Pei Jinya admitted modestly. For the old gods. He needs to show his strength appropriately, so that he can be more deterrent. Hiss. Under the night, Pei Jinya sat in the training room. After the breathing method was over, while the time was still there, he swiped out the attribute panel. He had not appeared in the real world for 7 days. Although he left a lot of mess, the attribute light balls that appeared every 2 days did not disappear because of this, but accumulated. He picked up 3 attribute light balls along the way. 2 of them were universal extraordinary gene fragments, and 1 contained 1. The training of physical skills benefited from the knowledge in the other world. Now that he had seen the life valve in his body, Pei Jinya felt that the path he had chosen was right. Open the life valve to evolve the life level. This kind of evolution is not like the improvement of the skills, but an all-round evolution. What is uncertain now is whether Xinghuan has mastered the means of this evolution. It is worth noting that. Pei Jinya looked away. He remembered clearly that at the beginning of the year, Xinghuan suddenly changed the judgment of the level of cultivation. redefined the level 1 to 9 of the extraordinary. Pei Jinya secretly compared them. The new level 9 is obviously stronger than the old one. This means that the upper limit of the current strong is constantly increasing, but it is not enough to become a level 10 extraordinary. According to the standards of the other world, purely in terms of physical skills, the upper limit of the first level strong there is higher than that of the 9th level awakeners in the Federation, but the warriors in the Federation world can use extraordinary. This is the difference, and also the variable. Pei Jinya felt it carefully. With his strength, he has now completely restrained the second level warriors from the other world. After he breaks through, the quasi-first level warriors will not be his opponents. As for the first level warriors from the other world, Pei Jinya is not completely sure. Fighting and killing is not the purpose. The training materials are what I need most. The training of physical skills has basically reached a bottleneck now. These skills have basically been upgraded to the limit-breaking level. It is difficult to make further progress, unless the top-level skills such as Hunyuan 12 Lotuses are practiced to the limit-breaking level. Time. I need time. Try to settle down as much as possible. Don't take action unless necessary. There is no need to attract attention from all parties. As for the old gods, Pei Jinya seemed to be thinking. The only person who knew his public identity was Elder Wuji. Even Yin Shu and Xiao Hong Luo only saw his disguised appearance. In the evening, he talked a lot with Elder Wuji. The other party attitude was very clear, supporting his decision. This also made Pei Jinya feel relieved. Fortunately, Elder Wuji is willing to stand by his side. Practice well for the next period of time. Break through the 8th level as soon as possible. Under the night, Pei Jinya returned to the dormitory, carrying a luxurious midnight snack in his hand. Lu Liming came over after smelling the smell. Where is Chao Ingjun? He said he took an order and will be back later. Lu Liming grabbed a skewer, stood up, and took out a bottle of water from his drawer, and handed it to Pei Jinya. Old Chao is really getting better and better now. What do you mean? Pei Jinya looked over. Lu Liming approached and whispered, Old Chao made a breakthrough a few days ago. He is now a 4th level weapon refiner. He has also attracted a lot of attention in our school. Many people from the student union also look for him to refine weapons. He is really making a fortune every day. Pei Jinya was not surprised that Chao Ingjun made a breakthrough. He smiled and said, he is usually very hardworking. He can make a breakthrough because of his accumulated experience. I think you are almost there. Lu Liming heard this and smiled. I have a feeling that he will make a breakthrough this month. By the way, what about you? Brother Pei? It should be soon. Right? Soon. Pei Jinya nodded. About 3 months. Lu Liming was startled when he heard that. Changing the subject, he said, tomorrow is a holiday. Do you want to practice in private? Pei Jinya declined his invitation to the training team. I will go home tomorrow. Wait for you to come back. A total of 5 days of vacation. On the first day, Pei Jinya returned to Dapeng City. After visiting his parents, and with brother Bai, Zhou Yi gathered. Where Gu Wudong? He went to Liming City for training. It probably take him half a year to come back. This guy said he go to Longsheng to practice with you after he breaks through. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing when he heard that. In the afternoon, Pei Jinya changed his identity, and went to the Jiang family. Zhong Xian was suddenly stunned. Master? He hurried over, and even had some tears in his eyes. Are you okay? His memory of the master was still a few months ago. Since the retreat, except for one message sent in the middle, there was no more news, which made him a little worried. Suddenly seeing him appear again, he was very surprised. I'm fine. Pei Jinya looked at him. Why are you crying? Go. Arrange a medicinal meal. Okay. Sir. I arrange it for you right away. Zhong Xian cried with joy, and went to arrange it quickly. Pei Jinya went to the plantation in the back mountain. Calculating the time. The spiritual rice grown in this plantation should be ripe. Entering the talisman array. Suddenly, a fragrance mixed with rice and bamboo spread out. Not bad, not bad. Pei Jinya was in a good mood. He walked forward. He broke a piece of bamboo, and the moment the bamboo tube exploded, the spiritual rice inside immediately overflowed like quicksand. This was a spiritual rice planting method he had seen in an ancient book, and now it was verified to be effective. He reached out and grabbed the spiritual rice in his hand. Pei Jinya carefully identified and sensed each of these spiritual rice grains was full. There is no need for any extra steps. You can eat it directly. The spiritual rice melted on the tip of the tongue. and the refreshing fragrance contained a kind of energy. Pei Jinya glanced at the attribute panel. It increased by 2 points. And this is just 1 grain of spiritual rice. Looking at this bamboo forest, this is a very considerable number. And Pei Jinya did not completely rely on these spiritual rice to improve his cultivation. It was just a pleasant surprise. 20 minutes later, the medicinal food was ready. Pei Jinya ate a small bowl of spiritual rice, and his body was immediately filled with energy. The 12 lotuses of the Hunyuan and the longevity of heaven and earth began to work. The effect was obvious. About an hour later, Jiang Xinqing and Feng Jiao appeared in the back mountain. Master! Master! The two greeted each other. Regarding Pei Jinya's appearance, the two had different expressions. Jiang Xinqing looked forward to receiving follow-up instructions, and his expectation was full of respect. Feng Jiao was more afraid, and instinctively respected the head of the family. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your cultivation is still SOSO, and you haven't been lazy. Jiang Xinqing and Feng Jiao immediately bowed their heads and said that they dared not be lazy. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. I don't have much time to practice the exercises. Pei Jinya interrupted the two people nonsense of loyalty. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Xinqing and Feng Jiao both gained a lot of insights from Pei Jinya. Following closely, Pei Jinya handed over 2 small bags of spiritual rice. This spiritual rice can speed up cultivation. 1 grain a day, eat it as soon as you open the bag, and then you can practice immediately after swallowing it. According to your current physical condition, this effect can last for about half an hour. Jiang Xinqing and Feng Jiao were immediately surprised. After the two of them left, Lin Shibei hurried over. Boss. He bowed his head respectfully. Then he reported on the recent affairs of the group, which were generally improving steadily. Furthermore, the families secretly controlled by Pei Jinya have established a business alliance under the promotion of Lin Shibei. This is also the task Pei Jinya gave him at the beginning, and now it has been successfully completed. The purpose of establishing the business alliance is to gather Pei Jinya power. He needs to secretly control some plantations. After all, this is the reality. Leaving the reality, even if you enjoy all kinds of natural treasures in the other world, but lacking the attribute light ball, it is equivalent to missing the greatest help. Therefore, the plantation in reality must be developed. The size of the Jiang family is not enough to support Pei Jinya's ideal state, and it needs to avoid being targeted by the Federation. So it needs a lot of help and cooperation from multiple forces. He handed these things over to Lin Shibei to be responsible for, and he recognized this person ability. Then a small bag of spiritual rice was thrown over. Your cultivation should also be improved. This is spiritual rice, which can speed up your cultivation. Lin Shibei was immediately grateful. Thank you for the reward, boss. After finishing all this, Pei Jinya began to practice in seclusion again. According to the resources he has now, he will be able to break through and enter the realm of the 8th level of transcendence within 3 months. Overnight, the 3 attribute values have increased by 5,000 points cumulatively. The next morning, Pei Jinya brought 30 kilograms of spiritual rice back home. Pei Donglai was cooking in the kitchen. Pei Mother was pregnant. Pei Jinya did not stay for long. After checking Pei Mother body, he left some talismans for self-protection and left. Investigation Team Base. Ms. Su Jing was a little surprised to see Pei Jinya. Are you on vacation? Yes. Is he going home to visit? Pei Jinya nodded. It seems that there is no change. Could it be that Longcheng Wuda has also started to show off now? Ms. Su Jing said suspiciously. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing. That not the case. After chatting for a while, Pei Jinya got down to business. When I was in Longcheng, the investigation team there recruited me. Did you know about this? Ms. Su Jing nodded. I only found out about it later. The transfer order came directly from Zhongzhou headquarters. I checked it, and there was no problem. She took out a bag from the drawer and handed it over. It's not convenient to talk about this on the phone, so I prepared it in advance. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Ms. Su Jing just shook her head. After all, it was me who begged you to join our investigation team. There are some things I can't just sit back and watch. But this matter, she seemed to have something to hide. Pei Jinya just smiled. I didn't run into any trouble. I just came to check. I didn't plan well. Otherwise, I would be worried when I went to the training. It would be meaningless. Ms. Su Jing understood this. It really annoying. I have also prepared the report. I am just waiting for Zhongzhou approval. You are going to the training. How can you have time to accompany them to do these things? And I don't believe that there are no masters in Longcheng? The capital of the Federation is only capable of this. It might as well be destroyed earlier. Pei Jinya saw her indignant look, and the words on his lips could not be said. He looked at the report. The person in charge of the Daping City investigation team signed the order was named Gao, which was Minister Gao related to the arbitration office. The transfer order was directly issued by the Zhongzhou investigation team headquarters. It was equivalent to Longcheng giving a heads up, and Zhongzhou sold people directly without even a hint of hesitation. Pei Jinya sneered in his heart. Is such a thing worthy of his life? He returned the information. Ms. Su Jing was also worried that he would have other ideas, so she comforted him a little. But she didn't know whether Pei Jinya listened to it or not. Nanzhou. The last time I came here was a few months ago. Pei Jinya came again this time, with only one purpose, to collect the inner pills of fierce beasts. After analyzing the remains of Master Tinzong, he found 2 pill recipes. One of the recipes was a body-refining pill recipe. Beast Source Pill. Using the inner pills of strange beasts as the main material, the refined Beast Source Pill can stimulate the potential of the body and obtain the unique attribute bonus of these fierce beasts. Puff! A 2-meter-tall ape burst into blood from the chest. It flew backwards on the spot. Before it could roar, a long sword pierced through the ape head, red and white mixed together. The man picked up the long sword and checked it. You haven't even cultivated an inner elixir, and you are qualified to act arrogantly here. Waste. Pei Jinya curled his lips and didn't care. He continued to go deeper with the sword. It was basically confirmed that only the 9th level king beasts could cultivate inner elixir, and some 8th level beasts might have inner elixir by chance. But the chance is very small. Following the scent, Pei Jinya soon encountered a wolf king. I'm used to seeing werewolves, but now I'm a little uncomfortable seeing the wolves here. Reached out his hand. The sword lotus blasted away. The roar of the wolf king was quickly covered by the explosion. In the firelight, Pei Jinya rushed forward with his sword. In a flash, the huge wolf king more than 3 meters long also rushed over. Bang! A dull sound. The power burst out by the wolf king is no less than that of a quasi-first level warrior. Fortunately, this is the wolf king. If it was the ape king, the power that burst out would make even Pei Jinya retreat. The wolf king advantage is speed. But unfortunately, space, imprisonment, ice encirclement technique. The magic techniques targeting agility were used one after another. The wolf king was indeed not used to it. His eyes, which were almost about to spit out flames, stared at the human opposite him. But in the next second, his eyes were filled with a cold and bright sword light. Dozens of sword lights enveloped the wolf king with a sharp aura. The wolf king roared, stretched out his sharp claws, and crushed part of the sword light on the spot. As expected of a 9th level wolf king, Pei Jinya sighed. This explosive power is indeed very strong. He really didn't dare to fight one-on-one before. But now it is different. The sword lotus surged. The fire of karma burned. The wolf king fur was charred black. As Pei Jinya's sword blade chopped down, the wolf king was wrapped in lightning while roaring, and screamed. If it were normal times, it would naturally not be so embarrassed. But unfortunately, from the first move of the battle, it had been preempted by Pei Jinya, the cunning human, so it failed at every step. The sword box was thrown away. The wolf king didn't care about anything at all. What it wanted to do now was to pounce on the human in front of it, and bite his head hard. But unfortunately, swoosh, 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 the light flashed in the air. The sword box that was thrown away suddenly burst into light, and several long swords blocked the wolf king from all angles at a very fast speed. Crack! Blood spurted out. Before it even hit the ground, Pei Jinya figure had already rushed over quickly, and landed in front of the wolf king. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, clenched it tightly, and punched it. Bang! The huge head exploded on the spot. The huge corpse fell towards the forest behind like a broken sandbag. The moment it landed was like a cannon bombarding the forest. The ground shook, and a huge wave of dust rose. Not long after, a thumb-sized, blood-red inner pill was taken out. Pei Jinya wiped the blood off it, and then put it away. The wolf king body was also a ready-made material, and he quickly dissected it and packed it. Then, he continued to hunt the next king-level beast. Evening fell. The sound of the wind gradually became louder. Pei Jinya turned around. A pair of scarlet eyes silently emerged from the forest behind him. He sneered. Why? You killed your king. Are you still a little unhappy? Since you are all so loyal, let go together. With a wave of his hand, the wind blades flew away. In the dim night, these wind blades that seemed to be attached to the darkness were more ferocious than in the daytime. Puff, puff, puff. After each beast was hit by the wind blade, its blood and cheek plummeted. What more fatal is that? The sword intent contained in these wind blades is extremely powerful. In 3 breaths, dozens of beasts were killed or injured. These are all ready-made materials. We can't waste them. Pei quickly looted all the carcasses of the beasts. He turned and left. Not long after, a group of explorers appeared in the forest. Looking at the desolate forest, everyone took a breath of cold air. Early morning. Somewhere on a hidden cliff, the purple-black furnace in front of Pei was wrapped in flames. He stared at the furnace, muttering something. On the eve of the night, he added all the materials into the furnace according to the steps on the recipe. Until now, this B-source pill still shows no signs of forming. He couldn't help but wonder. Did it fail? The temperature is high enough. The materials are also sufficient. I even prepared 2 sets of materials specially. Is this furnace going to fail? Bad luck. As he was speaking, the purple-black pill furnace suddenly shook. Pei eyes lit up, and he hurriedly shouted, "Get up!" There was a dull sound. The pressure inside the purple-black pill furnace disappeared. Pei opened the pill furnace. A pungent smell came, and he frowned slightly. Suddenly he breathed a sigh of relief. 2 pills were made. One was of inferior quality, and the rest of the unformed pills were declared failures. It is equivalent to refining 3 B-source pills, which is a pleasant surprise. He quickly swallowed a B-source pill. It melted in his mouth. The violent power instantly filled Pei limbs. This pot of inner pills came from the Wolf King. So the unique bonus characteristic is agility. Pei immediately felt the muscles and tendons of his legs. Even the cells have been blessed with a kind of power. On the attribute panel, the 3 attribute values are skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Plus 100 plus. It was not until the cumulative increase of more than 3,000 attribute points that the effect of this B-source pill was completely declared over. Pei eyes lit up. 1 Wolf King inner pill can refine a pot. With my current pill refining ability, I can refine 3 B-source pills, which is tens of thousands of attribute values, and my speed has been effectively increased. Now I still have 2 inner pills in my hand, 1 from the Rhino King, 1 from the Ape King. Very good. He swallowed the remaining 2 B-source pills in succession. The effect of the inferior B-source pill was only about 1,000 points, but Pei ate it anyway. The 3 attribute values increased by more than 7,000 points on average. He refined another furnace with the Ape King inner pill. This time, 3 pills were made, and 2 inferior B-source pills, which made Pei very happy. After swallowing 5 B-source pills, the feeling of full energy lasted for a long time. It took a whole day to finally digest all the energy brought by the 5 B-source pills. The attribute value increased by more than 14,000 points. Refreshing. Pei opened his eyes, his face full of joy. This B-source pill is indeed extraordinary. I don't know where Master Tianzong got it from. The Wolf King inner pill brought me an increase in speed, while the Ape King inner pill brought me an increase in strength. He raised his hand. There was still the last Python King inner pill left in his hand. But a helpless expression immediately appeared on his face. I accidentally found the inner elixir of the Python King. But unfortunately, I don't have the materials to refine the B-source elixir. It's time to go back and ask them to collect more dry grass and other things as soon as possible. After judging the position, Pei turned and left. Sizzle. There was a sound of thunder and lightning in the air. Pei figure appeared. With a helpless look, someone actually laid a lightning net here, and he happened to break it. Those who didn't know would think someone had set a trap, preparing to assassinate him. Almost at the same time, several figures rushed out from the surrounding mountains and forests. One of them shouted in surprise, "We caught him! Brother Tianxing! We caught him! Who are you?" A 16 or 17-year-old boy with a buzz cut looked at Pei His expression of surprise suddenly changed, and he said in a bit of distress, "Why isn't it a red-winged bird?" The middle-aged man in the lead also looked unhappy, but seeing the broken lightning net on the ground, his eyelids twitched suddenly, and he walked towards Pei and said, "Friend, are you not hurt?" "No problem." Pei looked at the way these people were dressed, and was afraid that they were all here to explore. He looked away, and said nothing more. Just as he was about to leave, The guy with a buzz cut who had exclaimed earlier suddenly said, "But he broke our lightning net. How can we hunt red-winged birds without it?" It was too late for the middle-aged man to stop him. He could only smile bitterly at Pagina and said, "Friend, please don't bother with this kid. I thought there was no one here, so I laid the lightning net. It's lucky that my friend didn't get hurt." Pagina smiled softly at his tactful look. At this moment, everyone around him didn't understand why the middle-aged man was so cautious with Pagina. The shaved boy wanted to say something, but a young man next to him covered his mouth and dragged him to the back of the crowd. But at this moment, suddenly a loud cry came from the sky. The huge sound wave impact caused a sudden gust of wind. Everyone's faces changed wildly. "Not good, it a red-winged bird, at least level 6, everyone be careful." The middle-aged man shouted anxiously. He did not forget Pagina in the critical moment, and hurriedly said, "Friend, step back." Pagina ignored him. He snapped his fingers down. The shouting in the air stopped abruptly. Before everyone could react, Pagina's figure had disappeared from the spot. "Damn it!" The shaved boy opened his eyes wide, looking stunned. And the rest of the people were also stunned. Uncle Joe. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man flew away, and soon found the corpse of the 6th level red-winged bird. However, he stood there, looking around, but could not find Pagina. He bowed and said loudly, "Thank you for your help, Senior." After waiting for a while, he still did not hear Pagina reply, so he could only smile bitterly. He knew it well. The strength of a person who could kill the red-winged bird with one strike must be the 7th or even 8th level. How could such a master take them seriously? His heart was suddenly shocked. If he hadn't found that Pagina was safe and sound after breaking through the lightning net, he would have almost gotten angry. Fortunately, he reflected on it in time. Otherwise, if so many of them really offended such a master, they would have no choice but to die. When he dragged the body of the red-winged bird back to the base, the teammates were all shocked. "Uncle Joe, this is..." The young man called Brother Tianxing suddenly seemed to think of something. "Uncle Joe, could this be done by the guy just now?" The middle-aged man nodded. There was a sound of people sucking in cold air all around. The guy with a buzz cut fell to the ground, looking a little scared. After this, he began to be careful with his words and actions. "Damn bird, do you think you are the only one who can fly?" Pagina flew into the air. After seeing the red-winged bird appear, he immediately set his sights on the nearby red-winged bird king. The speed displayed by the red-winged bird king, with a wingspan of more than 3 meters, is definitely not comparable to that of the wolf king. Pagina chased him all the way, and was almost thrown off several times. If he had not had a little more control, he really could not have killed this big bird monster. The red-winged bird king let out a shrill cry, and was trapped in a sea of fire by Pagina. In the desperate fight, Pagina had no intention of showing mercy. The king-level beasts in these mountains were never merciful. They had killed countless humans. Pagina felt at ease killing them. The sword light floated. It was smashed by the red-winged bird king claws. But the next moment, Pagina had already grasped the hilt of the sword and stabbed the tip of the sword into the red-winged bird king head, piercing it on the spot. Not long after, an inner pill was dug out. Another inner pill. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Pagina already had 6 inner pills in his hand. It a pity that I couldn't capture that wild bull. It escaped and shattered my particle shield. If this guy inner pill can be refined into a B source pill, my strength will increase a lot. 3 months later, when I'm promoted to the 8th level, I come back to find this guy. Pagina thought bitterly. There was news from Lin Shibei that the only material he needed for alchemy was purple grass. Purple grass? When Pagina walked out of the forest, he frowned slightly, took out his cell phone and called. "This kind of herb is not rare. Why can't I find it?" Lin Shibei said hurriedly on the other end of the phone. 2 months ago, Luo Yunjing, known as the King of Herbs, suddenly purchased a large amount of medicinal materials, including purple grass. Find a way to contact them. I need a lot of purple grass. Understood. The trip to Nanzhou was longer than expected. Before leaving, Pagina went to Bitten to try to find the big eyeballs. But strangely, the big eyeballs were nowhere to be found. After returning to Longcheng, Pagina's life returned to its previous tranquility. It was just that this tranquility was an illusion he created. He refused. Somewhere in Longcheng, Pagina used brain waves to contact Lin Shibei. He frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't he make any conditions?" Lin Shibei replied, "No, I was very tough. I even moved out of the Zhongzhou Luo family, but the other party still refused, and sneered at the Jiang family and the Luo family. Boss, I checked. Luo Yunjing ancestors came from the same lineage as the Zhongzhou Luo family, but when it came to his father generation, they had moved away from the family, and it was rumored that his grandfather borrowed a lot of money from the main family, but Luo Yunjing family insisted that they didn't know the whereabouts of the money. But as expected, this is also the startup capital for Luo Yunjing's successful business. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled coldly. Since he is unwilling to cooperate with us, then we can only change another method. Lin Shibei said carefully. According to the information I have now, although Luo Yunjing is only a 5th level awakener, he has a 7th level awakener as a backer, and has a good relationship with the Federation. It doesn't matter. Luo Yunjing will arrive in Dongzhou tonight. The call was disconnected. Pei Jinya raised his head. Ji Yuyan and Murong Xia walked over side by side. Pei Jinya, would you like to come to my place tonight? I invite you to a bonfire party. No, I have something to do. Okay. Murong Xia looked at Pei Jinya back as he left. Ji Yuyan pouted and said, it feels like Pei Jinya is becoming more and more distant from us now, but he is really working hard. Is he worried about the test next month? I don't think so. Murong Xia shook her head and said, Ji Yuyan looked over in confusion. Murong Xia looked over. I think Mr. Pei is never the kind of person who worries about such things. As far as I know, he used to practice very hard. Ji Yuyan was startled. You know him so well? This time it was Murong Xia's turn to be stunned. Really? Under the night. Pei Jinya watched Li Xiaoyong and Su Wanshao fight. Not long after, Li Xiaoyong took a step back and looked over in surprise. That move just now was really wonderful. Su Wanshao couldn't help but glance at Pei Jinya first. And then said, this time when I went home, I secretly learned a trick from my elders. Li Xiaoyong was envious when he heard this. Compared with the family behind Su Wanshao, the Li family behind her is not worth mentioning at all. It was clear that Su Wanshao was not her opponent some time ago. But now, the wonderful trick just now made her unable to think of a way to crack it for a while. Su Wanshao looked at Pei Jinya at this time. You have been in seclusion for 7 days, I should have gained something. What do you think of my move just now? Very good. It can be seen that you have practiced your body movements well during this period. It is easy to win with the move just now. Pei Jinya said modestly, and did not say too much. But this also surprised Su Wanshao. Then I should be able to keep my place in the elite class this time. Pei Jinya just smiled when he heard it. Perhaps for Su Wanshao, the honor of the elite class is more important than anything else. Still young. He looked up at the sky. Night has fallen. The two girls had no idea. When leaving Su Wanshao residence, Pei Jinya handed a bag of spiritual rice to Li Xiaoyong. What is this? I went back to Daping City. This is the cultivation material secretly cultivated by the organization. 1 grain a day. If possible. Try not to expose it to others, so as not to cause trouble to the organization. Organization? Li Xiaoyong was as innocent as a little white rabbit who didn't know the world at this moment. She had no idea what organization Pei Jinya was talking about. But she thought it was the Jiang family. So she didn't ask any more questions. She was just surprised that the Jiang family could actually cultivate such a good thing. The night completely enveloped the entire Dragon City. At the airport gate, a hunchback middle-aged man strode forward and was surrounded by many black-clad bodyguards and got into the car. Boss, I have already contacted the Tianshan group to arrange the time. There are about 2.5 hours left. You can take a rest. Where is the contract? Let me see it first. Luo Yunjing had no intention of taking a break. He took the contract from the secretary and began to read it. He seemed to be absorbed in it and did not notice where the car was going. He suddenly braked. Luo Yunjing was awakened. The secretary next to him was also startled and looked around. There was nothing but white outside the car window. Suddenly, a bloody palm appeared on the car window. The secretary screamed and fainted on the spot. Luo Yunjing trembled all over. But he was not too frightened. He said coldly, which friend on the road wants to talk to me? Luo? Why not show up directly? In the smoke, a voice slowly sounded, are you waiting for him? As the voice fell, a figure hit the car hard, and his head broke through the bulletproof window. When the glass exploded and shattered and splashed all around, the face covered with blood was just exposed to Luo Yunjing vision. He was completely dumbfounded. This was the 6th level bodyguard arranged for him by the organization behind him. Even his closest secretary didn't know about this person's existence. Unexpectedly, he died so quietly. A drop of cold sweat instantly slid down Luo Yunjing's forehead. In his wide-open eyes, his pupils trembled with fear. This time he was really scared. "Senior, we can talk it over." As soon as the words fell, a huge force suddenly erupted. Luo Yunjing felt like he was riding a roller coaster. He was suddenly dragged out of the car. "It really hard to ask you, Mr. Luo. Senior, spare my life. Spare my life." Under the fog, only Luo Yunjing's shrill cry of begging for mercy remained. The alchemy furnace was burning with flames. It trembled violently. Pei Jinye reached out and slapped it. The light flickered. He reached out and grabbed it. He looked surprised. Very good, 7 pills were made. Only one was of inferior B source pill. 8 pills in one furnace. This should be my limit. Right? Pei Jinye restrained his joy. He continued to refine one more furnace. This time he obtained a large amount of medicinal materials, but the inner elixir was not enough. Fortunately, there were many fierce beasts in the Snow Dragon Mountain, and he could borrow some inner elixir from these big guys. He calmed down. Pei Jinye continued to refine the elixir. He refined 3 more furnaces overnight, and produced 23 B-source pills. The sky was gradually getting brighter. Pei Jinye looked at the sky, and let out a long breath. He simply took out his mobile phone. "Dean, I'm asking for leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxian asked, "Are you taking leave again? Are you hiding something from me? I feel it." "You feel it so easily." Lin Xiaoxian naturally didn't believe it. He had high hopes for Pei Jinye. But this guy has been taking leave so frequently recently. He couldn't help but wonder if Pei Jinye had encountered any problems. Without further ado, he hung up the phone. Pei Jinye was stunned. Almost at the same time, Lin Xiaoxian called again with a video. As soon as Pei Jinye answered the call, he saw Lin Xiaoxian sitting in the dean office. Looking up, "Where are you?" "Shuilong Mountain." Pei Jinye turned the camera and saw a corpse of a 3rd-level beast next to him. "You kid." Lin Xiaoxian raised his eyebrows slightly. And after seeing the corpse of the 3rd-level beast, he was finally moved. "Do you really have any insights?" "After practicing with these beasts, I do have some insights in martial arts." "Are you really determined to follow the path of martial arts?" Lin Xiaoxian was also a bit confused. Pei Jinye information showed that he was a spiritualist. It was the right way to cultivate more spiritualists. Although they also advocated martial arts, it was more for the students to have the ability to protect themselves. Only the physical training system would be the top priority in martial arts training. He was really worried that Pei Jinye would delay his extraordinary promotion. He wanted to persuade him. But Pei Jinye himself could feel some conveniences in martial arts, which was also a talent. There was no need for him to interrupt. He pondered for a moment. He gave a deep exhortation. After hanging up the phone, Pei Jinye shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lin Xiaoxian was worried that he would develop a demon in his heart and fail in the end. But he was indeed worrying too much. He put away the corpse of the 3rd-level beast. Although this kind of gadget was no longer useful to him, it was enough for his family. He looked at the sky. Pei Jinye found a quiet place and began to take the B-source pill. Plus 500 plus 666 plus 530 plus 610 plus. The attribute value soared again. Feeling the rolling power erupting from his body, Pei Jinye felt refreshed. He swallowed another B-source pill. The cumulative attribute value of the 3 items was more than 3,000 points. In just 1 hour, Pei Jinye 3 attribute value soared by 20,000 points again. Pei Jinye walked out of Snow Dragon Mountain and circled around the mountain as usual. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He actually sensed the tail. More than one person, a total of 3 people. Interesting. He sneered. He didn't want to pay attention, but the other party followed him all the way. Pei Jinye simply took these 3 people to circle around Snow Dragon Mountain. Viagra, have we been discovered? It shouldn't be the case. The aura on this kid is only at the 3rd level at most. It is not possible to sense us. I guess this kid is cautious by nature, and is deliberately beating around the bush. The bearded man in the lead said coldly, as if he had seen through Pei Jinye completely. But what is the nature of the elixir? I can feel from a distance that it has extremely strong energy. The short-haired woman whispered, somewhat tempted. The bearded man smiled coldly. Once we take down this kid, we will know everything. He glanced around and lowered his voice and said, there are electronic eyes here. Try not to fight here, lest other awakeners notice this place. Understood. Not good, this kid suddenly ran away. The thin tall man next to him changed his expression slightly, and said hurriedly. A murderous look flashed across the bearded man's face. Chase! The three of them rushed over quickly. Where are the people? The thin tall man looked grim, looking around, but suddenly his expression changed, and a huge fist came directly at him. Viagra? Save me! The thin tall man slapped his body hard, the light flashed, and a light shield was formed immediately, protecting the whole body. You're looking for death. The bearded man also reacted at this time, roared fiercely, clenched the long sword in his hand, and rushed forward fiercely. But suddenly, crack! The light shield in front of the tall and thin man was completely shattered like paper, and a fist was handed over, and a sound that made people's teeth ache came. The bearded man's face changed in shock. He was not shocked that the tall and thin man was killed by a punch, but that the sword he used with all his strength was actually caught by the visitor with 2 fingers. This, senior, spare my life. The huge figure turned around. The bearded man's eyes widened. It not a human being. There was only a black shadow in front of him, and he couldn't see any shape at all. The next second, the bearded man was held by the neck and lifted in the air. He struggled hard, but his struggle became weaker and weaker. Don't kill me, please! Interesting. A chuckle came from not far away, and the bearded man seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He struggled violently again, thinking that the person coming could save him. But in the blink of an eye, he saw the person casually throw the body of the short-haired woman down from the snowy mountain, and the blood instantly dyed the snow pile red. The bearded man immediately widened his eyes, unable to believe it. The next second, the young man appeared in front of him like a ghost, stretched out his hand, and pressed it without saying anything. Enter the dream. Endless darkness descended. Not long after, the shadow giant disappeared. A hole was burned in the snow pile, but it was soon filled up by the wind and snow. Inside the room, Pagenia lay in the bathtub. The hot water was steaming. He was completely relaxed, closing his eyes to rest. He didn't care about the 3 people who died in Shuilong Mountain, but the woman could sense the elixir he made from a distance, which surprised him a little. He swiped out the attribute panel. New Extraordinary Gene 1, Spirit Energy Detection. New Extraordinary Gene 2, Weapon Sword. The Extraordinary Gene of Weapon Sword is already a commonplace. Now it has been upgraded to LV7. There is still a long way to go to LV8, but Pagenia is not worried. Now the LV7 weapon sword combined with the sword intent he has mastered is enough. This point has been deeply experienced by Pagenia in the peak battle in the other world. As for the extraordinary spiritual energy detection, it seems a bit useless. Who would have thought that this woman would appear by chance, and coincidentally sense the energy fluctuations of the bee's source pill? He opened the storage bag in the bearded man's hand, and found a lot of blood-stained herbs inside, which were obviously obtained from robbery. These herbs were of good quality, and could be sold for hundreds of thousands even if they were sold. Hey, this is sky blue grass. Pagenia was a little surprised. The 2 pill recipes obtained from the remains of Master Tianzong. One is the bee's source pill, and the other is the soul pill. This pill is related to the soul, and is not only good for mental strength, it is an all-round improvement. According to the information left by Master Tianzong, Pagenia guessed that the Yuanshan pill should be of great help in opening the life valve, but he had never heard of many of the materials on it. After he returned 5 days ago, he had already talked with Xing Tian about the medicinal materials on the pill formula. There are a total of 11 medicinal guides. Lin Shibei provided 2, and yesterday he obtained 2 more from the medicinal material King Luo Yunjing, leaving 7. This sky blue grass is one of them. These 3 robbers actually found the sky blue grass. Their ancestors are really lucky. But these 3 guys don't know the value of the sky blue grass at all. They thought it was just an ordinary medicinal material. Yes, this sky blue grass looks very similar to the soaked Adenafra. If I hadn't obtained the identification method from the scroll left by Master Tianzong, I might not be able to tell them apart. Pagenia was thoughtful. According to the memory of the bearded man, they didn't get the sky blue grass from Shuilong Mountain, Dongzhou Longhai City. Pagenia raised his head and looked at the snowstorm in the air. It seems that I have to go this way. Suddenly, Pagenia raised his hand. A muffled groan was heard, and a figure landed steadily in the air. The man wore a half mask, covering the upper half of his face. His shoulder-length hair was blood-red. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said with interest, "Originally, I should have killed Guo Wei and the other 3. But unfortunately you killed them. I should have killed you, but you are quite skilled. Are you interested in being my bodyguard? I can forgive you for what happened. Pei Jinya stared calmly at the red-haired man opposite him. Who are you? Me? The red-haired man said proudly, Dongo you. Before he finished speaking, Pei Jinya suddenly activated his skills and rushed forward. The next moment, the snow and wind seemed to condense into a storm. The terrifying power surged from Pei Jinya, and the violent power revealed finally turned into a line. It was a fatal blow. Looking for death. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Yu Hongfa roared, his hands suddenly stretched out, like two dragons ascending to the sky, and also burst out with terrifying power. He was a 6th level extraordinary. Now he went out to train in order to open the domain next. Boom! The air trembled. A raging force vented to the surroundings. Yu Hongfa was about to rush forward, but suddenly his face changed. He realized something was wrong. A terrifying force penetrated the void that was gushing out at that moment, and it was still covering it unstoppably. You are actually stronger than me. Yu Hongfa's face changed wildly. Finally realizing that he had kicked the iron plate, he hurriedly shouted, trying to ask for help. But the next second, the surging wind and snow directly pressed down. Bang! Yu Hongfa's chest was directly sunken after being hit. The pain of the broken bones instantly enveloped him like a flood, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His whole body hit the ground hard, and it felt like all the bones in his body were broken. But he didn't care about that. He turned around and tried to run. But Pei Jinya grabbed his neck. You want to accept me as your disciple. Why are you running? Senior, spare my life. I am from the Yu family in Dong-O. If you don't kill me, I promise to give you wealth and glory. My grandfather is a 9th level awakener, and my father is an 8th level awakener. You don't want to be targeted by so many strong people. A sneer suddenly poured down, like a basin of cold water. Yu Hongfa felt a chill in his heart. Before he could continue to say anything, 2 words seemed to ring in his mind, and then the endless darkness completely devoured his will. New extraordinary gene, Dark Wind Demon. Can hide in the shadows, agility gets a significant bonus, concealment ability gets an effective enhancement. Pei Jinya looked away, and searched out 3 storage bags from the corpse. This Yu Hongfa has been traveling outside for a year. There were at least 30 or 40 awakeners who were chased or killed by him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 3 storage bags. The space is not small. After a brief feeling, 2 of the storage bags were full. However, Pei Jinya did not check the treasures at the murder scene. He burned Yu Hongfa's body with fire and turned away. He dumped out all the contents of the 3 storage bags. There were dozens of bundles of cash and banknotes, roughly 700,000 or 800,000. If it were before, Pei Jinya would definitely be surprised. But what he lacked the least at the moment was money. He ignored the banknotes and gold and silver jewelry. Pei Jinya cast his eyes to the side and picked up an ancient book. The secret method of heavenly wind can use the wind element to increase speed. I don't lack wind elements, so this secret method is not bad. In his memory, this is a secret method that only the direct line of the Yu family can practice. And now it is cheap for him. However, Pei Jinya did not think that this method was worth keeping secret. He was not even qualified to carry the shoes of his self-created martial arts sword Lotus. Instead, another ancient book obtained from the spoils of war attracted his interest. Steel bones. This is a secret method to temper the body. The Yu Hongfa family has a divine intention. According to Yu Hongfa memory, only direct members are qualified to read the divine intention. This kind of divine intention can condense the martial intention. It sounds like it will help Pei Jinya to open the life valve. I must get this divine intention someday. It is said that this divine intention was obtained by the Yu family from the Federation back then. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Sure enough, Xinghuan has a lot of good things. After reading Steel Bones, almost instantly, the attribute panel showed a surge in proficiency. In the blink of an eye, the proficiency has soared from entry level to minor success. And it is still increasing continuously. This is the power of LV6 martial body. Pei Jinya exhaled deeply and continued to look at the bottles and jars beside him. There are 3 realms in martial arts. The most difficult one is the upper 3 realms. I have successfully cultivated the furnace. The next ones are the realm of manifestation and martial saint. Don't think about martial saint for now. However, I have gained a lot of experience in manifestation. I think it will be soon. Pei Jinya fell into thought. I can continue to take the B-Source pill. It has a great attribute bonus for me at present. If I can gather the herbs needed for the soul pill, maybe this is my chance. On the path of martial arts, the quality of a person is the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the more unlimited my potential will be. But should I open the life valve first, or step into the martial saint realm first? Pagenia was also a little suspicious. The origin of the life valve was mentioned by that terrifying star creature in the world of the flame god Coffin. It should belong to a higher level of cultivation. As for the martial saint realm, looking at the history of the Federation, even the warriors in the furnace realm are few and far between. Not to mention the legendary martial saint realm. There are even some people saying that the martial saint realm is a fictitious realm, and this kind of statement is gaining more and more support. In a sense, the three realms in martial arts are already old techniques, and only the combination of extraordinary techniques is a new technique with a bright future. As Pagenia learned more, he finally realized that the struggle between the old and the new in martial arts had already begun quietly. But for Pagenia, it doesn't matter. He has a talent that others don't have. And this is his advantage. Moreover, in just a few months, he has grown from an ordinary high school student who can't even tie a chicken to a martial artist of the upper third realm. In just a few months, he has completed the journey of many people in this life, and even some physical masters can only look up to the high level in this life. He relies on his own golden finger. The more he knows his advantages, the less likely Pagenia will confront Xinghuan so quickly. Bone of Steel. In the mountains, Pagenia used his physical skills to break the limit, showing his casualness, as if he just rushed out casually. But the killing power of the terrifying physical energy contained in it almost instantly smashed the huge beast in front of him into a ball of blood mist. Pagenia looked at his masterpiece with a little satisfaction. If you just rush with your physical body, you can't resist it below the 6th level. Very good, the physical strength is getting stronger, which means that the direction I chose is right. Next, Pagenia seemed to be thinking about his next plan. The materials brought from the Tanmu country have begun to be consumed, which is very beneficial to the improvement of attribute values. In addition, there is now an additional beast source pill, which means there is another channel for attribute improvement. After the second generation of spiritual creatures in the plantation are harvested, we will continue to plant the third generation of spiritual creatures. With the third generation of spiritual creatures, according to the current size, it is completely possible to bring an increase of 250,000 to 300,000 attribute values. On average, blood, physical strength or mental strength, each item can be improved by nearly 100,000 points. What a pity. Now it is only a second generation spiritual creature. A total of 100,000 attribute values can be obtained. If it were before, Pagenia would be very happy, but at this stage, especially after the 3-generation spiritual creatures in Tanmu country, Pagenia can no longer meet this increase in attribute values. The harvest will start in 3 months, and then we will start to replace it with the 3rd-generation spiritual creatures. It would be great if we could refine a seal that accelerates planting. It's not just a fantasy. Accelerating seal, which means we need to use space theory. Pagenia fell into deep thought. His current level of transcendental refinement is only LV4, and his understanding of refinement is not yet deep enough. But you can give it a try. A large accelerator cannot be refined, but a small accelerator can be tried. Materials. Now we just need some materials to try. If he starts planting the 3rd generation of spiritual creatures in 3 months, this means that he can only wait until the end of the year to get the harvest of the 3rd generation of spiritual creatures. The time cost is a bit high, but once he can refine the accelerator, it will be fast. Accelerator. Pagenia fell into thought, collecting the memories in his mind. He had hunted down the members of the Heavy Weapon Society before, so he knew some secrets about refining. I need space-related items. This is the main material. The second thing is to add stabilizers. The refining of stabilizers is also a bit troublesome, but with my ability, I have a chance. I have space-related items, so the next thing is stabilizers. After asking, the families he controlled did not have the relevant materials. The Federation has extremely strict control over seals. Even if Pagenia went to buy any shops that can make seals, they would be traced back, which is also a troublesome matter. I simply changed my identity. I secretly bought some materials that I could buy. Even so, I still spent more than 2 million. If it were before, it would not be a small amount. Huh? I felt the tail behind me. Pagenia sneered. It seems that showing off your wealth will be targeted. His body shape changed. He turned into the alley. Then he rushed into the forest and disappeared. Chase! Bang! Bang! Two figures flew backwards. Their faces were filled with fear. Before they even landed, they were grabbed by two invisible hands and dragged into the forest. There was a moment of dead silence. The remaining two looked at each other in bewilderment. Before their brains could even react, their companions had already died. The two people's faces suddenly changed. They opened their mouths. But before they could even cry for help, Pagenia hands were already on their faces. Endless darkness descended. New Extraordinary Gene 1, Spirit Weapon Wielding. New Extraordinary Gene 2, Spirit Refining Equipment. Just when I was preparing to refine equipment, another extraordinary who refines equipment came to my door. You really don't know how to live or die, little brother. After Pagenia searched the storage bags on the corpses, he then threw the two corpses away. The moment he threw them away, the fire of hell burned the two corpses to ashes, leaving no residue behind. Turning his head to look, I sensed someone approaching. His eyebrows were raised. He roared with all his might. Get lost. All those who had been chasing him to find out what was going on stopped in their tracks, with a look of horror. 8th level? Oh my god, it actually an 8th level expert. Run! The faces of the group of people changed drastically, and they all scattered like birds and beasts. Pagenia retracted his gaze, ignored these guys, and continued to leave. After walking for half a quarter of an hour, he suddenly stopped, and said loudly, My friend has followed me all the way, and you still don't want to give up? The streets around were empty. Pagenia narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the space around him twisted, and countless blood-red chains stretched out from all directions, covering Pagenia limbs and neck. Trying to tie him up, Pagenia snorted coldly and slapped his waist. With a hum sound, a long and distant dragon roar suddenly sounded from his hand. It was like a thunder suddenly exploded in the sky above this empty space. The visitor suddenly exclaimed in surprise, with a bit of rough surprise in his voice. You are quite interesting. No wonder you were able to kill the kid from the Yu family. Pagenia narrowed his eyes. Are you here for the kid from the Yu family? Interesting. When he killed Yu Hongfa, he clearly changed his identity. Even if Lin Xiaoxian was here, he couldn't tell his identity at all. But how did these people know? They are definitely not from the Judgment Office. Pagenia was very sure, because he had devoured the memories of the top leaders of the Judgment Office. He had long known how these guys tracked down the murderer. Pagenia naturally knew how to avoid being tracked down by them. But these people... The light and shadows suddenly surged from the void, like a shining meteor accompanied by these blood-red iron chains. This space seemed to be torn apart, and the strong wind set an explosion sound like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The collision of the fierce strong wind was extremely thrilling. Pagenia was not panicked at all. The sword light in front of him surged away. The light and shadows in the air collided with each other from all directions. He turned around suddenly. A burly man rushed over. His two hands hid out in front of him, and a lot of light and shadows emerged. In the southeast corner, a mysterious woman in a black dress raised her hands, and the blood-red bracelets were very obvious. Every time she waved her hands, the blood-red chains would continue to flow from all directions. The angles were extremely tricky. The stirred airflow kept exploding between people. Even the sword light around Pagenia began to become messy. Field. Pagenia narrowed his eyes. He had already entered the woman territory. On the other side, the burly man in close combat also released his territory. His strongest attack was in his hands. Like Pagenia, he wore black armor like boxing gloves. With his unique body movements, he could unleash amazing power whether attacking or defending. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fighting were heard one after another. The burly man laughed wildly in the air. The 10 fingers of both hands blossomed like lotus flowers. Pressed in an instant, the crisp sound of collision suddenly became one. At this moment, whether it was the fist light or the sword light, at this moment, it soared 10 meters into the sky like fireworks. It a bit prickly. The burly man took 2 steps back. His face looked a little ugly. Can you do it? The woman in the black dress was a little dissatisfied. Cut off his head quickly. The people from the Federation will be here soon. I know. Damn. This guy is so hard to kill. The burly man stared at Pagenia fiercely. At this time, Pagenia turned sideways, pulled out his sword to force open the iron chains around him, moved his feet sideways quickly, and rushed over quickly. He slashed at the burly man with a sword. You're looking for death, I'm giving you face. Right. The burly man laughed ferociously, his fists burst into iron light, and punched hard. But suddenly his face changed. Your strength. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Peijinha. You know it a little late. Peijinha's sword pressed down horizontally. Snap! On the spot, the ground under the burly man's feet exploded instantly. His knees could not help but bend down. Before the black-skirted woman could even pull the iron chain in her hand, Peijinha's tall figure like a demon had already jumped up. With the weapon in hand, his fighting power soared violently. He chopped down hard on the burly man's chest. Crack! A bone-breaking sound was heard. The burly man spurted blood and flew backwards. The woman in the black dress, who saw this scene from a distance, was stunned on the spot. Wushan! Run! The only person left in the ruins was the burly man who tried his best as if it was his last will, and rushed over with a roar. He tried his best to die with Peijinha. Even if he couldn't kill him, it would give the woman a chance. But unfortunately, the overwhelming force came directly from Peijinha. The burly man didn't even have a chance to resist, and his whole body was hit directly into the ground like a nail. Only half of the body was exposed. Run! The woman in the black dress finally came to her senses, turned around and ran. However, a hand suddenly condensed in the air, and slapped it from a distance. The woman in the black dress face changed wildly, and she waved her hands hurriedly, concretely manifesting more chains, trying to block the giant hand. But the giant hand came with great momentum. This is the special skill of the king of the Sandalwood Kingdom, Baitum. After being practiced by Peijinha, and with the addition of the extraordinary particles, not to mention the surge in his power when holding the weapon, how could this woman resist in such a hurry? The huge palm crushed the chains, like a rotten wood, and slapped the woman. Bang! Bones burst, blood spurted. You are the 8th level. The woman in the black dress looked back at Peijinha in horror, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and her clothes had been torn into strips. However, Peijinha had no intention of taking a look at the spring scenery that was exposed at this moment. Reach out your hand. Dragon lift. Under the acceleration of space, the woman's body suddenly fell to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Amid the shaking of the earth, smoke and dust rolled up. Peijinha flashed, grabbed the 2 people covered in blood, and quickly left the place. In less than 3 seconds, there was a sound of breaking air above the street. Several figures in federal uniforms blocked this street with cold expressions. The energy fluctuation test shows that there are 3 domain forces. But according to the traces that broke out at the scene, one of them has a suspected 8th level combat power. Dare to ignore federal laws. No matter whether they are 8th level or not. Mobilize all electronic eyes. Check for me. Yes. In the distance. In a hotel. Peijinha threw out thousands of threads. Set up control around. And threw out a seal to close it, ensuring that the movement here would not be disturbed by the outside world. Then he began to check the memory he had just obtained from the 2 bounty hunters. The burly man was called Wushan, a native of Nanzhou. He became a wanted criminal in his early years because he killed someone from the Federation. Later, by chance, he became a 7th level awakener. The woman in the black long skirt was his Taoist partner whom he met halfway. The 2 of them were in cahoots and killed many people. As for finding him, Yu family. Peijinha narrowed his eyes. The people of the Yu family could actually find him. Nether soul technique? The woman memory seemed to mention this. The Yu family actually has this method. When I killed Yu Hongfa, I was already under the spell of the Nether soul. Peijinha immediately calmed down and sensed. He had practiced for so long before, but had not discovered anything. Now he crushed a spiritual power bead, and finally found a strand of black Nether soul that was as thin as a hair. Interesting. Peijinha tried to eradicate it, but found that he could not solve it. Even with my spiritual power, I cannot destroy it. So, as long as I carry this strand of Nether soul with me for a day, can the people of the Yu family find me? Really? The only good news is that they only recognize my disguised face, and don't know my real identity. Peijinha sighed. It's like he has a GPS with him now. No matter where he escapes to, the people of the Yu family can find him. Don't go back to school in Jiangli for the time being. Wait until I refine these few furnaces of beast source pills. And then go to the Yu family. Forget it. Let wait for the 8th level. After all, the Yu family still has a 9th level ancestor. We still have to be cautious. If the Yu family dares to send people, I will kill them one by one. A ready-made extraordinary gene pool. He thought for a while. Peijinha sent a message to the Yu family using the burly man mobile phone. That guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Send more people, and I can charge less money. After receiving the message, the people of the Yu family immediately cursed. Waste. You said you can kill the other party with just one finger, is this the result? Waste. Absolutely waste. After the middle-aged man finished cursing, he said coldly, Go, let Yutahai go, he is level 7. Forget it, let his brother go with him, and a level 6 person will give us a better chance. Yes. Night fell. Peijinya suddenly stretched out his hand, and patted the alchemy furnace. A fresh fragrance came immediately. Another 8B source pills. But what surprised Peijinya was that, this time, all the pills were top quality. My talent is incredible. I'm really getting more and more proficient. But? Crack. Peijinya face changed slightly, and he saw that the pill furnace in front of him actually exploded from the inside, and several cracks appeared. His face changed. No way, it cracked now. This is a low-quality pill furnace. Luckily, the inner pills in his hand have been used up, otherwise, Peijinya would feel even worse. Is it because this B-source pill is too powerful? Peijinya had some guesses. After all, with his previous experience, this kind of thing would not happen when refining pills. This was the first time. He was not too worried. If the pill furnace exploded, it would explode. He could just buy another one later. If it really didn't work, he would refine one himself. He sat cross-legged. He stuffed the B-source pills into his mouth one after another. He saw the aura on Peijinya body begin to soar. The 3 attribute values soared one after another. Not long after, Peijinya pulled out the attribute panel. We are only one step away from the 300,000 of the 8th level. Peijinya felt an extremely full feeling in his body at this time. This feeling was like eating too much in one bite, and not digesting it completely. But he was not worried. With the internal skills running, this feeling would completely disappear in less than 2 days. Buzz. At this moment, the burly man's phone suddenly vibrated. I heard that there was a fight in Heidi City today. Was it you who did it? You are too bold. Even the judgment office was alarmed. Peijinya looked at them with disdain. This Yu family is just this much. Send message. Has the person I want arrived? Here. Arrived at the airport at 10:55 p.m. Peijinya mouth curled up coldly. At the right time to have a late-night snack. Boss. We have purchased some of the medicinal herbs you are looking for. But according to the information I have now, the news of your purchase of medicinal herbs has basically been leaked. I checked. It is not a problem on our side. But our purchase of medicinal herbs has been discovered by outsiders. Now even the governor of Daping City has come forward to inquire about your health and expressed great concern. On the other end of the phone, Lin Shibei reported the situation during this period. Peijinya listened quietly. Just find an excuse to cover it up. I go back and get the herbs myself. Yes, boss. Puff. Blood splashed out. The sudden voice made Lin Shibei's face change slightly. Boss, are you okay? No, by the way. I send you some beast meat later, which will help you practice. While Peijinya was speaking, one hand was on the beast's head, and the other hand was holding the hilt of the sword and pulling it back quickly. A splash of blood came out from the tip of the sword. Then the heavy object fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shibei would never have thought that the beast meat Peijinya was talking about was the 8th level beast. After looking for a while, Peijinya finally found an inner pill in the body of the beast in front of him. But this inner pill was slightly smaller than the inner pill of the 9th level king level beast. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Peijinya wiped the bloody inner pill clean and stuffed it directly into the storage bag. It seemed that he sensed something. He looked up. The forest on the opposite side became dead silent, as if some terrifying will had descended. Buzz. The ground suddenly shook, but very slightly. However, this slight shaking showed its unusualness to a strong man of Peijinya level. It seems that my killing spree forced out some big guy. That good? I can get another inner pill. As he was speaking, crack suddenly appeared on the ground. And this crack was exactly where Peijinya was. But it did not cause any harm to Peijinya at all. Almost at the same time when the crack appeared, Peijinya had disappeared from the spot, and slapped his waist, and suddenly a sword lotus rushed out of his hand. There was a rumble in the distant forest. A huge gap was blasted out by the sword lotus. At the same time, a black shadow also rushed out. Peijinya then realized that it was actually a giant python, and the figure that rushed over was more than 10 meters long. It's hard to imagine how big this python is. 50 or 60 meters? Or hundreds of meters? Peijinya eyes lit up. The one inside you must be even bigger. He immediately rushed over. To deal with such a fierce creature, Pegenia would not be stupid enough to use only swordsmanship. Under the urging of elements, block the space. With the long sword in hand, it stimulates the combat power of the holder. Instantly, the sword fell on the top of the giant python head. Dang! Sparks flew. This sword slashed down. It only knocked the giant python body away, and did not break its scales at all. This is definitely a top-quality refining material. Pegenia's eyes glowed even brighter, and his will to fight was stronger than ever before. Bang! The branches that flew in the air were chopped off by a sword, and turned into countless fragments that scattered. Pegenia's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Get up! He shouted. Under the control of the elemental power, the huge rocks around him floated up one after another, as if they were blessed by a huge force. They immediately rushed towards the giant python, like a mountain falling down. Bang! The giant python swung its tail, smashing the boulders easily. Pegenia was not worried at all. He had thought about this scene when he made such a move. If a 9th level king level beast can't even stop this, it would be useless. At the moment when the giant python swung its tail, Pegenia stretched out his hand and threw out the sword box. What he wanted was to judge the true size of this giant python. At his command, the sword box suddenly opened. Several streams of light flew out. The power of thought urged it. The total of 27 flying swords suddenly turned into streams of light that covered the head, 7 inches, and tail of the giant python. Bang! 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 The air seemed to be rippled, and it made a shockwave. In this level of battle, the surrounding mountains and forests were crushed into fragments with extreme force, and then they were swept away by the strong wind and vented in all directions. Swoosh! Pegenia dodged. He dodged the giant python attack. He reached out and grabbed a flying sword in the air. He flew to a distance of 20 meters. He suddenly dropped. He stabbed the giant python tail with a sword. The harsh sound of the hard objects hitting each other was enough to make people's teeth ache. Pegenia was also thankful. If it weren't for the fact that he had evolved and polished the flying swords here at the Golden Mother God tree, and had more golden sharpness, I'm afraid it would not be able to break through this guy armor. Meat, real meat. But unfortunately, it hit me. Sizzle. The sound of flesh being pierced came instantly. Just as Pegenia guessed, the scales on the tail of this giant python were a little weaker than those on the head. The long sword pierced through the tail and directly nailed it to the ground. The giant python was nailed to the ground immediately. The moment the flesh was pierced, the giant python felt the pain and struggled hard. Pegenia waved his hand. He controlled these flying swords with his mind, following the sword nailed to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. 17 long swords pierced through the 20-meter lower body of the giant python. The giant python screamed shrilly, struggled violently, cracks appeared on the ground, and the area under the tail nail began to shake. But the more it did so, the more obvious the wound became, and more blood flowed out. The countless stones that exploded could not hit Pegenia at all, and were crushed by the particles that appeared in front of him. The seals of both hands were condensed. He slapped the giant python head directly. The terrifying power was released at this moment, and the giant python was instantly knocked away. Thunder. A light shout. Pegenia pulled out a lightning bolt, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, as if pulling out a lightning spear from the void, and stabbed it hard into the giant python wound. Boom, boom, boom. The giant python body rolled down from the top of the hillside like a huge rolling stone, knocking over countless trees along the way. Blood was dripping, covering the ground. Pegenia stretched out his hand. Those flying swords that had been struggling away were once again gathered in his control. He hit the giant python hard. Previously, the giant python could block his attack with its scales, but now the entire tail was covered in blood, and he tore a huge hole with his own hands. So, Pegenia held a huge golden lotus in his hands, and flew away, hitting the giant python waist and abdomen directly. The splattering fire instantly burned the surrounding trees to ashes. It also blew the lower half of the giant python body in half, and the bones and internal organs were clearly visible. Then the giant python rushed forward with the upper half of its body. He tried desperately to escape, and kept roaring. The smoke and dust rolled into one. I don't know how long it took, but the screaming stopped abruptly. Pegenia held a sword in his hand, and pierced the head of the giant python. Even he was panting and sitting on the corpse of the giant python. He turned his head. He sensed the breath of movement nearby. He sank into his dantian and spit out thunder. Get out! Thunder and lightning surged in the air. Thunder exploded. It frightened many evil creatures around. Pagenia didn't waste time. He judged that this place was deep in the mountains, and there might be more old monsters. He still had a chance in a one-on-one fight. But if he was alone against many, he would have to start over. After all, he was not at the 8th level yet. He couldn't crush the stronger 9th level. He dug out a fist-sized inner pill. Pagenia's eyes lit up. Good guy. I guessed that this guy inner pill was big enough. And it didn't disappoint me. This inner pill alone is 1/3 larger than the one I got before. If I refine the beast source pill, and it comes out perfectly, how many can I get? 10? Or 20? After collecting the inner pill, Pagenia collected the corpse of the giant python again. When the giant python just died, he took 3 liters of blood. It's a pity that the strength is still too weak. Otherwise, how could this big guy have so little blood? He thought regretfully. Pagenia didn't think it was a big deal that he killed a 9th level beast alone at the level of the 7th level transcendence. In fact, if this were to be spread, he would be targeted by the judgment. When he returned to the lower body of the giant python, he found that it had been eaten by many ferocious beasts, which made him a little furious. You are really not afraid of death, and you dare to covet my things? Don't let me meet you next time. Cut your waist as a warning. Looking fiercely at the ferocious beasts that fled in panic, Pagenia retracted his sight, and continued to sneak without paying attention to the blood on his face. All the beasts encountered along the way were killed. My goodness, the storage bag can't hold it anymore. Pagenia looked at the giant ape corpse on the ground, a little confused. Cutting the kidneys all the way, he didn't even notice that the storage bags on his body were full, and he suddenly felt a little sorry. Such a big corpse of an 8th level giant ape, even if 7 or 8 mouths eat it, they can't eat it all in one go. But now it really can't hold it anymore. Carrying it out directly will make it too big of a target. Pagenia could only let it go. Touching the giant ape body, he found an inner pill, which was good news. However, the inner pill was only the size of a little finger, which made Pagenia somewhat contemptuous. Such a big body, only such a small inner pill. It really a waste of this body. He glanced at the lower body of the giant ape. No wonder. Isn't this a little pepper? Pagenia had slaughtered all the fierce beasts around him. Seeing that it was getting dark, he had no intention to stay here any longer. Let go. Suddenly, a vague will came. Pagenia raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it Brother Dahlia? He was a little surprised, but he did not hesitate. The particles in front of him immediately emerged. He held the sword in one hand, and the Mother God stone in the other hand, and quickly fled from the place. Almost as soon as he left the mountains, countless powerful auras rushed up from the depths of the mountains, which made Pagenia's scalp numb. Good guy, isn't it just to kill a few of your descendants? Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? Have you eaten fewer humans? Pagenia sneered. The strong prey on the weak is the law of nature. He will not give up the opportunity to become stronger just because those old guys are angry. But Brother Dalu actually came to Dong-O? Brother Dalu? Pagenia exuded his perception and tried to communicate. After waiting for a while, he finally sensed Brother Dalu's breath from the mountains. It seems that he was injured. Brother Dalu, why are you here? I had the opportunity to be here, but after a quick farewell, you have made a tremendous change in your strength now. It was just a fluke, Pagenia said modestly. Brother Dalu suddenly lost his voice. But a huge roar came from afar. Thousands of meters in the sky, the clouds were affected and began to stir. Pagenia curled his lips, barking incompetently, that about it. After a while, Brother Dalu's voice came. You killed the descendants of those old guys, now they have memorized your breath. Don't come back here recently. Take care of yourself. Pagenia has 13 more inner pills in his hand, which is enough for now. And after a series of battles, his physical strength is a little bit exhausted at the moment. He needs to replenish himself. There is also a midnight snack waiting for him in the evening. It is completely in time. A vine on the ground wrapped around 3 fruits and handed them over. This is a fruit that can replenish energy, you take it with you. Pagenia put away the fruit and felt the energy contained in it, which was similar to the second-generation spiritual objects. But he was still somewhat moved. Brother Dalu, you are thoughtful. He bowed and said, the mountains remain green, and the water flows forever. Take care. The breeze blew away. Pagenia figure disappeared on the spot, and the vines on the periphery of the mountain also disappeared on the spot. A hidden willow tree looked at the terrifying turmoil deep in the mountain from afar, and silently hid its body. It won't attract any attention. City center, a certain base. What happened in Million Mountain? Why did so many energy fluctuations of level 9 beasts suddenly appear? Is a new round of beast tide going to start early? Report to the judgment office immediately and request suppression. As for what happened in the mountains, it has nothing to do with Pei Jinya. He sat cross-legged in the room. There were thousands of threads all around. If there was any movement, he would be aware of it. The fight with the burly man in the afternoon had obviously been known to the Yu family. Fortunately, this place was still some distance from the Yu family headquarters. Otherwise it would be difficult for Pei Jinya to continue acting. Pei Jinya ate the medicinal materials of the third-generation spiritual creatures one by one, leaving only some worthless wood beards in front of him. With the replenishment of a large number of third-generation spiritual creatures, the energy consumed in today's battle began to recover rapidly. If this recovery speed bug were to spread, I'm afraid the entire judgment office would come out in full force. It was almost crazy. In a blink of an eye, night fell. A plane from afar drove into the airport. After a while, a large number of tourists walked out of the passage. In the crowd, two burly men wearing hats mingled in the crowd. Except for being a little tall, there was nothing else that attracted attention. Brother, do you want to contact Wushan and the others? Not yet. Yudahai's eyes hidden under the sunglasses were a little cold at this moment. My family suspects that he has some problems, so we will investigate secretly first. Is there something wrong with him? Do you suspect he has teamed up with the target? The younger strong man next to him hesitated. Yudahai shook his head. It shouldn't be a teaming up. According to the traces of the fight at the scene, Wushan may have broken through the 8th level. 8th level? He actually broke through? The strong man exclaimed on the spot. But if he is at the 8th level, why do we need to take action? Yudahai sighed. This is also something I can't figure out. There must be something we don't know about. Let's check it first. We specially arranged an early flight, so we have enough time to investigate. Where should we go first? Let's go to the place where we fought in the afternoon. Be careful to avoid the people from the arbitration office. Wushan is also a lunatic, and he even brought the arbitration office here, which is really causing trouble for us. The two of them left the airport one after the other. The taxi driver asked questions in a dialect, and after being scolded by Yudahai, he dared not speak again. He looked over with some complaints through the rearview mirror, secretly comparing the faces of the federal wanted men. He cursed secretly. What a pity. He got out of the car. The night fog enveloped the streets, and when he got closer, he could still see the blockade set up by the night patrol during the day. My family said that the official people have basically withdrawn, and the arbitration office is investigating. But there are few clues, and they haven't found Wushan yet. The strongman said in a low voice. Yudahai nodded when he heard it. Not surprising. Walking into the thick fog, the first thing you see is the marks on the wall. These are the marks made by fingers. It should be Wushan who did it. The strongman came closer and analyzed for a while, and said, fortunately this guy is wearing gloves, which conceal the fingerprints, otherwise he would definitely be found. Be careful. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, a black light came from the thick fog with great force, very fast, and almost in the blink of an eye. It passed through the left chest of the strongman, who was speaking, and took him away directly. Bang! Ronda! Yudahai's face changed drastically. Before he could react, his brother was hit by the mysterious light, and disappeared from the thick fog. His whereabouts were unknown. Who is it? Come out! Yudahai shouted. He didn't dare to shout loudly, for fear of attracting the nearby law enforcers. Otherwise, the master family would probably attract attention. Sir, please don't hurt my brother, we can discuss anything. After waiting for a while, there was still no answer. Yudahai's face began to show some anxiety. He raised his hand. The fingers began to grow longer. The whole person seemed to have turned into a werewolf, and the aura on his body gradually became violent. He tried to find the whereabouts of his brother. He just searched in the dark, but couldn't find it at all, and he became more and more anxious. Is it Wushan? Is it you? Damn it, answer me. But at this moment, suddenly, a black light flashed again. Yudahai flashed out, his hands were as fast as lightning, and he snatched the light out, but a huge force also came, pushing him back a little. Looking for death. In a hurry, Yudahai stepped on the ground, and rushed towards the direction where the light was coming from. Sizzle! There was a sound of a burst of light in the air. A fist suddenly suppressed it. Udahai's hand suddenly made a wailing sound, and his bones broke with a snap. The moment the power weakened, the whole person crashed forward. But suddenly Udahai's face changed. His blood and chi were actually declining rapidly. He even began to feel a sense of exhaustion. What on earth was going on? Damn it! He turned and fled. He had no intention of fighting again. But a sword light in the air had already locked him. Swoosh! With a sound. Without warning, it pierced through Udahai's shoulder blade and nailed him directly to the wall. Ah! Udahai screamed. But the sound stopped abruptly, because a big hand had already pressed on his face. Enter the dream. Killing one member of the Yu family is killing. Killing two is also killing. It doesn't matter anyway. Whoever wants to kill me must die. In the room, Pei Jinya adjusted his blood and chi. And after calming down, he took out the storage bags from the Udahai brothers. 3 black nails first fell into Pei Jinya's sight. Sealed artifact, Nail God. This thing can nail even the 9th level. Once hit, the mental power will be greatly lost. Fortunately, I took the initiative to attack. I have taken the initiative. Otherwise, when these 2 brothers cooperate and use the God of Nails, I can only avoid them. It's just a disposable item, but it can be used as a trump card. Pei Jinya was quite satisfied. After all, this thing is also useful against the 9th level. It is a trump card to be able to target the 9th level. Pei Jinya continued to check other things. There are 10 bottles of chi and blood pills in total. However, this thing is useless to him now. He can't recover much even if he swallows all 10 bottles. Let's keep it for home. In addition to the chi and blood pills, the 2 also brought more than 30 blue potions, which are very helpful for the recovery of mental strength. Pei Jinya planned to keep some of them. The rest were left at home. The 2 put 3 exercises in their storage bags. Udahai was a physical skill, so the exercises he left were related to physical skills. But they were not considered advanced. 1 glance. Great success. 2 glances. Breaking the limit. Glancing at the attribute panel again, the chi and blood and physical strength increased their upper limits by 2,000 points. It really bad. The Yu family is so useless? Only practice this level of skills? After checking the 2 storage bags, Pei Jinya took out his mobile phone, edited a message and sent it to the Yu family, trying to cheat more seals. Unfortunately, the Yu family is not stupid after all. Who are you? Looking at the message sent by the Yu family, Pei Jinya knew that he was exposed, and crushed the phone directly with an expressionless face. Dongzhou Dragon City. In the Yu family mansion, several Yu family executives, who could shake Dongzhou business, with a stomp of their feet gathered together, with grim expressions. What happened? Hong Afet was murdered. The accident happened in Million Mountain. We sent Wushan, but he sent a message saying that he needed support. According to the intelligence we got at that time, we sent Dahai and his brother. But they both met with accidents. Did Wushan defect? It shouldn't be. Udahai and his team arrived 2 hours earlier than I informed them. Wushan had no idea, but Udahai and his team were killed half an hour after they got off the plane. Where is Wushan now? I can't get in touch with him anymore. I'm afraid he'd been killed. Damn it, who is it? A middle-aged man with silver hair asked sternly. The man in a blue suit beside him shook his head and said in a deep voice, "We are still investigating. As far as I know, when Wushan fought with the other party before, it even attracted the attention of the arbitration office." During the conversation, suddenly, the leader received a call. He stretched out his hand to signal, and everyone was silent. Minister Qi, yes, that troublesome. Our Yu family will fully cooperate. After the call was hung up, everyone looked over. Brother, is it Minister Qi from the special office? He actually got involved? The man in the blue suit on the left looked over with some surprise. The middle-aged man in the lead nodded, yes. It him? This incident has become quite a big deal. A domain-level awakener has appeared. And the members of my Yu family have also been wiped out in this incident. Now the higher-up suspect that our Yu family is related to this incident. What? What should we do? The man in the suit face changed slightly. Nothing to do. Just keep it normal. Wushan has nothing to do with us. As for Udahai, they said it was an accident. Yes. We must never admit the relationship between us and Wushan. This guy has helped us do too many dirty things. Once it is exposed, it will definitely affect the group stock price. Brother, what did the special office say? The middle-aged man in the lead slowly raised his head, facing the eyes of the crowd, and said slowly, old rules. Donate money to his election. This time he must have mastered something. Damn it! But this is not a bad thing. If Minister Qi can be promoted, with the relationship between our Yu family and him, we will get more benefits in the future. Indeed, unexpected events happen. After the Yu family submitted the donation, Minister Qi of the special office was completely unaware of it. What was even more bizarre was that the other party said that they had never contacted the Yu family. At this moment, the entire Yu family was stunned. In the room, Pei Jinya opened the things in the storage ring. This time, the Yu family prepared a lot of good things to improve their cultivation, even a spiritual medicine that was auctioned at least over 100 million yuan on the market was donated. The Yu family is indeed a boy who gives money away. When you visit them in the future, you must take good care of them. As for how the Yu family became desperate, it has nothing to do with him. Next, prepare for the 8th level. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Pei Jinya did not go to the mountains to hunt beasts. Sitting in the city, he knew everything that happened in the mountains. It was indeed as Brother De Lu said, the old monsters in the mountains were ready to move, as if he was furious, and the Federation sent several 9th level awakeners to suppress them with iron blood. In the past 2 days, you can hear extremely shrill roars coming from the mountains late at night. But these have nothing to do with Pei Jinya. What he has to do next is to prepare for the 8th level. If he can step into the 8th level as soon as possible, his strength will grow faster, and then it will not be so difficult to hunt these 9th level king beasts. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. It has been 10 days since Pei Jinya asked for leave. Lin Xiuxian was also worried that something had happened to this kid. He called Pei Jinya several times, but couldn't get through. Later, after sending a message to let Pei Jinya see the reply, Pei Jinya reply finally came. Lin Xiuxian was relieved. Take it easy, kid. There is still a week left. The monthly exam is coming. Don't forget the time. Pei Jinya knew the monthly exam of the training class. At the moment, he was more concerned about his extraordinary 8th level advancement. He pulled out the attribute panel. He was only 1 step away from the 8th level 300,000 attribute value threshold. Pei Jinya took out a B source pill. He swallowed it in 1 gulp. The 3 attribute values began to soar. However, due to the excessive intake during this period, even if this was a finished pill, the attribute value it brought was not as good as the 3,000 at the peak. The good news is, even so, the 3 attribute values brought were still 2,000 points. It is enough to break through the 8th level. Break. The energy in the body is extremely full. At the same time, Pei Jinya aura began to rise rapidly. Rays of lightning flashed, looking extremely terrifying. The domain automatically opened at this moment. It is said that the 7th level is to awaken the power of the domain, and the 8th level is to use it. Pei Jinya once expressed his incomprehension of the meaning of use. After all, before entering the 8th level, he had always used the domain to fight. Isn't this equal to application? It was not until he truly entered the 8th level. He realized that the application of this domain power was not what it seemed. If the application of domain power before was a little explosive power, now, Pei Jinya had a feeling that any part of his body could stimulate this extraordinary domain. This application was quite arbitrary. And the scope of application began to change. It has been extended to. It seems that those awakened people who fought with me, the 7th level has a maximum range of 15 meters. And the 8th level rarely has a range of 100 meters. I actually reached the 8th level directly. Pei Jinya felt that his understanding of the power of the domain had deepened a lot. And his face was somewhat happy. During this period, the power of the domain was freely exerted. The power of the whole body was constantly being shaped. Pei Jinya did not waste time, and continued to take the 3 generations of spiritual objects in the storage bag, and constantly used the mysterious feeling brought by this breakthrough to promote the surge in attribute values. If it was before the breakthrough, Pei Jinya would feel full of energy after eating at most 1/10 of the amount. But now that he has broken through, he feels like he has become a bottomless pit. He has eaten 1/5 of the amount, and still doesn't feel full. After swallowing 2/3 of the amount, Pei Jinya finally felt the fullness of being full. He slowly finished his work. After savoring it for a while, Pei Jinya finally opened his eyes. He swiped out the attribute panel. 3 attribute values came into view. The surge in mental power is not small, but compared with the blood and physical strength, it seems a bit weak. Fortunately, I still have the seals such as the talisman beads that enhance mental power. The 10-fold increase is 3.5 million. Is it enough to fight the 9th level? Pei Jinya gathered his mind, and looked at his domain power again. Having swallowed the domains of several 7th-level awakeners in succession, it has now been integrated. Main domain, Demon God Mirror Image can be upgraded all around. Secondary domain, Thunder Punishment of all laws integrating Explanation 1, all around Explanation 2. In the environment or the enemy elemental domain with Thunder as the main element, the range of the spell can be doubled. And the lethality can be doubled. There is still amplification? Pagenia raised his eyebrows slightly. A little surprised. He really didn't expect that there would be such a benefit after his domain breakthrough. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. This secondary domain itself is condensed with elemental power. It was formed into Thor Hammer before, but now it doesn't need a fixed form. It can be freely transformed according to Pagenia mind. 200 meters becomes 400 meters, and the lethality is increased. If we fight at the peak, I can then open the Demon God Mirror. When I was at the 7th level, the state was turned on, and I could kill ordinary 9th level monsters. Now that I have entered the 8th level, I have obtained such a rich attribute bonus. I can kill 9th level monsters with an attribute value of less than 700,000. I felt the strength of my body. Pagenia already knew that he would not be able to continue to eat spiritual objects for a period of time. At this moment, his body was extremely full. It time to practice the exercises next. Most of the exercises he practiced had already been practiced to the breaking limit level. However, the main exercise he practiced had not yet been practiced to the breaking limit level. The 12 Lotuses of the Hunyuan is now at 88% of the Great Success level, and it is also the main exercise that is the fastest to the breaking limit level. The Art of Longevity of the Heaven and Earth is the worst, and is still in the small success level. As for the Heavenly Sword skill, it is now at 87% of the Great Success level, second only to the 12 Lotuses of the Hunyuan. Originally, the Heavenly Sword technique had already broken the limit, but as Pagenia practiced more and more sword techniques, and integrated more and more, his sword intent continued to improve, which led to the new Heavenly Sword technique becoming more profound. His proficiency naturally decreased. In this regard, Pagenia was not panicked at all. The extraordinary weapon and sword were here, which meant that the swordsmanship he practiced would be unique. Moreover, he had a talent for martial arts that could be continuously enhanced. Therefore, Pagenia was not worried about how bad his swordsmanship was. He did not seek to become the ultimate sword god. Pagenia had always been clear that what he wanted was a fighting force that was enough to crush others, simply for self-protection. Yes, that right. Self-protection. Come out. Pagenia spoke slowly. A young man holding a bow and arrow came out from the forest not far away, carefully came to Pagenia. His eyes were burning, and immediately knelt down in front of Pagenia. Please accept me as your disciple. Pagenia looked over helplessly. He had chosen such a remote place to break through. He was still encountered. Fortunately, he had placed thousands of threads in advance, which could sense how many people were nearby. Otherwise, it would be a lot of fun. He stretched out his hand. A beam of light directly pierced the archer head. There was silence all around. Pagenia looked away. Since you are here, why hide there and put on such a show for me? Do you really think you are the best actor? Figures wearing straw raincoats slowly walked out of the forest. Each of them had a strong aura. At least 5 of them were level 7. It can be seen that the Yu family came with the intention of killing them this time. I didn't expect you to find out. You killed my Yu family members. This is a deadly feud. My Yu family, and you will never stop until one of us dies. You can't escape. Escape? I never thought of escaping. Pagenia sneered. But he didn't rush to act. Go. Kill him, said the scarred leader coldly. Several figures rushed towards Pagenia almost at the same time, while Pagenia sat there, motionless, as if he was scared silly. However, the arc on the corner of his mouth did not make him look scared silly. On the contrary, when the Yu family rushed to Pagenia, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not good. Retreat quickly. Longcheng, Haicheng and the others have already set off, 5 7th level ones. I don't believe we can't kill him. In the dim room, the man lit a cigarette in his hand. The faint light from the window came in, just enough to see the smoke floating in a straight line in the air. A steady voice came from the other side. Is he still in Heidi City? Yes. The man sneered. This guy is so daring, he dared to stay in Heidi City after killing someone. Are you really not afraid of being targeted by the Judgment Office? The man opposite pondered for a while, and said, this person can kill Wushan. And Yudahai and others. I think we should take a long-term view. Maybe he is the real 8th level awakener mentioned in the intelligence. Impossible. I have collected relevant information on the scene. The 8th level power comes from physical strength. The other party uses a sword. It's not the same thing at all. And we have traced it. This person is from Nanzhou. He didn't show his strength before. Now he can achieve the domain. I'm afraid he has some secrets. But it doesn't matter. Everything will be clear once we catch him. What if the judgment office finds out? How will you explain to your brother? As long as Haicheng kills him, there will be no trouble. But what if he can't be killed? There is no such if. How can a casual cultivator, who has become a 7th level cultivator by chance, be compared with a strong man, like us, who has been carefully cultivated by our family? In the mountains near Heidi City. The moment the purple lightning flashed through the dense forest, the powerful sword intent swept through. In an instant, several elites of the Yu family were blown into blood mist. Even the 5 7th level ones, including Yu Haicheng, flew backwards. You are the 8th level. Yu Haicheng widened his eyes and looked at Pei Jinya in disbelief. The bloodshot eyes were filled with horror. Didn't they say? Wu Shan was the 8th level extraordinary in the intelligence. What on earth is going on? Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, looking at the lightning flames in his palm. It was indeed useful. Someone in the Yu family used the elemental domain, which just happened to help him. In this battle, he fought against 5 7th level warriors alone, and it was very satisfying. He also had a clearer understanding of his new combat power after the breakthrough. 7th level sweep. Reach out and press. Enter the dream. The battle, which lasted no more than 10 minutes, ended with Pei Jinya putting away the domain. He quickly searched through the corpses. But Pei Jinya was very disappointed. These guys only brought a storage bag. They seemed to think they could definitely take him down, so they didn't bring any extra things. They did find 2 flags in the storage bag, one red and one black. Soul-calming flags. A special magnetic field can be formed between the 2 flags, attacking the enemy soul. Pei Jinya looked weird. The people in the Yu family must be crazy. They don't use such powerful equipment directly. They are still acting so fussy? Pei Jinya didn't understand but respected them. After all, they were so shameless to give him a seal, so he had to give them a thumbs up. He set fire to the bodies of these people. Pei Jinya turned and left. After a while, a group of explorers appeared at the battle site. They originally searched for bodies, but they didn't even find any bodies. The scene was left in a mess, which shocked the people who saw it. It's the residual breath of the domain. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The others also changed color. Such a strong aura, and the element of thunder. So terrifying, I don't know which ancestor has come here. Forget it, let's leave here as soon as possible, so as not to annoy that person. I have a bad feeling. There seem to be frequent high-level strongmen fighting in Heidi City recently. Let go, the people from the judgment office are coming. Suddenly, everyone dispersed. No one wanted to provoke the judgment office. The judgment office appeared very quickly this time. It seems that because of the successive accidents of the domain-level awakeners, the higher-ups have attached great importance to it. After sealing off the scene, a double-winged judge with blazing flames descended from the sky. The wingless judges around him bowed their heads to greet him. With the strength of the extraordinary 8th level, block the city of Heidi, and notify the 3 surrounding cities to conduct a joint search. This incident has brought extremely bad effects to the entire Federation, and we must make a quick decision. Understood. Dragon City. Several pieces of Yu porcelain were smashed. Even Haicheng and his men were not the opponents when they joined together. They even brought an A-level seal, but they still failed. Who is the opponent? A roar came from the room. The housekeeper and the servants did not dare to speak, for fear of being implicated. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, suddenly, someone stumbled in from the door behind them. Run! Run! After saying that, the man fell headfirst into the flower bed. Everyone present was stunned. What did he just say? Run? Why run? The next second, the whole courtyard was enveloped by the field, and the golden light slashed through. Swish! A cloud of blood mist exploded. At the gate, a tall figure walked slowly across the steps. I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't think of a way to crack your Yu family soul art. In this case, the only way is to kill all the people in your Yu family. Yu Huyang, who had just walked out of the door, suddenly heard these words. His eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body was shaking. You? You? You are so brave that you dare to break into my Yu family. Are you really not afraid? You talk too much nonsense. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and threw out the soul-soothing flag. The red flag hit Yu Huyang directly like a bloody light. He waved the black flag in his hand. Yu Huyang's soul seemed to be pulled out. Pei Jinya waved his hand. 2 sword lights passed through his body and nailed him to the wall. Is this the soul-soothing flag? It's much simpler and more direct than I thought. He waved his hand again. The red flag that controlled Yu Huyang's soul immediately turned into a stream of light and flew back to his hand. With it, Yu Huyang's soul also flew back. It seemed to be in great fear and struggled hard. Pei Jinya looked at the state of Yu Huyang's soul for a while, tried it. Only the attack of mental power could hurt him. In other words, enter the dream. Yu Huyang's soul seemed to be absorbed by Pei Jinya on the spot, disappearing from the spot. The body nailed to the wall tilted its head limply. A mere 6th level person. But he tried every means to kill me. I really don't know what he was thinking. You are looking for death. At this moment, a roar came from outside the door. A Yu family strongman with an aura of the 8th level appeared. Pei Jinya recognized him. There was only one extraordinary 8th level person in the Yu family. Yu Hongfa father. As for whether he is the biological father, I don't know. But Pei Jinya didn't care. If an heir dies, then die. If you insist on making things difficult for me, then I just ask you to die. The light flashed. The lightning struck the middle-aged man. But it was eliminated a lot by an invisible force. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You killed my Yu family members, and even entered the house. You simply don't take my Yu family seriously. Today, I will make you regret coming here. As soon as the voice fell, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. You! Before he could finish his words, a figure rushed over. A giant palm condensed and slapped him hard. Heh! The middle-aged man's muscles moved all over his body, and he made a hasty move. However, when he just touched the giant palm, his arms instantly felt an extremely terrifying force, which broke his defense like a rotten wood. This force, the middle-aged man's face changed wildly. After all, he was used to a life of luxury. They had never fought a life-and-death battle before, and they were immediately afraid. Puff! There was no time to react at all. The middle-aged man's domain was forced, and his body flew backwards, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Boss! Head of the family. The faces of the people around changed, and they were all shocked by this scene. Their boss was an 8th level awakener, and his defense was broken in an instant. The middle-aged man half knelt on the ground, looking at the figure walking slowly towards him, and his cheeks were shaking. Who are you? Why do you have to make things difficult for my Yu family? To be able to break his defense with one strike, this strength is not an ordinary extraordinary 8th level at all. And his Yu family actually offended such a strong man. Am I making things difficult for your Yu family? Pei Jinya raised his hand, and suddenly a small red flag flew out, and instantly hit the man who attacked him. Soul-soothing flag. The middle-aged man exclaimed, my Yu family soul-soothing flag is actually in your hand. It turned out that you killed Yu Haicheng. The shattered soul is indeed worthless. Pei Jinya glanced at the corpse on the ground, stretched out his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's head, and lifted it up directly. Ahem. Just at this time, an old cough came from a distance. Your Excellency is just trying to vent your anger. I can make the decision here. As long as you let Juming go, my Yu family swears that we will never bother you again. All things are over. Seeing the old man in a purple coat appear, everyone's face changed. Ancestor! Father! The old man of the Yu family walked out slowly, holding a cane with a blood-red gem in his hand, looking old and frail, and he looked like a domineering man when he was young. What do you think? The old man of the Yu family said again in a deep voice. Pei Jinya's eyes were calm, holding Yu Junming in one hand, and the soul-suppressing flag in the other hand. I don't think so. Just as Pei Jinya refused, the ancestor of the Yu family had a strong aura, showing a supernatural 9th level domain. At this moment, he was like an old lion king, raising his cane and hitting it hard. This attack seemed ordinary, but it blocked all of Pei Jinya's ways, so he could only move forward, not retreat. If anyone else stepped forward, they would only end up being blown up. But he was Pei Jinya. The main domain was opened. Demon God Mirror Image. A giant hand suddenly stretched out from the air where elements were surging. It hit the gem cane without any warning. Suddenly, a terrifying strong wind vented in all directions. The ancestor of the Yu family had a cold expression. He stood in place, with his hands on the gem cane, staring at Pei Jinya expressionlessly. As if he was looking at a dead person. Your domain is indeed very strong. But unfortunately, your path is too complicated. You must have practiced too many things. You are useless after all. After all, he is also a 9th level extraordinary being, with extensive knowledge. So he can feel that the means displayed by Pei Jinya, when he took action, were attached with multiple powers. According to their public perception, this will undoubtedly make people useless. Really? Pei Jinya figure disappeared on the spot. The wind blade surged away. The gem on the cane in the hands of the Yu family ancestor suddenly burst into light, and his robe fluttered in the wind. This is actually a defensive seal. Get up, he roared in a low voice. The invisible force shattered the wind blade. However, what the old man didn't expect was that Pei Jinya dared to approach at this moment. The fist of the demon god turned into countless phantoms. He quickly punched the light shield on the body of the Yu family ancestor. The void continued to make rumbling sounds, which was enough to show the huge power. The face of the Yu family ancestor was also a little shocked and angry. He felt that he seemed to really underestimated this guy's strength. Crack! The light shield made a cracking sound. The Yu family ancestor also reacted quickly. He moved his body, like a giant python circling, and suddenly jumped out, hitting hard with the cane. The demon god quickly punched. Bang bang bang. The two sides fought. After Pei Jinya devoured the memory of the middle-aged man in his hand, he threw it away casually, and the whole person disappeared on the spot, as if hidden in the shadows. At a certain moment, the soul-suppressing flag was thrown away. The ancestor of the Yu family swung out the gem cane. The moment the two collided, a huge airflow was generated. Pei Jinya used so many trump cards, but he could not crush the 8th level middle-aged man like he did, which shows how strong the ancestor of the Yu family was at his peak. Unfortunately, now this person is already in his twilight years. His figure suddenly rushed forward. The face of the ancestor of the Yu family, who was wrestling with the demon god in a mirror image, suddenly changed, and he hurriedly tried to dodge, but unfortunately, he was dragged by the demon god, and could not dodge easily. Pei Jinya approached closely, holding the sword lotus with 5 fingers, and pressed hard on the back of the ancestor of the Yu family. Bang! The space exploded. The body of the ancestor of the Yu family was thrown out. Pei Jinya seized the opportunity, and his figure flashed in the air. Draw the sword. Block the space. Stretch out your hand and grab. Thunder punishment descends. The ancestor of the Yu family was struck by lightning. His whole body crashed into the wall. Shattered stones splashed out. Those members of the Yu family who failed to dodge in time screamed. Blood flowed like a river. Pei Jinya was like a demon god, and his demon god mirror image rushed to the ancestor of the Yu family one after the other. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Ah! The ancestor of the Yu family roared. I will kill you. It a pity that you don't have a chance, Pei Jinya said calmly. The next second, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. Swish. Suddenly, the terrifying lightning filled the two people. The old ancestor of the Yu family was horrified. He just wanted to dodge, but suddenly found that the void in front of him had become like a quagmire, and he couldn't move at all. His shoulders suddenly made a sound like a bone tearing. He tried his best to dodge. If it were when he was young, he would never be forced to this point. But unfortunately, he is old now. Even if Pei Jinya doesn't take action, he will be buried in the earth in 3 years. Now he is already a strong crossbow arrow, not to mention that he has been consumed by Pei Jinya for so long. He has already exhausted his strength. Swish. A bright light flashed from behind the ancestor of the Yu family. He barely avoided the vital point, but a huge cut was still made at the junction of his neck and shoulder. This sword intent. The ancestor of the Yu family widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was unbelievable that the man in front of him had such a strong body, had great punching power, and could activate thunder magic. These were already surprising. But he did not expect that. Such swordsmanship made him even more desperate. How is it possible? How can a person practice so many things, and be so proficient? This is impossible. The ancestor of the Yu family widened his eyes. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and stared at Pei Jinya. He hated it so much. He hated that such a person was not a member of his Yu family. Why don't you die? He roared at Pei Jinya. Want to know? But I won't tell you. Pei Jinya sneered, and made a hand seal with both hands. Countless sword beams surged in front of him, instantly wrapping the two of them together, and even shrouding the entire Yu family compound in a bright light, blocking all vision. Immediately afterwards, there was a shocking sound. Everyone was stunned. On this day, the entire Yu family was killed. And the entire Dragon City was in shock. The Yu family is gone just like that? They have a 9th rank leader in their family. And they are gone just like that? And they are still in Dragon City. It is said that it took less than 3 minutes. And when the federal people broke through the protective shield, the people were gone. Isn't the old man of the Yu family a 9th rank leader? Isn't he here? Yes. But I heard he is gone too. What? Isn't he a 9th rank leader? Actually, although the old man of the Yu family is a 9th level, he is already 100 years old. And he fought too many times when he was young. His blood and chi have declined as early as 5 years ago. Now he is no longer at his peak. But even if the old man of the Yu family has declined, isn't the current head of their Yu family, Yu Junming, an 8th level? Does that mean he is also? Yes. Yu Junming is dead too. Who is it? I don't know. Now everyone is speculating whether it is a 9th level awakener from another continent. Who did the Yu family offend? People from all walks of life in Longcheng were talking about it. Special treatment? Murong Lingyang listened calmly to the roar of the officer in front of him. Lingyang, this matter is handed over to you. You must do it beautifully. Now everyone is watching. The burly old man said in a low voice. Murong Lingyang looked over, showing a helpless expression. Minister, I really want to help. But unfortunately, I will be in charge of the celebration next. This is the appointment from above. If the celebration is delayed, it will not just be us being watched. The burly old man frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Are all the people in the judgment office dead? They are pretending to be dead at this time. Murong Lingyang listened quietly, and then slowly said, I heard from the people below that the judgment office has already intervened. Why do we still have to be responsible? After all, it within our territory. And the relationship between the Yu family and the minister is clear. The burly old man sighed and said, Don't they want us to be in the open? To provide cover for their secret investigation? Murong Lingyang suddenly raised his head and looked. The burly old man's eyes flickered, and finally smiled bitterly. I still can't hide it from you. This is indeed what the higher-ups mean. You also know. This time the other party directly wiped out the entire Yu family right under our noses. The impact is very bad, and more importantly, he lowered his voice. Once the Yu family falls, the market share they originally controlled will be lost, and some people may have ideas. Murong Lingyang listened to what the other party said, and said slowly, The Murong family will not intervene. The burly old man laughed awkwardly. Of course I believe you. Once the Yu family falls, the market share left by Dongzhou will become a hot commodity. The major families began to show their abilities. Dongzhou quietly became a place where many forces competed. But these had nothing to do with Pei Jinya. After devouring the memory of the ancestor of the Yu family, Pei Jinya had learned the method to unlock the soul art. But it was a bit complicated. It can't be unlocked directly. You must use something called Soul Grass, and use the soul unlocking technique created by his Yu family to unlock the soul art. It really troublesome. Pei Jinya was also a little helpless. I thought that everything would be fine if I wiped out the Yu family. But the old man memory told him that this nether soul art came from the reward from Xinghuan. The Yu family is dead. But Xinghuan can still find out. This means, it is very likely that after the news of the annihilation of the Yu family spread, Xinghuan may have noticed me. Of course, according to the information provided by Xingtian, Xinghuan is currently being restrained by the Old God Society, and it cannot be distracted for a while to take care of. The Yu family is a small character. Pei Jinya was also lucky. If the Yu family was powerful, if there were more 9th level people in the family, Xinghuan would not pay so much attention to them. According to the memory of the old man of the Yu family, the last time the Yu family was summoned by Xinghuan was 40 years ago, when he was promoted to the 9th level. After 10 years of peak, the old man had health problems, and the Yu family began to go downhill. So, I still have time. Pei Jinya secretly contacted Lin Shibei through brain waves. Soul Grass? Lin Shibei seemed to check for a while, and said quickly, Boss, I found it. The company is going to auction a plant of Soul Grass this evening. I stop it right away. Send someone to deliver it. I go there myself. Pei Jinya changed his words after saying that. It was a little troublesome to leave Dongzhou, but after leaving Dongzhou, with his current strength, both the speed and distance of his evasion have been greatly improved. As for the soul removing technique, it is not difficult. It is just a technique for using mental power. But the idea is really clever. Corresponding to the soul removing technique, The two are like the relationship between a door lock and a key. This wonderful idea also provided Pei Jinya with ideas. After trying the soul removing technique twice, the proficiency value was raised to the limit-breaking level. So the only thing missing is soul grass. Night fell. Zhongzhou, Dapeng City. Lin Shibei personally handed the soul grass to Pei Jinya, and thus obtained the beast meat promised by Pei Jinya. Upon learning that it was the meat of an 8th level beast, Lin Shibei's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. 8th level. He still thought that the boss strength was at the 5th level. Now this 8th level beast. His throat rolled. Lin Shibei asked cautiously, "Boss, this beast could not be you." He wanted to ask, but Pei Jinya didn't say it. "Work hard. Don't let me down. I need you in the future." Lin Shibei was immediately excited when he heard this. Although Pei Jinya didn't say anything, this was equivalent to answering his question. This undoubtedly made him feel excited. He wanted to help Pei Jinya build a Federal First Empire group right now. Not long after leaving Dapeng City, Pei Jinya originally changed his identity and left Zhongzhou. But he didn't expect that the Lotus Treasure Mirror that had been refined would actually make a strange move at this moment. "Did you encounter fragments?" Pei Jinya was surprised at first, but soon realized that he must have encountered fragments. Otherwise the Lotus Treasure Book would not have such an abnormal movement. It a bit sudden. Since he got the Lotus Treasure Book, he remembered that Master Turing once said that the Lotus Treasure Book was actually fragments of some strange thing. At least hundreds of pieces. Because there were too many. Pei Jinya's attitude was very Buddhist. If he could find it, he would find it. If he couldn't find it, forget it. He was just curious, but he didn't think it was necessary. And most of them were used to develop members of Yuhai. However, this was the first time that the Lotus Treasure Mirror had made such a strange move. Pei Jinya looked away. "I can sense the other party." Which means that the other party can sense me. It was just as Pei Jinya guessed. In a moment, a masked mysterious man quietly touched behind him, and his eyes were full of greed. "Boy, blame your bad luck. The world's greatest treasure, the virtuous shall occupy the place, don't blame me. I think what you said makes sense." A voice suddenly sounded from the ear of the masked mysterious man. His greedy eyes suddenly widened, full of horror. "You?" Before he finished speaking, Pei Jinya's palm had already pressed down. Swoosh. A muffled sound came from the masked mysterious man, and the whole person moved sideways against the principal, which resulted in Pei Jinya's claw that should have been used to capture the opponent being broken on the spot. However, Pei Jinya had a habit of blocking the enemy space a second before attacking. This also led to the fact that although the opponent dodged his fatal blow, he was still blown away by the strong wind under the space blockade. Bang! The sound of hitting the wall hard was heard. The masked mysterious man was horrified. "You are a domain master." It was unbelievable that this young boy in front of him was actually a domain-level old monster. He screamed in his heart. The masked middle-aged man didn't even have time to stay. He turned around and ran. However, a bland voice came to his ear. "Since you're here, why are you leaving?" "Senior, spare my life." The black cloth on the middle-aged man's face had been thrown away somewhere long ago, and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of horror, trying to save his life. Unfortunately, Pei Jinya was never a kind person. "Don't worry. It will be soon." "Senior, you are also the holder of the Lotus Treasure Mirror. You will definitely know the wonderful use of this thing. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to offer you my Lotus Treasure Book. And I can tell you some secrets about the Lotus Treasure Book." "I don't want to listen." The middle-aged man had a question mark on his face. "So resolute?" "Senior, I am definitely not lying to you." Heh. The middle-aged man had never been so devastated at this moment. Facing Pei Jinya's grasping hand, he quickly dodged. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. The mysterious power that erupted from the other party gave him a strange feeling. Somewhat familiar. Bang! The sword lotus exploded suddenly. The middle-aged man was blown away by the sword intent that was coming at him, and he spit out blood several times with his mouth open. "Senior." A hand was clasped on his face. "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon." The voice fell. In the middle-aged man's horrified eyes, endless darkness descended instantly, devouring his spiritual world, accompanied by rolling memories. Pei Jinya finally figured out what happened. However, at that moment, after he took the Lotus Treasure Mirror from the middle-aged man's arms, before the local night patrol arrived, he burned the guy's body with fire. Although there are many fragments of the Lotus treasure mirror, there are very few real core hubs. Only 9 in total. It is said that 9 is the maximum number. If the core hubs are collected, no matter how many fragments of the Lotus treasure mirror there are, it will not affect the final fusion state. Each core hub contains characteristics. The characteristic of my core hub is dodge. It can dodge at close range when activated, and even break through the blockade. If it is possible to devour other core hubs, then the characteristics can be evolved. If 9 pieces are combined, then the ability displayed is enough to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Pagenia raised his eyebrows slightly. Does that also mean that the star ring can be destroyed? Good boy, I actually underestimated this thing before. Pagenia fell into deep thought. The Lotus treasure book in his hand is one of the core hubs. The middle-aged man characteristic is dodge, so the characteristic he possesses is dark sea space. That means there are still 7 Lotus treasure books scattered around. No, 5 of them are in the hands of the Federation star ring. Another star ring. Dong Zhou. In an uninhabited deserted house. Pagenia slowly finished his work. The soul art from home had been broken. This meant that he had regained his natural body again. However, what surprised him was the 2 soul art and soul removal art. The use of the soul gave him a lot of ideas. With my extraordinary talent, adding this idea to the great dream of thousands of years, maybe there will be other wonderful uses. He did what he said. At this moment, Pagenia also knew that the main ways of his cultivation were in the 2 directions of chi and blood and physical strength. As for mental strength, the one that had originally increased the most became the last. Pagenia's idea was actually very simple. It didn't matter what level mental strength reached, as long as it kept a similar speed to the increase of chi and blood and physical strength. He wanted to ensure that his attributes increased across the board, rather than becoming stronger in 1 or 2 aspects, which meant that he still had shortcomings. Shortcomings are definitely not a good thing in future battles. When fighting with the old man of the Yu family, Pagenia had already noticed it. If it weren't for the secret method he mastered that could increase combat power, and the fact that the blood of the man from the Yu family had already fallen from the peak, he had no chance of winning the battle yesterday. The 9th level also has strong and weak. The one at his peak was very powerful. According to their blood value, I can now deal with the 9th level with an attribute value of 700,000 or 800,000. It a bit difficult to go up. Still too weak, I want to get stronger. Get stronger. Sitting on the stone pier in the courtyard, Pagenia began to grill the frozen beast meat in the storage ring. Fortunately it can be frozen, otherwise it would have gone bad after being stored for so long. Sprinkled some cumin and chili powder. Pagenia waited for a while, and then smelled the aroma of meat. In his mind, he was still pondering the optimization ideas of the Great Dream of Thousands of Autumns. The Great Dream of Thousands of Autumns is a comprehensive spiritual power technique, can attack and defend. If you want to integrate soul art and soul removal art, you need to build a model for deduction. Fortunately, I have developed my brain area now, and reached the LV7 level of intelligent brain. Otherwise, it would not be easy to carry out such a huge project. While eating meat, Pagenia had already deduced the skills in his mind. Half an hour later, after 7,300 deductions, the skewers in Pagenia's hand suddenly exploded into powder. Success? Use mental power to depict, and make contact when performing soul arts, but I need a reference. Let me be the reference. Pagenia closed his eyes. In his spiritual world, he used mental power to continuously sketch himself in the spiritual world. This process was extremely risky. If there was any mistake, it would cause irreversible damage to the spiritual world. No matter how strong Pagenia was, his rebirth of flesh and blood was only the rebirth of flesh and blood. There is no way to repair the damage to the spiritual world. He doesn't want to live with the shadow of this life. I haven't practiced many spiritual power techniques, but the spiritual power system has reached LV6, which means that my foundation has been laid, but the construction speed is a little slower. Pagenia frowned slightly, and fell into thought, and suddenly his frown loosened. How could I forget the divine intention of the Yu family? According to the memory of everyone in the Yu family, this picture album with bamboo was 50 years ago. The old man of the Yu family gained it from the judgment office. But it was actually given by the star ring. God will, as the name suggests, contains a certain will. Why can the elites of the Yu family grow so fast? It is because 50 years ago, after the old man of the Yu family brought this God will back to the family, he let the internal elites begin to comprehend it. It a pity that the bloodline of the Yu family is not enough to give birth to more powerful people. Only Yu Hongfa father barely climbed to the 8th level. and he was still a waste of the 8th level. But the magical effect of God will is also very obvious. When the meditator stares at God will, he will enter a mysterious state, his cultivation speed will be accelerated, and he will have the opportunity to comprehend something. Stare at God will. A mysterious feeling appears, which is no different from sudden enlightenment. Pei Jinya began to practice the new version of the great dream of thousands of years, and the speed of practice has indeed become much faster. What is even more surprising is that Pei Jinya looked at the bamboo in the portrait, and even felt that these bamboos grew out. Soon, he was in a bamboo forest. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air was extremely pure. It is worth mentioning that this feeling was only felt by the ancestor of the Yu family when he was at his peak, and there was no such opportunity since then. This was a state of enlightenment to the extreme. Pei Jinya guessed that it was related to his innate martial body. This innate martial body is strong. I will continue to invest more energy in the future. If I advance to the peak state, how strong will my qualifications be? Pei Jinya suppressed his excitement and continued to practice. On the attribute panel, the upper limit of his mental power really began to soar. He opened his eyes. Pei Jinya swiped out the attribute panel. His mental power actually soared by 15,000 points. Qi and blood, 391,300. Physical strength, 391,300. Mental power, 371,200. Although mental power is still less than the first two items. But at this speed, it is also very fast, it's only a matter of time to catch up. With this new great dream of thousands of years, my mental weakness is also made up. Next, Pei Jinya's eyes fell on the divine intention in front of him. This portrait can't even survey the route, where the star ring was plundered from, it a bit surprising. Put away the divine intention. There are many people who know that the Yu family has the divine intention, so it's inevitable that someone has seen it. So Pei Jinya still has to be careful, try not to let others know that he has the divine intention, so as not to let people speculate that he has something to do with the extermination of the Yu family. After a round of repairs, Pei Jinya returned to school. Lu Liming was stunned when he saw him appear. Brother Pei, you have lost weight and become darker. Chao Yingjun and Ji Wutian also came over and greeted Pei Jinya. What happened? Why are your expressions so unnatural? Pei Jinya glanced at the students around him. He turned around and looked at Lu Liming and the other two. Just now, the student union came to recruit new students and ended up mocking our classmates. Lu Liming pouted and said, although I am angry, I really can't beat them. The student union also came to ask you. Pei Jinya heard this, with no change on his face. Why are you asking me? Is it enough for them to see that I am so weak? You are still weak? After all, I am in the top 3 in the class. Lu Liming said exaggeratedly. Pei Jinya shook his head and said nothing more. A small organization like the student union had no appeal to him. The strongest Fang Tianping had just opened his domain. Not to mention the others. 1 or 2 little guys, who had not yet been tempered by society. If they really knew that Pei Jinya had joined the notorious Old God Society, they would probably be scared silly. Tomorrow is the monthly exam. Brother Pei. Are you sure? Tomorrow I want to eat meat. Lu Liming didn't react for a while. When Ji Yuyan and Murong Xie saw Pei Jinya appear that day, they called for him to eat together. Su Wanshao, who was standing opposite, was surprised to see Pei Jinya appear and wanted to tell him about his progress in the past few days. However, when she saw Pei Jinya surrounded by Ji Yuyan and the children of the powerful and nobles in Dongho, she could only bite her lip and stop, watching the group leave from afar. However, Pei Jinya suddenly turned around and looked at her, and nodded. Su Wanshao was stunned, and then smiled. He waved his hands vigorously on the spot. Pei Jinya was just thinking. It seems that the Su family in Zhongzhou is indeed useful for his layout. Early in the morning, the monthly exam every 2 months started again. This is the 3rd monthly exam. After this monthly exam, the first-year students of Longcheng Wuda will also begin to appear. What day is it today? August 24th. Then the freshmen should be here too? I reported early. I heard that this batch of freshmen were taken to a military base for training. They should arrive on the 3RD. Are you really looking forward to those junior girls? Shameless. Ji Yuyan complained. Ji Wutian curled his lips, not taking it seriously. Chao Yingjun was thinking whether there were any big dog customers who had placed orders with him among this batch of freshmen. On the high platform, Lin Xiuxian saw Pei Jinya as soon as he appeared, but he just glanced at him and put it away. This kid is a little darker. It seems that he is really training. The assessment begins. Half a day, 2 tests started one after another. The first test was a spiritual power item, which Pei Jinyan needed. So he took first place. Luo Yizhou took second place. And Ji Wutian took third place. The second test was agility test. And the small yuan in reward was useless. Luo Yizhou took first place. Ji Wutian took second place. And Pei Jinyan made sure he showed up. The last test in the afternoon was close combat. And the reward was SOSO. So Pei Jinyan took second place. And gave first place to Ji Wutian. Ji Wutian bowed to everyone. And said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you." The monthly exam that he had been preparing for 2 months ended in a state of panic. In the evening, Luo Yizhou appeared in front of Pei Jinyan. And was extremely respectful. After the assessment in the afternoon, I was notified that the school top management had noticed me. Pei Jinyan was not surprised. This time he was too lazy to use much strength. If it weren't for the reward, it would be acceptable. He even just needed to ensure that he qualified. Of course, considering that he would need Lin Xiuxian to approve his leave in the future, he had to come up with something. As for Luo Yizhou, Pei Jinyan could only help him save some detours. As for how far he could go in the future, it depended on him. Luo Yizhou quickly contacted the school leaders. And soon it was reported that he had worshipped the vice president as his teacher. After the news reached the Luo family in Zhongzhou, everyone in the Luo family was excited. On that day, Zhongzhou counselor Wang Lu personally showed up at the Luo family to congratulate them. For no other reason, if the vice president of Longcheng Wuda University works for the Federation in the future, even Wang Lu would have to bow his head and show respect. This kid from the Luo family is so lucky. Su Wanxiao ranking improved a lot this time, and she ranked 11th. She'd barely passed the last assessment. Now that she has achieved such a good result, she is also sincerely grateful to Pei Jinyan. "I treat you to dinner tonight. Call Sister Xiaoyong to join us." That fine. Li Xiaoyong cultivation progress has also been rapid during this period. Of course, this is entirely due to the spiritual rice. So when he saw Pei Jinyan appear, he looked over with surprise. But in front of Su Wanxiao, he said nothing, as if it was a little secret that only the two of them knew. This meal was weird. At least Su Wanxiao knew so. She raised her head suspiciously, her eyes lingering on the two people's faces. Illusion? Shake off distracting thoughts. Su Wanxiao looked at Pei Jinyan. "When I was taking the test today, I felt that Wanxiong Palace was the most difficult. I was just a little bit away from qualifying. Do you have any good suggestions? Light a calming incense when practicing the mind method in the future, and have fewer distracting thoughts." Pei Jinyan was also straightforward. "I don't like calming incense, but is it so simple? The more distracting thoughts, the bigger the problem. You should pay attention to this problem." This is Pei Jinyan advised to her. Su Wanxiao wanted to ask something, but suddenly there was an explosion in the distance. The huge sound was like a bomb was detonated. The glass shattered on the spot. The whole Longcheng seemed to be awakened at this moment. "Miss!" The bodyguards around her set off one after another. Su Wanxiao saw Pei Jinyan and Li Xiaoyong around her, and felt a little relieved inexplicably, and calmed down. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" 2 kilometers away, an explosion occurred in a research institute, but I saw people fighting in the dark, and the details are not known yet, miss. You and your friends should stay in the room as much as possible. Don't go anywhere. Someone has called the police. Su Wanxiao frowned slightly. "Why is Longcheng so chaotic recently?" Li Xiaoyong suddenly said, "My mobile phone has lost signal. You check yours?" Everyone looked at it. His face suddenly changed. "I don't have a signal either." "Damn it, what's going on?" "Draw the curtains. Don't stand by the window. Wait quietly." At this moment, Pei Jinyan spoke slowly. The bodyguards were stunned. Su Wanxiao said at this time, "Listen to him." "Yes, miss." All the curtains were drawn. While everyone was waiting quietly, explosions continued to be heard in the distance, and kept getting closer. Duh. Bullets were fired. Even Su Wanxiao's house was damaged. Several windows and the entire wall were hit by stray bullets. The bodyguard captain looked at Pei Jinyan, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, everyone had just dispersed, otherwise they would have been hit by stray bullets. "Who is this young man?" Not long after, people from the night patrol arrived. The drone shouted, "Let all the people go inside and don't go out." Soon the suppression began. It lasted less than 10 minutes. All the sounds from the outside world disappeared. It over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The captain of the bodyguards quietly approached the window and looked outside. The thick smoke drifted away with the wind. The walls outside were already riddled with holes. It was frightening. When Pei Jinya and Li Xiaoyong left, Su Wanxiao tried to keep them, worried that something might go wrong outside. But Li Xiaoyong had already signed up for the evening activities on campus, so she had to leave. And Pei Jinya would naturally follow her. Otherwise, he would stay with Su Wanxiao to sleep. It's hard to say what will be said. Sitting in the car arranged by Su Wanxiao, Li Xiaoyong saw the streets that had just experienced a war, and was a little shocked. What happened recently? I ate too much, Pei Jinya said faintly. Li Xiaoyong had a question mark on his face. Not long after, she got off the car. When there was no one around, she looked at Pei Jinya and whispered, I'm at the 4th level. That kind of spiritual rice is really more powerful than any spiritual thing I've eaten. So fast, congratulations, senior sister. Pei Jinya was not surprised. In his field of vision, he could see the attribute values above Li Xiaoyong's head, so he knew that Li Xiaoyong had made a breakthrough. I'm curious, is the Jiang family so powerful now? Pei Jinya whispered. The Jiang family is just a presence that attracts attention on the surface. It's good for senior sister to know. Li Xiaoyong was slightly stunned, and then nodded. I understand what you said. No wonder the Jiang family was able to grow so fast in a short period of time. There must be a giant behind this, but Jinya. We don't know what organization the other party is. What if? Pei Jinya smiled when he heard this. He knew what Li Xiaoyong meant, shaking his head and said, if the other party is an organization as evil as the old gods, they wouldn't let us only know how to eat but not how to complete the mission, and the Jiang family is being watched all the time now. If they really do something bad, Daping City will be the first to not let them go. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyong's doubts finally dissipated a little. Have you been in contact with them? Pei Jinya looked at her and nodded. Li Xiaoyong said cautiously, is it very strong? Very strong. Then what do they believe in? World peace. Is it that simple? Li Xiaoyong was surprised. Pei Jinya smiled, shook his head and said, simple? Sister, do you really think world peace is simple? Li Xiaoyong came back to his senses, thinking of the unexpected disaster he had just experienced. He sighed and said, it's really not simple. I thought it was simple. But he quickly said seriously, as long as what they believe in doesn't change, I will definitely do my best. Pei Jinya smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If the sky falls, let those tall people hold it up. We are safer in the back. Li Xiaoyong said seriously, you can't think like that. The organization uses such good things to train us. We can't just sit back and watch. Pei Jinya opened his mouth. What is this called? I, as a boss, was inexplicably touched. After the monthly exam, the new class members were ready. But what was surprising was that only one student in the ordinary class broke through the upper limit and squeezed into the elite class, while in terms of personnel composition, no one in the elite class fell. This also means that the strength of the elite class and the ordinary class has basically been solidified. This has brought great pressure to many students. But for Pei Jinya, playing a weak person in front of so many 9th level people is quite a test of ability. So he found Lin Xiuxian and offered cigarettes and alcohol. Brother Xian, give me a fake. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The divine intention unfolded. Pei Jinya felt that he was in a bamboo forest again. While the mysterious artistic conception was born, he was multitasking, practicing a variety of mental methods. That is, his mental power was strong enough, so it was enough to support him to do so. Until he felt the satisfaction coming from his body, Pei Jinya slowly stopped the operation of the mental methods, such as 12 lotuses of Hunyuan. As for the great dream of thousands of autumns, Pei Jinya continued to practice. The feeling of fullness in the flesh has nothing to do with mental strength. No need to continue to be distracted. Pei Jinya seized the time and continued to practice mental strength. After the new version of the great dream of thousands of years added soul skills, this ingenious design of the skills also gave Pei Jinya a lot of insights. He suddenly had a feeling that if he continued to practice, he would gain something. But what exactly it was, he kept a normal mind. In a blink of an eye, a week passed. This day, the sky just turned bright. Pei Jinya opened his eyes and saw the attribute light ball in front of him. In the previous week, he had harvested 2 attribute light balls, 1 extraordinary gene fragment, and now he had harvested the attribute light ball for the 4th time. Reach out and touch it. Universal extraordinary gene fragment +1. He understood. Pei Jinya's face showed no fluctuation at all. He sat down cross-legged. As usual, he opened the divine intention and continued to practice. He practiced hard for 7 consecutive days. Now he felt that his foundation had become more and more solid. The most remarkable thing is that the 3 attribute values on the attribute panel have been significantly improved. There is nothing to be thankful for in the improvement of chi and physical strength. After all, Pei Jinya has a lot of gains every day, and he has long been accustomed to it. Instead, the mental power gave him an unexpected surprise. Because he practiced nether soul art and soul removal art to the limit-breaking level at the same time, and integrated the skills, so the practice of the great dream of thousands of years brought him more novel feelings. He had a strange feeling in the past 7 days. His mental power seemed to want to break through the barrier. But the problem was that he didn't know what this barrier was, and he just practiced it. In the end, the improvement of mental power on the attribute panel showed that he was on the right path. Huh? During the practice, Pei Jinya suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He hurriedly held his breath and gathered all his mental power together. After a long struggle, the invisible barrier in front of him suddenly broke open. Instantly, it became clear. This feeling, it like the original intention has evolved. This is, since it is related to mental power, let's call it divine thought. Pei Jinya tried it. The derived divine thought is more useful than the intention. Before, the intention could only control metal objects, but now, after the divine thought is condensed, Pei Jinya has an illusion that, as long as his divine thought is strong enough, he can even move the entire planet away. Even if only a trace of divine consciousness is generated. It can represent my will. This is completely different from the feeling of intention. Pei Jinya closed his eyes, feeling the divine consciousness emanating, wandering around. He felt as if he had a pair of eyes. This feeling is very strange. His mind moved. Pei Jinya controlled his divine consciousness to wander. 1 meter, 2 meters, until it stopped at 5 meters. The range of divine consciousness control is only within 5 meters, and the farther the distance, the fainter the vision. It's unbelievable. This is nearly 400,000 attribute value of spiritual power. But it can only reach 5 meters. The magical use of this divine thought should be more than that. In addition to being able to see the vision, I can also control the sword like the mind. And as for more uses, I need to explore them myself. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. After the training, he took out the Lotus Treasure Mirror. The 2 core hubs had not been integrated yet. At that time, he was going back to school to take the monthly exam. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Lin Xiuxian. Moreover, considering that the fusion of the Lotus Treasure book might bring certain fluctuations, Pei Jinya also wanted to be more careful. He tried to control the core hubs of the 2 Lotus Treasure books with his mind. Unexpectedly, it was successful. The 2 treasures of unknown origin began to merge, and the surrounding space was indeed pulled and began to distort. Pei Jinya immediately raised his head and looked vigilantly. What he didn't want to see the Federation people being led here at this time was a relief. But fortunately, the 1,000 threads didn't move. The seal closed also showed an open state. Out of vigilance, Pei Jinya threw out a few more warning talismans, and threw them in all directions, which would issue a warning if there was any movement. As the 2 treasures were merging, Pei Jinya felt his mental power continue to decline. He also cursed inwardly. Isn't this thing a bit too consuming? Wait. This is it. Notice that a ball of light and shadow gradually rose in the blurred and distorted air in the Lotus Treasure Mirror. As the fusion process continued to advance, the light and shadow gradually began to reveal the truth. It turned out to be a golden lotus bud about to bloom. Another golden lotus. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. Out of some kind of temptation, the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan began to operate, and 5 huge golden lotuses appeared above his head. The golden lotus shadow triggered on the Lotus Treasure Mirror instantly expanded. Pei Jinya heart jumped. There really is a connection. In my memory, this 12 lotuses of the chaos origin has nothing to do with the Lotus Treasure Mirror. How could it be? Is it because they are both golden lotuses? Pei Jinya felt that there must be some details that he overlooked, but he didn't have much time to think about it at the moment. When the 2 merged, the flame god coffin suddenly vibrated, and was actually drawn out. Why are you joining in the fun? Pei Jinya was stunned. But he didn't stop it. So far, the flame god coffin, it won't come out unless it's something serious. It suddenly came out at this moment, there must be some meaning. Pei Jinya heart moved. His divine thoughts popped out. It landed on the flame god coffin. The flame god coffin was not opened, but it emitted some kind of energy, which invisibly enveloped the core of the Lotus treasure mirror. Pei Jinya looked strange. You didn't react at all when I had a piece in my hand before, but now you look like you're interested. What are you planning? After waiting for a while, Pei Jinya had completely controlled the core hub of the fused Lotus treasure mirror. At this moment, the flame god coffin suddenly opened, and a message came: concentrate your divine thoughts. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. He said nothing. He did as he was told. He concentrated his divine thoughts. At this moment, the flame god coffin burst into a brilliant light. Pei Jinya only felt that the divine thoughts he was attached to were instantly engulfed by a force and taken away. A feeling of dizziness emerged. Pei Jinya suppressed this discomfort and tried to look as far as possible. He felt like an arrow shot out at this moment, breaking through the chaotic space like layers of thick fog. The blurred vision gradually became clear, but at the moment when he was about to see clearly, a huge impact like being hit suddenly came. Pei Jinya felt like vomiting blood. But when he thought that he was just a divine thought at this moment, the discomfort was much less. He was like a wandering soul. He kept regaining consciousness. When he saw clearly where he was, he couldn't help but exclaimed, I'm actually in a Lotus treasure mirror. Wait, where is this? Pei Jinya looked through the Lotus treasure mirror to the outside world. Huge trees. When he was having some doubts, suddenly the huge tree in front of him was broken in half. A ferocious beast that he had never seen before stumbled and rolled down, and a huge sickle beast that looked a bit like a centipede behind it ruthlessly wiped it out. He started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Pei Jinya was surprised. Oh my god, I have traveled through time again. Wait, does that mean I am now at the core of a new Lotus treasure book? What is going on? Pei Jinya was a little confused. He tried to continue to communicate with the Lotus treasure book with his divine mind, and found that he could move freely in it or use it, but he could not drive it back to his hands. Thinking that he had already refined 2 of the Lotus treasure books, so this should be the reason why the divine consciousness is placed on this new Lotus treasure book fragment. Interesting. Yin Zi should know something. However, it is unknown whether Yan Xingguan is pretending to be dead or unable to contact it. Pei Jinya cannot contact it. He is not obsessed with figuring out these things right now. The new Lotus treasure book fragment unexpectedly has such a function. It is really amazing. After feeling it carefully, he can control everything in this space at will. The characteristic of the core hub of this new Lotus treasure mirror is called Soul Hall. It can store souls. Pei Jinya, as the owner of the Lotus treasure mirror, naturally controls the power of killing here. The third one recognized its master quickly. But it a pity that you can't bring it back to reality. Pei Jinya was also helpless. But this world doesn't seem to have a direct relationship with the flame god coffin. Otherwise it would be impossible to contact it. So this world is related to the Lotus treasure mirror. Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. If my divine thoughts were the anchor before, the Lotus treasure book placed it here. If the fusion can sense other Lotus treasure books, then the star ring. Pei Jinya suddenly realized. No, the reason I can come here is because of the flame god coffin. If the flame god coffin had not released energy at the end, he would not have been able to anchor here. The upper limit of the power of this world is definitely not as simple as what the star ring announced. In fact, that's true. Pei Jinya collected his thoughts. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a black shadow emerge. Until the other party came closer, he could see clearly that the black shadow was a person. Sure enough, everyone looks the same, obviously oriental faces. The moment Pei Jinya saw the other party, he subconsciously prepared to devour the other party, but found that he was just a wandering soul living on this Lotus treasure mirror, and he couldn't do anything, and he was stunned. Good guy, I must have been bewitched by the Lotus treasure mirror, it must be. See. When the other party approached, it was a boy who looked about 18 years old, with a snakeskin bag on his body, holding a bow and arrow in both hands, always alert. It seemed that he had found something. He bent down and dug it out. A piece of beast bone was dug out by him, muttering something that Pei Jinya could not understand. Then, he suddenly exclaimed. He finally found the Lotus treasure mirror. Pei Jinya smiled. Come here, you weird boy. I will teach you my magic. I was just thinking about how to trick this boy. As a result, the boy looked at the Lotus treasure mirror and threw it into the lake next to him. The Lotus treasure mirror rolled several times in the air and immediately rolled into the water. After a while of dizziness, Pei Jinya cursed inwardly. Damn. You deserve to die. You even dared to throw away such a treasure. He resisted the urge to vomit. Pei Jinya waited for a while. The boy left. Pegenia silently looked at. The water surface was more than 2 meters high. It was like being imprisoned in the water forever. The loneliness was extremely strong. The plan to pretend to be the old man with golden fingers was put on hold before it was implemented. The smile was somewhat helpless. But based on the other party clothes, it can be basically determined that this is an ancient background. As for the combat effectiveness, it is uncertain. Pegenia waited like this, not feeling tired at all. Night fell, and soon the sky brightened. If there was no one to wait, Pegenia simply exited this world. After returning to reality, Pegenia immediately went to sense it. Sure enough, it was still there. Pegenia felt a little relieved. It was also at this time that he noticed that the time in reality was also passing. He raised his eyebrows. While I am in the other world, the time in reality is also passing? After confirming the speed of time in the two worlds, Pegenia got a surprising answer. Both sides agreed. This means that when I stay in the other world for 1 second, just when reality disappeared for a second. This is even more insane than the worlds I've experienced before. Pegenia muttered to himself. He was just thankful that he had practiced the heaven and earth longevity art. Otherwise, with this frequency of descending to other worlds, he wouldn't be able to survive. Wait. Pegenia suddenly thought of something, and his eyes were serious. Perhaps, can this world produce attribute light balls? If it can, it means that I don't have to worry about descending to another world and causing my interests to be reduced. Thinking, Pegenia continued to calm down. He descended into the other world again in the form of divine consciousness. After waiting for 2 days, a green light ball appeared in the Soul Palace. It really works. Pegenia controlled his divine consciousness to fly over and touch it. Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1, he was delighted. This also gave Pegenia some more ideas. Until the evening, Pegenia saw in the state of divine soul that the water surface suddenly rippled, and doubts arose in his heart. Soon, a group of beautiful girls jumped into the lake, playing and fighting with each other. Soon, the mud under the water rose up, blocking Pegenia vision. After a full hour, the rippling water finally ended. Soon, the palm-sized lotus treasure mirror was picked up. What is this? While the visitor was looking at the lotus treasure mirror, Pegenia was also looking at her. She was a young girl who looked very young and graceful. Not long after, Pegenia was embraced on the chest. Stumbling along the way, Pegenia looked outward. This was the first time he left the mountain forest and lake. Although the divine sense could only look at a range of 5 meters, it was enough for Pegenia. He had experienced 3 different worlds in succession, and now the 4th different world was coming. He was not in a hurry at all. He kept recording the scenery of this new world along the way. About half an hour later, the girls returned to the camp with the fruits they had picked. The people in this world spoke a language he could not understand. Pegenia saw a lot of animal skins in his perception. Soon the girl led him past the tower, and Pegenia saw the archers standing on the tower. The girl followed the team and handed the fruits she had picked to a hunched silver-haired old woman. Then the group dispersed. The girl had a brother at home. He is young, with dark skin, and looks very strong. Pegenia recognized him as soon as he saw him. Isn't this the fool who threw him away? Good man, is this the power of destiny? After many twists and turns, I came to his house again. Brother, I'm back. There is water there. You go and rest for a while. I go out for a while. Brother, where are you going? Oldie next door said that I have a great physique, and I'm a martial arts genius that is rare in a century. Do you believe it? The girl was helpless. I believe it. The boy ran out. The girl looked helpless. After resting for a while, she seemed to think of something and took out the bronze mirror. Is this a mirror? Looked at it again and again. It didn't seem to be. It looks a bit like a lotus. The lotus treasure mirror was named lotus because it was a lotus flower, but now it is just a core hub, so it looks more like a lotus petal. It's not an exaggeration to call it an iron mirror. Buzz. Suddenly, the iron mirror in his hand shone with light, scared the girl to scream, and threw it away. Pegenia waited for a while. The girl picked up the iron mirror again. It didn't break. What the hell are you? Can you eat people? A running route of the technique slowly appeared on the iron mirror. The girl widened her eyes. Pegenia held his forehead, feeling a little helpless. The skills he showed, the girl couldn't understand. In the final analysis, the language was not understood. Pei Jinya simply gave up this quick method and learned the language of this world first. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Pei Jinya only went to the other world occasionally, and his main purpose was to collect the other side text. The language of this world needs to be analyzed. But the analysis also takes time. But Pei Jinya is not in a hurry anyway. The cultivation in this world is still the top priority. Once the other world is useless to him, he will immediately abandon the exploration of this world, and just need to concentrate on bringing back the piece of Lotus Treasure Mirror. Moreover, he also found that he could not maintain this world for a long time with his current mental strength. Early morning. Just after receiving the attribute value light ball worth 900 points, before Pei Jinya could even laugh, Lin Xiaoxian called. I said, "You little brat, are you not going back to school? I feel like I'm almost at the 4th level." Pei Jinya's tone was low, and suddenly changed with some regret, but there's still a little chance. Lin Xiaoxian raised his eyebrows slightly. He had met all kinds of students. Based on previous experience, the other party must be lying. But Pei Jinya asked for leave 3 times, and he saw the growth of his strength, so he couldn't doubt it. He pondered, "How long will it take you? 1 month?" Lin Xiaoxian's face darkened. 3 days. Then half a month. Pei Jinya said earnestly, "Longcheng is a little dangerous now. I'd better not go back and practice honestly." "Stinky boy, Longcheng has so many 9th level masters. What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of death." Lin Xiaoxian really couldn't do anything with him. The two of them argued for a while. Finally, Lin Xiaoxian agreed to Pei Jinya and approved another week of leave. During the phone call, Lin Xiaoxian revealed that the external environment is a bit bad now. In case Pei Jinya encounters something outside next time, he will not be able to rescue him in time. Old Lin is pretty good. 5 days passed quickly. The 3 generations of spiritual objects in his hand have been consumed. The attribute value has also skyrocketed now. Swipe out the attribute panel. After several days of hard training, the mental power has finally caught up with the first 2 items. As for the awakening threshold of the 9th level, it has been revealed to be 600,000 attributes. Only 600,000. It's just like what I guessed. Entering the 9th level is basically a done deal. As my cultivation level improves, my combat power must also keep up, otherwise. What the difference between me and those weak 9th level ones? The attribute values can be completely improved by these spiritual objects. As for combat power, on the one hand, it the advancement of extraordinary genes on the other hand, it the cultivation methods. All the cultivation methods have been improved to the limit-breaking level. For me, it not that the more cultivation methods, the better instead. I should be targeted at my own strengths. Physical defense, chi and blood stamina, and agility. And the most important thing is the heaven and earth longevity art. Pei Jinya fell into thought. As he practiced the heaven and earth longevity art to the highest level, he found that when he activated the wood element, he felt a sense of pleasure that everything was reviving. Wood represents rebirth, and the longevity art itself has the effect of increasing lifespan. So, Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. When the elemental power is further improved, there will be a qualitative change. Perhaps this 4th alien world can bring me unexpected surprises. After several days of analysis, he has roughly learned the language of this world, and he often heard the little girl mumbling to the fragments of the Lotus Treasure Mirror, so he knew some information. First, this little girl lives in a place called Mauer Mountain, far away from the town. Second, this world cultivates a kind of power called star power, using the stars in the sky as the origin, drawing and absorbing. That's probably it. The little girl is not old enough to practice yet, and she only heard about it when she was chatting with her brother. If it is true that I can draw the power of the stars as I guessed, this may be another way to make me stronger. Pei Jinya gathered his mind, descended into the fragmented world again. Just after appearing in this world, I saw a group of big men dressed as bandits rushing around. The little girl has disappeared. Tai Jing was thrown to an unknown place at this moment. Pei Jinya could just use his divine sense to see the scene of the young men in the village being ruthlessly killed. He just watched quietly. He was powerless. But he didn't think of taking action. There was no way. The world was like this. "I will kill you." The voice of the young man came out. Pei Jinya saw him rushing out covered in blood. Puff. The middle-aged bandit opposite slapped his waist. Suddenly, a black star pattern appeared in front of him, and the faint light that burst out swept past, easily killing the boy. This method. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. Somewhat moved. It seems very powerful. What is this? The middle-aged bandit picked up the iron mirror and looked at it repeatedly. Pei Jinye cooperated and emitted light. The middle-aged bandit's eyes suddenly lit up. There is actually such a treasure. He put the iron mirror in his arms. After ordering a search of the village, the gang of bandits rode on a 2-meter-tall wolf leopard and quickly evacuated. In the room, the middle-aged man looked at the lotus fragment. He tried many times, but he couldn't refine it. He frowned. At this moment, a line of words appeared on the lotus fragment. Sacrifice the technique, you can improve it. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, somewhat unsure. Thinking for a moment, he took out the first part of the technique. This lotus treasure mirror could not be damaged by him, no matter what means he tried. I don't know what material it is made of. In addition, it revealed some wonders. So he decided to give it a try. He waited for a moment. New content slowly emerged on the mirror. Transform the strength of the bones and muscles. Condense the strength of the blood and chi. And transform the innate power. The innate blood-stealing power accelerates the practice. If you practice it to the peak, you can be comparable to a god. Is it really possible? The middle-aged man stared, and his breathing became a little rapid. But soon his expression froze. The magic mirror showed that the skills he handed in were incomplete. It was only enough to exchange for the first level of Xiantian blood-stealing skill. No. I need to become stronger. However, out of caution, the middle-aged man still tried to operate it first. It was different from the star power he practiced, so when practicing Xiantian blood-stealing skill, he didn't worry about the conflict of skills. As soon as Xiantian blood-stealing skill started to operate, he immediately felt that the blood in his body was surging continuously. The middle-aged man's breathing became more rapid. It really works. I just encountered this treasure. If it were 10 years earlier, I would have had the opportunity to break through to the planetary level. What would the star ancestor have to fear at that time? He secretly hated. The middle-aged man took out all the subsequent skills, wanting more of the sequel of innate blood-stealing skill. However, the Lotus God mirror remained silent, without any response. What going on? The middle-aged man's face suddenly became more anxious. Speak. Where are the subsequent skills? No matter how he yelled, the magic mirror didn't react at all. What going on? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. Is it because the skills I gave you are not good enough? He stared at the magic mirror with an ugly face. If I give you a more advanced skill, will you teach me the subsequent skills? The magic mirror didn't say anything, but it flashed a light. Pei Jinye regained consciousness and didn't care about the other party anymore. The skills were obtained. He began to study it carefully. The name of the skill is Star Attraction Technique. Considering the identity of the other party, he is just a bandit leader in the border area, so Pei Jinye did not have great expectations for this skill. However, this star attraction technique is also the first seesaw for him to attract the power of the stars to temper his body. The method of tempering the body in this world is indeed exquisite. I just simply practiced it, and I benefited a lot. However, the skills of this world in terms of chi and blood seem very rough. It is not even as good as the tempering technique of the Tianshu sect. So he took out the blood-drawing art and slightly modified it. Theoretically, if it is practiced to the extreme, it can indeed make one blood and chi into an inhuman existence. But it is unknown whether the other party can practice to that level. Fragmented world. That the feeling. The middle-aged man was excited. After practicing the first level of innate blood-stealing skill, the surging blood and chi in his body made him feel stronger than ever before. Is this the feeling of power? At this speed, within half a month, I can break through to the late stage of the planet. If I can obtain the content of the later skills, I can break through to the star this year. Star. When the middle-aged man said these two words, he trembled a little. Once he can enter the star level, it means that he is comparable to some sect masters. When he reaches this level, even if he has done all kinds of evil before, the court will not hold grudges. Kung Fu. As long as I sacrifice a higher level martial arts, I can get the subsequent chapters. The middle-aged man was eager to move. Staring at the animal skin map not far away, he fell into thought. These villages are not worth mentioning now. If you want to grab a higher level martial arts, you can only go to these escort teams passing by. After a flickering look, the middle-aged man made up his mind. Come on, gather the team. Pei Jinye glanced at the fragmented world. Ignore the middle-aged man. Wait until the sky gets dark. He looked up at the sky. Wait. Where are the stars? Pei Jinye pulled the corner of his mouth. Sit down cross-legged. Try to practice star attraction technique. An invisible force was drawn out, passing through the dark clouds, vaguely connected with the stars in the sky. When the introduced star power was poured into his body, Pei Jinya instantly felt like a mountain was covering him directly. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to bear it. But Pei Jinya's main point is toughness. The strong physique far surpassed that of the middle-aged man in the fragmented world. Starlight fell. Pei Jinya felt the blood and chi begin to resonate. From the skin to the flesh, there was a force in every limb. What he got from the middle-aged man was a complete star attraction art. Pei Jinya only read it twice before practicing, and the proficiency on the attribute panel had already been raised to the Great Accomplishment realm. Now he only practiced once. The proficiency of the Great Accomplishment realm was raised to the breaking limit level on the spot. I have realized something. Pei Jinya practiced for a whole night. When he opened his eyes, countless dewdrops were floating in front of him. The crystal light instantly pierced these dewdrops. Comfortable. Pei Jinya let out a long breath. He felt that the power in his body had undergone a different change. The power of the stars is full of sharpness, which makes my current attack power effectively enhanced. He swiped out the attribute panel. Practicing the power of the stars, even the attribute values have been enhanced. Pei Jinya couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is not an advanced technique, but it is so useful now. If I can get a more advanced technique from the fragment world in the future, wouldn't it mean I can completely break through the limit of the Federation world? Because of the effective help brought by star attraction technique, Pei Jinya yearned for the fragment world. Yinzi, I want to ask you something. Pei Jinya summoned the flame god coffin. I hadn't noticed it before, until someone showed up with a fragment of the Lotus treasure mirror. The resonance was triggered, and Pei Jinya realized that everyone could sense each other. Then he returned to Longcheng. I haven't sensed it for such a long time. Which means that the carrier is not in Longcheng. This thing is useless to the star ring. And without the help of the flame god coffin, it can't be put into the other world. But I still want to get the other 6 fragments of the Lotus treasure book as soon as possible. Brother Pei, I miss you so much. Lu Limin saw Pei Jinya appear in the dormitory. He immediately gave her a bear hug. Uncle Zhong was watching this scene from a distance with a smile, but suddenly he found that under Lu Limin impact bear hug, Pei Jinya actually had no intention of retreating at all. Such a stable lower body strength. Pei Jinya patted Lu Limin. Look at your physique, you have improved a lot. Hee, you just broke into the 3rd level of martial arts the day before yesterday. I feel that you can reach the 4th level by the end of the year. Lu Limin did not mean to hide it. The future domain level boss. No. 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 Keep a low profile. Lu Limin looked embarrassed, but also very pleased. Chao Yingjun also came over to greet Pei Jinya. He didn't know what happy event had happened recently, but he looked very happy. Pei Jinya approached and found that Chao Yingjun's clothes still had traces of refining. Old Chao is now a celebrity in our training institute. Lu Limin laughed and joked beside him. Because of refining? Pei Jinya looked over. Chao Yingjun was a little shy. It's not what Lu Limin said. It just means more customers. Bullshit. That more? The billion and billionaire. Right? Lu Limin joked. Old Chao has a nickname now. Called Master Chao. But to be honest, the tools made by Old Chao are indeed worth mentioning. In time. Come on. If you keep talking, I will soon become a tool refining giant. I just want to make some money from this, and then go home to marry a wife. Chao Yingjun spoke of his plain and simple dream. You can do it, Lu Limin said. Chao Yingjun rolled his eyes and said, do you believe that you are the reincarnation of the god of war, or do you believe that I can become a giant in refining equipment? Go to bed. Then believe that I am the reincarnation of the god of war, Lu Limin said with a smirk. TSK. Uncle Zhong finally whispered, Pei Jinya, can we practice tomorrow? Pei Jinya looked over, shook his head and said, forget it, I can't beat you. Uncle Zhong didn't believe it at all. The impact of Lu Limin's bear hug just now was not something that ordinary people could withstand. At least he felt that he could. But Pei Jinya was not a physical technique type at all. He could withstand it. This showed that his cultivation had indeed improved during this period. It was not that he was interested in Pei Jinya cultivation, but he was excited to see the prey, and felt that he had finally met someone he could fight with. He had also fought with Lu Limin. But this kid now had too many despicable means. He was a bit overwhelmed. After returning to Longcheng Wuda, Pei Jinya went to find Lin Xiuxian to cancel his leave. Lin Xiuxian was also curious whether Pei Jinya had broken through to the 4th level. Pei Jinya shook his head. If you give me more time, I can break through What a pity. Lin Xiaoxian was speechless. But after enduring for a while, he suddenly asked, "Is what you said true?" Pei Jinya shook his head again. For cultivation, sometimes it depends on chance. Lin Xiaoxian eyelids twitched. Is this kid trying to blackmail me? He waved his hand and told Pei Jinya to leave quickly. Save the trouble later. The following school life also became ordinary and mundane. The Dragon City Special Office has been in a state of panic recently. Haven't you found anything yet? No, all the clues seem to have disappeared, and we can't find the other party at all. What a joke. Did the other party disappear out of thin air? Everyone is watching. We must find him. But someone suddenly muttered to himself. It seems that the public security has improved recently. It really weird. It was night. Pei Jinya practiced his skills. Power of the stars. Condense for me. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Pei Jinya officially moved out of the dormitory. He did not live in front of the school gate, but a little away. He chose this place after careful selection. It is suitable for cultivation, and also suitable for running away. In the past half-month, Pei Jinya has basically been immersed in cultivation. The star attraction art has entered the limit-breaking level, and the enhancement it brings is extremely obvious. He clenched his right hand. A touch of red star power has already appeared on his fist. Is this my star power? Recalling the time when the middle-aged man made his move, the black starlight floating in front of him, Pei Jinya guessed that the star power attracted by each person cultivation was different. The fragmented world is mainly based on star power, which is materialized in the body. When the whole body is filled with star power, the first stage of cultivation is completed. This stage is called the meteorite level. The second stage is to condense the star power in the dantian. When the upper, middle and lower dantians are condensed, it is the satellite level. The third stage is to condense the star power of the whole body. It materialized into a self-rotating planet. This is the planetary level. Above the planet is the star level. Above the star is the saint. From what that guy said, the saint seems to be very strong. Each stage of cultivation is divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the great perfection. Pei Jinya thought for a while. During this period, he occasionally appeared in the fragment world to inquire about the news. It has been roughly judged that the combat power of this world is extremely strong. The combat power of the early stage of the meteorite level alone is comparable to the 5th level of their world. So with my current strength, I'm probably only at the meteorite level. What a waste. Pei Jinya was also somewhat helpless. He was a grandpa with a golden finger, but he was just a lowly rookie in that world. If the chi and blood skills practiced in that world weren't rubbish, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to pretend. He was lucky. Taking advantage of the night, Pei Jinya began to practice. After activating the star attraction technique, a force from heaven and earth poured directly into his body. After half a month of practice, now 4/5 of his body has been washed by the power of stars, like a marrow cleansing. Within 3 days, I will definitely reach the satellite level. That guy should also offer a new technique. Recently, the gang of bandits has been robbing caravans, trying to find advanced techniques. After the middle-aged man practiced the blood-drawing technique, his cultivation level improved a lot, and now he is only one step away from the star level. Is it still not enough? He stared at the magic mirror. He placed the looted skills in front of the magic mirror. However, the magic mirror remained indifferent. Just when the middle-aged man was a little angry, a line of words slowly appeared on the mirror. Low quality, lacking 2 skills, can be exchanged for the 2nd level of innate blood-stealing skill. The middle-aged man finally got the news. He was more excited than he thought. 2 skills are missing? He didn't think there was anything wrong. He thought for a while. Okay, 2 skills. He stuffed the lotus magic mirror into his arms. Grab the big knife next to you. You want it? I get it back for you right now. Pei Jinya heard the middle-aged man muttering, his eyes dim. I won't tell you who is the bootlicker. That evening, Pei Jinya had just finished class, rejected Ji Yuyen's invitation, and returned to his residence alone. Closed the door. Thousands of threads were laid down. Calming down his mind, he immediately went to the fragment world again. The middle-aged man's face was a little pale. It seemed that he was injured, however. He looked at the magic mirror with expectation, and pushed the 2 volumes of skills in front of the magic mirror. Is it okay? And this time I looted the 10 stars skills, which is higher than the star attraction skills I practiced. Can the 3rd level of skills be summoned? The middle-aged man was nervous. Pei Jinya ignored his prayers, but released his divine thoughts to scan the 2 skills. In this world, all the stars and planets that practice the power of the stars, pulling stars. The higher the level of the pulled stars, the stronger the star power will be. Each star has its own level. And in a sense, if it is strong enough, the more stars are pulled out, the stronger the star power will be. The art of pulling stars is just a basic practice. According to the middle-aged man's own explanation, this is a practice he got from a sect disciple in the past, and he succeeded in practicing it by luck. This time he sacrificed 2 practices. One is the 10 stars formula, which can communicate and pull 10 stars in the sky at once. The other is about the condensation of star power, which can prevent the leakage of star power during practice. Both methods are good. Pagenia provided the second-level practice formula. The middle-aged man was happy, but also a little regretful. Can't I get the third-level formula like this? You cunning guy! Bastard! He yelled in exasperation. He picked up the magic mirror and wanted to throw it down. But he thought of something. He couldn't do it after all. How can you give me the follow-up skills? Am I not loyal enough to you? The magic mirror was calm. The middle-aged man finally sat down on the chair decadently. A dog licker must have the consciousness of a dog licker. Pagenia ignored the other party incompetent barking. Properly increasing the difficulty can also make the skills in his hand more valuable. The rest of the skills are useless to me. Only the 10 stars formula that can communicate more star power can help me. Pagenia decided on the idea. He immediately began to practice. Nearly 500,000 attribute values surged out. With the previous experience of star attraction technique, the practice of 10-star technique did not seem that difficult. However, what surprised Pagenia was that it was so difficult to communicate with 10 stars with nearly 500,000 attribute values of mental power. After hesitating for a while, Pagenia still crushed a talisman bead. There were only 3 talisman beads left, and now 1 less is needed. I have to continue refining. Magical tools, like the talisman bead, are of great benefit to me. After crushing the talisman bead, the terrifying mental power instantly enveloped him. At this moment, Pagenia felt a sense of superphysical evolution. Within a few meters of him, it was like a god. The feeling of being able to clearly perceive every bit of the air was extremely wonderful. Pagenia even felt that when he breathed, what he exhaled was the purest air of heaven and earth. At this moment, the mental power attribute value of millions built the most powerful control for him. Almost at the same time, Pagenia's powerful perception had already made contact with the 10 stars in the sky. With such a powerful force as support, it was hard not to yearn for it. Pagenia did not waste time. The power of the talisman could only last for half an hour at most. He had no extra time to waste. He calmed down. According to the running route of the 10 stars formula, and the violent blessing of 10,000 times the martial arts talent, his understanding of the 10 stars formula broke through the great success realm. 10 minutes later, his proficiency in the 10 stars art reached the breaking limit level. The star power from the 10 stars in the sky poured into Pagenia's body continuously, tempering him violently at a ferocious speed. If it were an ordinary person, under the infusion of such power, he would only explode and die. What Pagenia didn't know was that even the middle-aged people in the fragmented world would take pills in advance and prepare magic tools when practicing the star attraction art to prevent being maimed and killed when the star power was introduced into their bodies. Beings who can resist the power of stars with their flesh alone are rare in the other world. They are either stupid or evil. Otherwise, who can resist the power of heaven and earth with their thin flesh? But Pagenia did it. Not only did he do it, he also communicated with 10 stars in one breath. The moment the terrifying power was poured into him, he could hear the sound of a bowstring being tightened. At the same time, large areas of his skin seemed to be overwhelmed. There were signs of cracking. Blood stains appeared. But in a blink of an eye, the talent of rebirth of flesh and blood was activated, and it was constantly repaired. In a blink of an eye, the effect of the talisman beads disappeared. Pagenia was still practicing, and his practice speed plummeted. Fortunately, he had established a connection with the 10 stars with the talisman beads at the beginning. So even if his mental power was restored to its original state, as long as the connection was there, the infusion of star power would continue. But the amount of infusion had obviously changed from a flood to a stream. Pagenia was somewhat dissatisfied, but he could do nothing about it. One night passed in a flash. When Pagenia opened his eyes, he shook off the dew on his body, and his eyes were filled with regret. The effect of the 10-star art is indeed much stronger than the attracting star art. Now that the attracting star art has been cultivated to the breaking limit level, the attribute value bonus it brings is getting smaller and smaller. Now, it can only bring more than 1,000 points after one cultivation. I am afraid that it will only bring dozens of points in the future. No wonder that guy has been cultivating for so many years. None of them have been able to break through the star level. Now the 10 stars formula has given me a big surprise. According to the current level, there is no need to worry for at least half a year. The joy on Pei Jinya face was hard to conceal. This practice has yielded a lot of gains. Although the spiritual objects in his hands have been exhausted, but the fragment world has obviously succeeded in arousing Pei Jinya interest. The combat power of the fragment world is very strong. Now pretending to be the old man with the golden finger, I can get some benefits. But unfortunately, the guy is not in a high position and can't get access to high-end stuff. We can only wait. 3 days later, Pei Jinya was collecting supplies from the elite class at Longchengwuda. Is this the Great Yuan pill? Lu Limin looked at the brown pill in his hand. Why does it feel a bit like poison? If you don't want it, give it to me, Chao Ingjun said beside him. Bullshit. I'm just talking. I don't really dislike it. Lu Limin stuffed the Great Yuan pill in his hand into his arms. Pei Jinya looked at the Great Yuan pill from the side. Previously, the school had been distributing the small Yuan pill. At the beginning, taking a small Yuan pill could increase the attribute value by hundreds of points. However, as Pei Jinya cultivation level improved, the attribute value increase brought by the small Yuan pill was only about 20 points, so he lost interest. But this time the school suddenly took out the Great Yuan pill. It not sudden. I asked the seniors of the previous training academy. Basically, they start distributing it after 3 or 4 monthly exams. Uncle Zhong whispered at the side. Lu Limin and his group looked over. Pei Jinya also looked over. Uncle Zhong scratched his head. He was a little uncomfortable being stared at like that. But he still whispered, everyone is capable. And after practicing for a while, they have basically reached the breakthrough level. So the school will provide the Great Yuan pill. But only for the elite class. Those students in the ordinary class may have to wait until the end of the year to get the Great Yuan pill. Or next year. Have you all reached that point? I hate it so much, I haven't even felt the breakthrough yet. Ji Wutian's voice suddenly came from the side. However, his words did not attract sympathy from everyone instead. Lu Limin was the first to despise him and said, what the use of you being a level 5? We are only level 3, if we don't break through. We will really be ruined. GZ has been pretending to be more down-to-earth recently. Pei Jinya also said faintly. Damn, no way. Yeah. Damn. After swallowing the Great Yuan pill, Pei Jinya crossed his legs and began to practice. In front of him was the divine intention of the Yu family. The 3 attribute values on the attribute panel suddenly soared. But it only lasted for 10 minutes. The soaring attribute values came to an abrupt end. Pei Jinya couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This pill is good, it is indeed much stronger than the small Yuan pill. He looked at the attribute panel. In just 10 minutes, the 3 attribute values have increased by 2,000 points, all in all. I have earned 6,000 points, to Yuan Dan. Good guy. The effect of this attribute value is comparable to that of the B source Dan. At this rate, the 9th level will be a piece of cake. Pei Jinya smiled a little more. Breaking through to the 9th level is a sure thing. This time, when he returns to Tamu country, whatever Wolf King, whatever first level strongman, all those who are not convinced will be beaten to death with one punch. As for the fragment world, the combat power level is too strong, you have to hide when you need to. Pei Jinya has a very clear understanding of this. Buzz. The phone vibrates. It's an unfamiliar number. After Pei Jinya answered the call, a timid voice came from the other end. Excuse me. Is this Pei Jinya? I am, you are? Hello. Cousin, my name is Li Meijia. Did my uncle tell you? I am also studying at Longchengwuda. I am a freshman this year. Please give me more advice. Pei Jinya remembered who this person was. My family mentioned it on the phone before. You've already started school? Pei Jinya responded. Cousin, I've already started school for a week. Li Meijia said weakly. I've been busy practicing recently. I didn't pay attention to the new students starting school. What happened? Pei Jinya said politely for the sake of his family. Cousin, I heard you're in the training institute. Can I go visit you? I've always admired you masters. Hearing this, Pei Jinya declined on the spot. I've been busy with cultivation. I don't really know much about the training academy. you can go around first, and take me to get familiar with it someday. Li Meijia pulled the corner of her mouth. Cousin, you don't find me annoying. Do you? Is it the third level? Pei Jinya suddenly interrupted. Not yet. Hurry up and get to the third level. You're not even at the third level. How can you relax? Lancheng Wuda doesn't keep useless people. Don't think you can relax after you pass the exam. This is just the first step. That enough? I still need to practice. The phone was hung up. Li Meijia looked at the hung-up phone, and couldn't help but pull the corner of her mouth. No, is he sick? Isn't it just the third level? What's so great about it? Pei Jinya continued to practice. Not long after, he opened his eyes. Without the assistance of the elixir, the speed of practice slowed down all of a sudden. Now the only skills left are 12 lotuses of Hunyuan. Heaven and Earth Longevity Secret. Heavenly Sword Technique. Wan Shi Wuxing has not reached the limit level. As for the two mental methods Guan Ri and Fanin, they have reached the limit some time ago. This has effectively increased the lethality of Jian Lian. The improvement of the skills has become slow. Star power is one of the effective channels for attribute values, and it occupies a large share. The second is the elixir. Now my ability to refine elixirs is comparable to that of a LV5 alchemist. As long as it is not a high-level elixir, I can basically refine them now. So, Pei Jinya tilted his head. Is the Great Yuan pill a high-level pill? Obviously not. But it really troublesome that I don't know the pill formula. Pei Jinya fell into thought. The Great Yuan pill is a pill developed by the school itself, and it is not open to the public. So it is basically impossible to buy its pill formula from outside. Swallowing memory? Not that, it's just a pill formula. There is no need to kill people just for the recipe. Then there is only one way left. Damn! There is a sealed object. The alarm on campus suddenly sounded. All the 9th level giants were alarmed. What happened? Someone wanted to invade the library, but was blocked. The other party should not have escaped far. No one has dared to provoke my Lancheng Wuda for many years. Let me see who is so brave. Chase. Someone walked out of the bathroom, as if nothing had happened. A moment. Lin Xiuxian sat in the office, scratched his hair in annoyance. Then he looked up at Pei Jinya. Are you kidding me? Are you going to take another leave? I need points, so I want to go out for 2 days. Pei Jinya had no choice. I wanted to borrow 1 or 2, but who knew that the school defense against Dan Fong was simply inhuman, unless he crushed a talisman bead. He might not be able to break the opponent defense. However, crushing the few talisman beads for the recipe is a bit exaggerated. So Pei Jinya can only settle for the next best thing. Of course, exchanging with points is secondary. The key is to ask for leave. How many points do you want? Thousands of points. Oh! Wrong. At least tens of thousands. Pei Jinya lowered his head, and kicked the stone on the roadside as if nothing had happened. Lin Xiuxian held back the feeling of a heart attack. What do you want to exchange? To Yuan Dan, it feels quite useful. Let exchange 1,000 pills first. Pei Jinya smacked his lips, and said slowly. The paper cup in Lin Xiuxian's hand made a crunch. Crunch sound. Pei Jinya looked over. Lin Xiuxian looked over dimly. 1,000 pills, you kid really don't take the Great Yuan pill seriously. Do you know how valuable it is? I don't know. Lin Xiuxian was choked, and wanted to punch him. But he took out a medicine jar from the drawer, and handed it over. There are 10 pills in it, you can use it. How can I be so embarrassed? Pei Jinya reached out to take it. It was really 10 Dayuan pills. The dean is generous, the dean is mighty, I will carry the flag for the dean. I lend it to you. Isn't it a gift? You kid. Come on, you're breaking the flag. You stinky kid. After Pei Jinya left, Lin Xiuxian smiled, and shook his head. This kid, I hope it can be of some help to you. The landline rang. Lin Xiuxian answered. Are you being targeted by thieves again? I see, I pay attention here. I'm doing decoration. I'm constantly arguing with the decoration company. I'm exhausted. I still owe 5,000 yuan for the final payment. The wind turns into rain. Go! Pei Jinya shouted softly in the bamboo forest. As he waved his staff, a cloud of water mist appeared in the air above the spiritual land in front of him. He flicked his finger. A pill at his hand was quickly crushed into fine powder, and fell into the fields on the ground with the water mist. He secretly found a piece of land in Longcheng, and asked someone to hold it for him. His purpose was to plant some spiritual creatures with a short growth cycle. The spiritual creatures selected this time only need a month to grow. It's a pity that it can't be mass-produced. Otherwise it would be promoted. Without the spiritual object subsidy, the speed of cultivation has slowed down all of a sudden. Without practicing the power of the stars, the attribute value can only increase by 200 or 300 points every day. Except for the advanced skills such as the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan. The rest of the skills have been practiced to the upper limit, which means that they can no longer bring about an increase in attributes. Peijia tried to practice other skills. It's just that even if I practice a low-level technique to the breaking limit level, it won't help. If I'm lucky, I can get a few points or a dozen points of attribute value. If I'm unlucky, I can't even see a hair. It's not that practicing all kinds of techniques can enhance my strength. It all because my innate martial body has now been strengthened to the point where I have 10,000 times the talent otherwise. Peijia was also thankful. If he didn't have an innate martial body, his path of practice would definitely not be as smooth as it is now. After the training, Peijia began to gather materials and prepare for the refining. The tenfold increase in the talisman beads was his trump card. Now there were only 2 left. He needed to repair them. He did not give the talisman beads to the golden mother god tree to prevent the other party from detecting the unusual abilities of his world. After all, the power of the seal had exceeded the cognition of that world. Fortunately, I got the information about the talisman beads from Hansen. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to refine. Peijia changed his identity and went to the largest wholesale market for refining materials in Longcheng. It was the same as the antique street. The materials here are both real and fake, and it all depends on the chance. Boss, would you like to take a look? I dare not say that these materials are top grade, but they are definitely real. The middle-aged man looked at Peijia approaching, and immediately stood up, and smiled and introduced him. I need spiritual materials, do you have it? Peijia not only changed his face, but also his voice. Even Lu Limin and others standing in front of him could not recognize who he was. Spiritual materials? The middle-aged man lowered his voice and said, this stuff is basically monopolized by those big groups and big families. Just tell me if you have it. If not, I will leave. Peijia was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Yes, I really have it. But I don't know how much this boss can give. You also know that this thing is a scarce commodity. The middle-aged vendor lowered his voice and took out a box from under the cloth. He looked around. Then he twisted the ring and distorted the space around him. Don't worry, boss. After all, it is a spiritual material, which will inevitably attract attention. So I set up a hidden trading space here. He paused, because the middle-aged vendor found that the rough-looking man opposite him was not at all nervous. He was not nervous at all. On the contrary, I was delighted, thinking there was a chance. Ordinary people don't have the ability to buy spiritual materials. The fact that the other party could show such an attitude already showed that he was a master. Open the box. A row of spiritual materials appeared inside. Apart from anything else, they are all good things. I won't take them out easily. I just want to see you today. Just treat it as a good relationship. Since it's a good relationship, then give me a 50% discount. Peijia said calmly. The middle-aged vendor swallowed the rest of his words instantly, a wry smile. Boss, you are really good at joking. Peijia looked down. He selected 3 materials. The middle-aged vendor immediately smiled. These 2 are ordinary spiritual materials. But this one is different. How much is the price? The smile on the middle-aged vendor face was hard to hide. 1 deal. The middle-aged vendor looked at the funds in his account. But he couldn't be happy for a while. Looking at Peijia back disappearing in the crowd, he slapped his head suddenly. Is this going to be less? My heart hurts so much. At this time, a dark-faced man suddenly came over. Old Lu, did you just sell a big order? The middle-aged merchant remained calm. It's not a big order, I'm so heartbroken. The dark-faced man stared at the middle-aged merchant expression, then stepped back. Peijia suddenly stopped. You have followed me for so long, come out. After waiting for a while, a figure wearing a ghost mask slowly walked out of the alley. Peijia raised his eyebrows slightly at the familiar mask. This guy. Isn't he pretending to be me? Who are you? Since I bought the materials, you have been following me all the way. Peijia said coldly. The demon king of the old gods. The man also said coldly. You devil Jill. Peijia looked around. There were vehicles passing by not far away, so it was not suitable to take action. Originally, he wanted to continue pretending not to see, and then take the other party into the woods, but this guy showed his hand first. You are so useless, and you still want to play him. You are crazy. What can I do for you? Pei Jinya pretended to be puzzled. Hand over all the Da Yuan Dan on you. Are you from the school? The other party was obviously a little flustered, seemingly not knowing how Pei Jinya figured it out. At this moment, a light rail rushed past not far away, and the rumbling sound covered all the sounds here. The expression of the ghost mask changed instantly, and the exposed eyes were wide open. You? Before he finished speaking, a hand was immediately placed on his face. Ruthless suppression. Almost instantly, the man was swept by a huge force, and the two figures disappeared from the spot. The ghost mask was taken off, revealing a pale young man's face, with a pale look of horror still on his face. Pa! The body was thrown down. Pei Jinya burned it with a fire without any expression. The reason why the other party followed him was because he saw from Lin Xiuxian the scene of him getting 10 Da Yuan pills. Cursed secretly. Sometimes I have to admit that some of the extraordinary genes in this world are very disgusting. Pei Jinya already thought he was very careful. But he was still targeted by this little guy, just because of the positioning of the other party extraordinary ability. Fortunately, after he came back from school, he had been practicing in seclusion, and had no contact with the old god society, nor did he do anything bad secretly. Otherwise, shit! Pei Jinya was also somewhat helpless. The combat power of this world is not strong. Whether it is the other world where the Golden Mother God Tree is located, or the other world where the Lotus Treasure Mirror is located, it has been proved that the martial arts strength of others is above the Federation. But the extraordinary genes that the Federation has are very disgusting. Pei Jinya himself also loves and hates it. You still have to be careful. The label of the Old God Association is, in a sense, a time bomb. But Pei Jinya has no intention of quitting. At the same time as the risk comes, the benefits brought were enough for him to ignore these risks. Otherwise, he would definitely get rid of this identity as soon as possible. Whether it is the identity of the Federation or the identity of the old gods, getting cultivation resources is the most important thing. The rest is secondary. As for risking your life, ridiculous. Weighing the storage bag just taken from that guy twice. What a poor guy. Pei Jinya turned and left. Residence. Pei Jinya swallowed the 2 Da Yuan pills he got one after another. Then he began to practice the technique. Although the boy was a little poor, he pretended to be the devil 3 times, and he actually got something, a total of 7 pills. In addition to the small Yuan Dan, which was a rubbish that took up the majority, there were 2 Daewondan, and a blood red pill. According to the boy memory, he got this pill by extorting from the gang disciples. It was a violent chi and blood pill, which brought great chi and blood, but the damage to the meridians was irreversible. The gang members who bought this violent chi and blood pill never dared to use it. In the end, it was bought by the student of Longda who pretended to be him. But considering the side effects, he didn't dare to use it. But for Pei Jinya, the violent properties of this chi and blood pill, and the damage to the meridians, for him, it not worth mentioning at all. The extraordinary rebirth of flesh and blood is no joke. This kid. When Pei Jinya thought about why the guy had to pretend to be himself when there were so many other people to pretend to be, he felt a little amused. But, thinking about it, this kid was able to scare those gang members. Are those people all fools? Or is he already notorious? What a joke. I have always been kind to others. How could I have a bad reputation? These guys must have deliberately ruined my good reputation. They deserve to be killed. The energy brought by the Great Yuan pill has been completely digested. Thousands of attribute points have been obtained. It is comparable to an attribute light ball bag. This kid is just too weak. He can only rob those gang members. If he were stronger, the things in this storage bag would not be just these. Small trash. Pei Jinya then looked at the violent blood pill in his hand. In his memory, neither the gang disciple, nor the Long University student, who pretended to be him, didn't dare to take it rashly. But Pei Jinya was different. Anyway, the huge damage caused by this violent blood pill was useless to him. So he didn't think about anything else. He immediately swallowed the chi and blood pill. He closed his eyes and began to refine it with his skills. In an instant, the violent chi and blood pill melted in his mouth. The terrifying energy, like a violent torrent, hit Pei Jinya's whole body. The feeling of his limbs and flesh being pricked by needles would be unbearable for an ordinary person. No wonder the gang member didn't dare to swallow it after buying it. Although this chi and blood pill contains a lot of chi and blood, but if you are not careful, you will die. However, the pain Pei Jinya has experienced is much greater than this. Whether it is the devastating whole-body damage caused by the top strong man, or the terrifying power of heaven and earth brought by thunder tempering, these pains are definitely not comparable to the pain brought by the violent blood and chi pill. Feel the huge energy filling his limbs and bones. Pei Jinya mouth finally showed a little more smile at this moment. The energy is a bit violent, but this pill is indeed useful. If the energy brought by normal pills after swallowing is absorbed and digested by the body in a gentle and huge way, then this violent chi and blood pill is more like a torrent rushing in. It doesn't care whether it can bear it or not. The energy contained in it rushes in all at once. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely die violently. He might even die of extreme pain. Hold your mind. Under the powerful mental perception, Pei Jinya could hear clearly that at this moment, there was a sound like the sound of a river flowing in his body. Immediately afterwards, a series of explosions came from his body. It was too real. Every bone joint seemed to be like frying beans, and the sound of muscles and bones finally emerged again this time. Pei Jinya finally finished his training. He opened his eyes, and a light like a stream of flame flashed in his eyes. He also noticed the blood scabs on his body at this moment. It was indeed a bit unexpected. It has been a long time since I felt the impurities were removed. This violent chi and blood pill can actually help my physical cultivation to such an extent. It is really rare. Even the attribute value has increased by 5,000 points. This is completely unexpected. Thinking about it, Pei Jinya began to fall into deep thought. Is there something wrong with the way I made the pill before? If you follow the conventional route, the pills you make can indeed bring huge benefits, but the ammunition made by unconventional methods, such as now, the benefits are obviously greater. Just make sure the medicinal properties of the herbs are brought into play, and basically everything will be fine. For the pills made by unconventional methods, don't consider the stability of conventional methods. Ordinary people worry that the pills made by unconventional methods will cause great harm to the body. After all, I have the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. As long as I don't die immediately, I can be saved. Okay. I'm really smart. Blackstone Mountain. In the depths of a mountain range covered with dense forests, Pei Jinya strode into the valley, not worrying about how many beasts he would attract. In fact, he did it on purpose. With the previous idea, he decided to refine the beast source pill again. There was no recipe for the Great Yuan pill, so he could only consider the beast source pill as a second choice. Before he developed resistance to this kind of pill, Pei Jinya planned to squeeze out the value of the beast source pill. A bright light flashed. Pei Jinya easily killed a 5th level beast, took the materials to keep for future refinement, and threw away the beast meat like cabbage. To him, beasts without inner pills can no longer be called beasts, they can only be called small trash. A small trash wants to be on the table. Is this a joke? Boom! An 8th level beast was thrown away by Pei Jinya. It fell heavily into the forest, just like a bomb was dropped, and the vibration caused dozens of huge trees to collapse. Pei Jinya raised his hand. The particle light shield appeared in front of him. He blocked the punch thrown by the angry ape. Now that my strength has increased greatly, your strength is not worth mentioning to me. Pei Jinya felt the strength of his body. With my current strength, it should be a 50-50 fight against a 1st level warrior. If I add the supernatural to my trickery, how will you deal with it? Pei Jinya stretched out his hand. He grabbed the fist of the angry ape, pulled it with his backhand, and pulled it fiercely. Rip! The opponent's huge arm was torn off at the root, and blood spurted out. After the sudden increase in strength, I now add the combat power enhancement. Now I can kill all the 9th level with attribute values below 1 million. The figure disappeared from the spot. He avoided the hysterical and crazy collision of the angry ape. The mountain forest opposite seemed to have been plowed. The angry ape plunged in fiercely, turned around, roared, and grabbed with the remaining arm. Pei Jinya swept his right leg and kicked it away instantly. The next moment, a huge python rushed out from the nearby forest. Its bloody mouth opened, and the smell of blood filled the nose. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've liked your scales for a long time. Pei Jinya smiled softly, touched the ground with his toes, rushed forward quickly, and punched the python head. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a sword beam shot out, and nailed the angry ape that wanted to escape to the mountain wall. The giant python seized the opportunity, and tried to entangle Pei Jinya, but Pei Jinya smiled softly. He held the soul-soothing flag. He knocked it gently. The huge python froze in midair for a moment, and then struggled to break free. But just this moment, for Pei Jinya, it was enough. He stretched out his hand, and a budding sword lotus appeared in his palm. As Peijinha moved forward, arrived at the 7 inches of the giant python, the sword lotus suddenly blossomed. The giant python body was knocked out, bloody and bloody. Peijinha looked distressed. You used too much force, you should use less force next time. He quickly collected the scattered scales on the ground, walked to the dying giant python, and slapped its head with its scales. Little waste, you can't even withstand 50% of my strength, why are you so arrogant to me? He slapped it twice in anger. As a result, with this kind of force, the giant python couldn't resist and died on the spot. What a little waste. Peijinha turned his head and looked at the angry ape. What are you looking at? You too. The angry ape was nailed to the mountain wall and subconsciously avoided his sight and struggled to escape the scene. Not long after, the 2 inner pills were collected. Peijinha stepped on the mountain and left. In the forest not far away, a group of students from Longchengwuda came following the sound. Seeing the explosion scene at the scene, they were all stunned. Such a strong battle wave. Is it the 8th level? No, I'm afraid it more than that. Li Meijia, who was following the team, couldn't help but hold her companion arm. Dragon City is so scary. Peijinha didn't know how shocked he was to these students. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. At the moment, he held his mind. He was refining the B source pill. After refining 2 inner pills, 2 furnaces were opened, a total of 16 finished pills, without a single waste pill. Even Peijinha admired himself. There's nothing I can do, my talent is too strong, Yinzi. Just tell me if you can do it. Before refining the pill, I made a special deduction, and simulated the preservation and stimulation of the medicinal properties to the extreme. After destroying the balance, the energy release was increased by 20%. This is also an unexpected surprise. Peijinha swallowed the violent version of the B source pill, and immediately the blood and chi in his body were like countless torrents that hit his meridians. After digesting a pill completely, Peijinha swiped out the attribute panel. The 3 attribute values increased by an average of more than 2,800 points. This means that this violent version of the B source pill can bring him more than 8,000 attribute points. So my idea is right. This also means that I can modify other pill recipes. Peijinha thought for a while. I still have to improve the ability of flesh and blood regeneration. Practice the skills, refine the pills, and refine the talisman beads. Check the 1,000 threads. There was nothing unusual. Peijinha took out all the materials he had prepared before. He had memorized the materials and refining techniques of the talisman beads. I need a refining room. This was the first time Peijinha contacted the old gods in 2 months. With his current status as the son of God, if he contacted the old gods, his subordinates would naturally do it. However, he wanted to avoid his whereabouts being widely known. Peijinha did not contact the old gods in Dongou, but went to Zhongzhou. The old gods were very fast. In less than 10 minutes, a refining room was vacated in his area, and the confidentiality level is extremely high. The old gods also have their own refiners. Suddenly, they received indirect news that the refinery room would not be open to the public tonight, which made some people very worried. Why so sudden? Is it exposed? The person in charge of the area was sent down from the headquarters, like the Black Shark back then, and at this moment, he was a little nervous and lit a cigarette. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, I can only say this much. The black-faced strongman was a little annoyed, but he still suppressed his anger and whispered, You know, the weapons in my hand need to be processed. There is a mission tomorrow morning, otherwise. If the mission fails, you and I can't bear it. I know, but the person inside is a big shot that you and I can't afford to offend. If you miss, go in. The middle-aged person in charge glanced at him. The black-faced sturdy man froze suddenly. Waited for 2 hours. The person in charge suddenly received a voice from the intercom. His face was shocked. Yes. He glanced at the black-faced sturdy man opposite. Remove the blockade, you can go now. The black-faced sturdy man looked suspiciously. Not long after, he appeared in the refining room and looked around, quietly took out something that looked like a sensor, and soon he exclaimed, At least A level. Who is the other party? Yuya stared at Peijinha, with a smile on his eyes. Demon King, long time no see. Peijinha stood opposite, lowered his eyes, pretending to have noticed nothing, and walked forward slowly. Did the elder tell you that I was here? Of course. Without the elder's will. How could I leave without permission? Yuya showed a stiff smile. What do you want from me? Peijinha had already stepped forward and asked casually. During this period, Shongzhou has encountered some problems. I wonder if you have heard from the elders. Puff. Before Yuya could finish the rest of his words, his heart was suddenly pierced by Pei Jinya's sword. A sudden scene happened in an instant. Why are you? Yuya's eyes widened. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Pei Jinya, who was close at hand in disbelief. This is the difference between you and Yuya. Because he never exceeds his status. Pei Jinya said coldly. You? The fake Yuya instantly realized that he had been exposed. Pei Jinya reached out and grabbed it. Before he could swallow it, the fake Yuya in his hand suddenly exploded into a ball of blood mist on the spot. It a blood species. Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. He had read the description of the related forbidden techniques from Elder Wu Ji. Blood species are equivalent to puppets. This means that this fake Yuya is actually controlled remotely. Then the other party must be nearby. In a flash, Pei Jinya did not hesitate. He directly crushed a talisman bead in his hand. The terrifying mental power swept out in an instant, with the momentum of dominating the world. I caught you. Pei Jinya's figure disappeared on the spot. If it was not already 9 o'clock in the evening. The light was dim. Otherwise Pei Jinya would use light escape. The speed will be faster. But now? It not a big deal. The shadow bonus is also one of Pei Jinya killer moves. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Pei Jinya had already raised his leg and swept away, but the opponent reaction was also incredibly fast. He raised his arms to block the kick, but the whole person was hit by a huge force, and hit the building on the side, like a cannonball. Boom! A huge boom sounded, thick smoke billowed. Luckily, it was already dark, and the street lights were not bright, which provided cover for the billowing smoke. Crash! Pei Jinya grabbed the other person from the ruins, and the rubble rolled all around. You are very brave to cultivate blood species. Demon King. Spare my life, and I will tell you everything you want to know. The young man raised his head with difficulty, while coughing up blood. The horror in his eyes was completely difficult to conceal. It was as if a raging wave had been set off in his heart. The Demon King. When did he become so strong? Suppress. Pei Jinya stared at the mental power above his head that was starting to decline from 200,000, and directly reached out and pressed it down. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, the black space suddenly twisted, and a dark light went around and hit the back of Pei Jinya's head. Pei Jinya sneered. Another piece of trash. He stretched out his hand to clamp the face of the young man in his hand, and directly dragged him up. At the same time, Pei Jinya's body, as tall as a demon god, rose up. He used a new talisman bead, which had just been refined, and he was not sure about the effect. So he crushed one. The main reason was that he refined a total of 10 talisman beads this time, so he didn't want to use this one. And he had mastered the method of refining talisman beads, so he could continue to refine them in the future. He felt it a little. The increase was slightly lower, but it was also 5 times the increase. You know, with his current mental power of more than 500,000, if it is multiplied 5 times, it is more than 2 million. This volume is definitely not something that an ordinary 9th level person can do. Bang! The dark light was blocked by the particle shield. Pei Jinya raised his hand, stretched out his 5 fingers, and slapped through the air. The whole space seemed to be shattered and distorted, and the rolling sonic boom sounded like thunder. The other party screamed. It was a woman voice. She didn't sound very old. But Pei Jinya didn't mean to show mercy to women, and anyone who wanted to kill him must die. Moreover, the effect of the talisman beads only lasts 10 minutes. He must fight quickly, at least before the people from the Federation arrive. With the blessing of powerful perception, Pei Jinya pressed down with one hand, and directly blew up the sword that the woman rushed towards with hatred. The woman obviously did not expect Pei Jinya's strength to be so powerful and terrifying. She screamed in horror, and could not care about the young man in Pei Jinya's hand. She turned around and ran away. Want to run? Can you run? Pei Jinya snorted coldly. Immediately, the fierce fist light burst out without stopping and broke through the armor protection on the woman's body, and pierced through the woman's waist and abdomen with terrifying force. Under the blood and flesh, Pei Jinya was like a devil from hell, dragging up 2 powerful awakeners who had fainted, turned around and stepped into the dark shadows, and disappeared. 1 minute later, the night patrol arrived at the scene. Ding ding ding. The red light on the tester flashed quickly, and the middle-aged night patrol officer holding the instrument was stunned. This is... Before he could finish the rest of his words. Bang. The tester exploded on the spot, and a cloud of smoke came out. Zhongda Night Patrol was startled, and the pain on his finger made him throw the tester away in a hurry. What going on? Everyone around was also shocked by this scene. At this time, the crowd made way, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked out, with a very serious look, and said slowly, "The energy of the battle fluctuations on the scene has exceeded the limit of the tester. It will cause the tester to explode." What? Everyone's face changed wildly. In an instant, they became very alert to the environment in front of them. The darkness around them enveloped them, as if they were on edge. A young man was so frightened that he muttered to himself, "The upper limit of the tester is level 9. This kind of combat power fluctuation can exceed level 9. Doesn't that mean? Report to the headquarters, quick. Seal off the scene. Do not allow anyone to destroy any traces. Violators will be arrested on the spot." The middle-aged man in a suit shouted coldly. Yes. Several figures ran quickly. On the plane, Pejinia changed his identity and mixed in. Ignoring the girl next to him staring out the window, he leaned against the window and closed his eyes to rest. He killed 2 domain-level awakeners in succession and consumed 150,000 attribute points of the Advent, although the consumption was a bit large. However, the intelligence information obtained was enough to make people ignore these things. These 2 people are indeed members of the Old God Society. Compared with the identities of the 2, what surprised Pejinia even more was that the 2 of them were so desperate to do this because of a piece of information. And the code behind this information. Only Zhu knew it. What is this? Wasn't Zhu killed by Elder Wuji? How could he still be alive? Did someone ban him? Or, that old guy is not dead at all. Pejinia opened his eyes. He exhaled slowly. He was indeed afraid of Elder Zhu back then. After all, his cultivation was relatively low at that time. But now it's different. All 9th level monsters with attribute values below 1 million can be killed in one blow. I don't believe it. Even if you don't die, but you are injured like that, can you still maintain your peak? If Zhu really didn't die, according to his previous temper, he would definitely show up. But this time he hid in the back and refused to show up, which also explained some problems. Old waste, I don't believe that you can still sit still after killing all your men. Half an hour later, Pejinia stood on the territory of Shizhou, looking around. This time he arrived secretly, and did not even inform Elder Wuji. At the same time, because of the sensation Pejinia caused in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou was obviously very nervous. The Night Patrol Division, the investigation team, and even the military held an emergency meeting with a small number of people because of this matter. Are you sure it is the 9th level? It has been confirmed that it is a 9th level fluctuation. It really is the 9th level. 9th level cases haven't happened much in recent years. Although this one is a little special. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Someone questioned. The senior Night Patrol officer on the opposite side glanced at the other party and said slowly, because the person who took action this time is not an ordinary 9th level person. In other words, with the strength shown by the other party, he alone may be enough to catch all of us present. With a loud noise, everyone's emotions seemed to be ignited. What a joke. Really? Aren't those the only 9-level people in Zhongzhou? So who is it? The senior executives of the Night Patrol Division watched the heated discussion and did not immediately give an explanation. Until everyone quieted down. They said slowly, based on the information we have now, we are completely unable to determine the identity of the other party. Is there no information from Xingtian? The intelligent brain? The electronic eye at the battle site was burned by irreversible force. The surveillance information nearby is still under investigation. Both sides seem to know how to avoid surveillance. The Night Patrol Division senior said slowly. Someone in the military frowned and said, I'm wondering, the battle lasted no more than 3 minutes, they can't just disappear underground. Right. The Night Patrol Division senior shook his head. We reserve our opinion on this point. What did the Judgment Office say? Someone from the Zhongzhou investigation team suddenly asked. When I came, I heard that someone from the arbitration office has been involved in this case. Everyone looked at the person in charge of this case, that is, the senior executive of the Night Patrol. But the other person shook his head. We have received a notice that they will not release any information to the public, including but not limited to us 3 parties. Zhao. The night is seductive. Zhongzhou. The arbitration office headquarters. The arbitration officer waiting at the door had a serious face, a head full of silver hair, and looked to be in his 60s at this moment. He looked dignified, raised his hand, and looked at his watch. At this moment, Someone came quickly and whispered in his ear, "That person has arrived and went to the crime scene." The old man raised his head and took a step forward. The light quickly formed a circle of light on the ground. The next second, the old man disappeared. The man who stayed at the scene slightly curled his lips and muttered to himself, "The people from above are really weird." The lazy young man seemed to have sensed something. He looked up and smiled when he saw the silver-haired old man. "I haven't been to Zhongzhou for many years. Old Lu, you are still the same. You haven't changed at all. It seems that the higher-ups are really worried this time, as they have alarmed you," the silver-haired old man said slowly, without a smile. Even though he and the visitor were old acquaintances, "I have to worry. Even Xinghuan has issued instructions this time. You know, Xinghuan has too many things to worry about. Normally, he would not show up easily." When the young man talked about this matter, he was not as serious as imagined, and still looked carefree. The silver-haired old man stared at him and said slowly, "Murong Jing, tell me the truth, has the headquarters discovered anything now?" The young man was Murong Jing. After the trip to Dongou, many people were secretly arrested. Although everyone had speculations, no one dared to say anything. Murong Jing was outside. Now he appeared in Zhongzhou. Even the silver-haired old man couldn't help but think too much. "Old Lu, you know me well. We always talk things over nicely. This time, you should cooperate with me and investigate it carefully." Murong Jing grinned. "How to cooperate?" The silver-haired old man frowned. "Of course, you do it secretly, and I do it in public. This time, the higher-ups need to know who the two parties involved are. By the way, did you bring the situation report from your side?" Murong Jing didn't say much. "Here." The silver-haired old man didn't mean to say any nonsense at all. He handed over the file bag in his hand. Murong Jing took it and said slowly while opening it, "It's a bit troublesome to talk about this matter." "What do you mean?" The silver-haired old man looked at it. The star ring has determined the cultivation level of the 9th level. In addition to the technical innovation, the 9th level is now divided into the earth level, the sky level, and the starry sky level. According to the detection of blood value, 1,000,000 blood value belongs to the boundary between the earth level and the sky level, and 5,000,000 blood value belongs to the boundary between the sky level and the starry sky level. The silver-haired old man gradually opened his mouth. Murong Jing smiled. "It has not been announced yet, but it seems that there is no plan to subdivide it. It is limited to the awakened people of the 8th and 9th levels." "Grading? How many people in this world can have a blood value of 5,000,000? The silver-haired old man was a little absent-minded. The words of technological innovation did not cause much shock to him. He worked as a field judge at the headquarters for 15 years, and had no doubt about the innovation ability of Star Ring. But this breakdown of the 9th level shocked him. His chi and blood value was only over 400,000, so how could he dare to dream of reaching over 1,000,000? "Old Lu, work harder. After this case is over, I will go to the high department to get some fresh air, and then transfer you back. You should hurry up and advance to the 9th level in these 2 years," Murong Jing said with a smile. "Go back?" The silver-haired old man's eyes lit up slightly. "Yes, you have been in Zhongzhou for 10 years. Right?" Murong Jing said, looking at the intelligence booklet in his hand. 10 years. Yes. The silver-haired old man's tone was also a little sad, which temporarily diluted the tension brought by the emergency case tonight. "How many decades are there in life? You should go back, or else you can only live a few more years in this life," Murong Jing said slowly. The silver-haired old man was a little moved. "Murong, then please, whatever you need me to do this time, just tell me." Murong Jing turned around and smiled at him. The silver-haired old man was also very concerned at this moment, introducing tonight 9th level case. "I found a very strange phenomenon. The opponent mental power has reached the middle of the sky level, but the actual lethality is only earth level. It can be basically concluded that the opponent has extraordinary mental power, and is practicing martial arts." Murong Jing raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Xing Tian, I authorize you to take over all your equipment at this moment and arrange for the search. Search failed, there are no relevant qualified personnel. Expand the scope. 9th level list, there are suspected to be 3 people. Investigate immediately," Murong Jing said firmly. "What do you mean?" the silver-haired old man asked in a low voice. Murong Jing shook his head. "It not them." "It not them? Are there other 9th level people of this level in Zhongzhou?" The silver-haired old man's voice began to tremble. "A powerful ocean-level spiritualist. This means that if someone attacks him, he really has no ability to resist. Thinking of this, the silver-haired old man hurriedly looked at Murong Jing. Do you want to ask the headquarters to send some support? Isn't it me? Murong Jing looked back. The silence of the silver-haired old man at this moment was somewhat deafening. Murong Jing shook his head with amusement, and did not give any explanation. He held a silver light ball in his hand, and positioned it along the wall. After releasing his hand, the silver light ball did not fall to the ground, but violated the law of gravity, and ran along the wall perpendicular to the ground. The silver-haired old man stood by, and sighed for the past 10 years, since he left the headquarters. He couldn't understand the new things that came out of technological innovation. He didn't go forward to ask anything. He just stood quietly beside, and watched Murong Jing record something. Soon, Murong Jing closed his notebook. Let go. Is it over? The silver-haired old man was stunned. Murong Jing said distressedly, things are more difficult than I thought. What should I do next? Let me think about it. Forget it. I go back and have a midnight snack first. I'm hungry. Okay. The silver-haired old man twitched his lips. And seeing Murong Jing's serious expression, he swallowed back the words that followed. Before he could continue, Murong Jing asked excitedly, by the way, what are the famous snacks here? It was late at night. After confirming that the silver-haired old man had left, Murong Jing looked at the mirror behind him, and said helplessly, brother, this was your task. But you insisted on asking me to do it. Now, you have caused me a big trouble. A dark shadow in the mirror laughed softly. Everyone knows that you, Murong Jing, are an iron-handed judge, observing everything clearly. This time I am in the dark, you are in the light, killing them by surprise. When we return to the headquarters, you will definitely be rewarded with a first-class merit. Murong Jing is not the silver-haired old man, who will take the bait if a pie is drawn, so he will not be fooled at all, laughing. Whether it is merit or not, aren't we all working for the Federation? Maintaining social stability is what we should do, but, did you forget something? According to the agreement, I will help you attract the target this time. Where are the materials you promised me? Yours is indispensable. The mirror was like a splash of water, and a carved wooden box was transmitted out. Murong Jing took it. The other party was a little confused. This kind of thing is not easy to find. It took me a lot of effort, but are you planning to cultivate your spiritual power? Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I can practice it for fun. Murong Jing made up a story. The other party was speechless, and did not believe it at all. Seeing that Murong Jing did not want to talk, he took the initiative to change the subject and said, are there any signs of the internal case now? Ever since their judgment office discovered that someone used internal secrets to commit crimes outside, they have been launching an internal investigation. However, it has been a year, and so far, there is still no clue. I suspect that this case should also be related to the internal case. I checked. The opponent methods have traces of our Judgment Institute's secret methods. Hearing what the other party said, Murong Jing slightly raised his eyebrows. No wonder you insisted on letting me come, but I can't handle investigating 2 cases at the same time, so I asked the headquarters for support. I'm just providing support. Get lost. The opponent may be suspected to be sky level. If you want to die, don't take me with you. What are you afraid of? If you can't beat him, you kneel down to him. This old monster is enough for our ancestor. Murong Jing didn't know what to say anymore. After the communication was cut off, then he muttered to himself, how shameless. He turned around, and quietly tried to bend his knees. Yeah, it was pretty good. Demon King, we are all members of the Old God Society. You dare to kill us. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the higher-ups? The sturdy man had a timid expression on his face. Peijia didn't bother to talk nonsense, and slashed with a knife. The sturdy man's expression suddenly became horrified. He pretended to resist. It's just that Peijia was faster. In an instant, the iron hammer in the hand of the strong man was chopped off, and the whole man was hit in the chest by the handle of the knife. He almost couldn't breathe, but his body was caught by Peijia before it landed. Demon King, if the headquarters knew that you dared to kill me, you'd be finished. Then don't let them know. Peijia said expressionlessly, and reached out to press. Enter the dream. Boom! A fire directly enveloped the base of the Old God Society. Peijia stood in the shadows. He looked at these silently. He successively eliminated the 3 strongholds under the candlelight, and he also vented his anger. When he turned around, there were more than a dozen storage bags hanging around his waist, all filled to the brim. No wonder they say that killing and arson are worth a gold belt. The 3 strongholds were completely eradicated by the people of the Federation. When the news was passed back to the old gods, everyone was shocked. The 3 strongholds were quietly eliminated. How come there is no movement at all? The arbitration office. What have the special offices been doing recently? It can't be the night patrol department or the military. Right? Someone was shocked. Not long after, the elders held a secret meeting. No one knew what happened, but they conducted at least 3 repeated investigations that day, and found more than a dozen undercover agents from other organizations. In a small courtyard, the Wuji elder sat by the pond fishing. After the subordinates behind him finished their reports, he bowed and left. White Fox came over right after him. I didn't say anything in the previous meeting, and you didn't say anything either, and it seems that no one said anything, but if you don't say anything, do you think that others don't know? Elder Wuji turned his back to her and said calmly, What do you want to say? Is Shu still alive? White Fox asked in a low voice. Elder Wuji didn't change his expression much. What are you worried about? Did this guy betray the organization? He knows too much about us. If he betrays the organization, none of us will have a good life. Someone is still investigating this matter. Elder Wuji paused and said calmly, There is no conclusive evidence that he did it. That was his own base. Even his confidants may not know it so clearly. There are also traces of the secret methods of the Judgment Institute at the scene. I have reason to suspect that he has joined the Judgment Institute. Elder Wuji looked up and said, Didn't you often go to him for tea before? Why are you so confident now? I go to him for tea with everyone. It nothing. I just don't want to be affected by his existence. After all, everyone's current identity has not been fully disclosed. Baihu was indeed scared. Once her real identity was made public, it would be a devastating blow to her and the family behind her. Elder Wuji's voice slowly sounded. Don't worry so much. What about the Demon King? Aren't you worried that his identity will be revealed? White Fox suddenly spoke. Elder Wuji didn't say anything. White Fox spoke again. Yuya is dead. The person who killed him is most likely Zhu confidant Shuai. We have lost Shuai whereabouts. It is also possible that he hid. Don't worry about the Demon King affairs. Elder Wuji said in a deep voice. Before White Fox finished speaking, Elder Wuji momentum suddenly rose. This is my advice to you, White Fox. White Fox swallowed all the words that followed. Standing silently behind Elder Wuji, after a while of silence, turned and left. Elder Wuji sat alone by the pond, and soon took out an old-fashioned mobile phone, and dialed Pei Jinya number, but it didn't go through. The elder didn't make a second call, but just sat on the rattan chair, and didn't know what he was thinking. The fog enveloped the entire Baiyu city at some point. As this small city in Shizhou, Baiyu City has a very small presence in Shizhou, just as obscure as Daping City in Zhongzhou, and even worse. But today, a bright light flashed from a corner of the mountain. Then the sound of explosion spread throughout the mountain. I don't know how many beasts crouched or fled desperately, trying to stay away from this place of trouble. Who are you? A black-faced strongman roared. But in a flash, Pei Jinya palm, like cast iron, had already violently broken through his chi defense. It fell directly on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. In the smoke and dust, the black-faced sturdy man was horrified, and did not dare to stay at all, and got up from the ground and ran away. However, Pei Jinya's figure seemed to be integrated into the shadows, and was completely unpredictable. As soon as he appeared, he raised his leg and swept out. The black-faced sturdy man was sprayed with blood again and flew backwards. Hua la la. Pei Jinya pulled up his head and lifted him up. The other party was covered in blood. He spoke with difficulty. Who are you? You participated in this plan. Don't you know who I am? Pei Jinya said expressionlessly. After hearing this, the black-faced strongman suddenly widened his eyes in horror. You are a demon. Before he finished speaking, Pei Jinya's big hand had already grabbed his face. Then he dragged him into the forest. The night was immersed. Who is Shuai? I remembered, Zhu confidant. If we find him, we should be able to find Zhu whereabouts. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. He packed up all the training materials hidden by the other party, and took them away. Then he picked up his phone, and sent a message to Bloodthorn in disguise. The other party did not reply at all. The little waste is quite cautious. He raised his head, and felt the powerful figure approaching in the distance. Pei Jinya disappeared into the shadows in an instant. Want to run? There was a roar in the air. The other party attacked violently. In an instant, two figures collided with each other. Boom! Nan Lu, I help you. An old man rushed over quickly, but when he rushed over, he found that Nanlu was the only one left at the scene. He was startled. Where is he? I just seemed to. Nanlu scratched his head and said uncertainly, I seem to see the old Pope. Didn't he die a long time ago? That right. So who was that person just now? Nanlu looked puzzled. The old man looked suspiciously. Could you have seen it wrong? Impossible. Nanlu said firmly, I would recognize that guy even if he turned into ashes. It was him. Then why didn't you keep him? Damn, I was scared just now, so he ran away. Why are you so slow? If you had come earlier, we could have kept him. Nanlu complained. The old man didn't argue with him, and made a phone call. Murongjing, we are in Shizhou now, we have encountered some trouble here. He looked at Nanlu. You tell me. Zhongzhou. Murongjing stood by the window, holding his forehead with a playful smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. The mirror behind him shook, and a voice came. Do you know about Shizhou? You know too? Murongjing turned around and looked. The black shadow in the mirror said, thoughtfully, if the other party is an organization. That makes sense. By the way, there is one more thing. Murongjing said. What? The black shadow man asked curiously. Murongjing smacked his lips and said. Nanlu said, he saw your third master in Shizhou. Fuck, is this true? Shuai probably heard something, so he disappeared. Even Zhu, who was hiding behind him, was silent at this moment. How far can the old man run with a little trash? But since they escaped this time, it may be difficult to lure them out. That fine. It will give me enough time to continue my practice. Pei Jin's idea was simple. This time, he killed a wave of them. On the one hand, to shock them and break their little wings of dreams. On the other hand, he could just collect a wave of extraordinary genes. A long night. At the moment when the killing ended, Pei Jin's 3 attribute values had fallen below 80,000. This meant that any awakener above level 7 can be asked to perform a live restart. More than 80 extraordinary genes have been added to the attribute panel. It can be seen that this old guy Zhu likes to accept disciples of the spiritual system. This also pushed Pei Jin's spiritual power attribute value to LV7, and the detection range of the divine mind successfully exceeded 15 meters. It is about doubled. Now the means of developing the star power I obtained in the fragment world is still in the initial stage. If I can learn some more advanced skills later, it will be even more powerful for me. Pei Jin is now less and less concerned about the Federation world. Although he already knows that this world is now divided into the Earth, Sky and Starry Sky levels at the 9th level. Above 5 million is the Starry Sky level. Although I don't know how many 9th level Starry Sky levels there are in this world. But with my current cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't take 3 years to grow to the peak combat power of this world. I have no intention of being an enemy of this world. But if anyone is an enemy of me, it can only be said that he is unlucky. Night fell. Pei Jin crossed his legs and practiced the 10 stars technique. Now his mental strength has been improved. When practicing again, he seduced the 10 stars in the sky. Although the effect was not as good as using the talisman beads, it also gave Pei Jin hope. Pop. A talisman bead was crushed. Pei Jin was not distressed at all now. He had mastered the method of refining talisman beads then. We only need to prepare enough materials to provide them continuously. The talisman has an upper limit to the increase of spiritual power, which he can clearly sense. But for now, it is still too far away. The rolling energy from the 10 stars enveloped Pei Jin. The 3 attribute values soared rapidly. At the port, a gust of wind came. Lao Luo, something is wrong. The woman's long hair was shiny black, and she looked at the sea in the distance with an extremely solemn look. The old man in a black windbreaker hurried out of the house upon hearing this. Blood still dripping from the sword in his hand. What happened? Look! The woman pointed to the dark clouds in the sky in the distance, as if a beam of light was being cast. Is it a treasure? The old man's face changed, and he was a little tempted. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. Let retreat. The woman hesitated for a moment, and she wanted to retreat. She looked at the storage bag in the old man's arms. We have already made a profit this time. There is no need to increase the risk. Now only you and I can see this strange sight. Let go and find out what's going on. If it a good thing, you and I can just join forces to take it down. If not, with our strength, it not easy to leave. The old man was determined to go. Seeing that the woman was still hesitating, he was a little impatient. Since you don't want to go, I go alone. After saying that, he rushed over. Lao Lu, the woman's face changed slightly. She wanted to rush over, but she still had a bad feeling in her heart. She stood there and looked at the sky. But not long after, suddenly, a scream was heard. The woman's face changed wildly. Without looking back, she hurriedly fled away. Shizhou. The first ray of sunlight fell from afar in the sky. A chilly wind and rain hovered over the port. Nanlu, what did you say? The old man turned his head in a raincoat. The strong man was lying on the ground collecting a hair, and carefully putting it into a transparent bag. Nanlu? The old man in the raincoat called again. The strong man heard it at this time, turned his head, and looked blankly. You called me? Did you find anything over there? The old man in the raincoat was a little helpless. He repeated it again. Found it. Comparing the biometric database. How about you? Nanlu came back to his senses and said, it is basically confirmed that the port was attacked at 12 o'clock last night. The old man in the raincoat had just finished speaking when he heard the biometric identification device on Nanlu's body make a sound. Looking up, the green light flashed, indicating that the target information had been collected. Who is it? I know you were anxious, but don't be anxious now. Nanlu turned on the instrument, and then said, it looks like a pair of thieves. Yes, it is indeed them. And this hair belongs to that woman. It is indeed them. The old man in the raincoat was a little surprised. The last time these two guys were exposed was 6 years ago. Our arbitration office has been looking for them for 6 years, and couldn't find their whereabouts. How could they be so careless now? Who knows? Maybe at the 6-year itch. The old man in the raincoat looked at them speechlessly. Nanlu seemed to have not seen it. Is the particle tracer on you? Trace it back and see. I look for it. After saying that, the old man in the raincoat took out an object similar to a metal glove. It was silver in color. If you look closely, it looked like the vast starry sky. After putting it on his hand, he looked at Nanlu. Stay away. Don't hurt. You? Before he finished speaking, he found that Nanlu had quickly jumped away from the scene. Zila. With a sound, the light that appeared above the metal gloves enveloped the space in front of him. Countless particles surged, forming a light curtain. Nanlu stood behind the old man, and the two of them watched intently. If these two guys are dressed up, but basically confirmed to be the two of them, the old man thought, there is a problem. Why did they hide well before, clearly carrying a seal that can prevent backtracking? How come in the end, this woman looks so flustered? He pointed. And this? What going on with this video? Nanlu also thought. Yes, the woman looked at the sea in horror. There must be something there. And why did her companion go to the sea? All kinds of questions lingered in the minds of the two. Neither Nanlu nor the old man in the raincoat thought of looking up at the sky. Universal Super Gene Fragment +1 picked up today attribute light ball. Pei Genia slowly stood up and played a violent version of the 5 animals play. Since he discovered that the chi and blood pill can be opened in a violent way, Pei Genia has become more and more interested in violent things. When he was in the training institute, the teachers emphasized countless times that once you decide on a direction, you must be firm and never hesitate. With the talent of flesh and blood rebirth plus the talent of martial arts and alchemy, Pei Genia can hardly say that he is a waste. Too strong. If I have more extraordinary genes, then the chance of being strengthened will be greater. I just don't know if the Federation can develop more extraordinary genes. There are only 2 ways for Pei Genia to obtain extraordinary genes. Rely on himself, rely on others. Rely on himself, that is. Attribute light group, rely on the universal extraordinary genes to create extraordinary, but the consumption is extremely high. It is far less fast than devouring other people. If the extraordinary genes are really brought by the star ring, then has it developed other extraordinary genes? If so, then the Judgment House, as its backyard, should know this best. Pei Genia fell into thought. It seems that he has not had much contact with the Judgment House during this period, but the people who devoured the Judgment House in the past have no relevant information. Is the star ring not analyzed yet? Pei Genia sighed. I really want to devour it now. Just like raising pigs, when it gets fatter, kill it in one go. After confirming that there is no tail, Pei Genia laid down thousands of threads, then he calmed down. He was busy chasing Ju-men these 2 days, and didn't pay attention to the fragment world. But after not coming for 2 days, Pei Genia found that the middle-aged man was in a miserable state now. His left arm was gone at some point, his sleeves were empty, and his face turned extremely pale. When Pei Genia looked over, he found that this guy was hiding in the mountains at the moment, and he was in a mess. I don't know what he sensed. The middle-aged man immediately shouted, "Who?" "Boss." "It me." A pale old man appeared, rolling and crawling. When the middle-aged man saw him, his face changed slightly. "What going on in the camp?" "Boss." "They're all dead?" "All dead," the old man cried, with snot and tears. The middle-aged man also showed anger on his face. "These guys." "Boss, what should we do now? The camp is gone. Xiaolu and the others are gone too. The brothers are dead now. The wounded ones were already killed by that group of demonic cultivators without leaving a single piece of armor. Damn it. Xianin sect. If I don't take revenge, I, Chen Tianzong, will not be worthy of being a son." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Puff." A dagger cut open his waist and abdomen. The middle-aged man stared at him with eyes full of shock and anger. The old man had tears in his eyes, and kept saying, "I'm sorry." "Ah!" The middle-aged man slapped the other person away. "Luo Jifei, you actually betrayed me." The old man spat out blood and flew backwards. He slowly got up from the ground, and said in a crying voice, "Boss, I am sorry for you. I really deserve to die. But they captured Bao. She is my only blood. I can die, but she can't. Boss, if there is another life, I will be your slave. You are looking for death." The middle-aged man was furious, but the next second, he swallowed all the words that followed. Several figures rushed out from the opposite forest, and he turned and ran. "Chen Tianzong, you can't run away. Come over here and beg for mercy." There was a shouting voice behind him. Chen Tianzong didn't even turn his head, and fled madly. He reached out and touched the lotus treasure mirror on his body, and said anxiously, "Save me. As long as you can save me, I can promise you anything." Pei Jinya watched this scene silently. He didn't intervene. Chen Tianzong's pleading voice reached him, and it was undoubtedly like the last words of his death. He saw Chen Tianzong change from pleading to being furious and insulting. In Chen Tianzong's words, Pei Jinya had become a wicked man who would not help someone in need. But he had forgotten that, from the beginning, his relationship with Pei Jinya was just a mutual exchange, and he even wanted to deceive Pei Jinya at the beginning. In his perception, a black light came from a distance, and turned into a huge black palm in the air, slapping Chen Tianzong back fiercely. Bang! Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Tianzong's face changed greatly. Star level. You, a righteous abandoned disciple, have some vision. The man who came was a young man, wearing a black cloak, which also looked like a magic weapon. "Don't kill me. I am willing to offer the treasure. I only ask you two to spare my life. This treasure can evolve into all kinds of methods. The reason why my strength has skyrocketed is all due to it," Chen Tianzong hurriedly said loudly, reaching into his arms. The two star-level masters, who came from Xianin sect, looked at each other. The black-clothed youth who had hit Chen Tianzong earlier smiled coldly. "No wonder. I was wondering how an old man like you could break through so quickly for no reason. I see." He stretched out his hand. "Then stop talking nonsense, and hand over the things." Chen Tianzong put his hand into his arms, and suddenly his face turned cold. "Hand over your legs." Two iron objects were suddenly thrown. Boom! Boom! A huge flame immediately engulfed this space. Looking for death, the black-clothed youth was caught off guard. There were also scratches on his arm. He rushed forward in anger. The magic weapon in his hand swept away the fire and smoke in front of him, and chased after Chen Tianzong back. Chen Tianzong didn't expect that he would be caught up so quickly. His face was fierce, and he turned around and chopped with the broken knife in his hand. Dang! The huge impact force shook him away to the distant mountains and forests. Chen Tianzong got up and ran. "Can you run away?" the young man in black shouted. He chased after him in an instant. The man behind him also chased after him, looking around. "Where is the person?" The young man in black had a fierce look on his face. "He has internal injuries. He will not be able to run far. You search the east side. I will search the west side." The companion nodded and chased after him. The young man in black turned his head and looked at the old man who was chasing him. "You stay here and give a warning if anything happens." I understand. The old man hurriedly agreed. Looking for death. Bang! There was a rumbling sound in the distance. The old man was frightened by the huge rumbling sound. His face changed slightly. He heard clearly that the man who just roared was the young man in black. He had the most contact with the young man in black, and was the most afraid of him. When they met last time, He saw that many disciples of Xianin's sect were very respectful to him. He thought that he had a high status in Xianin's sect. Boss, I am sorry for you. Don't blame me after you go down. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. There is nothing we can do about it. The old man muttered to himself with a sad face. He kept doing psychological preparation, trying to get rid of his guilt. Suddenly, a voice came from the jungle beside him. The old man's face changed, and he quickly drew his knife to look. Who? He slowly approached. He saw Chen Tianzong lying in the jungle, his face covered in blood, and he raised his head and stared at the old man. The old man was startled and subconsciously took a step back. However, thinking of the current situation of himself and Chen Tianzong, he calmed down and lowered his voice. Boss? If you still recognize me as your boss, just pretend you didn't see me now. Chen Tianzong also lowered his voice, as if his voice was full of coldness. This, as the old man was hesitating, Chen Tianzong suddenly moved his body, wanting to stand up, and the old man hurriedly agreed. Chen Tianzong slowly stood up, and was still on guard against the old man's betrayal when he left. Boss. Just as he walked to the old man whispered, Boss, I'm really sorry for you, but that my only blood. I know. I don't blame you. Chen Tianzong said expressionlessly. The old man suddenly raised his head and looked. Chen Tianzong didn't even turn his head, covered his bloody abdomen, and walked quickly into the distance. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air was heard. Chen Tianzong's face changed in shock, and when he turned around, he saw the old man's fierce expression, and stabbed him in the back with a knife. The old man covered Chen Tianzong's mouth, preventing him from making any sound, and said in a voice that only they could hear, I want to live too, just give me the treasure in your hand. I will burn more paper for you every year in the future. You can go without worry. You? Chen Tianzong's eyes were full of disbelief. The next second, he was stabbed several times, and fell straight down, completely silent. A moment. The young man in black returned with his companions. The companion shouted, Didn't you find anything here? The old man quickly bent down. I didn't see Chen Tianzong. He should still be hiding in this forest. There are 2 mountains here, with tens of thousands of trees, and a river between the 2 mountains. Chen Tianzong is very likely to go east along the river. This guy was able to escape my pursuit. Damn it. I will have people block this place right away, the companion said hurriedly. But he was stopped by the young man in black. What wrong? Senior brother? The companion looked puzzled. This Chen Tianzong is real and fake. True and false. He may deliberately let people think he is going to go along the river, but in fact, the companion suddenly realized. The old man's heart tightened, but the young man in black looked at him, smiled faintly. You didn't clean up the blood on the ground. What? The old man hurriedly looked at the place where Chen Tianzong died, but suddenly found that he was tricked. Not good. He hurriedly wanted to leave, but the magic weapon in the hand of the young man in black had already hammered him. The old man immediately spurted blood and flew backwards. Rolling on the ground, he shouted, Senior, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. At this time, the companion standing on the other side was dumbfounded, looking at the black-clothed youth beside him in astonishment. Senior brother, you can even see this? It was just a trick. I didn't expect it to be successful. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly. He walked forward. He took the lotus treasure mirror that the old man presented with both hands. Is this the treasure that Chen Tianzong said? The old man quickly said yes, at this moment. He didn't dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. I only found this treasure from Chen Tianzong's body. The rest is really gone. Where is his body? The companion came over and asked sternly. The old man knelt on the ground and was silent. I threw him off the cliff. You? The young man wanted to kill him with a sword, but he suppressed it, looking at the young man in black. Brother, what should we do now? You can go back now. The young man in black took the lotus treasure mirror and secretly circulated the power of the stars. But he did not find anything unusual. He was a little hesitant, but he did not intend to waste any more time. He turned his head. He looked at his junior brother and gave him a look. The junior brother understood and took the old man away. Not long after, a scream was heard. It was at this time. The young man in black suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He hurriedly took out the lotus treasure mirror. A line of words appeared on it. Innate blood-stealing skill, transform the chi and blood of heaven and earth. The black-clothed youth's eyes lit up slightly, muttering to himself. No wonder when I fought with Chen Tianzong before, I felt that this person chi and blood were far beyond ordinary people. I thought Chen Tianzong was born like this. It turned out to be because of this technique. His eyes flickered. I wanted to find out. But I found that I couldn't practice, my eyes were stunned. A new line of words slowly appeared on the Lotus Treasure Mirror. To see the subsequent techniques, you need to offer the star technique to exchange. The black-clothed youth seemed to be thinking about something. He took out a jade slip from the storage bag and muttered to himself. This method is called Tai Yuxingshu. By practicing this method, you can attach the power of the stars to the magic weapon or combat skills. This is a method that only the inner disciples of my Xianin sect can practice. If I exchange it for your Xiantian Zuzhegong, it will probably be enough. The Lotus Treasure Mirror appeared with light, covering the Tai Yuxingshu. Not long after, lines of small characters appeared. But before the black-clothed young man could check, the companions had already returned from a distance. The young man in black quickly put away the Lotus Treasure Mirror and looked at it calmly. Has it been solved? Solved. This guy actually still has some tricks up his sleeve. Fortunately, you, my senior brother, are very insightful, and have seen through his poor acting skills. The young man smiled and complimented. His eyes rolled and he whispered, Senior brother, what exactly is the treasure that Chen Tianzong is talking about? It's just nonsense. The young man in black said indifferently, this person is clearly trying to confuse you and me. A deliberate bait. This? The young man was obviously stunned. He did not expect the young man in black to speak so decisively. He opened his mouth and was a little unconvinced. I see Chen Tianzong's words are so sure. Maybe we just didn't find it. If we hand it over to the elders, there may be, puff. The young man suddenly widened his eyes and looked over in disbelief. Brother. You? The young man in black pulled out the knife in his hand expressionlessly. This is the old man knife. I don't know when it has fallen into his hands. He stabbed the knife again with an expressionless face and said coldly, I could have spared your life, but unfortunately, you talk too much. He pulled out the knife. He pushed gently. The young man's eyes widened, and he fell straight down. Not long after, a sad voice sounded from the forest. Junior brother. I will kill you to avenge my junior brother. TSK, this guy is really cruel. Pei Jinya watched this scene silently. He was not surprised that Chen Tianzong would die. The law of the jungle in this world is far more cruel than in the Federation. Without the control of laws, no one may see the morning of the next day. Chen Tianzong's strength is not high, so it is normal for him to die. As for the two disciples of Xianin sect, the cruelty of the young man in black attracted Pei Jinya attention. Such a guy is thoughtful, and cruel enough, and decisive. He is a ruthless person who can accomplish things, if I give him a chance. The benefits he can bring me will definitely far exceed that of Chen Tianzong. The loser. Alright. I will gladly accept this Tai Yuxingshu. The elder of Xianin sect looked at the young man's body with an unpleasant expression. Across from him, the black-clothed young man had blood on his face, kneeling on one side, and said sadly, It was my incompetence. I failed to take good care of my junior brother. I didn't expect Luo Jifei to turn against me at the last moment. I just hate that he died too easily. You did a good job in destroying Chen Tianzong. But your junior brother's death was also related to you. Do you have any objection to my punishment of facing the wall for one day? I have no objection. The young man in black took the order and withdrew. After facing the wall in the back mountain, he breathed a sigh of relief. While there was no one around, he took out the Lotus Treasure Mirror, and the madness on his face became more and more obvious. It all worth it.